blue sky, so clear from my view. I'm standing still, the world still moves. I'm counting sheep to try to fall asleep, wondering why I'm the only one.
Good afternoon, Twitch and YouTube. This is the most roguish of heels, Rogue Hill, coming to you in beautiful New York City. How's everybody doing today? I am absolutely fantastic. We are on post-indictment watch for the former President Donald J. Trump. A recap of yesterday. Donald Trump got indicted, and that's really the only thing that matters. Also, you know, Mr. Girl, Destiny, Chud Logic. I feel terrible for Chud too. I think his viewership is just fine, but Donald Trump getting indicted, you know, he moved away from all the political stuff too, and everyone's just talking about like politics today, to a certain extent anyway too. But I appreciate everybody joining me today. I hope everybody's having a beautiful Friday afternoon. I hope everybody's upcoming weekend is going to be fantastic. I know I'm going to be happy. And ladies and gentlemen, let's start the show. All right, let's start the show with a little bit of a tweet here. We got a little bit more information. We were just watching the news, probably the most we watched the news like on stream, and I couldn't even tell you how long. But from John Lemire here, I'm gonna bookmark this tweet right here. According to New York AP, New York court officials say former President Donald Trump will be arraigned Tuesday afternoon at the Manhattan courthouse. Okay, Tuesday afternoon, today's the 31st, you got the 1st, you got the 2nd, 3rd, and on the 4th, it's going to probably be in the morning. I will be streaming early morning. I'm going to be streaming Tuesday all day. We're going to see this live. We're going to see Donald Trump get perp walked on Tuesday afternoon. We don't know what's going to happen. We're going to watch nothing but wall-to-wall coverage on this. So please join me. Please join me as we continue on this beautiful journey. By the way, as a side note, let me go back here. I'm on Twitter at rogue_heel. Come check me out. I do a lot of tweeting. A lot of tweeting. And there actually should be something else that's there too. I don't think it actually. Let's go to Twitch here. Is Matt Taibbi trending right now? Okay. What's Matt Taibbi trending for? Yeah, all right, Molly Jog Fast. It's really fun to watch Matt Taibbi twist himself in the press to defend Trump. Man, these post-leftists, man, Glenn Greenwald, it's all about the money. Taibbi, I know he got canceled. Some woman tried to cancel him some time ago too. It was false allegations, and like a lot of people, like he thought were his friends, didn't come to his defense, and were kind of like trying to drag him down, which was wrong. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this too. We may just actually play that Jon Stewart clip right now. Let's see, Jon Stewart on CNN. He should. This might be the clip, but if not, then this is probably the clip too. But yeah, I completely disagree with this. Jon Stewart was right about this. You do not let a guy like Donald Trump like walk away from something like this. You have to normalize stuff like this too. Like people who are in like that position should not Okay. So hopefully this change. So hopefully that changed Stream Elements, because this is unacceptable. Right here, people. I love my crazy ass thumbnails. It's literally just like me trying to make a very bad collage of these thumbnails too. But yeah, is there like any news on the? Ah, damn, that's incredibly efficient. I gotta say that he's got something too. I imagine maybe third, fourth round, but you know that TCU game he did it, in the title game he did not play well, man. It's just what can you do? He was up against like a very good defense. What was he? Was TCU? Let's see, 2023 national championship game. Yeah, it was TCU versus Georgia. Yeah. And it was bad, dude. He was up against one of the best defenses in all of college football, too. I mean, if it's like Alabama and Georgia, their defense, they consistently have number one talent, too. I wouldn't mind the Jets taking a shot at him. He's got a good arm. He can throw the ball, too. Guys were in his face the entire game. You know, I think he's a guy you can develop over time, too. But he played horrible. But he's got the skill set. He's like third, fourth round. You bring a guy like him, you develop him as your scout team quarterback, and I think that he'll show you that he's got what it takes to be like a pretty decent starter in the NFL. All right, so I'm like fiddling with my mic. Absolutely. Okay. Yeah, this is the big thing too. I hate like this posturing and them implying violence. This is so scary. This is so scary. There won't be any violence. I want to make that very clear. I just posted a TikTok about it. There's not going to be any violence whatsoever. Not in New York City. It's police are going to be everywhere too. You got to be fucking a moron. You got to be a real fucking moron to try to commit an act of violence on that day. Now we know it's going to be on Tuesday. But when they say stuff like this, they know what they're saying. They're implying that there's going to be violence that day, and I absolutely hate that. You have no idea how much I hate that, because it really like puts people's lives at risk too. And it scares people like him too. Luckily, he didn't get scared, but like, you know, it was well known that he had to tell those prosecutors and like his staff that they're going to be fine too. That's not easy. Like they have to have trust in this guy too. This is going to scare prosecutors away from like doing this stuff. They know that too. And I hate how like this is like normalized within like the fucking grand old party now. Like Republicans, like if they can get away with this, they can get away with like so many more things too, because they just have to like post a tweet like this and say, hey, they're going to regret this. Wink, wink, nod, nod. And we have to like, these things have to like go through. But yeah, let's go ahead. We're going to go through like all this stuff here. We got obviously more Destiny. We got Dan here talking to Chud Logic about post Destiny report. I actually, before I went to bed last night, I saw the talk between President Sunday and Mr. Girl. It went as well as you think it did. Mr. Girl was clearly visibly upset with President Sunday because he's not a white blood cell. He does not like Destiny. I'm being nice about that. He doesn't like Destiny. And the critiques were like on point with like the Mr. Girl mentally ill article, manifesto, whatever you want to call it, hit piece that he had at Destiny 2, which is pretty crazy too. He was like on point with all his criticism too. Me and Chud were getting shocked at the same time about this too. It was just bad. And the thing is, he can't push, and unironically, the take that Mr. Girl had after that, like, that quote unquote interview with President Sunday was like he needs to talk to someone outside the sphere. Like, who the fuck is gonna talk to you about this? Who's outside the sphere? You're talking about like Asmongold? He'll milk you for content. Like, he's not gonna talk to you. You crazy? Like, who outside of like Paul on like YouTube and like Twitch? Who's gonna talk to you about this? This is like the dumbest. Most people are going to look at 150 pages and they're not going to even read it, dude. You kidding me? They won't even read a book about Paddington because there's too many words in a fucking children's book. You think they're going to read your fucking whatever it is that you wrote there? Which is just a giant transcript of like things people already knew or could easily Google about. There's no like actual like article. It wasn't like a journalist writing an article connecting facts to certain events too, or connecting how someone's corrupt, which I think was the whole point of like whatever the fuck that he wrote. It's just one man's descent. You have seen, ladies and gentlemen, what social media and the internet can do to a man. He's never been this interesting. He's trying to garner attention and fame, and in doing so, he has gone crazy. This is your brain. Mr. Girl's what happens when you get so internet brained. You become the meme. He has become the meme. He has become the lolcow and whatever else the kids are saying nowadays. He is all that too. It's fucking insane. He's completely gone off the rails. Okay. We'll keep this up too. My boy Blunt Canadian. Okay. Grammy, I appreciate you retweeting that stuff. Hey, congratulations. Rooms 2. The steak and eggs. Oh my god, with Meat Canyon. That's actually... I know this is like Asmongold, Tectone, and Emaru from OTK. Meat Canyon does a lot of good work, man. A lot of good work. The Sneeko one, just everyone's like going watching it, dude. Really, we're just probably gonna be watching. Yeah. Have fun, judicial system, with that. Sometimes you bend, but don't break. That's true too. So you can't see like he has extensions on his shoes, and then this too. He needs to be. This is gonna be a problem if he wants to run for president. He can be very stiff in interviews. You can't avoid the press when you're the president. You can only be in front of friendly press for like so long. He has to appear in like situations where he doesn't have full control, because in Florida he always has control because he's the governor there. With the press, with police, with everything. However, they're going to be around, right? He can't control every environment. When he leaves Florida, goes to Iowa, he goes to Texas, he's going to be in front of people who he has to win over, right? And they're going to be hostile to him. So he can't control the environment, and he has to get on a national stage. That means he has to talk to people, CNN, MSNBC, other like news organizations. Because if he doesn't, he's not going to reach the moderates that he needs to bring over to win over. That's the thing too. He has to get out there too. And this guy's stiff, and he's a control freak. I can see that immediately. You can see that for any reports about him and how he governs Florida. Yeah, this is all false. Yep. I think this has been debunked too. It's fucking disgusting, man. This is actually a very important race, like in Chicago. Like Lori Lightfoot, she had a lot of good ideas. The biggest critique I can give her was she wasn't a good politician. She didn't have the will. She didn't have the will to get it done. You know what I mean? Like being a mayor of like one of these big cities is just like, it's one of the worst political jobs you can get to. There's so many forces at play here too that you try to like wrangle. You know? That is very true. Vallis is gonna probably win this too. Like public education's on the precipice of like going like Kaputski. You know what I mean? Yeah, which kind of Twitter scrolling right now. That's actually a pretty good deal. The Athletic actually does like a lot of good work too. I like a lot of the writers on the Athletic. So vampire survivors. Why is high risk trending in the United States? Okay. Tides of Foscari. Okay. Very. It's like weather reports. It's weather report. It's bad, man. It's bad. It's just rents going up, and more often than not, people cannot just afford it too, let alone housing. And like it's just like the only people who can like afford it, like the people who are like comfortable six figures, you know, and that's not a lot of people too. That's a real issue too. Sam had a base take when he was on Valuetainment too. I think Joe Rogan was like kind of like mocking him because I think he had one of the hosts on the show, and he was kind of like mocking him, and Sam just like merely fact checked him, and like Joe just like doesn't like Joe has he's like right there in a lot of analysis too, but he doesn't take like the next logical step. It's on the majority report too. I'll find the clip because that's actually we can. I think it's this one right here.
Senator.
I'll go here. And Sam's like right on the money too. Oh, okay, yeah. Even though I'm the broadcaster here, go ahead and like check that out. It's actually like good stuff. Good work by Sam.
So nowadays, when you watch Republicans campaign against Democrats, they don't campaign much on what they used to, which was, you know, the Democrats were big spenders or whatever, you know. It's all about critical race theory,
Sure.
and it's all this cancel culture stuff.
Yes, the biggest problem.
Why does it work, and what should Democrats do? Are they falling for a bait in doing this and talking about these issues?
I mean, I don't know if they're falling for a bait, but I mean, I think, again, I don't even think half of the Republicans that do it even mean it. I think
They don't.
They think it's
They think it works,
emotion.
right.
What would you do if you were out of governing ideas? If you didn't know how to govern a country of this magnitude and a country of this diversity, and you basically are running on government is broken, and then when you get in office, you have to be terrible to prove the original premise, like, it must be great to be able to do that. This government doesn't work, and by me not funding it and breaking it, see what I told you? Keep me in power. If you don't have ideas on governing, what do? Well, you do the purposeful distortion field that they create.
But it
And
works,
by the way,
right? Because it's emotional.
Does it work?
I don't know.
Who's the president?
Well, but
I mean, it doesn't necessarily work. It gets people upset. It gets them angry. It makes them fearful about threats and hyperbole, and makes them afraid of things that can't even really be defined. Meanwhile, ignoring so many issues that, like,
right, it's a kind of real appeal to a base that you stoke up.
Right.
When Sarah Huckabee Sanders did the response to the State of the Union, I noticed she kept talking about CRT. She didn't even bother to spell it out. Because most people, I would assume most average
But Fareed,
Americans
that's
don't know what it
purposeful.
means.
The guy who came up with that's purposeful. His plan is make everything CRT. And by the way, all this diversity initiatives and CRT and all those other things are only there because we refuse to actually fix the real problem. The diversity and equity initiatives are a salve. They're to pacify and mollify because we won't actually do the real thing. We won't actually dismantle the vestiges of all the systemic racism and all the systemic classism and all the systemic gender issues. We won't actually dismantle that. But what we will do is you can have an office in the building. And every few months, we're going to have to sit and listen to you talk for like an hour. And so we're good, right? Like, it's a country that won't face the real. I'll explain it like the NFL, right? You know the Rooney Rule? The Rooney Rule in the NFL is, because there are so few African-American coaches, you have to at least interview like one of them. So that's the rule now. Instead of, it's the thing you put in place instead of looking at the owner's box and realizing, oh, right, that's just the legacy of the economic segregation that's been in our country since its founding. So we're never going to deal with that. So here's what we are going to do. A diversity and equity initiative, we're going to have to talk to one black guy.
This guy is so fucking base, dude. Look at that. You know how easy an example that is to talk about, too? Yeah, we're going to do the bare minimum, like in the NFL, and interview like one black guy. And that's going to appease like a bunch of people, even though everybody knows what's up, too. The real issue is, when you look at like ownership, how many owners of color are there, too? Right? And you do have black millionaires, and now you do have black billionaires, too. But you're not addressing the actual issue, too. And the thing is, you are seeing more black coaches, but not enough to, even though the league is 70% black, and you're seeing more black general managers now too, and more black men, black women in positions of power inside the NFL. But it really begins and ends with like the owner's box too. But you know, you need like a billionaire to like own it too, and like none of the people who own these teams are going to sell these teams. That's why if DC, with the Commanders, formerly the Redskins, if Dan Snyder's forced to sell the team, find a black billionaire. Find like a black man. DC is overwhelmed. Is actually like, I think it's like there's a large black population there. You can find somebody to like buy the team. You know, somebody has to want to buy the team too, right? And they're gonna want to get somebody. But you should do that too, you know. But it begins and ends in the owner's box, and he's right too. It's just like, we're gonna give you this office, and like every like 2 or 3 months we'll have a meeting with you. It's just like, it's not really solving like the actual problem too. You need to be able to solve the problem too. And I think that, in my opinion, the Democratic Party, there's enough people in the Democratic Party who recognize these problems and want to solve these problems. But you have another political party who says CRT, trans, this, you know, gay, that, you know, it's those LGBTQ plus people who are like mentally ill and doing all these mass shootings, and like they obfuscate. They make up like all these excuses because they know like they don't have any actual policy solutions. They'll just take their paychecks from like the corporate lobbyists and these Fortune 500 companies and do their bidding. And like they take more and more away from you too. And they tell you that the government's broken, even though they are the government. You know, they could do the things that they want to do and fix these problems. They can fix the issue at the border. Democrats are willing to listen. We can use more border agents. We can use more facilities down there. No, but they purposely do not solve that problem. So it's a talking point the next time you want to run. They show you images of like what's happening at the border, even though we can make tremendous improvements at the border, especially in terms of like asylum seekers too, even though the vast majority of people at the border are asylum seekers. They're legally allowed to come and request asylum here in the United States. Okay, we can get more border agents. We can get more judges. Immigration judges, that's a big thing too. We can make real systemic change at solving the border issue, just as an example. But Republicans refuse to do it too. And like, to some extent, some Democrats as well too. But like, Democrats are more willing to like, you know, actually like solve these issues than Republicans can. It's just like a talking point for them, and it's frustrating because I see it, maybe because I engross myself in this material on the daily, but like, it's just like, I wish more people like especially like Republicans, conservatives, like the average Dick and Jane Republican, like actually like watch something other than like Tucker Carlson, because he's never going to tell you the truth. He just doesn't. I see it in my own family too, and it's frustrating. You know, a conversation I had with a family member, I like watching Fox News because they criticize Republicans. Doesn't like CNN and like MSNBC criticize? Well, they do it too much. That's telling. You know, they criticize them, they blame them for everything. So essentially, you just want a hug box, is what you want. And I want to say that to them, but I kind of just let it go. But like, essentially, that's what like a lot of people want. That's a microcosm too. They just want to be in a hug box.
Good? I think we're good. But that's what I'm trying to say is the thing that they're pointing at is the thing that's in place because we won't do the actual thing.
You sound like somebody who has a lot of anger and a lot of rage, and yet you're very funny, and like how do you keep all that together? Like there's a part of you that's very optimistic. There's a part
I'm very optimistic,
but you sound angry. I don't mean to sound like your therapist.
No, I understand. But wouldn't you? Why isn't everybody about real things? I mean, you want to be upset about real things, but isn't that what drives comedy or art or anything? Is emotion, whether it's anger or joy or love or what are there other emotions? There's got to be more than that. Sadness probably is in there. Hate, envy. Okay. That says something there.
I was just filling in the gaps.
No, I understand. It's just top of mind. It was top of mind. You know, it's hard to watch. It's hard to watch a state, you talked about Sarah Huckabee Sanders. It's hard to watch a state that's like 48th in, you know, infant mortality and child poverty and literacy,
and
make a big deal about a trans
yeah, that's a big thing too. Like some of the worst states in the nation in terms of like all those categories that John Stewart's talking about, it's like Republican controlled states too. Like in Missouri too, like people want people there on the ground, Republicans, especially, and Democrats too, in Missouri, they want to expand Medicaid under the ACA there too. The governor refuses. It's up to the governor. The governor can like change his mind. Like more and more Republican states now are flipping that too, because it's so popular. There wants to be Medicare expansion in those states. I said Medicaid, I meant Medicare, sorry. But, you know, Republicans refuse to allow that measure to go through, you know, and then like you're in the bottom of the barrel in terms of crime rates, murder rates. They talk about the murder rates. Bro, murder happens more often than not in the big cities, but in like rural America. Infant mortality rates, lack of access to healthcare, that's rural America. That's Republican territory, my guy. Okay, we don't got that. I don't got that problem here too, bro. I got doctors all over the place, like near me, that accept my insurance. I'm near pharmacy. If I'm not, I'm like walking distance to my pharmacy. If for whatever reason that pharmacy's closed, something happens there, get shut down, there's a pharmacy not so far away from me here too. I have access to like everything around me. So I just don't understand like these talking points, you know, and I hate it too. And you look at like crime, like here, like New York City, it's getting down to like historic lows right now too. The city's not falling apart. It's not perfect, and there's a lot of issues. There's real issues like John Stewart's talking about. I was just talking about housing before. Housing is a big issue here, in like an entire state, frankly, and we need to really fix it too, because the wealthy have a grasp over it too, and you have hedge funds, banks buying out all these properties. People have talked about, and it's happening in the South too. It's been happening for a long time. People say it's affordable, but I'm telling you, it's mostly banks and hedge funds are buying up this property and renting it out too. Home ownership is like a faraway dream now for like a lot of Americans. Unless you're making like a comfortable 6 figures, you know, you're not owning a home anymore.
That wants to play soccer that happens like once every 5 years there. Like, it's hard to not be angry about people that try and distract from the real things that people face with weaponized nonsense.
I get that. My point is, but then you also turn it into humor.
Sometimes. Sometimes I just turn it into anger. And then sometimes I just turn it into gummies. And late at night, I just take a bunch of those. And that helps.
All right.
For those of you watching at home, don't do drugs. Stay in school.
A little PSA too. Yeah, it's legal in in more and more states now too. It does help you sleep, from what I understand. I never took gummies before. I've always been interested.
We are joined by Jon Stewart himself.
But who else would it be? Fareed, it's nice to see you. I love your aquarium.
Thank you, exactly.
Yes.
We can go swimming afterwards. Yes. So I got to ask you, it's a big thing in the news. Donald Trump indictment. There are people.
What?
No, just stay with me for a minute. There are people.
I've been watching the live cameras at the courthouse.
Oh,
It's
I've been
imminent.
posting in the wrong chat.
Breathless
Sorry, guys.
speculation.
Sorry, YouTube.
So there are people who say, yes, you have to indict him because he has in fact broken the laws, and there are other people who say this is going to turn him into a martyr. This is his path to redemption.
Sure.
How do you think about it?
Oh, the law should always take into account someone's popularity. I think that's. I mean, what's happened to our country? It's as though you can't even commit financial fraud anymore. You can't inflate the value of your properties when you need a loan and then deflate it with taxes. I mean, the next thing you know, they're going to send you to jail instead of your lawyer and your accountant and your campaign manager and everyone else around you. The idea that someone may face accountability who's that rich and powerful is outrageous, and this country shouldn't stand for it.
But what if it turns out to be his get out of jail free pass? It's his path to, people will see him as a martyr.
Okay.
You're okay with that? He could become president again.
He could become president anyway. Fareed, we either have the rule of law or we have no rule of law. The rule of law does not take into account if that might make you a martyr to somebody. I'd much rather have the conversation be, what is the law? What exactly are we saying that he did? His lawyer went to jail for this same situation for a couple of years. So
Yep.
What is the crime? Is it a crime?
There are people who say it's selective prosecution, that this would not...
Everything is selective prosecution. The reason why Donald Trump became popular in the first place, and the reason why these populist movements, is that the citizenry have become fed up with the lack of accountability for those in power. We have no accountability in our financial systems. We have no accountability for the bankers. I mean, our Congress trades stocks with information they get making laws, and they do it to great success, and they won't stop it because they're the ones in charge of making the law about it. And instead of bringing accountability to the rampant corruption that is surrounds our government and our financial systems, the Supreme Court just changed the definition of corruption. Rather than prosecuting it, rather than holding people accountable, they just went, how about this? Okay, why don't we just say this?
It's even better than that, was that they said, you politicians, you think that's corruption because you're engaging in it, but we actually don't think it's corruption. And
we're going to tell you, don't worry about it. You can influence peddle as long as you don't explicitly say, by the way, this money is so that I may influence this law specifically, and you have to lay out. Like, that is what has the lack of confidence that people have in the system is, and you even see it throughout the media, even that conversation. Should we not? It's but he's popular, and then it might make him more popular, but not less popular. Did he do something wrong? What was it? Explain that to us. What is the law that he supposedly violated? What are the ramifications of it? I don't see him ever actually going to jail. I personally don't even care. I just want a system that somehow finds a consistent accountability.
So in many ways, you, at least for me, you created or defined American political satire. how has that changed? I mean, it feels to me like the stuff you did, you know, the showing the video and then commenting, it's become, it's everybody does it, and it's not even comics. I mean, that's what Tucker Carlson does when he wants to make his points.
Sure.
He's borrowing from your playbook.
Yes. No, it's a real delight knowing. It's always good to arm the most cynical and worst people in media.
But do you look at it and say, now this whole thing is commoditized?
Well, it was, listen, it was commoditized. You know, I wasn't doing it out of gracious altruism. I mean, we were selling Budweiser. It's always been commoditized. It was, I think it's, you know, there's a lot of talk of, so exposing absurdity or exposing hypocrisy, what's the point? Well, the point is that this is a relentless fight. They always talk about, you know, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. But it doesn't bend towards justice by gravity. Like, you have to bend it. And there's a bunch of people trying to bend it back. And you use every tool in your arsenal, and none of them will be, you know, the one thing. There is no panacea. It takes, you know, all those different things doing in Washington over these past few years gave me a great understanding of how things actually get done incrementally and sometimes in one fell swoop. But our country is held together by hundreds of really talented legislative aides. Their bosses, many times, are wind-up dolls who really don't know. I mean, half of it, if you go down there, especially the Senate, is like an assisted living facility. Like the intramural sports at the Senate. So, you know, it's held together by these legislative aides that are relentlessly trying to do the right thing, and by the thousands of grassroots activists that are trying to get access. And they're blocked by a moat of lobbyists and moneyed interest that prevent the people in that building from doing the work that best benefits all the people outside of that building. And that's the process. So you have to use every tool you have to permeate that force field.
But presumably the people there who are Republicans, who are conservative Republicans, those aides think they're doing the right thing, and they're trying to get across their
But they're doing it, they're honest. Look, if you can find honest brokers down there, you can work with them. What I'm saying is that force field around it is made up of not honest brokers. It's moneyed interests, it's lobbyists, it's people who are weaponizing misinformation and disinformation. And all of those form this, it's the most cloistered universe.
You found you could deal with very conservative Republicans.
Of course.
Because there was some way to find common ground.
People of good faith. Now, there were huge disagreements about certain things, but when you found someone of good faith, you could always get something done.
He is unironically like right about that too. There are like good faith brokers in the Republican Party. They're not the politicians though. That's the only thing. And unfortunately, those people, they work for the politicians. So they can come to you in like good faith and agree with you on some things. But at the end of the day, their boss is going to say no because that boss has to get elected. And they know for Republicans in a strongly Republican district, doing like the anti-CRT thing and anti-trans, like drag show, all that culture war bullshit, that's what gets them elected. He is right on the money about that. A lot of people on the left don't want to hear that, but like that is the truth though. That is the God's honest truth. All right, let's move on to, let's see here. This is actually like really good. That's some great stuff. Cura TV with the fucking, look at that thumbnail. Godspeed. That made me pause a little bit. I slowed down a little bit. I know what you're doing, Cura. Yeah, Jet Central's right about that, but I was saying that beforehand too. It makes the most sense. I really think that they're gonna get a deal on Aaron Rodgers. I think they're gonna give him like Joe Douglas seems like he's a guy who's gonna work with you in good faith, but like I really think that they're gonna get given up like a second and a third for Aaron Rodgers. This is actually interesting too. I'm actually happy that Kyle's like talking about this too. Everything I've seen from Last Epoch as an ARPG, I'm really liking too, but still technically in early access. I would wait until it officially comes out. Let them like implement all the classes and everything that they want. I think you're gonna have a lot of fun like playing it too. Because everybody I trust, like, they like it.
All right, y'all, welcome to the show. Let's have some fun. So we got Andrew Schultz and Charlemagne are going to debate Trump's legal problems. I find that discussion really, really interesting. Later on in the show, Ron DeSantis answers the question if he's willing to be Donald Trump's VP.
No.
And then also one of the most famous statues in the world, the statue of David, is now leading to teachers getting fired and to principals getting fired as well. So
I don't know how you're an educator. I think we talked about that. Some people have talked about it already online. It's the dumbest thing ever. It's like one of the most. You're talking about like history, and the Republicans are all about like conservatism and like protecting our history. Yes, well, Statue of David's part of our history too, but I guess it's degenerate now. Bro, I don't know how you can like be a teacher, principal, and educator like in the South now with like guys like Ron DeSantis, Greg Abbott, like Glenn Youngkin. Like, you can't teach anything. Here, kid, here's the Bible. That's your lesson today. Read it. Tomorrow's gonna be the same thing as the Bible. It's a fucking joke.
You can say cancel culture run amok is one way to describe that. All right, so without further ado, let's go ahead and jump into it here. So Charlemagne and Andrew Schultz on their podcast, Brilliant Idiots, decided to debate the issue of Trump's legal problems. I thought it was really good.
I'm actually glad like they can't do it as much. Charlemagne's like super busy. Andrew's got his like other show too, Flagrant. So I'm glad like when these two guys like do together, it's a lot of good like funny conversations happen out of it too. But it's very thoughtful. Like you can see like these guys from like their individual backgrounds, like they really like think things out too. And if you want a microcosm of what like the average American thinks, watch Brilliant Idiots. To be honest with you, this is how like their thought process and how they get to like their conclusions and how they rationalize it. That's how the average Americans like think. You might say, well, these guys aren't the average Americans. No, they're not. Like Charlemagne's been in radio for goes how long? If you know anything about the Breakfast Club, as one of the most syndicated radio shows like in like North America. And Andrew Schultz is a comedian. He's traveled all around too. But look at how they rationalize things too and how they get to their points. They go through the process. I'm telling you, they really do think like how the average Americans do too. And they're not coming in with like detailed like media backgrounds or like extensive like political knowledge. You know, they really are like the average American. I'm not saying that as an insult, but like if you can reach these two guys and convince them of your arguments, you can probably apply those same tactics and that same argument to like people who are not making as much money or as famous as these two guys are. To be honest with you, like I'm being dead serious too. Being deadly serious. It's just they get it.
Back and forth. Let's listen and we'll break it down.
Did Trump get arrested? We're recording this on Tuesday. Did he get arrested yet or
Trump's
not?
not getting arrested, guys. Come on.
Don't do this. Don't do this.
What?
Don't do this.
He's not getting arrested,
Don't
guys. Come
do
on.
this. Somebody go find the
you
video where I said
fucking
these exact words to Charlemagne, and you were saying he's getting arrested. I'll bet any
I
amount of
said
money.
this 3 years ago. I put it like this.
Hold on.
If they indict a former president, it's not going to be for these charges. These charges are weak as fuck, bro.
Hold on. But you did say
This guy.
that you did say that he was going to get arrested, and I was like, they won't arrest a former president.
Yeah, I think I agree. Yeah.
All right, so that's fun. Look, on the weak charges point, it is certainly the weakest of the potential charges against Donald Trump. We all know there's the Georgia case going on right now where he was like, find me 11,000 votes. And you have, the fake electors plot, which is a much more serious crime. And, honestly, it's a heavier charge. So you got that going on. You, of course, have the classified documents case going on, which would have been a stronger case had it not been for the fact that immediately after that you had Joe Biden and you had Mike Pence stumble across 7,014.
Oh my God, his talking point again.
7,014. I apparently don't know how to count. 7,412 different classified documents of their own. So you have that one sort of feels like maybe there's not as much oomph to it because apparently everybody who's a politician or with a position of power is just taking classified documents left and right. You know, but you also have various business charges against Donald Trump. But in terms of the potential cases that are out there, Charlemagne is actually right that it's the weaker of the potential cases. The closest thing that's analogous is they tried to get John Edwards on something similar to this, and they failed. I think he got indicted, but he didn't get convicted. And so perhaps that's where Charlemagne is coming from. But I don't know, man. The other point to make, which I think is a fair point as well, is that usually the feds don't move on stuff like this unless it's kind of like a slam dunk case. It's a little harder in the case of Trump because it's a novel way they're applying the law. It's like mixing both a misdemeanor and a felony to use the felony charges. It's a little complex, but usually they don't act on this unless they feel confident that they can, you know, win the case. And I will point out that whether or not he did it is not even really an open question anymore. I mean, everybody knows he had the affair. Everybody knows there was a payoff. Just the question is,
just 3 days
the
ago,
legal channels they went through in order to do that, did they do it the right way? Did they dot their I's? Did they cross their T's? We have very loose campaign finance laws in this country, but any like minor violation on a campaign finance front, they really do throw the book at you. And it looks like it could have been considered an in-kind contribution, the payoff to Stormy Daniels, the hush money, but it wasn't reported as such. So anyway, this is a long way of saying to you, I don't know what's going to happen, but let's continue.
I think I agree with you. I don't see it happening, bro. This man, I can't change my mind.
So,
upon further
you
review.
said it with so much conviction, though.
I believed in the checks and balances.
Now, this video was
believed
posted 2 days
that
ago.
Nobody is above the law. Teflon Don has proven me wrong until further notice, and I still don't think that they'll do it.
I don't think they'll do it either.
If you got. He's got all of these federal charges he's facing, right? Merrick Garland. We already know the classified documents shit. You might as well throw that out. They done caught everybody with classified documents. That's out the window.
I thought it was some taxes in New York that they wanted to catch him on.
That's still open.
That's still open.
Yeah,
That's still open?
they're still investigating.
And there was one business case, I should point out, where he was found guilty, but I think it was a civil case. Either that or was a criminal case, and there was like $1 million fine or something, which is to him is like nothing. So I don't know, man.
Oh, I didn't see that one.
But every one of these rich motherfuckers breaks the law with taxes.
And man,
Basically, they're saying that this small thing is just to hold him, and then there's going to be a bunch of other charges.
they're saying
everywhere.
this shit is a misdemeanor.
Nah,
No, I know. This is just like-
what they saying is Trump, don't run for president.
Yeah.
That's what they saying.
But
And
so-
he's not getting the message.
So why make him bigger? You know what this shit is, man? You remember in Endgame when Thanos got hit in the chest? And he's like, you should have went for the head.
Yeah,
if it's
yeah.
not a headshot, don't do it.
So rumor
So I disagree on that point for the very simple reason. I mean, it's the old thing everybody brings up, I think rightly so. It's like getting Al Capone on tax evasion, right? Anything you could get him on it. Now, by the way, that also goes for other elites, whether they're in the Republican Party, the Democratic Party, or no party whatsoever. If they're guilty of crimes, take them down on some kind of a crime. If you can't get them on the big crime, then I'll settle for something
I
less.
agree
So
with
I actually
that.
have the polar opposite philosophy on that point. I mean, to give him credit, though, he might be right in that it makes it less likely you'll actually win, which then would be a massive issue, and then it wouldn't be worth going through all the trouble. But look, in terms of him getting stronger, we've pointed this out a million times. Yeah, he'll get stronger in the Republican primary, but in the general, he will be worse off, I guarantee you, because independents, moderates, normies, they're not, if they see an indictment, they think, yeah, of course, where there's smoke, there's fire. He's probably guilty of 700 crimes. And they're right in that instinct.
that a bunch of charges are going to start dropping from everywhere around the country.
They said New York,
the Atlanta ballot
Georgia,
shit.
and the federal charges. That's only 5. I heard 5 solid ones.
That's a lot.
Not really, because this shit is a misdemeanor. Like, yo,
Yeah, you only need more than this to arrest a president.
yes,
bro.
and they talk.
It's not just a misdemeanor. It's a misdemeanor and a felony that they're putting together.
Yo, they talk about indicting him but not handcuffing him. Yo, all you're doing is making them bigger. I guarantee you, over the last couple of days, all you've seen is so many donations going to Trump shit.
I mean, that is 100% right. If you arrest him and he gets off, he's president guaranteed.
They say this is a they say this right here.
No. Again, he's going to go up in the primary. He's going to go down in the general. That's the way it works. I'm telling you. Because think about, and here's the thing. Think about it with literally any other politician. Even just the investigation into Hillary Clinton made her go down. Yeah. So again, I think it's likely he'll go down in the general because none of this stuff helps. It only helps in a Republican primary where they circle the wagons and they say, the guys we don't like are going after the guy we like, so we need to defend the guy we like even harder.
New York is already a guaranteed misdemeanor. And I'm going to tell you what else is fucked up about
misdemeanor?
it. Yes.
Yeah, like it won't be a felony.
They were saying it won't be a felony.
But I'm saying even putting him through this process is going to be enough to galvanize every person who is anti-establishment because this is abuse of power from the establishment.
Already happened.
No. No, the left anti-establishment position is, of course, you should take this fucker down. By the way, while you're at it, go get Bush, go get Cheney. I'll throw Biden in the mix. All of them are guilty of war crimes, corruption. Obama, same thing, drone war, 90% civilian death rate. I mean, we can go on and on. That's the real anti-establishment position. It's funny to me when people who think they're anti-establishment suddenly find themselves simping for an elitist criminal. Now, I think he's right that the so-called anti-establishment people on the right are going to fall in line and defend Trump. But that's because they're suckers, right? They're useful idiots. It's like, no pun intended, because the name of their show is Brilliant Idiots. I mean, when you get to the point where you're defending a billionaire, elitist, war criminal, and regular criminal, that's Trump, it's like, are you really all that anti-establishment? No, you just like a particular wing of the establishment that you are pretending is anti-establishment. Now, he pretends he's anti-establishment too, right, as part of his branding, but he's nowhere near it. Again, his biggest legislative accomplishment was a tax cut where it was a $2 trillion tax cut for the wealthy. 83% of the bill went to the top 1%. There were 200,000 jobs outsourced under him. In no world is he anti-establishment.
People that I've talked to, somebody sent me this.
It's not abuse of power.
You don't think?
Nah, because like he actually did these crimes. It's just
thank you. Yes, it's not an abuse of power to go after him. He did the abuses of power, and they're correctly trying to get him on that. So who's really abusing the power? It's him who's abusing the power. He's just used to abusing his power and getting away with it. So when you try to bring about justice and accountability, it feels like oppression to him.
Usually,
they don't know if this is a crime, though.
Nah, it is, though.
They don't know if this is a crime because they said that somebody sent me this yesterday. It was like, this isn't like, one of the mobsters with tax evasion.
Yes, it is.
It's more like one of the mobsters stealing a carton of cigarettes when he was on the come up.
No. So the DA...
No. Imagine the exact same set of facts, but Joe Biden did it. What would the right say? Think about it. $140,000 hush money payment to a porn star you allegedly had an affair with who was going to come out with her story, and you're trying to keep the story on the low. And so $140,000 payment done through your fixer, a.k.a. your lawyer at the time, Michael Cohen, who, by the way, is on the record the entire time now. Ever since Trump stabbed him in the back, he came out with all the dirt. And he was like, yeah, I'll tell you exactly what went down. I'll tell you exactly how it worked. And he has. Same set of facts, and a Democrat did it. The right would not shut up. They would never shut up about it.
Oh, yeah.
Like, yes, we got one. Yes, we're so right on this one. We're just going to hammer this home. And they wouldn't be wrong, But with Trump, they're like, this is nothing. Look away.
By the way, too, if like a Democrat did something like this too, the vast majority of Democrats, would be saying, yeah, investigate him. And if he or she did the crime, then put him in jail. Let him go through the judicial process. Look at this fucking stop. Perfect stop too. Yes, I would chud logic with the derp face. But pause Andying here too. Yeah. Listen, if it was a Democrat, the Democrats would tell you, go ahead and prosecute the person and let it go through the judicial process. Don't give us any favors.
It's ridiculous.
Really charges people unless they know they can win. Their success rate is crazy high.
Yep.
So they've been investigating this one for so long, and
threw it out though. They threw it out years
but this
ago.
is just they used campaign.
That was the Southern District of New York. Though the federal prosecutors in New York, decide not to pursue it federally, though, this is just like a novel application of a misdemeanor, connecting it to like a federal campaign finance law which would bump it up into a felony.
Funds to pay off Stormy Daniels, allegedly.
They can't prove if it was actual campaign funds.
So they're misstating it a little bit. They didn't report the $140,000 payment to Stormy. It didn't come out of campaign funds. I thought so originally, but that's not true. They didn't report the $140,000 payment to Stormy Daniels as a campaign expenditure, which means they're committing fraud in the process because they're not telling you what that money actually is for. You understand what I'm saying? Whereas, and by the way, they may have gotten away with it if they literally like filed it, $140,000 payment, and put it as some sort of a campaign expenditure. Then it might have been legal, but they didn't. And so now we're talking about it could be illegal.
It's talking, they can.
I don't think that's going to happen.
So here, now it's all contingent on the lawyer. So they're going to try to put as much pressure as they possibly can. Yeah. But eventually it's going to seem like, I don't know.
By the way, we don't even know if the DA really wants to press charges.
Well, that's the thing.
This came from Trump. Yeah, Trump put this out there.
Oh, that's
Trump's
interesting.
Trump's team said we haven't heard from the DA's office. Trump put this out there.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, so Trump floated that Tuesday date for arrest, probably to gin up support, gin up donations, and it worked. Everybody fell for it. I mean, to give myself credit and Crystal credit, we didn't. We titled it like breaking, Trump to be arrested Tuesday, ? And in the video we said, there's really no evidence. He says he's going to be arrested Tuesday.
Yeah.
But
that's true.
I mean, at some point,
even I was skeptical when it's coming from Donald Trump.
It appears like that's going to happen. It appears like it. They're already making preparations in New York and whatnot, but they also ran into trouble with bomb threats and stuff, like Trump going out there and sort of riling everybody up and telling them, like, you know, protest, get out there. It's sort of like threatening another January 6th in a way. And there's been a number of death threats against Alvin Bragg, and there's been a number of bomb threats as well.
So Trump, oh, wow. He has to be looked at as the victim. He has to be looked at as the underdog. So he's putting this information out so people come to his aid and his support. They're afraid of me. They don't want me to run. Look at this. They're trying to arrest me. They're trying to lock me up because they know that I can win. He was cold in these streets. Everybody was on DeSantis.
He wasn't. No, they weren't.
Not everybody was on DeSantis.
The GOP primary polls got Trump winning by a landslide. I don't know why we...
That's true, but in the wake of the midterms, when all of Trump's candidates who were most like Trump and closest to Trump and parroting his talking points, the most Trumpy candidates got destroyed. So there was a window where DeSantis was actually up in a lot of polls. So Schultz is right about that, but now Charlemagne is right. It's totally flipped. Now it's right back to Trump.
Yep.
Saying is, I keep telling, how you sleeping on your boy?
Let me clarify. Let me re-say what I'm saying. Yes, I believe he does win the primary, but the energy in the Republican Party was towards DeSantis. It seemed like the
toward
Republican
the people who are at the top and some of the cultural leaders of the Republican Party.
It's the hedge fund Citadel. Look that up real quick. Ken Griffin.
Ken Griffin. I think Ken Griffin.
Ken Griffin. He actually supported Trump originally, and he switched his allegiance, I think, to DeSantis. A lot of big donors going to DeSantis. So this is the first big push I've seen in the Trump direction in a while. He made it happen himself.
Trump still was raising more money than DeSantis. Raising more money than all of them. And here's the thing. Why do we not act like the Republicans aren't the biggest dick-riding party in the world?
Yeah, they go.
I mean, look, Schultz is right. Even today, the Republican establishment wants DeSantis. Most of the Fox News hosts now want DeSantis. On the low, they don't wear it on their sleeve because then their audience would revolt. But like the money to interest in the Republican Party want DeSantis. There's even an education gap. The more educated a Republican is, the more likely they are to support DeSantis. But yeah, the base at this point, 100% with Trump. I mean, it is what it is. Most polls have him at about 50% now, some even more. DeSantis down at about anywhere from 18 to 20%, maybe 23.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he's hanging in there, but it's a rough ride because...
And the thing is, he hasn't even announced yet. That's the thing, too. And, like, I wonder now, like, if you even want to announce, but like you have to strike while the iron's hot when if you want to run for president too. I'm wondering now too if you're like a Youngkin or like a DeSantis, if it's even worth like running for president now, because like if Trump is up at 50% now and his popularity is not going to wane when you going into the summer, like you probably got no shot of winning the primary. Because if you lose a presidential primary, you can always run again the next time, but you have to run when there's like when you have like popularity behind you, when there's like a national voice like within the party like pushing for you too. And a lot of people want him because you don't know who's going to run the next go around, the next election cycle for president too, because maybe Youngkin's national profile goes up. If I was Youngkin, I probably wouldn't run now. I would just let like DeSantis and like Trump like duke it out, and then like in 2028, I would like go and like try to run again and get that too, and just keep my head down and keep doing things that get me like national attention. Like during those last 4 years, criticize the Democrat that's probably gonna end up winning, which is probably gonna be Joe Biden, and then just raise your national profile like that way too, because a lot can happen between like now and like when you officially announce. So that's the thing too, because if Donald Trump, like the indictment, now we know he got indicted yesterday. He's gonna surrender on next week on Tuesday, which is let me open up my calendar here, which is the 3rd of April. So April 3rd, he's gonna come in. Sorry, that's a Monday. April 4th. April 4th is a Tuesday. So next Tuesday is April 4th. So we know that he's gonna turn himself in on April 4th in New York City. We're gonna be literally 8 a.m. We're gonna start coverage, and we're just gonna have the news up, and we're just gonna be watching the entire time the news. Like he's gonna be brought in. He's probably gonna come in like around like maybe 10, 11 o'clock. He has to get his morning Mickey D's. It's probably gonna be uneventful. Honestly, it's probably gonna be uneventful. I don't think they want a lot of media attention, mostly because they don't want. Trump's probably gonna make it that way, but if he was smart, he would just kind of let it quietly go through, because if like there's violence on that day, it's gonna make the Republicans look bad. So I think people are telling them, hey, just like don't make a big fuss about it, just like follow their procedures and make it like quick and easy. I think they're like, Republicans are definitely afraid because they know their people. They know that some Republicans are willing to commit acts of violence on behalf of Trump. See January 6th. So we'll see what happens. I don't think there's gonna be any violence. There's gonna be some like morons doing some stupid shit, but they'll get immediately like taken down and thrown in jail. But yeah, I don't know what I don't know what you do if you're Ron DeSantis. This is like so like nuts, man. If you're running for president too, and you have a fairly decent shot at winning the primary at least. But the thing is that I think DeSantis has to run because like he doesn't know, because he might have to go against Youngkin next year. There might be like another contender that comes out the woodworks over the next 4 years. Politics is really like shifting sands, and if you want to rise above those sands, you have to strike while the iron is hot, right? Part of the metaphors, but I think you guys know what I'm talking about. You have to like do something like now when your profile is as high as DeSantis is. Like everyone's talking about Ron DeSantis, so I think he has to run. That's the thing, he has to run. But boy, oh boy, man, he's not going to win the primary if Donald Trump's pulling over like 50%.
Is their boys under fire? And it's the Trump show again. It's like we're watching a reality show. Trump is the star, and people can't keep their eyes off it. So I don't know. Interesting debate between the two of them. We'll see what happens, but there are a lot of cases pending against Trump. You know what I mean? A lot of cases. And that'll only help him in the Republican primary. It'll only hurt him in the general. And the people who understand that the best, I think, are people like Mitch McConnell, other Republican, Rupert Murdoch. These are people who know that, like, if we can't break free from this dude, we're just going to be in trouble for national elections, because normies see him for what he is now, and they're like, this guy should be nowhere near power. Ever since Adpocalypse, when YouTube defunded all independent news and politics overnight, we have...
Yeah, I got this saved too. We'll watch the playback video too. I saw the Papa Gut video like on this too. This is just like she completely did like a 180, like with when she had Fuentes on. It's fucking so embarrassing, dude. I think we need like a bit of a political break We can watch this Asmongold video real quick. It's only like 30 minutes.
Is Diablo 4 worth $70 or the $90 price tag if you want to?
$99.
Well, over in Europe.
Let's be real here. $99 for the Ultimate Edition of Diablo 4.
Play the game when it really releases. Whatever it really ends up costing you, is it worth that? You know, I played a lot of Diablo over the past couple of weekends, and I walked away from it and I had a great time.
Wow.
I genuinely enjoyed myself. It did get a little repetitive going through the exact same act multiple times in a row because it's all we had access to, and doing the same dungeons over and over again. A lot of the dungeons feeling really repetitive. I don't want to bore you with that because I know you've heard that point a billion times from a lot of other people. It did get a little repetitive on that side, but I enjoyed my playthrough of the Rogue. I enjoyed playing the Necromancer. Barbarian felt like doo-doo, but overall I had a good time playing it. And there were a lot of legendaries that would help.
Oh, fighting that boss as a barbarian?
Yep.
God.
You create these very fun builds. I think it was extremely beginner friendly for a lot of people getting into ARPGs. And I think they really hit the nail on the head for what they were trying to go for in some aspects. But there were some aspects that I felt like they did not hit the mark on. And before I get into whether I think the game is actually worth the price tag or not and go into this whole conversation, I do want to quickly touch on one topic that it's one of the things, it's going to be a little bit of a rant, I'll try to keep it controlled, but it's one of the things that I can't stand about this space. The amount of dick riding for any game online.
It's not just dick riding, it's anti-dick riding.
Yeah, true.
It's just somebody, you're either on the good dick or the bad dick, but you're on a dick. Like you are 100%,
oh my God.
Like this game is either gonna change the world or it ain't gonna change shit.
On social media, in Twitch chat is just insane. It actually drives me nuts. And the reason I say
it is actually kind of crazy.
People, they treat gaming companies like they're these giant money-hungry corporations, which they are. Don't get me wrong, right? They only care, for the most part, they only care about the money because that's how they gauge their success. That's how they keep their endorsements, that they keep their investors happy. I get all of that, right? I know that's what they are.
Well, I think that the guys that are making the games, like obviously probably some of them might suck, but most of the guys that probably work on Diablo 4, they probably grew up playing Diablo 2 and they like the game.
Yeah.
And now they're making a new one. They're trying their best. They're trying to make a good game. Like they're not like, oh, we're going to mess this one up. I can't wait to ruin this game.
But at the same time, a lot
I
of people,
I agree.
You know, my game is better. They like act like they're like these unpaid interns of X game.
Well, that's because they don't want their 3,000 hours in Path of Exile to go to waste whenever a new game comes out that everybody else starts on the same page as. Because now in PoE, they know everything about the fucking game. It's the same as with MMORPG fans. It's like, bro, if my MMO dies, then the amount that I spent 1,000 hours farming for it doesn't matter. Newsflash, dumbass. It still doesn't matter. It doesn't matter right now. It never did. But they don't want to think about it like that.
That's why shit like that, like, you know, doesn't bother me too. That's why if I'm paying money for like a game, I will get my time out of that fucking game, man.
That's
I will.
how WoW players are. That's how Final Fantasy players are. That's how everybody are. Everybody is.
So we're getting back to politics after this. I just need to take a break.
They're paying most likely the game company that they're playing to play their game, and then they defend it like they work for the company or something.
Oh my God.
Which is so strange because if you're going to treat every game company like they only care about money, then why don't you go ahead and play the consumer side of things and just get the best deal for you, or encourage competition amongst games? It drives me insane. I'll give you an example. You can look at like an internet provider in your area and they're the only one that serves your area.
Guess what? It's expensive and it sucks.
they don't give a shit about you. You know what I mean? Like they actually.
No, they're gonna have you call them up. It's like 40 minutes on the phone. The only time you can call customer support is between 4:30 a.m. and 4:37 a.m. on a Tuesday morning, and if you do, you're on hold for 5 minutes. So, if you get put on hold at 4:33, you're gonna have to wait till next week, and then you finally get through to somebody, and guess what? It's gonna be 2 weeks until they can get a technician out. Meanwhile, over here in Austin, you've got AT&T, you've got Spectrum, and you've got Google Fiber, and I think there's another one. If you call one of them up and you say my internet's not working, bro, they send out a battalion of nerds to just come out and fix any problem. One time I cut. So my dad bought me a new machete. That's right. You know where this is going. So my dad bought me a new machete. And I was like, oh, Dad, I'm going to take this out in the backyard, cut some shit up. And he's like, all right, cool. I'll watch you do it. And I'm like, all right, let's go. And so I'm cutting shit up with the machete, right? Having a lot of fun, popping off, doing what I need to do. And I cut one of them off. It's a bamboo. I cut it off right at the ground level. And the truth is, it went a little bit below the ground level. And it got the cord. Well, I called them up. I said, guys, something happened with this cord. It got messed up. They're like, is that right? I said, that's right. They're like, all right, we're going to have somebody out in a couple of days. It's going to be taken care of. Don't you worry about it. Don't you go to Google Fiber. Don't you even fucking think about it. We're going to fix you right up. It's okay. They didn't charge me shit. It's totally fine. Yep. Don't you dare. Yep. It's going to be totally all right.
Don't care. They take forever to solve your problems. They never come out to check to see if there's anything wrong with your internet. They just give you the quote unquote, have you tried restarting your router?
Why is the cord a couple inches below the ground? You want to know why? It's because whenever the guys came over there, they recognized me, and we spent like 2 hours talking about Final Fantasy 14. And then at the time, my mom was there, and she was talking to them about Alex Jones, because one of the guys there had done the fucking, he had worked, and he went to Alex Jones's house, and so she was talking to him about it, and so yeah, they were just just fucking around. That's what happened. It took 3 hours.
But when you have competition and there's another provider in your area and you let them know that, hey, I'm going to go check out this provider, I'm going to be closing out my contract, then they're going to give you this weird promotion bundle that they have apparently. And you can see it in the cell phone market. They'll buy out your contract. They'll give you a free phone because they know they can either win or lose your business so easily. Right. And the same goes for games. Whether you like PoE or you like Diablo, right? You want competition. You want...
Think about how good Dragonflight is. I am a very big advocate of the idea that if Shadowlands did not result in an exodus to Final Fantasy XIV, Lost Ark, New World, and other subsequent MMOs, that Dragonflight would not be as good as it is. I think that the game was made better because people didn't like the way that
people really like Dragonflight, though, to be honest with you.
I'm sorry, people quit playing the game. That's why
people underestimate how bad Shadowlands was. I'm not a World of Warcraft player, but from my friends that are, and just some people I've talked to, Shadowlands, they said, trust me, Rogue, it was bad. I was like, all right, but Dragonflight apparently, according to them, is way better.
Dragonflight is good.
The best product possible. You want to see,
even if you don't think it's good, it's better
on your game feel the pressure to implement the right changes for you as a consumer. Right, you're a consumer. You don't work for the company.
Yeah.
With that being said, in talking about business, is the game actually worth $70? You know, I watched a lot of videos over the past week. I watched a 1 hour video from Crip. It was great. I watched a 1 hour video from Quinn. It was also great.
Yep.
And there are so many other reviews out there.
Oh, well, you only watched like 2 minutes of mine. What the fuck? I only watched 2. Oh, wow. Look at that.
Out there about the game overall. And in those things, so many of the points that were touched on, I think a lot of people felt with the dungeons. They commented on them, the objectives within the dungeons feeling restricting, the actual dungeon layouts feeling quite repetitive, the class balance feeling a bit wonky, just even the skills, some of the skills feeling like they just didn't have a lot of value, which is kind of normal. And then on top of that, you only really get 6 skills, and in some cases it feels like 4. Having your ultimate skill take up one of those slots feels a little bit weird.
Stoops is also a Lost Ark Andy, so he probably feels the same way that I do, that I wish your ultimate skill just went on a separate button.
Restricting, and there's a lot of things there, right? But this is kind of normal feedback for any game. The problem is it's such a long list of feedback. So many things are like intertwined with the actual game. I mentioned it in my first video.
Guys, a console game can have 7 buttons.
Buttons,
okay? I
yes.
don't want to fucking hear that.
Yes.
I saw one.
I know. It's just that's just like so frustrating too, man. Like we're not back in the Super Nintendo days too, where you have like 2 buttons, 4 buttons. I was a Sega kid, so it's just this is like so silly. Yes, you can have multiple buttons for a console game. You have the bumpers, you have whatever those, you have the buttons on like the other buttons on the very top too. You can have pedals like behind the controller. Yes, okay, you can have more than 7 buttons too.
In chat that said that, fuck you. Don't even give them that excuse. Final Fantasy 14 is on console. Shut the fuck up.
With the open world element of the game, it's a great element to add into the game to bring in new players, to make it feel a little bit more MMO-like, to try to increase the amount of people that get into ARPGs and Diablo specifically. However, that takes up a lot of time, and there are some systems that are built into that, like the world scaling, that you can't just adjust so easily. And with this long list of feedback that they are getting, the game is coming out in 2 months. 2 months.
I'm sure they'll fix all the problems by then.
Isn't a lot of time. I know a lot of people will say it's a beta, but
it's not.
Yeah.
This is a stress test and a marketing thing. This is a marketing tool.
Yeah, the game is actually, from when I was playing the open beta, it looks like the game is actually pretty complete. However, it's like that they're testing out the servers, and they're marketing the game too. I think that they're gonna like do a shit ton of crunch before launch though, because a lot of people are having the same critiques too. And if they want to, they're gonna be criticized when the game comes out too, because it's Activision Blizzard, and whatever goodwill they fostered over the years has gone kaputski after the Activision Blizzard like merger. But I think that they should like delay like the launch, but I don't think they will though. So get ready to like shit on this game when it officially drops on is that June? Yeah, June 6th.
Played a lot of betas in my life.
He's played a lot of Blizzard betas.
Yep.
He's played WoW for like years and years and years. So he's already been around the block.
That's right.
And outside of the disconnect issues and people's graphics cards, having issues and all of the other things, just there's like a lot of little bugs in the game. There's a long list of potential bug fixes and changes and feedback that it's hard to imagine they can solve those in 2 months. Some people will also say, well, it's only Act 1 and you only can go up to level 25, and some builds aren't going to feel good, some classes aren't going to feel good, like the barbarian.
I think that's the most dog shit fucking excuse. Yeah, so it doesn't feel good for the first 2 hours, so you just want some fucking casual Andy to sit through it? Oh, it'll get good after you keep playing it. No, bro, they're gonna go back to.
Bro, I'm like as casual and Andy as you can get to. Like, and he's right on the money with this too. It gets super frustrating. Shit like that makes me quit games, and I've quit like a lot of games because of dumb shit like that too. That's one of the reasons why I've stopped playing a lot of MMOs. Like, you guys can't see it on this screen, but like I got like New World and Lost Ark on here, and I just have like not touched it because of like various issues too. But like I continuously come back to Destiny and Overwatch too, and as poor as like the issues I have with like what the hero unlocks too, which I don't think that you should paywall them or do like this crazy like unlock. You have to win like 35 fucking games to unlock the hero, you know, if you're not going to pay it on the battle pass. But like those games are functional and they work well too. Destiny has like these issues, but he's usually following a patch, but almost immediately Bungie fixes it. So he's right. If it doesn't work and I'm a casual player, I'm just not going to get back to it. I think I will get back to Lost Ark though.
And you're 100% right. Right, you're not wrong in saying that it's only level 25 and it's only Act 1. However, that is the only information that we have to go off of. Right, we don't have anything else.
Yeah, it's like, what is the like? Has anybody here played a Blizzard game before?
Blizzard does not have the greatest.
How many times does everybody hit max level in a Blizzard game and they realize that, wow, I remember back in Act 1 where things were about balanced. Now we have fucking wizards or like sorcerers that are clearing, you know, level fucking 25 of like rifts, and everybody else is only able to clear level 5. It's gonna be something broken. It's gonna happen. Just be ready for it. If you think Act 1 is bad, oh, you haven't seen anything
else to actually go off of because they haven't shown us really anything
Wait till it
yet.
actually matters.
And with that being said, if you don't go off of what you have in front of you, you're essentially going off of what other people hope the game turns out to be like.
Yeah, it's
right. You're not going off of the evidence in front of you. You're just going off of people's wishes that the game could potentially be like this at level 100. And you know, it's like a $90 promise, right? That's like a $70 promise if you don't want to play early, but that's a pretty expensive promise to go off of. Yeah. And one thing to really keep...
I don't know. I mean, with gaming now, people put so much fucking money on bullshit that's like not even real. Oh my god. Yeah, look at No Man's Sky. I mean, there are games that have improved over time. Like, it's happened. But like, damn. It's Star Citizen.
Is that this is the most tested act that Blizzard has had so far. They had,
and again, I've got to contextualize this. Act 1 in the Diablo 3 beta was fucking perfect. The first NPC that you encountered in Act 2 immediately fucking broken. Already fucked up. It doesn't work. The fucking attacks are despawning. You can't see them. And it's like, you don't even get to the town.
I remember clips of that too. He's right.
Act 1 level 25. It's the same one that we're playing pretty much today. They had the media invite only beta, which essentially was the exact same thing, and then we've had our open beta weekend and early access beta. This is the beta that they've had the most feedback on and have made it the most presentable to the open audience. And we don't even know what goes beyond this in terms of like how it's actually going to function, how the zones feel, what the other dungeons are like. Are they going to share some of the same issues? I know they've gone on to comment on them and said that they wanted to keep it thematic to the zone. But if the dungeons use the same assets, and a lot of them in Act 1, you can imagine that it's probably going to feel that way later on.
Yeah, what do you think?
Probably,
it's like, whenever we get to Act 2, every dungeon's going to be totally different. And all the mobs are going to be completely unique. Every boss is going to have its own abilities. Fucking idiot.
It's...
You idiot, no.
And there's probably going to be a lot of the issues that you experienced in Act 1 present in the other acts as well, because they just haven't been tested. There hasn't been enough time for them to get the feedback on, because they got a lot of feedback for Act 1.
Yeah,
and there are issues there. I heard from a little birdie, a friend of mine. That little birdie said that people at Blizzard have felt like they haven't had enough time to wrap everything up with Diablo. They wish
Wow.
Surprise, surprise.
How great. So we're going to play another fucking borked game because the fat cats over at Blizzard Activision King can't give it a few more months in the oven. We're going to eat a half-cooked double down.
And listen, if you, and this is like true, if you do not want them, why am I hate the fact that my mic is like that. It annoys the shit out of me. And listen, if you do not want these motherfuckers to give you a broken game that needed more time in the oven to get better, don't buy the fucking game. That's how I do it. Let the streamers, let the YouTubers buy it, test it out, and tell you that it's shit. Okay, let us spend the money. All right, because they're telling you they arbitrarily raised the prices of these games to $70, even though everyone was okay with a $60 game, right? And they're gonna keep doing it too, because I guess there's a new console generation, right? So that justified, I guess, like increasing the prices, but don't let them tell you like any different about like, you know, about stuff like this. It's just like infuriating too. Like you guys like kind of like let them like do this to you like every single time, and it's so simple. If you don't pay for it and they see a precipitous drop in sales, like it has to like come off on a cliff. And trust me, they start making changes. They see this all the time. They see like the input. They care about like they do care about like the numbers at the end of the day. And if the numbers tell them, oh, we done and fucked up, then they'll make the changes. All right, but you have to keep it up too. Just not like just one or two times. You do have more power than you think too. As soy as this is gonna sound, as cringe as this is gonna sound, collective action does work. Okay, Bernie was right about unions. He said it. I forget if he said it like during that like help committee meeting in front of a Starbucks CEO, Starbucks, and the unionizing efforts, or anti-union efforts rather. But whenever he said it, unionization, class action is like the best way to get things done in this country, too. And if you want to get Activision Blizzard to change their ways too, you got to speak with your wallet, and you have to work together as a class too. These guys are gonna buy the game regardless, and then they're gonna tell you everything that's wrong with the game. That's why a lot of times I don't buy games like day one, even now that I'm streaming. And I'm not even doing this like full time. I want to do this full time. I got no problem doing it too. But like I'm telling you, like don't buy these games, because you know they're gonna come out like broken. Like there needs to be like a deal. Like if you're gonna make me pay more money, bro, it better come with heated seats. It better come with like power steering. It better come with the ability for the jump up and down. It better do a whole bunch of other things. It better give me the mount and everything too. You keep raising the price on me too. But most of all, the game needs to be able to work. I understand there might be like a bug here or two, but like the game should be functional and fun when it comes out too. So that's like the bare minimum we're asking you to do too. And that used to be like the minimum that like companies would come out with their games, but now it's just like you're essentially paying for like a beta test. Hell, sometimes too with some of these new games, you're paying for like an alpha. It's ridiculous, man. And like you guys are at fault for this too, man. Like, you know, you guys are at fault for this too. Like, if there's people that you trust that you listen to, don't buy the game. Don't buy this game until they make like substantial changes to the game, you know? And they'll notice it too. If it flops on them, ooh, they'll make changes.
Are you fucking kidding me? Number one, how is it not ready? You guys have been working on it forever. Like, what happened? I don't know, maybe COVID? But like, damn, if it's so close, maybe just wait a bit. Because like, I don't want to see them release the game. Because if the game is fucked up on release, think about what we were just talking about. These were bugs in Diablo 3 that got fixed in the first month of the game. That happened over a decade ago. And people, I'm like, yeah, you guys remember? Like, oh yeah, that game really fucked up, huh? Man, that was some real fucked up shit. Meanwhile, the game's been out for 10 years. It was fucked up for a month. Guess what? Build 100 bridges? You suck one dick? You're not a bridge builder, you're a dick sucker. If your game is bugged out for a month and it works for 9 years and 11 months, You don't have a game that worked for 9 years and 11 months. You've got a bugged fucking game. And look, it's not fair, but it's true.
They had more time. Take that for what you will, but when it comes to any type of creative work, that's always the case, right? You always wish that you had more time. You could always add more. But when I got to play Diablo 4, it does feel that way. And, you know, I think if you're someone that just wants to play a Diablo game and, you know, you're excited about playing Diablo, then you've answered the question. You of course, it's worth it for you to buy the game 100%, because at the end of the day, you're gonna have a good time regardless, because there's a lot of it's your outlook on the game and you're excited to play.
Yeah. But
there are some people, I think, that may only have the money for a few game purchases per year, and they want to know if this is the game for them that they should shell out $70 on. Is it going to be a great game at launch? And I think there are so many things currently stacked against this game. It's like this canvas, right? Diablo is like this canvas where it has the gameplay's fun. There's a lot of great elements there, but there's a lot of...
If I only had money to buy a few games a year, I wouldn't be buying any fucking games. I'd just be playing those free-to-play shits. But playing Lost Ark, I got 6 alts. I can keep up with somebody who logs on once a month and spends $100.
Things that are slapped on top of it that just feel a little bit unfinished in the short amount of time that they have left to polish it, right? Like they don't have a lot of time in 2 months.
It's not going to happen. Like the game that you saw, beta. That's the fucking release version of the game. Maybe they're gonna change like one NPC. He's like looking this way, and like in the release, he's looking this way instead. That's about it.
If
there's a typo in the beta, there's probably going to be a typo on release.
The issues that people are giving feedback on. And I think that nowadays, people are just a little bit more fed up with games feeling unfinished.
Yeah, the beta starts in June. The beta starts in June. The actual game releases somewhere between Season 2 and Season 4. Probably somewhere in 2024.
I should be doing this like on another stream. I was like kind of cruising through it.
On launch, and I know they've gone on to say that Diablo.
I think I actually remember this.
That's great because you want to hear that they're going to continuously update the game. But in other words, that also means that they have some work to do, right? There's going to be some ongoing changes. I think it's going to need a little bit more time before it gets there. I think Diablo 4 can be a great game. I had a fun time playing it. I enjoyed myself.
Again, we'll get there too.
Much fun. I'm so excited to play this game again. This was fucking awesome. I love the game. I think it's great.
I did have fun too. Once I started figuring out barbarian, like I prefer melee characters too. Sorcerer was definitely fun. Necromancer's fun. I think that like when I eventually get the game, I'm not gonna do a day one purchase. But dude, I regret. I'm glad I kind of waited on like Modern Warfare 2. I bought it on like off of CD keys, and I just haven't like played the game. It just hasn't really been fun to play, to be honest with you. Dude, same thing with like Warzone. I might get back into playing Warzone a little bit too, but I'm enjoying like Destiny 2. They made like good changes so far, like the PvP. Trials is coming back too. Yes, I will be playing Trials again. I'm gonna test out the Immortal. See if I can get the Adept version and try to go flawless. That's like the big thing. I want to go flawless in Trials. And then I'm trying to get the PvE version. I got the PvP version, God Roll, but it's not the Adept version though. And then what else? Probably get back to playing Valheim. Valheim is fun, man. Valheim is fun. It's a good stream game too. Like you can, especially if you want to like do commentary.
Like, yeah, I thought it was.
Then we'll go ahead and. Did I? Yeah, I already shared this. Okay.
Fucking awesome. Can't wait to be max level and kill all the guys and get all the stuff. It's gonna be great.
But this is probably what I would tell my friends in like a Discord DM. This is probably if one of my friends texted me and asked me what I think about Diablo, this is what I would say. I would say the game's fun, but I actually think it needs a little bit more time based on what we've seen so far, and I can't imagine it's going to be significantly better in terms of polish going forward, because this is the most tested act. But those are honestly just my thoughts on the game. There are so many opinions out there, and I highly encourage you to kind of look around and see what other people are saying as well, because there's so many great videos out there. I didn't want to bore you guys with this, like, the same points over and over again. I like the game. I think they need a bit more time. I think the game can be good, and I think they're going to commit to making a lot of the changes that the game needs to feel.
Yeah, they're not going to take more time to do it. He's right on all these points, but they're not going to take more time to like polish up the game. That's why I'm telling you guys, do not buy the game day one. Don't even pre-order it. Wait till it's going to go on sale, like on CD keys or something like that too. I don't know how they are. I see it for like Xbox right now. There's like, they have sales on it now if you want to do the pre-order, but like wait till like it comes out. You know, the first season's not going to come out to you. You're not going to miss out on anything, on like playing through the act. You're not going to miss out on anything like that too, especially if you're a hardcore ARPG or, you know. So like, don't worry about that. If you really want to like help a company out, go play like Last Epoch. That game, like the more I watch of that game and the more I see of it, it won't have the story like Diablo, but the gameplay is like right there. It's like right there in the middle between like a casual Diablo 4 player, where they're trying to make it as casual as possible, versus like PoE. And the thing is, like, PoE's making a lot of changes with like quote unquote like PoE 2, and I'm really enjoying like what those changes are going to be, because they're going to make it a lot easier for me, and I might just get back into PoE with that too, because I think the changes they're going to make with PoE is going to make the game a little bit more accessible for me. Even though like I was looking at guides and everything like that, I just wasn't like having like that much fun, especially through like the early game. But I like what I see with like with PoE 2, and I think that I'm gonna get into like PoE, and PoE is like free to play too, so, and they've done like good work too. Some of the seasons have been hit or miss, but overall people have told me like I would enjoy playing the game, especially if they implement the changes that they're talking about. So I'm interested in seeing like what they do with PoE 2, because I've enjoyed Lost Ark. Like I have Lost Ark right here. I actually do want to like get back into playing Lost Ark. I really enjoyed it, and I like the different classes. I like all the different classes too. I've always played like a melee class in Lost Ark. That's my preference. I just think it's more fun. So, and that game's been out forever in like South Korea, and they continue to update the game. So I'm looking forward to doing like all the stuff there too. And so we'll see what happens.
Like a $70 to $90 game. Anyway, let me know your guys' thoughts in the comment section down below. Did you feel the same way?
I feel like every AAA game nowadays is going to be $70 to $90. Like, I'm honest. Like as soon as one game does it and people buy it, everybody else is going to, oh, it's $70 now.
Yeah, sorry,
like,
I thought someone was like calling my name.
It was $14. $14 fucking dollars.
I did, or maybe you had a great experience and I'm wrong. I just curious to hear what you guys think overall. Appreciate your time, and I'll see you on the next one.
Peace. That's a good video. I like this. I still can't. You really had to put me in that one, huh? You really had to do that? Oh my god.
Only took him like over a decade before he puts on a dress.
That shit happened.
He lasted longer than most of the MMO players.
I can't believe I got put in that position. You know what else I can't believe? That's only a 32-ounce drink. And usually whenever I go to Sonic, I get a 44-ounce drink. And I'm kind of curious why I didn't get a 44-ounce drink the time that I went there before this event. It doesn't make sense, because usually I always get the big drink, but I didn't get a 44-ounce, and so it's like, what? Like, why did I not do that? Like, what was wrong with me?
All right. Let's see, let's
Hey,
go
what's
here.
going on, guys? Divide here, back again with another quick PSA or FOMO or whatever you want to call it. But anyway, this weekend, you want to get on Destiny 2 because Bungie revealed last week that in week 5, which is now, it'll be your last opportunity to earn the Whistler's Whim Adept bow before it's retired from rotation. So get those Adept rolls while you can. They also said that the base version will be available through Legacy Focusing starting in Season of the Deep next season for Season 21. But this is the Trials bow from Trials of Osiris, so it'll be your last chance to get the Adept bow from Trials for probably forever, or until they bring it back one day. Who knows? It's Bungie, so you really will never know. But guys, it's also double Trials ranks, so make the most of it and have fun.
Oh my god. It's double trials ranks too, yeah. So definitely try to do it.
just want to let you all know that I am very sick right now, so if I say some stuff weird or my voice is just different from other videos, that is why. Doing, all right for what it is. I just hope that the sickness can just be over at this point. I hate being sick. I hate it. It really stops the flow of videos for some reason because, it's me coughing all the time when I record stuff and, it's just how it is. But hopefully I'll get back into the same loop of how many videos I do per week. So hope to see an improvement on that front. And as we continue through our normal videos, I usually do a compliment of the day. This compliment is for people who are having a rough day. Again, me and my community are people who are kind and considerate, and we care for one another. Now, if you want to be in our community, be sure to subscribe, of course, and join our server. We have all those, channels. If you ever want to discuss your feelings or anything, we take mental health very seriously. I feel like it's something that we should be taking a bit seriously. And again, only 10% of you guys subscribe when you watch my videos, so if you want to, join up and be a part of our community, that would be awesome. And here is the compliment of the day. You're so kind, everyone instantly feels like your friend. Hopefully that lifts up your day's spirit, because I feel like we need to care again and show a bit more kindness to one another. All right, let's get into today's video, which is leaks for Season 21's dungeon. Now, if you didn't know, usually now Bungie is going to implement a system where they're going to charge you, yay, some money for, the endgame activities that you're going to get throughout the seasonal year. With the format being, we are going to get a new dungeon with an expansion launch, Root of Nightmares with Lightfall, 2 dungeons split up into separate seasons, and a reprise raid in the middle of those 2 dungeons that will be free, and it's likely to be a part of or from Destiny 1 and integrated into Destiny 2. For example, we're getting the Root of Nightmares raid with Lightfall, which we already got. We're getting a Season 21 dungeon, which will be in Season of the Deep. That's what we'll be talking about in today's video. We are going to get a reprise raid that will be free to all players in Season 22, which is likely to launch in August. And then finally another dungeon that will be separate, and you're going to need to get the dungeon key for that in Season 23, and that season will end off Year 6. So if you didn't know what the format is, that's what it's likely going to be. Now, with this video, we are talking about Season 21, and it's big to point out where it's going to be taking place. If you haven't seen my other leak videos, we know that Titan is going to be a big location in
most likely, yeah,
and it's going to be a major location in the season itself. Looks like the place Titan will be returning, and it will be the location that the dungeon will be taking place. If you didn't know, this was a location back in the Red War time in Destiny 2 Vanilla, and it was a location a lot of people loved. It was pretty small. It wasn't a huge location compared to Io or compared to Mars, but it was, a decent sized expansion. You're probably likely going to see Hive, Fallen, and Taken in this location, so if you want to point out, what enemies you're likely going to see in this dungeon, I would say Hive is very likely, the Season of the Deep. Now, going into some of the weapons we're going to see from this Titan dungeon is that a Season of the Deep glaive is on the horizon. Destiny Leaks on Twitter, which is a very credible source, has showed us a picture, not a fully rendered.
Rapid fire frame solar. Dude, they're really pushing glaives. Man, we had Winter Bite, I think almost, last couple of seasons? We've gone consistently gone a glaive. Is this going to be... I don't think this is going to be exotic. It's probably going to be a legendary glaive. Trials 1-2 next season. I'm not really a glaive user. it's a first-person shooter, right? It's fine. I guess it's okay. It's just... It's so weird with the glaive builds and everything too, and a game with fucking space powers, space magic, and guns. You have melee.
Rendered picture of this glaive, but a decent photo of it, and it shows also giving us info on the archetype being a rapid fire frame and a solar glaive as well. This is likely going to maybe be an exotic for the dungeon. Could be a legendary, but it also could be an exotic because it looks pretty cool from just that picture yet alone. Also, someone commented about their opinion on glaives, and it looks like Destiny Leaks was replying to that, saying that we're likely going to get another glaive within Trials next season. So just some more info. If you're a fan of glaives, we're likely going to get some more glaives going throughout Season of the Deep. Now, as we continue, we are going to look at some of the weapons, other dungeon weapons that will be legendary within the season, as well as the dungeon origin trait before we close off this video. Now, some dungeon weapons we are going to get is a stasis waveframe, a stasis aggressive rocket, a solar aggressive SMG. Those are some of the weapons we're also going to get. And remember, with this season, we are going to probably be balanced around solar, stasis, and strand. Those are probably the elements you're likely going to see more, as we got leaked info on
via freezing dart, aggressive rocket, stasis waveframe. Oh, I'm all for that too, especially in the kinetic slot. Ooh, okay.
Some of the weapons from Season of the Deep that looks more along those elements. I don't think Arc is going to get a lot this season again. Hopefully we'll get something with Arc, because I know Arc has been kind of stale these last couple of weeks.
It's been the same builds.
Lastly, the Season 21 dungeon origin trait is called Restoration Ritual. Reviving allies or killing enemies with finishers reloads this weapon and readies an emergency reload for the next time this weapon runs out of ammo, which was also from Freezing Dart, which has been also a very credible source. Looking at that from that front, this dungeon looks pretty cool. Now, just some, normal material.
Reviving allies or killing enemies with reloads. I can see that being very useful in PvE, especially if you have like a finisher build. Let's say you have like a, was it like overload finisher or something like that, and it gives you like a shield around yourself too. It reloads your weapon, so you're getting like close. Like I can imagine that being pretty good with shotguns and like SMGs that burn through their ammo. You know what I mean? Where solar aggressive, that's incandescent on it. And it's like all the light weapons, light aligned weapons, solar, void, and arc. They all have like damage perks now, like whether it's incandescent. I think destabilizing rounds for void now. You have like volt shot too. So I'm pretty sure all the dark class is going to start having that too. They're going to start slowly rolling that out too. What is it for stasis? The damage. Oh, it's choke clip. Yeah, choke clip. It's choke clip, and for strand, I think it's hatchling. Yeah. So whatever the next like darkness subclass is, if they're going to do, I think they're going to do another darkness subclass. It just seems like that. I just think they're going to do it because 3/3. Because a lot of people were poo-pooing Strand early on, but then people started figuring out the builds. Like you have a pure threadling build for warlocks, where you just do a ton of damage with threadlings, and then but you can do infinite suspension. Same thing with Titans. I love my suspend Titan build with Strand. It's fucking great. And with the seasonal artifact too, my strand weapons get like unraveling rounds. It's fantastic.
Material that I want to cover off is that there's going to be a seal, obviously, and with Bungie's new formula when it comes to seals for dungeons is that they're going to have, some similar triumphs to any other dungeon seal, but they're also going to have the rewards being maybe increasing the chances of that exotic weapon that drops from the dungeon as well. There's going to be collectibles within this next dungeon. That is an obvious point, but just to point out, you're likely going to see the same formula for what we got in the Spire of the Watcher dungeon and what we got with the Root of Nightmares raid as well. So stuff there. Hope you guys did enjoy this short video. It wasn't a huge one, but it did give us more info on what we were going to get in this dungeon.
All right, thank you, Redrux.
What's up, guys? Jarv here, back today, jumping into Destiny. It's Friday, and this geezer ain't in the freezer. Oh, no. You'll find him over in the European Dead Zone this week. He's in the Winding Cove up by the skiff. Because where else would he be? All right, let's see what he's got. Oh, wow, we got a God Roll Trinity Ghoul with Lightning Rod. Fires an arrow that splits when released. 29 legendary shards if you missed out on that one. Gwisinvest 64, 17 on strength. Vanish after Spectral Blades
Ugh.
kills for more super energy.
Nope.
Rather interesting one to pick up again if you haven't got it. We got the One-Eyed Mask with 66, 19 mobility, 17 strength. Highlight and defeat those who harm you for an overshield. So decent stat totals, terrible distributions so far. And then we've got the Apotheosis Veil 65 with Recovery Intellect. Actually not too bad. Ability energy on Supercast. Allies get class energy. No one ever uses it though, so unfortunate. April Fool's loot, it seems. Legendary weapons then. We got a very nice True Prophecy with explosive payload and overflow. Tac Mag
Was it
and
120?
Masterwork, so bit of a juicer there. We got the Cold Denial with Zen Moment Swash. Zen Moment got a buff, by the way, so this is a pretty goated Cold Denial if you like the extra damage bonus. We got the Tears of Contrition with Well-Rounded and Vorpal Weapon. We've got the Ignition Code with Surplus and One for All. Seraph Shotgun with Autoloading Snapshot. Unfortunate with the rest of the bonuses. We've got Corsair's Wrath with Outlaw Kill Clip. That's a spicy roll for a linear fusion rifle. Jeez, all right. And then we got the class-specific swords. We've got Eternity's Edge here on the Warlock, Infinite Guard, Thresh, and Flash Counter. So yeah, whilst these are a bit of a joke, these actually aren't too bad this week. Legendary armor. This is a first. Super rare Sovereign New Monarchy armor here. I don't think Zer's ever sold this. We've got 59, 58, 63, and a 59. So the rolls aren't great, but this is super rare armor. So if you missed out on Faction Rally or anything like that, then this may be your first and last chance to get it. So be sure to pay Zer a visit with each and every class. And then we've got Hawk Moon, Ida Storm. Bit of a spicy roll for Crucible maybe. We've got Combat Grip, Alloy Mag, and Hammer Forged. And then for the DMT, we've got Moving Target, because he loves it and he can't sell them basically. So Composite Stock, Steady Rounds, and Hammer Forged. Pretty much the same role he always has. So there we go. Quick look at Zer and his April Fool's loot. Be sure to pay him a visit because there's some spicy stuff on offer. Good luck with you jumping into trials. It is bonus trials ranks as well this weekend. So get them while you can. Enjoy your weekends. Stay awesome. Stay safe. And I'll catch you all again very soon.
Let's see. Let's see. Crucible.
One of many. Eons ago, my kind walked the molten surface of this world. Now, we seek a champion.
Okay, so there's a bunch of mobs.
We must endure the heat of the crucible.
Okay, and then it spawns the guys.
To forge weapons unlike any Raycloud
Spend to win.
ever seen.
Crucible passive skill. What the fuck? Oh my god.
Take up the power of the Titans.
That's
and
cool.
bring obliteration.
Crucible Challenge League.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm gonna play this for sure, dude. 9 new ball skills. Okay, cool. Abyss rework, okay. Breach rework. Hopefully there's more mobs. This is, by the way, guys, there's like 3 or 4 of these in the game, okay? So like if you see this and you're like, oh no, you have to understand, like, this is only one of like 4.
Yeah.
Yep, another one here. Yep, that's another one of the trees. Those are 2 separate trees, guys. Very cool. April 7th. That's 1 week from today.
Damn.
Most of the trees have been changed next week. Yeah, I'm gonna be playing. PoE whenever it comes out. I'm excited. Did they remove Hillock? No, I bet they probably didn't. I bet he's still in the game. Remember, they did this in 3 or 4 months. Yep, that's right.
Let's see this. Damn, I'm getting tired. This is solo. There's actually like a triumph for this. I unironically actually would like to do this. Desperate measures. Defeat Cal. I think it's like just defeat Callus on like Master, but do no. There's one that's like do any mission solo flawless.
Guardian, all of our training, all of our losses, it's brought us to this moment. We must stop Callus from reaching the Veil and establishing a link to the Traveler.
Do any campaign mission solo flawless, which is not easy.
I would suggest exercising an abundance of caution around untested Ishtar technology.
I miss the old go in without a plan and hope for the best, Osiris.
That is a gross mischaracterization.
Today shall be the end of Callus's reign. The Shadow Legion will submit or be crushed beneath my heel.
Okay. Let's see here. I just want to see like how he's approaching this too. So he just completely just avoided all these motherfuckers too. And this is on Master too. You can solo these missions. It's not easy, but so suspend. This is probably like the way to go, to be honest with you. The champions. This I'm not like worried about because you can always get behind cover on all this stuff. Yep. Strand SMG. Get this done. Easy peasy. That Ostia with like Strand works so well. Let's get one of the ornaments on it too.
Kaido's forces are entering Neomuni airspace now. Something's not right though. Subject any more of my soldiers to such fruitless deaths.
Okay, I did not even realize that was like even back there. Alright, now I know, and no one's half the battle. This mission's actually not that bad. The fucking... Infinite suspend. God damn, look how fucking quick those things are coming off a cooldown. This I'm actually not that interested in. Yeah, this is like all self-explanatory. Like this is like none of this is like this is actually pretty easy to survive. Now that you know what to do. I'll give this a like. Curious about like the Callus fight though. So you're really just kind of like yeeting him. So just behind cover this entire time, shooting in between. Literally, that's all he's doing. Might have to get some more coffee here in a second. I'm getting like super tired right now. Now look at that, darkness envelops you. Damn, he is getting back that grenade real quick. Okay, took out his second bar. So he had a little bit of trouble there. So these guys. This is good. I might try to do this a little bit later. Probably not today, probably tomorrow. Okay, so now... Alright, took out his second bar. Just 2 days ago. Yeah, I can see the other spawns like right there. So as long as you can keep them up. Yeah, he's just keeping them up, man. Yeah, nanotech rockets. Alright, gonna go into the final phase soon. I forget if Callus like summons. So you just gotta keep him at a distance. Because his health goes down real quick. He has like no defenses at this point. This is actually like fairly like uninspiring like boss fight too, to be honest with you. But look at that. You know? Osteo's so goated. Does he have necrotic grips on? That probably helps too. I think it increases his tick damage with the poison. I don't know. Let's take those guys out. Oh. And that's it, boys.
Keitel, we've done it. Callus is no more.
You gave him a Cabal's end. I'll believe it when I see it for myself.
Hey, do you guys feel that?
No clue what you're talking about. We're almost at the Veil. Hang tight.
That's it. Good job, man. Good stuff. Good job. See here. This. Seeing some new tweets coming out.
Same thing. That would have been a perfect setting to kind of meet in the same room and maybe negotiate how we could get this done, because Florio said on our show that allegedly, reportedly, the Packers have kind of given up. They're like, we don't want the 13 anymore. Did that happen at league meetings? And is that accurate from your
Joe
sources?
Douglas wearing them down, playing the long game.
So I don't know that 13 was ever or is ever being traded. Like, if you're the Jets, that is a very, very valuable asset, right? Like, the 13th overall pick is like, you're getting, if you hit it,
Very valuable. Go get a 4-time MVP with it.
Yeah.
Also very, very valuable.
Also valuable.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
That is true.
Yeah.
No, you're right, but that's true. However, so let's say the Jets are saying, like, hey, we would never give the 13th pick, which I believe that to be the case. That's okay, because remember, it's all a chart, and you could basically put in each pick depending on the different charts you have, whether you have Jimmy Johnson chart, whether you have an
Give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna step away for a minute, but I'm gonna let a couple of videos play.
So you can say, like, all right, well, if you're not going to give 13,
I'm like getting so fucking tired right now. I don't know why.
Let's say a first-round pick. We can say 2 twos.
I'm gonna leave you with
else,
Dark
and
Brandon.
that equals what we want. So even though 13 is, probably not available, they can still get really good compensation by putting a bunch of other picks together.
10 sevens, you know what I mean?
Right, 8 6s.
10 sevens, a 5. You start doing
McAfee fucking doing work for like fucking Aaron Rodgers. McAfee trying to like help out his boy Aaron. Just putting my feet up here for a second. Toronto Defiant. Whoa, what? Orisa, developer update. It is believed that the threat of aerial body slam is the biggest crime to turn in Nubani. While in the air, javelin spin pulls Orisa forward in her facing direction. Fortify increases falling speed and deals damage in area when Orisa lands on the ground. Oh, wow. Wait, is this like an actual, like... That would be pretty cool, though. That would make Orisa, like, goated as hell. You can easily make that into, like, a cool play. I do not think that the Jets would draft Jalen Carter. Like that issue with like, shit, what was it again? Was it like that charge with like Carter? KC, who's KC? What's the poll? Yeah, like none of the offensive tackles that I've seen like really like stand out to me in my opinion in this coming draft. Also, like the good ones are probably gonna be gone outside the top 10. Let's see here. Welcome to New York. You're not gonna be liked. True. Oh my god, it's hilarious. I'll give that a like. All right. Let's see. I think I'm drinking way too much coffee. Save this image. Got meme folder, but this is true. Let's bookmark this. Give that a like and a retweet from the Intellectualist. To tell you the truth, I'm actually like, I had low expectations of the Super Mario movie, but I think that now that like more and more information has like come out about it, and like I've actually seen all the trailers so far. I'm actually liking it too. Chris Pratt, I think, is gonna do just fine in that too. Do I think they could have found somebody else, like a comedian or a professional voice actor, to do the voice of Mario? I think so too, but I understand the appeal of bringing in someone like Chris Pratt. I think that he'll do a good enough job that people will be like, you know what, we expect a lot too. I think he cares. Like Chris Pratt comes off as a guy that I think he cares that he wants people to like him, and he comes off as a very likable guy too, to be honest with you. And I think that he understands that people like the character Mario, and they don't want him to be disrespected. So I think that he may not have the best performance as Mario, as the voice of Mario, but I think that he's going to very much try in that performance, and people are going to see that he actually tried in the performance, and they're going to respect him for it too. They'll criticize it like, hey, he wasn't good enough, but like he tried to give like a certain level of respect to Mario, that the fans are going to like say, okay, at least he tried, he put effort into it. He just wasn't like good enough, you know? And they'll say they'll be nice about it though in their critiques. Yeah. These guys are fucking crazy. I don't understand Lindsey Graham, man. He's really trying. He must be afraid he's going to lose his seat to some like MAGA person. He's like sabotaging like the Republican Party and at least in the Senate with some of the things he said. Okay, I think. Oh, we're never done scrolling Twitter. Yeah, that's true. I remember the Tennessee Holler yesterday was reporting on this too. A lot of like the right wing people are like making up lies saying that like there was like essentially like they were trying to take over the Capitol building in Tennessee, and that wasn't the case too. And there was like plenty of photographic evidence, video evidence showing like otherwise too. And I just like don't understand, like, and it's also like people don't believe it too. That's the thing too. But like the people who listen to these people here, like Ian Miles Chong, Gays Against Rumors, and like a bunch of other people too, Benny Johnson, like their fans are going to eat this stuff up too. It's just like the regular people out there, the moderates, the independents, they don't believe it. It's fucking nuts, man. It's so dangerous, the rhetoric too, because it really like riles up their audience, and like the extremists in their audience are willing to act out like acts of violence and the sincere belief they're doing the right thing. And that's scary. People like that legitimately who feel like they're doing the right thing are as fanatical as like their fans are. They're willing to commit acts of violence because they truly believe like it's the right thing. All right, good old Nancy. Oh, emergency power. 3-day power outage from Anchor. Ugh. Doomsday prepping over here, huh? Guess you guys know what I've been looking at. Yeah, okay. Let's see. All right, let's make fun of Lauren Boebert.
Yes, Mr. Allen, did you or did you not decriminalize?
This is so cringe, man. Oh my god, this is so bad. I can't keep saying cringe. I'm watching like Chud Logic way too much, but like this is just like embarrassing, dude. Public, like the whole thing is just like so silly. Like you come off as like, I'm sorry, like it's just like it might play well to the MAGA crowd, but like everybody else, like what are you talking about? Like public urination.
Criminalize public urination in Washington, D.C. Did you lead the charge to do so?
This is so bad, dude.
No, the revised criminal code left that as a criminal charge.
Did you lead the charge to decriminalize public urination in Washington, D.C.?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever vote in favor of decriminalizing?
I have to watch like the full hearing to get the full context too. But like this sounds like this is just like, why are you like bringing this up? Why are you like bringing this up? This is like so like
public
silly.
Urination in Washington, D.C.
Lauren Boebert is trying really, really hard to get a soundbite out of this House hearing that was held in regard to crime and homelessness in Washington, D.C. But she's a serial bungler, and you're about to see just how badly she bungled this opportunity for a soundbite during this hearing. Now, we have more Boebert videos to get to, but I think the context is important. What was this about? What is she trying to do? Well, there is a point, by the way, where the whole hearing laughs at her, so stay tuned for that highlight. But let's briefly explain the hearing itself. Like, Republicans say that the hearing is in good faith, that they're genuinely concerned with the rising crime in Washington, D.C., and they want to do something about it. They're noticing that the police department has a shortage right now, a 20-year low when it comes to employment at the police department. Also, they're concerned about homelessness. According to D.C.'s Metropolitan Police, incidents of crime, anything from homicide to robbery to theft, have unfortunately increased by 22% overall. So look, you could hold a good faith hearing on this.
Yeah.
But considering the Senate,
You could like those numbers, like you can like have like some of the questions I would ask like just on those numbers too. From your analysis, from these numbers that Anna just read out, right? The question could be, all right, based on these numbers that we talked to too. And from your analysis, like whoever like they're speaking to, from your analysis, what was the reason like for these crimes? Was it at the time the criminal statutes? Was it the lack of funding for law enforcement? Was it you don't have enough prosecutors to prosecute this? Like what is your rationale? And then you can start like breaking down like the rationale, like what was the reason for these numbers too? And like what have you done since these numbers have come out? Have you done to address these issues, and what are you planning to do? Like simple questions like that to address it too. Because like, you know, when you have like rising crime rates like that, and like get behind like the reasons why too, and have like a good faith hearing. But like this stuff's not serious for House Republicans. This is just like DC is the swamp. These big cities are all like cesspools of crime, and it's not the case too. Like crime in like New York City has been going down, down, down, down, down. There was a spike like during the COVID era for like a lot of reasons, because like people were economically depressed. They weren't working. They weren't making money. People got sick of the lockdowns. They got sick of all this stuff, even though there wasn't any help from the government, and the help that was there was like very minimal at best. You know, and it's just people got agitated. That's why there's ever anything like that, like with COVID again. I do not think that any governor, any mayor, and especially whoever the president is, Democrat or Republican, will ever issue any sort of lockdown orders again like that too. They might say, listen, you know, we would like you to do it, we're not going to force you to. And people are not going to, there's no like any government pushback, because I hate doing like a lefty analysis on this too, because I know it's boring, but like the government has a monopoly on violence, right? And they use the instruments like law enforcement, like local and state police to enforce that monopoly like onto people. But you know, that is the case too. Like they have that stick that they can use to say, if you don't do this, we'll put you into jail. That is a form of violence, right? But Republicans aren't like serious about this stuff, and it's just like annoying, to be honest with you. It really is just like annoying, and it's frustrating too, because like these are good conversations to be had too. And the problem is, it's the politicians and the fact they get elected. And the thing is, there are good faith people in those offices. Like we were talking about the Jon Stewart stuff. I've met them. They're good faith people there too, and they're Republicans, and they try to like help people out too, but like they don't have the power. And unfortunately, more and more people like Margaret Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert are coming in too, and they're bringing people who are fucking morons with them, and like are ideologues, and they don't know anything about government. They don't know anything about policy making. They look at statistics and they're like, fuck the statistics, it's how I feel. You know, it's crazy. And they're just stupid too. Like they get reelected because like they say these crazy things that gets to like it triggers people, and it makes them feel a certain way, because they don't understand. They don't really understand like the issue or like their fellow Americans, and it scares them. They think that like, oh, like, you know, whites aren't going to be the majority soon, and like they're gonna get, and everyone of color is gonna get like revenge against us, or like the trans people are gonna turn my kids gay and stuff, like, you know, like they don't understand these things too. And unfortunately, they get info dumped by like Fox News, Alex Jones, and the right-wing media machine too. And unfortunately, there's not enough like sensible people on the left that can reach these people and like make like meet them where they're at and make like sensible arguments. It's always like the extremes. And like I always see like when people on the right like retweet like the most like absurd things from people on the left, you don't even know if like these are actual people. Like they could be a bot, or they could be a bot, or some right-wing personality saying they're like some blue-haired SJW. Like, you know, but there's like people like, there's smart, intelligent people like IRI Destiny. I'll even say Vosh too. Vosh does make some very salient arguments, you know, when he's not calling somebody a fucking Nazi. But like these people get like drowned out by everybody else on the left too, because they're like either like they're liberal. You know, they think Vosh is just like a Joe Biden cocksucking liberal. And it's just like, bro, have you not like seen his entire career? He's aligned with most of you guys on like 99% of things too. He just understands that like you need to like get power in government to be able to like get things done. And like, I was on like a fucking like almost like a 30-minute rant yesterday about this stuff too. It's just like, it's so frustrating, man. Like the left can't get its act together, and like you don't have to all be friends. Fuck that. I don't want to be friends with all you guys, but like you can understand that like Joe Biden, Ron DeSantis, or Donald Trump. I'd rather have Joe Biden, to be honest with you too. You get some semblance of calmness and some semblance of normalcy under government too. And the thing is, and if you have more people in Congress and you stay on local level too, who are progressives and who think like you, then it actually goes up. And you could put pressure on those people, and then you can have them. You're not going to get everything, but you can get some of the things, and something is better than nothing, to be frank. It's just like, it's such it seems so simple, but like people on the left struggle with that too, and I'm so sick and tired of it. Like that's one of the reasons why I stopped talking to people like on the far left. They're so like insensible too. But the problem is like they're so loud and they get so much fucking attention, especially about the manosphere stuff too. Like some of the arguments they make are just like so removed from reality too. Like you don't understand like what's going on. So just shut the fuck up.
Was holding a hearing on union busting committed by Starbucks at the same time. I know it sounds conspiratorial, but I feel like the House hearing was done as a distraction. And based on the line of questioning from Republican lawmakers, I'm going to double down on that conspiracy theory.
Yeah, that's true too. Like when they had that house hearing, I think there was trying to be a distraction too. I realized that yesterday too. When I was looking at like clips of this, I was like, when did this hearing take place? And it was like right around, was it like right around like the same time? Let me go back here.
By Starbucks at the same time. I know it sounds conspiratorial, but I feel like the House hearing was done as a distraction.
Yeah, it was at the same time as like that. But like the clips of like Bernie and like the other Democrats kind of like going into like you know, the Starbucks CEO's like testimony and arguments, like, but like the public urination thing, and don't get me wrong, they're covering it too, but like it's so stupid though. It's so silly and stupid. But they're gonna get reelected though. Lauren Boebert maybe not so much. Adam Fritsch almost beat her the last go around too. He might be able to do it again, and so she's on the hot seat. So, and I think people in her district are getting sick and tired of her too, because she's like, this doesn't help her. I don't know why she thinks this helps her. I think she thinks it helps her. I really do think she thinks this stuff helps her. Marjorie Taylor Greene's in a very safe district. Colorado, by the way, it's sort of purple, but it's turning very blue. But there's still a lot of like red there too, but the red is like pretty far red and pretty far to the right, and people in Colorado aren't with it.
And based on the line of questioning from Republican lawmakers, I'm going to double down on that conspiracy theory. What do you think, Sean?
Yeah. And look, so you have the Dems in charge of the Senate, and you have the Republicans in charge of the House. The Republicans are the populace. They're against these elites and these corporations and all that. Meanwhile, they're literally trying to catch more unhoused people in something that gives them a justification to lock them up. That's it. So the people with the least power, the ones that they're targeting, Bernie Sanders is targeting literal billionaires. So which is actually the populace there? The issue that Boebert goes into. So I would say that Boebert is more intelligent than Marjorie Greene. Both of them are far less intelligent than they think they are or that a representative should be. But the reason that matters more for Lauren Boebert is that Marjorie Greene tries to be cruel and she tries to be pure from the point of view of a right-wing sociopath. Yep. Boebert tries to be clever. And neither of them are capable of it, but Marjorie Greene doesn't try. So she doesn't fail at that. It's very easy to be vapid and cruel, and she reaches that bar on a daily basis, Marjorie Greene. But Boebert wants to be AOC. She wants to be Katie Porter. She wants to get that moment, and she's just not good enough at either her or team. They thought that they had this guy with some research, but clearly they were wrong, so they didn't get their moment. She swings like wilder than Marjorie Greene, and when you miss, you look ridiculous.
And we're about to watch her swing and miss in just a moment. But I have to say, as I watch them embarrass themselves, I feel like Peter Griffin in Family Guy after he injures himself and he just sits there and goes, for like an hour straight, like, ooh, it hurts. Now,
that's a good comparison.
Critics of the hearing are arguing that Republicans should not meddle in DC's local affairs. I agree with them on that. The city council had voted in favor of updating their criminal code, but unfortunately, since DC does not have statehood, the Senate was able to, was it the Senate? No, Congress was able to block the update to what they were doing. So earlier this month, Congress blocked,
which is kind of crazy if you think about it too. Like the city council voted to change it, and they're the ones like on the ground who are holding these like local hearings in DC. And you would think that the members of like that city council could like make those changes. And this is like more of a play as to like why like DC should be its own state at this point too. There's plenty of reasons. There's actually a good list I found online that explains like very succinctly like why DC should be like its own state. But like it is the seat of power for the United States, and I think there's still a lot of like issues like, hey, listen, you know, we don't want. It just seems like, especially now going to 2024 too, You know, we want to be like Democrats saying like they can be like the party of law and order. Like, you are technically the party of law and order, but like the way it's perceived is like it's not the case. So just say like, listen, we want DC to be a state too, and we want to give like the local politicians here like the power. Yeah, they're all about like Republicans are all about like decentralizing the power out of Congress and out of the federal government. Then give DC statehood. Let the people in DC decide their own fates on like their criminal code. Their representative said they were one that makes like these like what they feel are necessary changes to their criminal code. So let them do it too. So let them actually do it and let like Congress not do it. We're here. We'll follow. We're on technically federal property too. You know, we'll obey the laws here in DC. They're not going to turn it into like a complete shit show. And there's a problem. We can then lobby the officials here in DC to make the necessary changes. It's just what it is. That's it. That's how you frame it. It's that simple. You know, you're giving power back to the people and letting their elected officials make the decisions.
DC bill that revised the city's century-old criminal code, representing the first time in 3 decades and only the 4th time in a half century that the country's legislative body overturned the will of the city's lawmakers. Now, let's go to graphic 2 here. Just last week, a group of Republicans toured the DC jail, saying that, get a load of this, they're concerned about the jail conditions for the 20 detainees accused of crimes related to January 6th.
Sure they are.
Democrats who tagged along said those detainees were being treated well. I don't know. Look, I'm not going to believe either side on that, but if Republicans are now suddenly concerned about prison conditions, they can F all the way off, because clearly they've never been concerned about the deplorable conditions of our prisons until some of their pet rioters ended up getting incarcerated for the crimes they committed.
They've never given a shit, and they never will give a shit.
With all that context, with all that said, for God's sake, let's get to the fun. Okay, so Lauren Boebert certainly didn't do herself any favors or her colleagues any favors when she participated in questioning DC Council member Charles Allen. So we'll take the clip from the top. Let's watch.
Mr. Allen, based on these statistics, I would like to talk to you about some other things that are going on here in Washington, D.C., specifically an initiative that you led. In November of 2022, you led the charge to reform D.C.'s crime laws. Is that correct?
I chaired the committee that proposal came
You led this charge, yes, sir. And these changes are now law here in
Blushful, I appreciate you joining the chat here. How are you? Let's see. Oh my god. You're like a cast off from like IRI's chat, and then you're scrolling through like just chatting.
in DC, correct?
And like coming in here too. It is actually very much mind blowing, considering they've never given a shit about prison conditions, especially in their own states. You can look at Florida prison conditions; they're fucking horrible.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I'll talk to Mr. Allen.
God, so bad. Excuse me, Mr. Allen. I just love how she just ignored what he said.
Nobody.live. Ooh, good burn, Plushful. Good burn. I'm pretty sure it's the Joe Biden photo.
And I'm gonna need it because the stuff that's coming next is worse for me.
Dude, you could tell that she's also panicking. Like it's not going the way she wants.
She's got to be enraged at her team.
No,
Assuming
no.
she doesn't have a team. She couldn't get a single fact
Count
right.
created 2 hours ago.
Who led it? Which
Figured.
fine. Whether it was law or not seems relevant to the conversation. She's the congressional equivalent of someone who
Yeah,
forgot
sure.
that they're
Come on,
supposed to
man.
give their book report today. And so they
I
stand
might
up
be
and
new
start
to
talking
streaming.
about,
I'm
well,
not
it's
new to
about
the
this
internet.
guy,
Been on the
Moby
internet
Dick,
since
and
like
he
the
likes
AOL
ocean.
days.
Like,
Come
no,
on.
that's not good enough for the national stage. No.
But if you thought
Get
that
some
was
young
bad,
cat who
it's
doesn't
about to
know
get
shit about
worse
like
for
fucking
Boebert,
clicking
and
links in like a
you know
Twitch
I love
chat.
it. Let's watch.
Mr. Allen,
Especially one
did you
like
or
that
did you
talks
not
politics.
decriminalize public
Come on. You
urination
gotta do better than that, dude.
in Washington, D.C. Did you lead the charge to do so?
No, the revised criminal code left that as a criminal charge.
Did you lead the charge to decriminalize public
But, hey,
urination in
I
Washington,
appreciate the free
D.C.?
content, Doug. I love shitting on chatters. It's always a good time, man.
Of
Especially the dumb
decriminalizing
ones.
public urination in Washington, D.C.
The revised criminal code that was
Did
passed
you
by the
ever
council
support?
kept it as a criminal offense.
And you support this criminal?
I voted for it, yeah.
You voted to keep it as a criminal offense.
You know what?
That's correct.
You know what? You know what, Plush? You You know what, Plushful? You know what? I'm gonna take your word for it. And you're right. And you're right. Nobody.live. You know what, Plushful? I'm gonna be the bigger man here. Dark Brandon will be the bigger man here. Actually, he's actually quite tall too, so it's quite literally and metaphorically. And I will apologize to you. I was being a little hostile to you, so I do apologize for you.
Full council did.
Plushful, I appreciate
that you were in favor of removing that criminal offense and allowing public urination.
No,
Is that something that you intend to pursue in the future?
No, the legislation that you're referring to that came from the Criminal Code Reform Commission changed public urination from a
Godspeed,
criminal to a
Plushful.
civil offense. The council then changed that to maintain it as a criminal offense at the request of the mayor.
Thank you. I yield.
I bet you do. I yield, and can I leave, please? I have somewhere to be. I left my oven on. Goodbye.
She sounds like she has a pee fetish or something. Like she's so fired up.
That was like fucking stupid.
Like just her 15 minutes of water sports fame on the national stage. Like, I gotta get him on the peeing, please. Please, give me something, a dribble, something.
Sir, I've received a leak from your office. Okay.
You say you're against it, but we've got evidence on your pants that implies that you've... It's like, this is an actual job. Being a congressperson, being involved in these hearings is an actual thing. I understand that a lot of stupid people have made their way through Congress and they make it look pretty easy, but it's an actual...
You know what? It actually is a website. I could not believe it. I cannot believe it. Plushful, I do owe you an actual apology. Holy shit, that's an actual... But wait, is it like just drawing... Is it just like drawing like fucking links then from like Twitch and like YouTube? It's literally a website that helps support small content creators. That is like fucking hilarious. Nobody live. I can't. This is like fucking hilarious. Yeah, you learn something new every day.
No. Considering how ineffective
I never even heard of this
Congress has
website.
been at accomplishing anything.
And I'm not like...
I just want to take this time to personally thank Congresswoman Boebert for doing something, which is providing some comedic relief in this unbearable and devastating news cycle. With that said, let's watch others laugh at her.
Been addressing a number of really serious
Oh,
concerns
shit, this is
that
like
our
fucking-
constituents have.
this is actually
They're
hilarious.
choosing to waste our time by meddling in the District of Columbia and talking about public urination over and over. Just want to make sure, do you have anything additional you want to say about public urination? Now's your time.
I do.
All right. This is actually quite hilarious too. Like this. All right. So I want to recap everything like happened here too, because this is just like easy. This is just like funny too. So Plushful comes in, right? So question mark. It's not so mind-blowing that Republicans care about prison conditions. I don't know why. And then I made a comment about Florida's prison conditions, how bad they are. They're actually known to be incredibly bad. I don't know why the deluded left pretends otherwise. I made fun of Plushful's comment. And then I made a comment about how Plushful was probably a cast-off from like IRI's chat too. And then he said, no, I found you on nobody.live. And then I made a comment about basically dating myself about I'm not new to, I might be new to streaming, but I'm not new to the internet, that I've been around since the AOL days. And I said I'm not gonna like just click like a random link in like in chat. I should honestly disable links, but it's fine. And then it wasn't a burn, it's an actual website. So then I actually looked up the website, and yes, there's a website called nobody.live. And apparently streams with nobody watching. It's literally the subtitle to the website, and it's an actual real website. And then Plushful apparently gets hurt, gets his feelings hurt, and he says, "Why are you so hostile?" Nobody.live is a literal website that helps support small content creators. Don't click the link, but you can Google it later if you want, and then you can apologize to me. Good luck. Good luck, buddy. Now, the reason why I was so hostile too is because Plushful created the account 2 hours ago. So he starts off with that, with those first two comments about the left being diluted. He posts a link in chat that I'm not familiar with, and then I click on his name here, shows up his Twitch profile, and shows me that the account was created 2 hours ago. So there's already like a bunch of red flags coming in. But Plushful, if you're still in chat, I'm sorry, but not really sorry too, because you created the account 2 hours ago. So it could be like somebody completely random that he came in, but whatever.
No, not you. I'm talking to. It's not your time. It's a question.
I'll wait
to
till your
these
time's
people
up.
who have
I do
come
have something
here.
else to say.
I know sometimes it's hard when you want to go, but just hold it for like a little bit longer, please. We're trying to have a conversation here. No, put your hand down. It's just, we're doing something right now. You can't go.
Oh
You can't do it.
This was the best story I've covered in a long time. Thank you for adding it to the rundown. It's amazing. I had not seen any of these videos.
It's not really like the best story of all time. Just like Lauren Boebert being like trying to be smart. Unironically, she was trying to be smart. It's just like it's kind of like it's low hanging fruit. Is really what it is. It's just low hanging fruit. Like, I am like intrigued by this. This is like nuts, man.
Until now, they're amazing.
I am like so intrigued by this. This is literally a website. Can't believe this.
Pretends to
I'll show it to everybody in chat.
Masses or whatever. Just
I am
trying
like
to
intrigued by
demonize
this.
House people. That's all that this is about.
Yes. I mean, look, her intention.
So they're just grabbing. So let's see. Get new thumbnail. So these are all like streamers with like what, like one person or like nobody like watching them stream. And you can just like click on like this random thing. So I'm wondering now too. So hold on. So this is the main streamer who's going there. So Hook, watch history. This is the current guy. Made with open source and loved by Jack Kingsman with much appreciation. For Carson Halfrick's Lonely Streams. So does he... So whoever creates it, so the top person here is like the... I guess like that streamer for like the day or something like that too. And then these are a bunch of other random streams that are like coming in. Okay. You know what? I'll admit I was wrong. There you go. I guess like Plushful came in. I guess he's like. I still think that like he's fucking. Actually, he didn't do anything like. Like if you create the account like 2 hours ago, it immediately comes off as suspicious. So whatever. It's all right. Let's see here. We got like a whole bunch of shit like coming in. Plushful, make sure you follow and make sure you subscribe to my YouTube as well. I'll take it too. Feel free to donate money as well, but I need to boost up my numbers. It's the only thing I need right now. We can write this too. The indictment yesterday was fucking great, man. That was great content for yesterday. I gotta work on editing some YouTube videos too. I should be doing that right now, but we'll see what happens. Bro, I'm sorry. E3 is like dead, man. No one's gonna go there too. Every developer or every publisher rather is like putting out like their own content too. 1 minute.
He's
see what
here,
Lucky
and
says.
He actually has a lot better loot than last week. He's located in the EDZ near the Winding Cove in his one of 3 locations, and we're going to go through his entire inventory. First up, he has the Trinity Ghoul. This is an exotic bow. Excellent bow for ad clear. Highly recommend.
Absolutely get it. That thing is absolutely amazing for ad clear. Great for like arc builds too for Titan. Pulse Grenade, you are an ad clearing machine and you get so many ionic traces back. Your abilities will constantly proc.
Using this, if you don't already have it, of course, grab it. And that thing's nasty. And then we have the Gwiz Vest. No one has used this in a long time, but it does buff your Spectral Blades pretty well. So if
Don't
you do
replay
like
Hunter.
Spectrals, I guess you could use this. Not a half bad roll, but not the best roll ever. A One-Eyed Mask is a decent exotic for your Titans out there. However, this roll is pretty bad with 19 mobility. So we're going to pass on that one. Apotheosis Veil is a mid-tier exotic for your Warlock. However, this roll is pretty good with higher recovery, high intellect. I mean, it's at least decent, you know, the high intellect.
It's so weird too. People have been noticing too, like Xur's been like, there's been a lot of crap that just hasn't been good too. I got to do that, I think Prophecy's in rotation right now too. I got to do that boss farm.
Plays into super cast that you're trying to use for this exotic, so you might want to snag that, let it collect some dust for the time being. As far as the weapons go, we do have a True Prophecy with Overflow, Explosive Payload, Attack Mag, Flare Magwell, Fast Draw, which is really nice for the handling on these 120s, and a Reload Speed Masterwork. So it's actually a pretty good PvE roll of the True Prophecy. However, I will say that the Adept Fatebringer exists in the game currently, has double damage perks, and definitely outclasses this weapon significantly. So probably pass on it unless there's some crazy, unless the hand cannon changes make this really good and one-shot certain enemies in challenging content.
Absolutely.
So you might snag it for PvE, but it's up to you.
I have never used a hand cannon in like PvE unless it's like Sunshot, which I'm like, I was experimenting on a couple of builds like late last night too. For like, I've been trying to like get like a really outside like Lorelei helm too. And I finally found like a build where I'm like just like destroying things like crazy, and it's actually pretty decent on yellow bars too, on like champions and whatnot. So I think I got something other than like Lorelei's helm for like Titans at least. Like obviously like Starfire Protocol for like for Warlocks, and I don't really like mess with Hunter too much.
Next up, we have the Cold Denial, which has Zen Moment, which has recently been buffed and is very strong. And that with Swashbuckler, not exactly the best perk combination. Maybe if you're a hunter using a weighted knife, perhaps. And then Fluted Barrel, Armor Piercing Rounds, Light Mag, and Range Masterwork. Not a half bad roll of the Cold Denial, though. The Tears of Contrition is a weapon that you can craft. This roll is terrible, though, so hard pass on that. The Ignition Code is the best kinetic grenade launcher if you can get Slide Shot and Blinding. However, this one does not have that roll, so that's a hard pass on that. We've got the Seven Seraph Shotgun, which can get some really good rolls. However, this is not one of them, so pass on that. The Corsair's Wrath with Heal Clip, a linear...
I'm not gonna lie, like most of these older weapons too, like I have like no interest with them because they don't have an origin trait. Like the newer guns now that have like origin traits, it just makes the gun like so much better too. It doesn't mean like these guns are bad. It's just go back to Cold Tears of Contrition. Should have crafted this like a long time. I didn't get into the game until like after like a couple seasons in, you know.
This roll is terrible though, so hard pass on that. The Ignition Code is the best kinetic grenade launcher if you can get Slide Shot and Blinding. However, this one does not have that roll, so that's a hard pass on that. We've got the Seven Seraph is the best kinetic grenade launcher.
That's actually true, but apparently in the next season there's going to be a wave frame grenade launcher, single shot grenade launcher. That's actually going to be pretty good, which I'm looking forward to. So if it can roll with Show Clip, that would be really good.
If you can get Slide Shot, so pass on that. The Corsair's Wrath with Kill Clip, a linear fusion with Kill Clip, doesn't really make much sense. I mean, you're not going to use this thing for ad clear. You don't need Kill Clip in PvP, so pass on that. Then we have Quick Fang with Flash Counter and Tireless Blade. That's a hard pass on that as well. As far as the armor goes, we'll go through the Hunter, Titan, and Warlock armor. So first up, we have
what are these
Gauntlets
stats?
at 55, pass. 58 chest, pass. If something doesn't have at least 60 plus stats, it's a pass. The helmet is pretty good this week, 64 stats. Decent distribution overall.
It's for Hunter, right? Hunter's fucking stat distribution sucks because your class ability is tied to your mobility. So like, and I like using grenades too. So like, so if you try to max out your mobility, so you constantly have your dodge, but then you want to get like high resilience, you want like high recovery too. But like, if you're like dependent on your grenade, you know, in reality, you probably don't. For Hunters, you probably don't need to like max out your grenade and get 100, but definitely like mobility and resilience and recovery you want. That's the only thing. Like resilience is still so good. Like a full resilience, get like, I think it's like what 30%. It's no longer 40%, right? It's like 30%. I think. I have to double check that. We'll be playing Destiny a little bit later.
The boots are very high resilience, so some PvE boots there. We'll go over the Hawk Moon and DMT in just a moment. First, we gotta pull up the armor for the other characters. We got the Warlock armor here.
Warlock wasn't that great.
For the Warlock, that's gonna be a pass. 58 chest, pass. Helmet has high mobility for Warlock. We can hard pass on that. And the boots have not too bad of a distribution, but 59 stats overall, so we will pass on this as well. The Titan armor has balance 58 and high mobility. That's a hard pass. Do not grab that. Chest is terrible. Helmet is absolutely terrible, and the boots have extremely high intellect, also terrible.
God, these stat distributions are just like horrific.
As far as the weapons go, he does have a really good roll of the Hawkmoon. We got Eye of the Storm. This is one of the better PvP rolls. Hammer Forged is solid. Combat Grip, definitely a solid roll of the Hawkmoon if you don't already rock Eye of the Storm roll. That's a good one there for you. Dead Man's Tale with Moving Target is a very solid roll for controller players out there.
I do not mess with like DMT or like Hawkmoon and PvP. Just like not good. I just don't. I try getting good with like try these Hawkmoon and like generally hand cannons and like PvP. You have to 2-tap. If you don't 2-tap with like hand cannons and PvP, for any people who actually play PvP, like you're not want to get into PvP, you need to be able to 2-tap. First shot breaks shield, second shot they go down. If you don't 2-tap with hand cannons, that hand cannon's not good. Okay. I'm gonna assume this is Zavala's probably gonna die, especially with the passing of Lance Reddick. Yeah, I mean, you might as well just move on. I think at this point, you know, there has to be like some consequences, like after Lightfall. You know, we're moving on from like political content to like Destiny 2, but like we're gonna go back to the political content. But you know, we need to there has to be some conclusion with like Zavala and like all this too. Since Lance Reddick, you might as well just move on from him. We'll have him die like a heroic death and then just move on from him too. I just wonder like how many lines Lance Reddick actually like read and recorded for Zavala. And we'll see what happens. Let's see. I got a bunch of videos and like watch later. Let me just refresh this page. I have 2. We'll get back on Tuesdays. We're waiting for like the actual like whatever happens on Tuesday. Remember, it's April 4th. April 4th is a Tuesday, right? Yeah. So on Tuesday, next Tuesday, Trump's gonna turn himself in New York City. So we'll see what happens there. If you think get perp walk, cuffs, the whole shebang. I don't know. I don't think they'll do that too. I think the Secret Service is not going to allow that because they know that's like going to be a very dangerous situation for like a former president. He's still in New York City, man. Louis Rossman. You can see his thoughts on it too. Let's go ahead and just like check his thoughts.
Hey everybody, how's it going? I hope you're having a lovely day. So today I'm going to be discussing Donald Trump being indicted in New York for supposedly paying hush money to a star. This is not something that I'm exactly...
It's a lot of people like are talking about this, but it's not really about the hush money. Like it's about like it's the connection with like campaign financing, not actually declaring it in a proper way, like on his campaign finance forms. Too, because you have to disclose like where the money is too, and he there's a way to do it properly, and if he did it properly, it honestly would have been fine. Like he's not gonna say like it's hush money. He would say it's something else too, but he did it like incorrectly too, and there are like a lot of loopholes in campaign finance. But if you like tried to like game the system, even though the system's already gamed for you, the system's gonna hit you back, and it's actually happened before, too. And they will like nail you to it as well, because the system as is actually good for politicians, because it's the gaming the system's already built in, but you have to follow the rules. And like I guess like he was trying to be too clever, or he didn't get like the right people involved too. Like we'll find out more. I have to like really like read into it. But like the problem was too, he didn't have to do it the way he did it. That's the thing that kind of scratches my head too. Like he has like this thing where he gets people to do things for him, and it's like they seem to be pretty lazy about it, or he gets like the wrong people to do it, or like the people, it's just like he can get away with like so much, and he has gotten away with like quite a bit throughout his entire life. But like, especially now with all this scrutiny as being like a former president, like people are gonna like really like watch what you're doing too. Like it kind of like boggles my mind too, because a lot of people that he surrounds himself with, like, they're not good at their jobs. It's like, it's frank, like they're not good at it too. You can see from his cabinet too, like when he was the president, like people, it was like a revolving door. It kind of like boggles my mind to be frank with you too. And I think that he's just so used to like doing something a certain way, he was just like set in his ways. But like, I don't know, man, like someone had to have like a frank conversation with them. And I just don't think like he's Donald Trump, so like he's been doing things his own way for like the longest time too. But like, you know, when you're the president of the United States, like you have a lot of power, but at the same time you may have a lot of power, or at least the appearance of power, but there's actually a lot of things that you can't do because like things are done like a certain way to keep a certain level of stability too. And maybe he thought he could really shake things up a little bit. You probably could shake things up like a little bit too, but only to a certain extent too. And you laid the groundwork for the next guy to like shake it up a little bit more too. So it has to be like a gradual like shaking of things up until like you can really like change everything too. Because there's a lot of things like going on that's been going on for like a long time in like the swamp or DC, whatever you want to call it, right? So there's like a way to do it, but like you can't be like, you could be the guy that starts it, but you're probably not gonna be the guy that finishes it, if that makes any sense.
Exactly excited to discuss.
It's just,
this is something that has been coming up nonstop as a result of my dealings with New York City and New York State, which I've been making public over the past several years. I've had many issues dealing with the city and the state where I have, in my opinion, been able to prove that they are thoroughly incompetent and horrible at their job at every single level. And many people have been saying, since you've had this bad experience, what do you think of what Trump is going through? So from what I understand, it looks like there's about approximately 34 counts, including falsifying business records, as well as
like, don't get caught up on like the 34 counts too. I don't know if like Lewis is gonna like go, I'm like pause Andying it a little bit too. Don't get caught up on the 34 counts. Like people are getting caught up on like the 34 counts on it too. Really, the 34 counts are like probably on the different documents that like he either falsified, improperly filed, because they're trying to make the connection to like the violation of like a federal like campaign finance laws to bump it up to like a felony. But don't get excited like it's 34 counts too, you know. That's literally meaningless.
The Stormy Daniels stuff, where they're claiming that he paid hush money to a porn star. Now, paying hush money to a porn star out of your pocket is one thing, but using campaign finance funds in order to pay money to your attorney, and then telling your attorney to turn around and give that money to the porn star so that she doesn't talk, when you're claiming that this was a legal expense for the campaign as a result of it going through your attorney.
Exactly.
That's kind of in the world of campaign finance issues. And that's one of the things that somebody like me would get in trouble for. I tried to get a ballot initiative done in Massachusetts in the year of 2021. And because I'm new to all of this, I was very close to making some serious mistakes. And had I made those mistakes, had I moved forward, I actually would have been committing a campaign finance violation for which I personally would have been held accountable and responsible for. And that's the way it is. If I make a mistake, even if I'm not intending to make a mistake, even if I'm not like, you know, trying to use my attorney as a means to pay off a porn star, even if I don't intend to make that mistake, I am still going to be held accountable and responsible because I did something wrong. And it's my personal belief that whether you are a Democrat or Republican, whether you are a pleb wagey or the CEO of Walmart, whether you are a pleb MacBook repairman or a governor, senator, congressman, or president of the United States, that if you break the law and you intend to break the law, that you should be held accountable and responsible for your actions. If you're not held accountable and responsible, everything kind of breaks down. Now, what this really comes down to is, did he do what they are accusing him of? And this is the question that keeps coming up a lot in my comments, which is that how can you possibly believe that he actually did something wrong? How can you believe that they're being honest with it when they've kind of disliked him politically from the get-go? And also, more importantly, because, Lewis, as you've stated, New York City and state are completely incompetent. They are completely corrupt. They get everything wrong. Look, they placed a lien and a warrant on your business, and they sent the information about it to Maine, and they refused to take it off your business until you spent 14 hours on the phone with them. Well, point taken, 100%. However, this is where I will then turn it around. Let's say that this is actually true. And let's say that Donald Trump has done nothing illegal, nothing wrong. All of these transactions were 100% above board, prim and proper, and that New York City or New York State is fabricating evidence or making things up or something like that. Given the fact that New York State and New York City are so dumb, are so above and beyond incompetent and ridiculous and bad at their job, it should be very easy for him to make the case that they are screwing him and railroading him without use of politically charged rhetoric. So a lot of what you've been hearing is that this is a politically charged prosecution because they don't like him. This is big, so that he won't be able to get reelected and all this other stuff. And he is using that to kind of make people mad and angry and not believe the evidence that is being presented. I don't actually think that you even need to do that, because when I talk about New York State or New York City, I tend to do so in a very negative light because of my own personal biases, and also because I believe that the city and the state are run by complete morons and fools that I have absolutely zero respect for. Let me just put that out there. That's my bias. I have no respect.
He's not the only person in New York. I tend to be a little bit more positive about it because I see a lot of people behind the scenes trying to make the city and the state better too. But there's a lot of lack of a better term, crap going on and bloat going on too, that makes it a bureaucratic nightmare in the state too, and that prevents a lot of change too. It's almost it's not pay to play, but it's pretty close too. There's so much if you know people in in Albany specifically, and in down in Manhattan, you can get things done. You know what I mean? If you know people who can get things done for you too, and usually it's the people who know the people who can get things done, the people who pay the campaigns for those people who can get things done. You know what I mean? And it's a major problem too, because the state has to function a certain way too, and it's not functioning in that way too, because we still have a lot of problems in the states. And we talked about housing before too. It's a bureaucratic nightmare, especially in the city, to get things done too. Construction costs way too much. Prices of houses have gone up exponentially so, and it's just, and people, the average Dick and Jane in this state are getting priced out slowly but surely, and it's getting harder and harder for the average person to essentially live in the state, and it's happening in Texas and Florida too. Don't believe me, people have posted plenty of videos about it too. I saw videos plenty of neighborhoods in Texas, especially just outside of Austin and the Dallas-Fort Worth area too, where you see the same signs from it's from the same real estate company, and it's the same hedge fund that owns the real estate company, and they're not selling those homes for ownership, right? They're not selling those homes for a family that lived there. They're renting them out, right? So what do you do? So it's because this is a blue state too. It should be leading the charge. Same thing with California, and same thing with California, the two largest blue states that generate the most revenue for the entire country should be leading the charge and making substantive changes to help the everyday people who live and work in those states too, so it can be a model for the rest of the country to follow too. But we are failing, but I do see substantive changes coming. I do know people who are working behind the scenes too. But it's the example that Jon Stewart used when he was talking to Fareed Zakaria there on that clip, CNN clip we were watching earlier too. There's a moat around those people, and in that moat are the lobbyists and the big money people and the corporations who are stopping you from getting access to the people who unironically you voted into office too. Right? Because these people are only a handful of people, but they seem to have such a stranglehold on the people in the high castle, right? The money interests seem to have such a stranglehold too. But in reality, the people in that high castle need to be listening to you, because at any time you can come in and kick them out of the castle and then appoint someone else into that castle. But that moat, it seems so deep and so impenetrable sometimes too. people get apathetic. People's like stop caring about it. It's like it is what it is, and sometimes they stop voting. So then the money interests get enough people to vote, and they put somebody in the office that they can just basically like, puppet around, like a master puppeteer, and that's a problem too. But Lewis will talk about it more too, and it very much feels like that way in New York. And this is a blue state too, where the governor's a Democrat. There's Democrats leading the entire state too, but it feels very penetrable to like the average person too. But I can tell you firsthand, there are people on the ground that are trying to like make things happen too, and there are people in the system here who are trying to like make things happen to better people's like make material changes to people's lives too. But there's a lot of bloat and a lot of crap to like go through, and it feels like you're going through like it's like you're going through like you're up to here. It's like quicksand. It feels like you're sinking, and you can't. And the more you try to move and shift, like you're going deeper in. But I'm promising you, like things are happening behind the scenes to try to make it better too. But it is going to take time too, and it takes like effort and takes work on your part to elect people who are going to look at the money interest and says, no, I don't work for you. I work for the actual people who voted for me. But it is happening though. I don't want you to lose hope and get doomer. Some people want you to get doomer. This is not a doomer channel. But like, I'll be realistic with you. It does take time. It does take effort.
Respect for the people that run New York City. I have no respect for the people who run New York State. I was willing to uproot my life, spend over $50,000 moving across the country so that I could start fresh, just so that I never have to step foot in that fucking hole again. That is my bias. That being said, it is because they are that stupid that it should actually be very easy for him to stop using all this politically charged rhetoric and simply say, I'm innocent. Here's why. In my videos, I tend to say what I say about New York City, but then I also present my evidence clear as day, and that usually is enough to get the job done. So when it came to the case of my tax issue, I actually save everything right here. Because I am an OC business owner, I have a binder for each of my businesses, and in those binders are every single one of my returns with a certified mail mailing receipt that demonstrates that the state received and signed for my return. I then have a copy of the check that they cashed and the little stamp that they have when they stamp the check, so that I can demonstrate that the amount of money they deposited was for my tax return, and the memo matches the number that was on my return. So they cannot say that they didn't get it. When they say I didn't pay my taxes, I have all of the evidence to demonstrate that not only did I pay it, but you took payment for it and you accepted it already, so you can't say that you did not receive it. If I, over here, sitting here as, again, a normal pleb with a six-figure net worth, is able to demonstrate in real time that they are complete morons and literally live stream my phone calls to you with minor editing for this, just so that you don't hear my social security number, then surely somebody with a billion-dollar net worth with 4 more zeros than I should be able to do this very, very easily. Again, when I am calling the city, and I'm doing that in all these phone calls over here and these videos where I'm calling them for 40 minutes and all that, I'm not doing that with a lawyer. I'm not doing that with my CPA. I'm not doing that with the help of counsel. I'm doing that as a man in a $5 blue t-shirt sitting next to his cat in a ripped up lounge chair. If I can prove that the city and state of New York are completely full of garbage from a ripped up lounge chair without the help of professional counsel, then surely a man with 4 more figures on his net worth should be able to make that case very easily if he actually has a case to make. And as I've gone over many times, it really does not take a lot of effort to do this. I'll just put on my headphone so that we could go over this. When it comes to, the lien that they had, I got the person to apologize right on the phone because they were sending my stuff to the wrong address.
So the mailing address that we have on file is P.O. Box 842, Berwick, Maine.
Okay, before I continue playing this has actually happened to people I know too. Which sounds crazy, but it does happen. I know a guy I went to school back to. He had a very common name, not like John Smith, but I'm not gonna just obviously say his real name, but he had a very common name in the area that he lived in too, and there was a warrant. There was a warrant apparently for his arrest, so he came in everything too, but then the warrant wasn't specifically, the warrant was complete bullshit. That's the only thing too. They got the wrong guy, and and his dad had to get like a social security card and everything to prove like, hey, yeah, I'm not this guy too. And the whole thing was a mess. These things like happen too. But the problem is in the system that like we live into, where like everything's like fingerprinted, documented, like stuff like this like shouldn't happen. Like the whole thing is just like this is what I'm saying, like this is like such a bureaucratic mess. Like this stuff like shouldn't be happening, especially with the technology that we have today, but it does happen too, and it really calls into question, and it makes people get frustrated too, because you disrupt it when shit like this happens. You really disrupt their lives. Like that's the thing too. And it's like, oh no, it's fine. No, it's not fine. Like some people, and I'm one of those people, like if you miss like a day in work and you explain to your boss like what happened, they're gonna be like, yeah, that's fine, cool, it's okay, yeah, you can leave early, you gotta go to a doctor's appointment. Like some people benefit from that too, and if you're like your own business owner, you're your own boss, you know you have that advantage too, like Lewis is here too. Other people though, your boss don't give a shit if like, hey, they apparently like, I have a summons out for me and they said, well, if you don't show up on Friday, I'm gonna fucking fire you. Well, you know, this is wrong, but I need to like go to this hearing, and you know what I mean? Like a lot of people don't have like that sort of leverage have like that sort of like courtesy, you know? That's just like, that is what it is. And they live paycheck to paycheck. Like these are like real material issues too. And it's frustrating for a lot of people too. So I understand like Lewis's frustration. I have that same frustration too. And there has to be like a better way to do this too. And like the biggest problem here in the state is it's a bureaucratic nightmare too. And unfortunately, people are trying to deconstruct it. That's going to be a long process, and it's going to take like several years before like anything like that happens.
No, I've never lived in Maine. I've been to Maine once in my life.
What? Oh, I apologize.
Looking in the account at a glance, this collection case ID that you gave me doesn't match your account at all, and in fact, we're showing that you have no balance.
As you can see, it's actually incredibly simple to demonstrate after just providing some basic evidence that they are completely wrong. And I'm confident enough in that I will literally post the entire phone call recording to YouTube along with the entire transcript. When it comes to me just trying to ask how to obey a law that I was fined on, this is what I hear.
Picked it up, and they won't answer my phone calls or text messages or emails. Does that have to get entered into the Leads Online database, or how does that work?
Whoa. I don't need to use politically charged rhetoric. I don't need to say that New York City has it out to me because I talk badly about the state, or because I don't vote the way they want me to vote, or because I lobby for right to repair. I could make those arguments. I could say all that stuff in order for my base.
He's done like a really good job on the right to repair stuff too. He's actually gone like pretty far too. There's nothing like legally like in the books yet too, but a lot of companies now are like essentially allowing you to like repair like the item that you bought now, especially when it comes down to electronics too. I know Apple's like done a completely 180 on it too, like on that stuff too. Microsoft has like slowly like changed it too, but a lot of times too, I think I do agree like with Lewis too. Instead of going to like a shop or even like a third party shop, you should be able to like fix these things on your own too, without invalidating the ability to like return the product or getting the product repaired from like the original manufacturer. If like you try to repair it yourself, if it's like beyond like repair, it's a different story, but like you should be able to repair it yourself too. And more often than not too, like I have a MacBook Pro that I used like back in the day, and I still have it too, and I changed the battery myself. Like I watched a couple of videos, I got the right tools, and I bought the battery on Amazon, and I got it fixed, and it's working perfectly fine now. But it's like things like that, you know, I think that you should have to, and Louis is like exactly right about that too. You should be able to bring it to like a third party too, like his shop, or like I think it was like Tiger Direct, like back when I used to live like down in Florida too. I think it was Tiger Direct or whatever it was called, like down there in Jacksonville. But like, yeah, you should be able to go there too, like invalidating like a warranty. I hate that stuff too. Like they force you to go back to the original manufacturer, and they charge you an arm and a leg to get something fixed, especially if it's something that you paid good money already because you like the product, you like the company or whatever, and you think it's a good product, so you're willing to spend the money to get it, and like you use it too. But now you can't go get like get it repaired by a reputable like third party or do it yourself too without invalidating the warranty. It's just so ridiculous to me, and I absolutely hate it.
To be excited,
especially with cars.
But at the end of the day, it's actually easier for me to just ask a basic question,
and
then
I'm back.
The response, which is another interesting one.
Say bye to Dark Brandon.
With the Office of Administrative Trials
and we're back.
Office of Administrative Trials and Hearings, and the person that I was directed to is so used to people simply paying the fine without actually calling the number on the summons that they didn't know how to handle it. This person's probably literally never had somebody call in before, and they admit as much over here.
Hi, I have a question for you. I have a hearing now. It's for DCA, which I've never done before.
Which I've never done before. This woman admits out loud that she has literally never done this before. This is a 3.5-hour phone call to get a basic answer, not from a normal low-level person. Judge from an Office of Administrative Trials and Hearings. When I called the Supreme Court, that's again the Supreme Court of New York. Supreme Court. The answer that I got was literally as follows.
I guess I don't know how to.
All right, I want to make something like very clear. The Supreme Court in New York is not like the highest court in the state. The highest court in the state is like the New York Court of Appeals. Essentially like every state Supreme Court is like their highest appellate court. Same thing with our like the U.S. Supreme Court in D.C. I don't know why they call it the Court of Appeals here in New York. There's probably a story behind it too. The New York Supreme Court is the highest level trial court in the state, but the highest court is the New York Court of Appeals too. But yes, I'm going to tell you right now, the state, I've said it before, I'll say it again, Louis is probably going to say it, and he's probably said it a million times in his videos, the state of New York is a giant bureaucratic mess too. There's a lot of employees that work for the different, like, that work for the court system, the state and local governments all over the place too. I can tell you right now, the left hand does not know what the right hand is doing more often than not too, and it's very frustrating for you as a citizen of the state too when you go through something like this, right? Like Lewis is going, or if you're trying to pay something and you're wondering why you got a ticket for something and it makes no sense, or they got the wrong person for something, like my friend when he had a very common name and there was a warrant issued out and they arrested him for like, even though they could have easily checked to see if he was like the right person who had the same name. You know what I mean? Like these things, it falls through the cracks. It's very frustrating for the average person to deal with this too, because it does like upend their day, upend their life for like that day, and it can be serious ramifications for them, like down the road too. And it's a pain in the ass, man, and they have to do something about it too. Like I just do not think like it has to be this big of a bureaucratic mess too, because it's also a pain for like these employees too, when it's like there's so much like going on too, and it frustrates them as an employee. I know that because I've been in customer service before too, when like you're gonna ask the question and you do not have like an answer for like the person calling, and you can feel their frustration because you know like you would be frustrated too in that same situation, and the whole thing is just, it's a mess too, you know, and especially when you're dealing with any like court related stuff too, it kind of brings up like the anxiety of a person too, because no one wants to go to court, right? Like no one wants to do jury duty, no one wants to get a court, like you get like a summons or for something, you get subpoenaed, and you're like, oh, what do I do? You know, you get like, your anxiety goes up. So I mean, it is what it is.
Put this delicately, the elevator wasn't going to the top over there.
It really does not take much work to demonstrate if you are being railroaded that you are being railroaded. My audit is the only one where I did not actually live stream the content, because my accountant told me that if I live streamed my audit, in spite of me being his client for over 14 years now, that he would actually kill me. And I understand why he said what he said, because live streaming your audit is an absolutely dumbass thing to do. But I've told him after this audit, where they were asking for what amounted to $600,000 at $1.2 million, and figured out at the end of it that I owed less than $6,000 because my error rate was 0.1, not 1%, 0.1%, that if I get audited by New York State again, I am literally live streaming the entire effing thing, because as I said, I have every single receipt, and I don't think they were expecting somebody like me that saves everything. When they go back 5 years and they say, what was this transaction for? I pull a receipt out and I show them. When they say, prove that this transaction happened at a New York State, I go to my shipping manifest dated January 2nd, 2018, and I pull out the shipping manifest along with the customer information to prove that it happened at a state. When they ask me for those records and they assume that I'm some bodega owner that's the first year in business that claims all of his sales are on credit card with no cash, that's obviously skimming something that they think is an easy mark, I smirk and I pull out my records and I prove them wrong because I can. You see, I save everything. I have something for everything, which is why it was easy for me to do this and why I was so confident in myself that I was happy to share the entire process transparently 100% on YouTube and separate my political commentary on how I cannot stand that hole from the actual evidence. Here is what New York City and state are claiming. Here is the actual evidence that proves that they are full of it. Here is the phone call transcript, fully recorded and uploaded, because it is that easy to prove. What is my point here? My point is very simple. If Mr. Trump is actually telling the truth with saying that this is a politically motivated hit and that it has no basis in fact or reality, then given that there's 4 more zeros in his net worth than mine, given that he has access to so many better resources than me, given that he's not going to be the one waiting on hold on his own, he has a team of some of the best lawyers in the country to do all the digging and put everything together for him, then he should be able to prove that very, very quickly without the politically charged rhetoric. It should be something that is actually very simple to do because, as I've demonstrated, I can literally sit here in a $5 t-shirt with no professional help in a chair that has been scratched up by a cat and prove that the supposedly greatest city on earth is run by complete morons. If I can do that, then if he has the receipts and he's telling the truth, then he should be able to do it too, and it should be very simple. And if he doesn't do that, well,
that's actually very good analysis.
Might be a little guilty of some of the things that they're accusing him of. It is possible for 2 things to be true at once. New York State and New York City can be an absolute and utter shithole that will do every single thing they can to ream every last dollar out of you that is humanly possible, and they may be out to punish their political opponent, while simultaneously their political opponent might have done something that was massively stupid because that is just something that that person might be used to being able to do and get away with. As I've said many times on this channel, commercial real estate is a very, very peculiar industry. It's one of those things where you'll hear people say things like the following.
Because I mark up my prices, but I also don't lie about that I'm selling and claiming something it's not.
They're not lying. It's commercial real estate.
It's not lying. It's commercial real estate. It is very difficult to become a real estate mogul in New York City and New York State while doing everything honestly. It's just not built into the culture in New York City, to be honest, when it comes to commercial real estate, which is a lot of what he was involved in for a very long period of time. And
I know. It's just there's like so much like history about it too, and I think like it's just like it's learned behavior, and it's behavior that he's like gotten away with like for the longest time too. Like there's like he didn't have to do it this way too. He didn't have to do a lot of things when he was a president, to be honest with you too. Like he easily could have gotten like reelected, but like he fucked up COVID like so badly. People were like, bro, you're an idiot too. He did things a certain way as like a real estate mogul for like so long. It's learned behavior, and then he didn't have to do that. And it's just like it baffles my mind too, because I don't think he's like, people say like he's an idiot. I don't think he's an idiot. I think he's when it comes down to like when it comes down to like maybe like his knowledge on like issues specifically, I don't think he knows really jack shit, but I think he understands people. I think he's a good salesman. He knows how to sell himself and get people on board for what he's selling. I think in that way he's good, and that's actually pretty good skill set to be a good politician to get reelected. But when it comes down to governing, getting elected and governing are 2 different things. When it comes down to governing, he didn't know jack shit. And unfortunately, he surrounded himself with people who also didn't know how to govern, right? Or at least govern as a competent Republican would be able to govern. And I'm a Democrat, I'm a liberal, progressive, what have you. I'm not gonna agree with any like what George Bush did when he was president. The second Bush, not the first, but I was too young for that. But he surrounded himself with people when he was in office too, who was like him. They just weren't competent in governing. He needed people around him who essentially would do the governing for him, and he can say all the crazy shit he wanted. But really, like, they would run the government somewhat competently, like a competent Republican administration would have done it, and he would have easily won re-election. Right? He would still be the president right now. But he didn't do that, and he basically has never removed like the real estate mogul hat too, and especially in this handling too. He didn't have to like do it this way too. The mechanisms are in place for him to essentially like do it, to pay that hush money and do it properly, quote unquote properly, but he didn't do it properly. So now he's gonna have to face the consequences of that too. And the Republican Party doesn't want to deal with them anymore. The establishment within the Republican Party doesn't want to deal with them anymore. So now they'll say all this stuff to keep the base on their side, but quietly they're like, all right, fucking send him to jail already, Democrats. It's just, I don't understand, like, the MAGA crowd's not going to, like, listen to this. They're going to say, like, it's the deep state, it's the swamp, fucking Democrats, Biden, like, trying to, like, screw him over. But this is just a fact. This is just a fact.
Certain way because that's what everybody else is doing. It's kind of like how you do things moving forward. You know, it's kind of like piracy. Like when you're 13, you pirate stuff because you're broke and you don't even have a credit card. So even if you had money, you can't spend it. When you're 18, you pirate stuff because you're a broke college student. When you're 23, you pirate stuff because you don't have a job. And then once you're 28 and you start your own company and you actually have a little bit of money, you pirate stuff just because you were always used to pirating stuff the entire time. And then you wind up, well, you know, you actually have a business when you're 34 with 100 people and you get busted by the Business Software Alliance because you're still just doing things the way you had always done them. When it comes to being a commercial real estate mogul in New York City, I mean, they're just fundamentally, Democrat, Republican, politician or not, there's just a way that those people do business, and that way of doing business is not exactly suitable to somebody who is going to be under the spotlight because they are becoming the president of the United States. And just like the person that started pirating things at 13 that is now getting in trouble with the Business Software Alliance when they have a 100-employee company at the age of 40 might just be following the same old habits they always had because that's just what they're used to doing. It is a possibility that some of the habits that he had from being a real estate mogul in the 70s and 80s might have carried over into a 2010s political campaign to become the president, which is obviously not ideal, and it obviously may not make sense given that he has enough money that if you do want to pay a porn star hush money, you should probably be able to do this without taking it out of your campaign account. But if this is just the way that you're used to doing business and it becomes a habit and you've been working with people that just think this way and do things this way for 20 or 30 years and you haven't gotten in trouble for it, then why stop now? And a part of me does wonder and does kind of think maybe, just maybe, the reason that there is so much rhetoric from him about how politically charged this is and how it's all made up and they're just doing this because they want to keep him from running president and all that might be because he doesn't actually have the binder full of receipts. He doesn't have the proof and the evidence that he did nothing wrong. And if he did,
I love how Lewis just brings it over here, and every time he has to go over here, he's talking like he comes off the mic and he's like, he doesn't have the binder full of receipts, guys. He probably doesn't have the binder full of receipts too. Literally, in fact, too. That's the reason why. That's another reason why, like, I take like Cohen's two reasons why I take Michael Cohen's like statements to the grand jury like as basically fact. He went to actual jail for it too, and he is the living receipt of it. Like, he has no reason to lie. Too, because if he did lie, and he's gonna get in trouble for it because he went to jail already for it. So, you know, and did Michael Cohen lose his license? He definitely had to lose his license. I believe so. Michael Cohen law license. Okay, so he was disbarred. Okay. Dude, that's a big deal, man. Like, when you make your bones as a lawyer too, you work hard to get your law license like that, and you know, it kind of defines who you are too. You put so much time and effort into like practicing to getting your license, passing the bar, and end up like actually like practicing. It is what it is.
As I've demonstrated, defeating New York State is so easy. I can literally do it from my lounge chair. And I did it from my lounge chair, and I released a video just a few days ago where what I did was I showed you the mail that I got from New York State in this video, opening mail from New York State, where they pretty much said in the video, in the mail, that they were completely wrong about everything that they had said about my business, and they removed all liens, warrants, and everything. I didn't have to hire a professional for that. I literally just sat here in my effing chair every single time that I've proven the state wrong.
Keep all your paperwork, folks.
That were in this playlist, the why businesses leave New York City. There's about 2 other videos in this playlist that I didn't even include here. The time they wanted to shut down my business over licensing stuff, and all of these videos that I do, they're literally just dudes sitting in chair with receipts, and that tends to be enough. So I think it should be enough for him. But we'll see. That's it for today. And as always, I hope you learned something. Those are my thoughts on this matter. That's about it. I look forward to a kind and peaceful comment section where people engage with each other in good faith without insulting or yelling or being mad. That's it for today. And as always,
you gotta love the YouTube comment section. I thought I was subscribed to Louis Rossman. There you go. Subscribe to him. Does good stuff too.
Clean a little bit.
I actually thought he like left already too. I know he was having like such like a hard time. I guess he's still stuck in the city, man. Unless he is like actually already unless he's planning on I actually do want to know a little bit more about the Restrict Act. A little more. I do trust like Louis Rossman. He actually does like a lot of good work too. So we'll go ahead and just say that we'll watch that like for tomorrow or something. Part of me really actually does believe that too. Now the 34 counts too. I do not think like Alvin Bragg would have brought this case unless there was like a felony that he feels, unless there was a felony conviction that warrants like jail time. I just like don't think so. And what takes place in the city too. You know what? I'll actually agree with the statement too. There's God, what was it in college? I wish I still had the book, but there's a book. It's a very dry book, but it really dealt into like the bureaucratic nature, the bureaucracy that is like the New York State government. It mostly concentrated on Albany too, but it really is really reflected, especially in like in New York City as well. But it's like it's a hefty bureaucracy, man. And there's a lot of things like going on too. That's why I try to push for more like progressive candidates in there too, who really understand like the bureaucracy has to be broken up too, and there has to be a lot of like, as soy as this sounds, like systemic changes within like that bureaucracy to make it like a lot easier and to prevent like dumb shit like this from like happening too. But not like the Trump indictment, but you know, what Lewis was going through with like the audit and everything too, it didn't really make any sense. But yeah. If he's innocent, he can prove it in court. You don't get the yeah. Well, listen, I understand like the sentiment like with this too, and Lewis is gonna like I read like the first sentence here, first 2 sentences here, and he's right on the thinking too. Don't think because you get 34 counts that means anything too. That's why like 34 counts doesn't mean anything too. It's what he can like actually prove in the court of law too, and whether he can like prove the 34 counts don't really mean anything. To be honest with you, there has to be like actual like evidence to prove like he actually committed like these crimes too. He gets his fair day in court, right? Because at the end of the day too, like a regular person can get railroaded in court too, especially if you don't have like a good attorney to like defend you. You know, you can easily get railroaded in court. Also, just keep in mind too, whenever there's grand jury evidence like presented too, now prosecutors will tell you they'll present evidence in a fair light too, but they do pick and choose what evidence goes in front of that grand jury too. And I'm gonna be very honest with you too, in regards to my fellow Americans too, I'm like that too. I don't know everything about the law too, but most people too, when they're presented with like evidence too, they generally have, especially in criminal cases, they generally come to think that, okay, maybe the defendant generally could be guilty based on the evidence too, and it takes them time, and it really takes like a good defense attorney to lay out the counter argument too in front of that jury too. So remember, in front of a grand jury, the prosecution's presenting evidence, picking and choosing what evidence that the prosecution is going to present in front of that grand jury to see if they can get a possible indictment. Right now, this grand jury said, now in this circumstances, the reason why I'm confident that there could possibly be, I'm leaning more like on the confident side, that there could be a possible guilty of Donald Trump, is because in these circumstances, with all the politics like behind it too, you cannot take a swing and miss. This is like, you have to like get a conviction on this, because it will be devastating for like Alvin Bragg, for the city and the state of New York, and frankly for the Democratic Party, if he misses like on this too. That's why I think that like in this case, like there's room to be optimistic on this in regard to, even like with the novel application of making this, turning these what we'll consider to be a misdemeanor into like a felony, as some people were explaining in earlier videos that we watched too. That's why I think I'm optimistic in that regard too. Maybe, once legal armaments are being swung left, right, and center in court, and Trump's defense attorneys get their hands on it and they can rip it apart there in front of a jury, and maybe a jury will change, because once you get in front of a jury, anything can happen, right? So maybe that will change too. But something tells me like there's enough evidence that Bragg and his team can make the case that Trump is guilty of these crimes, and he's doing felony time. I just do not think under these circumstances he's gonna like take a swing and miss like that. That would be devastating for him. And a lot of these like lifelong prosecutors, like stuff like this makes their bones, and they might seek like higher office afterwards. But like there's always that motivation. But let's see what Lewis says here. See, this is dangerous thinking. You can get 10,000 counts something without legit evidence. To reiterate, we do not live in a country where the prosecution makes a claim means it is true based on the quantity of the claims. That is true. That is a banana republic thinking and should never enter our discourse. If this were the case, everyone would be in jail, because every shitty prosecutor would accuse you of 200 crimes, and the jury would assume you're guilty. This is very dangerous thinking. Whether you like or dislike someone, whatever preconceived notions or biases are, you listen to the prosecution makes their case, you listen to the defense poke holes in their case, and you make a decision based on the evidence. Do understand that the standard you apply to the defendant, whether your friend or your enemy, will be the standard that is eventually applied to you. That is true. That's why I try to take like a muted response to like the indictment yesterday too. Just like hear out everything that happens too. But I'm still confident though, like based on like the person that is being indicted, a former president, this is not something that you can take a swing and miss at. That's why I'm confident like they have the evidence to back up their claim, because I think it's there too. And if you really look at like Trump's response, I think he's sweating. Like it's like Lewis said in the video too, you have the receipts, right? Like you have the receipts, but everything's pointing, but all the evidence so far, and I imagine they have what they need, and they're proven in a court of law. It's gonna be one of the most watched things on like Twitch, YouTube. Everybody's gonna be watching this, everyone. So I think they got the goods. The way this works, the prosecution will lay out what they believe is evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. Then the defense will poke holes in that evidence and point out why it is bullshit. The jury decides who they believe. People really take offense to the term prove innocence, but if you have ever done jury duty before, you understand that the way this plays out in reality. After the prosecution tries to prove you're guilty, if they have even half done their homework, the jury is looking out over at defense with this damn you're guilty look on their faces. You have to present anything to counter, because as you have demonstrated, the practical reality is that most ordinary people believe that simply being accused makes you guilty. That's actually reflected in the polls too. Think about this too. In the Republican primary, as a result of even when Trump made that Truth Social post, his numbers started going up too, and he was able to fundraise all of it too. However, polling in terms of the general, and this is between like Democrats and independents, moderates, and Republicans still overwhelmingly favor Donald Trump, especially after the indictment. But the numbers have for like where the Democrats think that Democrats still think of him low, but the independents and moderates, that's the swing votes, they're in line lockstep with the Democrats. They think that he should not run for office, and if he's actually found guilty of this crime, or frankly of like the more serious offenses too, he definitely should not only run, but like he shouldn't like be precluded from running. So this hurts him in the general, and like when you're polling the general public, they do not think that he should run for president. Let alone, and if he does win, he shouldn't be allowed to serve, frankly. And that just makes like some very interesting conversation too. Imagine like he wins the nomination and like he's found guilty, of this crime. He's doing jail time. Could you imagine that? Could you imagine that? That would be madness, man. After this point, defense pokes holes in prosecution's story to prove your innocence. Juries that I've been on tend to have a bias towards thinking you're guilty, but both I served on, we found them not guilty. Everyone had that he's guilty look in their face after I presented their evidence. There's like initial bias with like the prosecution. There's like a belief that like the person's like guilty, right? Because the evidence sent it to, but then just look at both sides. Like, just don't assume because all that counts like he's guilty. Look at the evidence there. Is there enough to like be able to like actually find him guilty on this evidence too? I think there is. It would boggle my mind that Alvin Bragg would take a swing like this and like he misses. So Meat Canyon responds to Sneeko meets Charlie. Go ahead. Well, I'll save the watch later. I'm gonna have to get some more coffee. Let's see, subscriptions. Some black guy. There has to be something else like going on behind the scenes with Froggy Fresh. I just don't think, because it can't be like his association where he briefly trained with Sam Hyde. It just can't be, because like Harley from Epic Mealtime briefly trained with Sam Hyde, and that was all over like YouTube. It can't be that. It just can't be. It wouldn't make. It just wouldn't make any fucking sense. There has to be something else too, and I don't think it was like the clapback Froggy making those comments about like Anissa subscribing to iDubbbz's wife, Anissa's OnlyFans, or having like that little spat with Anissa's like mom. It has to be like something else, because it just. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't think you should get into business with your friends or like your spouse, your partner, what have you. I just think that like opens it up to like so many issues too. Because if this was like let's say like I was in business with iDubbbz and I was like, doing business with them too, I would tell them, hey, listen, man, I know he took some shots at you too, but like the guy didn't break any rules. Maybe if you want me, I'll talk to him, be like, hey, like take it easy on like taking shots at like iDubbbz's wife. His wife's not involved in like creator clash. In this hypothetical, she's not involved in creator clash. Like, I'm his business partner. I would tell him to do that too, and just like apologize to her. You don't have to even make it a public apology. Just apologize to her behind the scenes, because you're kind of like getting out of like bounds with like this stuff too. But so I really think there's something else behind the scenes they're not talking about too. But like this unknown stuff is making people speculate. That's the only thing. So like with something like this too, it's gonna hurt Creative Clash at the end of the day too. Because who the fuck are you gonna find to fight Chris Ray Gun? And the thing is too, then Keemstar has his own like little boxing promotion that he's got going on too. And I think he said Froggy Fresh is on the fight. He threw it over to Chris Ray Gun, and that puts Chris Ray Gun in like the crosshairs too. He's like, shit, man, I made a commitment. I've been training to fight on like Creator Clash, to fight Froggy Fresh, but now I'm fighting this random guy. I don't know. I've been training to fight Froggy Fresh, but now I'm gonna fight this random guy, I guess. But if I leave Creator Clash and fight, I can go ahead and fight Froggy Fresh, who I've been training for this entire time, and do this other event with Keemstar. That puts him in a tough spot too. So I don't know. No, I mean, listen, I would just come out if I was Chris Ray Gun, to be honest with you, I would just come out and say, listen, I made a commitment with iDubbbz and his company, Creator Clash, to fight in Creator Clash. So I'm going to fight in Creator Clash. However, if, you know, Froggy wants to still fight me after Creator Clash, you know, whoever I fight there, win, lose, draw, what have you, I'll go ahead and fight Froggy in iDubbbz promotion too. Not iDubbbz, anyway, Keemstar's promotion. If Keemstar still wants to do that fight too. But I made a commitment to Creator Clash, so I'll keep that commitment with that too. And if somebody presses him on it, he just gives his honest thoughts about it too. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes to win more, but I wouldn't have like removed Froggy from like the fight. That's how I would put it if I was Chris Ray Gun. Just like do that, man. Like, because I know people, I don't think people only say that if people like really start asking about it, but I just don't think that like anyone's like asking Chris Ray Gun about it too. But I imagine like as Creator Clash goes and like more people talk about it, and as more information comes out, people are going to ask Chris Ray Gun what he's going to do. Especially if Keemstar like kind of puts his thumb on the scale, you know, and like presses a little bit too, puts a little bit here, there too, but we'll see what happens too. There's a lot of interesting piece of drama that's going on there too. Tuli to a pull to. Okay. That is interesting too. Oh my god, they're gonna finally nerf off Fire Protocol as I actually build up my Warlock. It's a fun build, man. Let's see what happens. Working with Kurt Russell and Tombstone. Okay. So couple. See, we got like nothing really going on here. We got something from Amazing Atheist, Carrie Lake. And like she's not really. She has gone down the deep hole, too. But it's a money opportunity. I could see grifter written all over her too. She never really made those comments before too. Like when someone makes like a 0 to like 60, you know, flip like Carrie Lake has, like the grifter radar goes off. You know, I know she made like some small comments like before she was running, but it just seems like it was like a 0 to like 60 like that. Let's see here. Yeah, they're really making sure like they get that content from her about the pee thing, the public urination rather. And that's, I think, really I got like nothing too. I do want to grab some more coffee, and I might just like get something to eat too. So I might just like a quick break. That was so crazy, man. I just like come into when someone like comes in hot like that, like Plushful did too, and just post like a random link, and like because he created the account like 2 hours ago. That's the thing too, like 3 hours ago now too. So it's just like the bullshit meters like going off in my head, you know. So, damn, man. You know what? Every dog has his day. Clock is right twice a day. Oh my God, is he really? Link on the Twitter space. What the fuck was that? It was like a flash in the corner. Okay. Paid Twitter verification. It's so silly, man. He's trying to monetize the shit out of this. I never got the fad of like putting your pets in like human clothes, like in dresses, suits, things like. It's so weird. My sister did that with her dog, and the dog fucking hated it. It's just, why? You know, why? I understand putting like a leash or like a collar to identify like ownership too, but like, come on. Right Wing Watch is right about that. Ooh, that actually looks really cool. According to Jake Lucky, report states that TSM could be holding several usable LCS spot for legal up for sale. Ooh. Esports slowly falling apart. Oh, the Manosphere is going to go fucking nuts about this, go nuts over this too. I was actually like read the article on this too. Let me see. It's only been out since 3:52, so about 3 minutes ago. Okay. Okay. That's Andrew Tate there on the left. That's his brother Tristan. Okay, spokesperson for controversial social media personality Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan confirmed on Friday that the brothers will be released from their detention in Romania after being taken into custody on December 29, 2022. God damn, they've been in custody for that long, huh? Okay. Tate and his brother are both facing allegations of sexual assault and human trafficking. Again, this is in Romania, so I'm not familiar with Romanian law, so I just like don't know, like what's going on there, like the legal system. I know that like under Romanian law, like they can hold you up to like 180 days, as so for like the prosecution to like find more evidence for like their case. I just don't think like they would hold these two figures, especially Andrew Tate, for like this long without having anything. Same thing with Donald Trump. Like it wouldn't look good for the Romanian government to do that too. So I don't know if it's been like that long too. You can probably calculate it. See, so he was there, so 180 days from December, what was it? December 29th, 2022. So they had until June 27th, if I'm right on the 180 days thing, till June. But he's under house arrest though. Okay. Tate and his brother both facing allegations of sexual assault and human trafficking. A spokesperson for the brothers said the two will be released on house arrest. The condition of the release were not immediately clear. The pair were arrested along with two Romanian women in Bucharest on sex trafficking and other allegations. Tate, a former professional kickboxer who has reportedly lived in Romania since 2017, was previously banned from various prominent social media platforms. A spokesperson for Meta, which owns Instagram and Facebook, said the company removed Tate's official accounts from social media platforms for violating the company's policies on dangerous organizations and individuals. TikTok said it banned Tate after investigation. Misogyny is a hateful ideology and not tolerated on TikTok. TikTok spokesperson said in August 2022, our investigation into this content is ongoing as we continue to remove violative accounts and videos and pursue measures to strengthen our enforcement, including our detection models against this type of content. Tate has been reinstated on Twitter. He's definitely going to be tweeting things out. I mean, someone's been tweeting things out, but I imagine he's gonna do something online. So I'll go ahead and post the article in chat for you guys to read too. It's really just like nothing. It's just literally, that's all they're telling you is like he got released on house arrest in Romania. So I wonder, he's definitely like a flight risk. He's got the money to leave. I wonder if they're gonna have like police like covering like all entrances and exits of his property, because he does have, you remember like from the Vice video that they did on him, like that property's legit, man. It's like you got security. I don't know if he's putting a lot of that stuff on for show, maybe a little bit too, but I feel like a lot of it was like that's how he kind of rolls, he rolls like that way. So he's got security everywhere. He's got people inside. He's got the girls all over the place. So I'm just wondering like how they're gonna make sure like he stays not just in his home but in Romania too. I just don't know like the process that like they go through like in Romania specifically to like to make sure he stays there under house arrest. So we'll see what happens. Eve 6, okay. Let's see. Most of the recommendation algorithm will be made open source today. The rest will follow. Really? Okay. I actually approve of that. We'll see. Smarter people will look into the algorithm, see how it works. Acid test is that as the independent third party should be able to determine it with reasonable actually what will probably be shown to users. No doubt many embarrassing issues will be. Okay. Please identify the problems on my website for free because I fired all the people who used to do that. Okay. See on GitHub. On timeline number 7, let's see. It's all committees have signed the CLA. +1, I think this would contribute to a lot to Twitter experience. LGTM. This is production ready. This is too close. Fight harder. This is actually good. Great. CI has passed. Ship it. This I'm just not familiar with. So this is essentially. So what in this though? Yeah, so if they make the recommendation algorithm open source, then why would I then need that actually all right, now I'm getting it too. So if they make the recommendation algorithm open source, why would I want to pay for Twitter Blue then? If I now have access to the recommendation algorithm, I can game the algorithm without Twitter Blue. Unless on their end they see that, right? And they can see, oh, this is not a Twitter Blue user, so we're purposely going to bring you down. But do they have the ability to do that like by pressing 1 or 2 buttons, or do you need like someone constantly like watching this? That's the only question like I have. Better rank blue verified way higher. Ship. Why not a negative weight? 49 minutes ago. LGTM. This was the 31st. 7:55 p.m. Okay. LGTM ship ASAP. Peru. I just took the. Okay. Oh yeah. Let's see here. And he's going over to Kick, playing some Valo. God damn, that's a fucking feel old. 24 years ago, man. I remember seeing this in theaters. It's one of the first like R-rated movies I ever saw too. Bro, whoever operates this Opera account, bro, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Doesn't miss. I'm sorry, man. Yeah, unironically too. Unironically too. This is just like a happy coincidence. I wonder if like somebody in Romania was like, "Hey, it's like the 24-year anniversary of The Matrix being released in theaters. Why don't we release Andrew Tate?" The internet just goes on fire. Somebody will eventually make the connection. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm following Opera GX, right? I don't even use the fucking browser, but it's just I should though. I heard it's actually like pretty decent. But yeah. City council stuff. So now we're going back to the tweets from like earlier too. Bro, this guy. I don't know why he's doing like such groundwork for Donald Trump. The guy never liked you. Grady Dick declaring for the NBA draft. All right. Yeah, nothing's gonna happen. That is like he's hyper monetizing this thing, and the thing is too, there's no like actual like benefits like Twitter Blue. Like I'll open it up too. All the existing Blue features: edited tweet, 1080p video uploads, reader, custom navigation, bookmark folders, top art, and more. Okay, what are the existing Blue features though? Longer tweets. Who wants to, it's a micro. If you really want to break down what Twitter is, I've talked about it like ad nauseum. Twitter is really like a microblog website. Who wants to read a tweet 4,000 characters long? Edit a tweet up to 5 times within 30 minutes. I mean, honestly, do you really like want to like pay for that feature? NFT pro. That's where NFT profile pictures. Okay. 1080 video uploads. This is probably like the coolest thing, like the fact that you can upload like 1080p video uploads. But let's be honest too, like do you really go to Twitter for like to watch like videos on Twitter, or you're looking at like people's tweets? Like TikTok is like expert at that too. I don't even think they charge you for that too. I don't even know, like I post on TikTok. I don't even know like if you can like post like 1080p videos. I believe you can, but top replies to say coming soon. Longer videos, get early access, new features with Twitter Blue Labs. I mean, it's just not the value you're getting out of that is just, I don't think it's like worth it too. And the legacy checkmark at this point, like, you know, no one really cares. Most people, like average people, don't really care about like the legacy checkmark. It's good to have like the checkmark to see like people, like let's say like I'm a fan of LeBron James. I actually legitimately am a fan of LeBron. He's probably gonna go down as one of the greatest like basketball players of all times, right? I know I don't follow him on Twitter because care. King for the peak. Ew. But if Steakums, I follow Steakums. But you know, like what if like somebody gets a legacy checkmark for LeBron James, and then you don't know like what his ad is too, like LeBron James at King James, right? But let's say somebody's like, oh, like LeBron James said that, he said something like so out of pocket about like so and so issue too. If you're not really like paying attention and you don't see this too, because people can like fool you with like I've gotten fooled a couple of times too, to be honest with you too. You know, they would just put these two characters together and it looks like it's the B, but it's really like an I and a 3, an uppercase I and a 3. You know what I mean? Like sometimes like you miss stuff like that too. But I don't know. And the day too, especially with journalists too, it's going to be rampant with journalists too. Like I follow like a lot of journalists that I like, who I enjoy reading, and who I trust when they report on something. And sometimes like I've gotten fooled, and I'm worried about like people like taking those legacy check marks, taking those accounts, like fooling you in that same way. Like I usually with the LeBron James example, and you're just like, what? Why would they say it? And then like you would have to like really look at like, you know, some people might just take it and it's going to get amplified online. And that's a problem. I was waiting on this too. Let's get back to this. Let's see Obi Toppin trending. Yeah, that's true too. Sad. Julius Randle got hurt. Obi Toppin now has to he needs to like come off on it. Knicks got a good shot, man. They can make some moves going into like these last couple of games. If he can show like, you know, if he can show that he can be a consistent starter and put up like something like these points, it'll be something special. Yeah. Ron DeSantis waited until the media was fully consumed with Trump's smart play by the governor there, where Trump's indictment to make a move to repeal Florida's resign to run law, which will prevent current Republicans from seeking other office while serving in their current office too. So right now too, in the state of Florida, this is in a couple other states too. If you are in office at the time, but you're looking to move on and run for another office too, you do have to resign. You would have to resign too. So if Ron DeSantis plans to run for the presidency, he would have to resign from his office by a certain date, announce his candidacy, or announce his candidacy, resign from office by a certain date, and then he would have to run. Then he would run for president. But he couldn't like come back too. So let's say he does do that now. Right now, with this law in place too, he can run for the president and never resign as governor. So even if he loses, he comes back. He's got a nice little office with them too. So it's a fallback plan. Trans advocate Aaron Reed on Twitter. It's a good thing that I bring these into account too. Jesus. Roland Smith respond to Lindsey Graham. Oh, is this like, Ron DeSantis, is he trying to say like Ron DeSantis can like prevent him being extradited from like New York to California? No, come on, he can't. He's not going to do that. You kidding me? It'd be a bad political move on his part. He will set such a bad precedent. You know, if he does that too, people would really like lose their shit too. Could you imagine that? Republican governor decides, yeah, I'm not going to allow the president to be extradited. Besides, it's in Trump's best interest to like peaceably go to New York on Tuesday. It's already been announced too. He's going to go on Tuesday, go through the whole like harangue and see whether or not like he has to do a perp walk or something like that. Also, I think he wants to do that too. That means more donations too. And it'll essentially like, I wouldn't say like lock in the nomination as a Republican candidate in 2024 too, but it'll give him a big bump in the polls too. And like I said before, DeSantis is definitely going to run. He has to. It's because if he waits for the next go around in 2028, you don't know whose national profile is going to be raised from during that 4-year period from 2024 to 2028. He has to strike while the iron's hot. And right now, like, the establishment's behind him. Hey, but the establishment was behind Jeb Bush too, and you know what happened there. He has 100 KD. What happened?
It's skill-based matchmaking. You can't have 100.
Law enforcement in New York City is ramping up.
Oh shit! What happened to my audio? It's gone all. Is it up now? Okay. If anybody knows, like, what happens with the audio when it happens that way, I wonder, Nevo, when I was speaking into the mic, if it came out all scratchy like that too. Let's go back to the lucky.
Yes, I want. I'm dying right now. What the fuck am I looking at?
He has 100 KD.
I was thinking you would have like a.
It's the best.
Are you fucking kidding me right now? What is this?
It's IB. I'm the Iron Lord of this game.
It's skill-based matchmaking. You can't have 100 KD.
Well, they better try harder next time.
What the fuck? Yes, I want.
Oh my goodness gracious.
I'm dying right now. What the fuck am I looking at? I was thinking you would have like a.
It's the best.
Are you fucking?
All right. Let's go Mets, baby. Good stuff, man. Mets home opener is, let's see, New York Mets schedule. It's April something. We got the Marlins at 6:40 tonight. I'm probably gonna still be streaming then too, but just like yesterday, I'll have like the game on. Great fucking game, man. Yesterday too. Got a little scared in the middle of the game, but Mets were able to pull it through. Brandon Nimmo had just had like a great fucking day. When is their home opener? Against the Marlins, April 6th. Mets home opener. At the Marlins. And right here, yeah, April 6th. Mets home opener. All right.
I'm most interested in, besides the charges themselves, is what conditions the judge puts on orders on him, because that's the minefield for him. You know, because he's entitled to pretrial release. Anybody who screams about that is, you know, way off base. But you kind of get one chance here. And we saw this with the Kyle Rittenhouse case, for example. They were trying to revoke his bond because he was wearing some 3%er shirts or Oath Keeper shirts or something
fucking
around.
Stupid.
And was throwing up some white power symbols. And they tried to revoke his bond, but that was kind of thin. When you get your bond revoked, you don't get out. So they'll let him out, they'll give him a chance, but the judge is going to say, hey, no threats to the prosecutor, no veiled threats, no threats to the judge or the judiciary.
I know, right? That's actually interesting. I'm glad, like, Ron's an attorney, by the way, we don't know. He basically he posts constantly about like fucking like everything going on in like Republican world, MAGA world too. I don't understand like how he does that. Like it's just that much brain rot that he has to consume. I'm wondering. I see that Aiden Ross is trying to think. We are gonna click that too because I know he's posting about Andrew Tate. I'm wondering now, like Trump's gonna get a pretrial release, but what like limitations gonna be placed on him too? because if he does like some of that stuff that like Ron's talking about right now, I really think that like Trump cannot help himself too. It's the same way with Alex Jones. Remember, like he was like posting stuff about like the jury and like the judge, like during the final like that Sandy Hook civil case. I just like, but this is a criminal case though, so that's gonna be the big difference. So there's gonna be some things that like he's gonna have to follow. They're gonna fucking revoke his bond. He's gonna have to go to fucking jail. This is like, there's so many like minefields that lead up to this too, and this is gonna set precedent for like going after like future, not just future presidents, but like politicians too. This is gonna really set the precedent in New York and like really all over the country. So we'll see what happens.
You can't whip your crowd into a frenzy. You can't tell other people to harass prosecutors and law enforcement and the witnesses themselves. So no threatening or harassing Stormy Daniels, Michael Cohen. These are what the judge is going to order him to do. And the question is there any possible way that Donald Trump is going to abide by that? I mean, I can see his first rally, him violating the conditions of bond, you know?
You mean
oh yeah,
the king of self-control that is Donald Trump? He's the guy who posted on his Truth Social a picture of himself with a baseball bat and Alvin Bragg's head, who claims, by the way, right, that he didn't know that picture
would be
was
a violation.
Right. So he can't call Stormy horseface.
Nope.
He can't go after Michael Cohen.
Nope.
He can't go after Alvin Bragg. He can't say anything about the grand jury whatsoever.
No, he's not. I'm certain that the judge is going to order that. And you know, here's the trap for he's used to like civil court and civil cases where you can skirt the rules and get away with shit.
Yeah.
In criminal court, they don't play that. And I hope they don't play it for him. And so
I don't think
as soon
so.
as he violates, he's going to be hauled into court on a bond revocation motion.
Like the example what Alex Jones was bringing up, remember that was a civil case. That wasn't a criminal case. They got him civilly. They couldn't get him like criminally on all the stuff he said about Sandy Hook. This stuff too, like he's like Ron's right. Like criminal court, they're not going to play around with them on this too. I just don't know. Like I just don't know. I don't know what that's all my analysis. I just don't know because like there's a lot of nuance involved in this too that I think like a lot of lawyers are gonna like have like a field day, especially if like they're doing like content. Legal Eagle is gonna have a lot to say about this too. I'm telling you guys, you need to be watching this like wall-to-wall coverage. Everyone's gonna be watching this like for the, so this is all literally all the only thing I want to like cover. I'm trying to absorb as much content as possible about this too because it's just so damn interesting. Like this is just like, I actually do want to bookmark this tweet and like keep it for later because this is like, I feel like this is going to be like big.
And if your bond is revoked, you do not get out until your trial, which could be quite a while.
So where does he go? Where do they put him?
Could you imagine like he violates that? He violates like those orders. Like he violates like those pretrial conditions, and then like they revoke his bond and they send him to jail with like Secret Service detail. Do you like what the fuck? What you can't put him in jail, right? Like I don't think you could put like a former president in jail. It would be house arrest in Mar-a-Lago, right? Like he couldn't leave. But then like do you say like you can't tweet, you can't truth, you can't like use social media, you can't do press releases? So what happens if he violates that? You know, can you trust someone like that? You know what I mean? Like there's so many minefield. That's why I'm like so confident. Like I really do think he's gonna get convicted. There's like so many things that can happen from now until the trial where it can land him in a shit ton of trouble. I'm just like so like, see you next Tuesday. And like Aiden Ross was like trending too. Let's see if we can find it here in the trending tab somewhere. Obi Toppin, MAGA 2024, April Fools. Can't wait till Brees is back, baby. This man is just fucking, I like the hat too, man. The New York hat. Keep it going, man. We got young studs here. Cannot wait. I'll give you a second and a third, or I'll give you 2 3s. I'll give you this year's 3 and next year's 3. Let's see. Let's see if like, yeah, this is what I was talking about before about like the Twitter handles too. Like I originally I thought this was because like the pic is the same. I didn't remember that his ad is like at the Omni Liberal, but like, you know, with the Destiny thing, I don't know, because sometimes he changes like things too. So like off the top of my head, I just don't know. Episode of Adam's show on Valuetainment. Okay. Oh my god. Just gotta be careful sometimes with death. Let's see, Aiden Ross. What is Aiden Ross saying right now? Sneeko stuff. No. So he was trending. Let's see, latest. Okay. Did wait, Aiden say anything? Okay. Gotta be careful. So alright. I thought Aiden like fucking like said something. It's not. It would definitely have shown up somewhere there. Okay, John Leguizamo. So we got that going on too. Oh, good stuff. 7 line. Francisco Lindor. Don't spin it. His outing was horrible. They fucking wrecked him, dude. His outing yesterday was fucking horrible. Daily Wire, all of us today would be in a worse spot if slavery never existed. Jesus Christ. I'm a fucking idiot. I don't know about Verlander getting hurt is just so like New York Mets. It's very Jets too. I obviously have to see the context in regards to this too, but I already said like this is a big issue with like housing in like New York. I would really need to see like the context. 711 million affordable housing package. I would really have to see the context about it. This is not me like throwing any shade at like Schumer and Gillibrand and the Democratic Party in like New York. I would really need to see the context like behind that too. Conservative commentator. I fucking love like occupied Democrats. So shamelessly partisan. I tend to agree with like Mehdi Hassan too, like with 60 Minutes. I feel like that's kind of, she's like intense in that way. I wonder if she had approval, if her team had approval about how like her narrative is played out too. Her being intense, she's intensely like all these things that Mehdi said, then it's true. This is always great stuff by the good liars.
What's a presidential election?
You take down the symbol
and the people are supposed to melt away. Trump's not going to quit.
He's not going to quit.
No.
But are you worried for the rights of other people that might have paid off porn stars?
Absolutely. So they shot their wad too soon.
What does that expression mean?
Huh?
What does that expression mean?
By July 4th?
No, shot their wad too soon. What does
By
that mean?
July 4th, this will be forgotten.
So they should have waited to shoot their wad till later?
August, September.
So if they shot their wad in August or September, you think that could have potentially hurt Trump? But they splooged too early.
Yes.
Are you worried that if they go after Donald Trump for...
Oh, this is great shit, man. I love these little clips here and there on like fucking on Twitter. Dude. Yeah, I'm not. The thing is, they want access to these people. On the one hand, I do agree with like the Midas touch in this, whoever's like running like their Twitter account. But the issue is like they want access to these people too. But I feel like for the sake of gaining access to these people, they normalize them in a way where they're not normal. She has made some crazy ass comments, and they are. Let's go back to Mehdi Hassan here. Anti-Muslim, anti-Semitic, anti-trans bigotry, and insane conspiracy about Hillary Clinton torturing kids and murdering her opponents. And it's just I feel like they're normalizing it, and like there's nothing like normal about like the things that she said. Ooh. Jesus. Yeah, I actually saw the video of this too. Listen, I know a lot of people don't like him. Don't put your hands on him though. Like it was just such a waste. Like you can get fucking charged. Okay. No, okay. Dude, we're just like, I don't even know like what I'm scrolling for too. I'm just like fucking just scrolling for the sake of scrolling. Twitter's very addictive to say the least. Get the Meat Canyon video, so we'll go ahead and watch that, and we'll probably just go through like a bunch of these videos, and I'll just like play like Destiny in the background. So, but what I will do now is I need to get some more coffee, eat some food. So I'll probably just like pause the stream for a little bit, and then we'll probably watch this like video when I get back, and then we'll just watch the rest of these videos and just talk shit, man. Damn. Like the whole like Mr. Girl thing now, and Destiny and that fucking like article that he wrote, I have like no interest in it like whatsoever. Yeah. Now with the soon to be prosecution of like Donald Trump, like in New York, I have like completely like turned off like caring about that. I mean, I didn't really care about this too. We'll just go ahead and like watch the video and stuff like that too, and some other things here. So I'll be right back, folks. Enjoy some fresh beats from Pretzel, and then we'll get back to the show.
blue sky, so clear from my view. I'm standing still, the world still moves. I'm counting sheep to try to fall asleep, wondering why I'm the only one. I've been running around in circles, trying to find you, it's feeling eternal. I don't wanna live like this. My life feels empty, you're what I miss. I'm standing here all alone, waiting for someone to make me feel at home. I've been craving for somebody Trying hard to set myself away from you. Oh, moving on from what we had. That's what I'm gonna do. Oh, all the emptiness is gone without you. Circles are run. Every single step I'm taking guides my way to the sun. Standing here on my own, someone else than you used to know. I'm not craving for somebody to forgive your aggravation cast at me. Make days where I could find a grip, feel validated, and never giving you a day free. From every word delivered with esteem, you never really got to know me. And maybe it'd be better to leave than putting off the peace. Another time. You from another time. You from another time. Don't need.
What I am, there's no changing that. I said what I say, there's no turning back. You do what you do, it don't matter now. I'm not hoping and praying to work it out. Work it out. I'm getting closer and closer and closer to truth, moving further and further and further from you. So what am I waiting for? What am I waiting for? Every second and minute and hour it takes to move on from the pain of repeating mistakes. I'm finally letting go. I'm okay. I let go. Yesterday. Got me down on my knees, praying to my God for release. Try to heal my sad, troubled heart. Lend your ear on my head, hear the song I sing. Listen close to my words.
right, folks, I'm back. I'm wide awake, ready to go. All right. Meat Canyon response, Sneeko. Let's go.
Hey guys, just hanging out outside. I just kind of woke up. It's been a long day getting the new video uploaded on the main channel, Meat Canyon channel. Sitting by my pal Ronald, being a severely overweight, obese man sitting next to a Ronald statue. The irony isn't missed on me. I know how ironic and stupid this looks, so, but you know, he's here. I got this with the, remember that I did a promo for my Cameo video back in the day, and that's with the money I made from that, I got this Ronald statue. 1985 Ronald statue, mint, boys, fucking mint. I wanted to talk today just about the Sneeko
You gotta
video
love
I
it.
uploaded. It's been like a whirlwind of weird comments and all kinds of stuff. Also, it was just, we made it in like 4 or 5 days, so it was just something crazy. And I remember last time I made a video, I did Nikado Avocado's response video. I did that one, but I don't think Charlie or Sneeko are gonna watch this one. Even though Sneeko did watch the video he was in last time with Andrew Tate, and his reaction was very, very funny.
I've never said classic Tate W. Why the fuck are my arms that small? I've never said that. I don't say this is sus. I don't. Meat Canyon, this is disrespectful.
And he was a good sport for it. This whole thing was just really funny, and I just want to talk about this whole situation.
He was a good
because
sport
just
for
is
it, man.
So stupid. If you don't know Sneeko, he's a YouTuber, online personality, Rumble or Kick or wherever the fucking alt platforms are. I don't know. And he does stuff where it's like, you know, being proud to be a man, kind of like an Andrew Tate kind of thing. You know, I don't know if it's a facade or not. I can't keep up with it, but he had like a little chart made up, and he put Moist Critical there, and he was talking shit on him because Charlie talked shit on him or whatever, and it made Sneeko tap 2 magazines. Almost did the same mistake as Sneeko.
Tap 2 magazines. I just love it. That response by like Moist Critical is fucking great, man. You gotta love it, dude. You just gotta love it. Oh shit, my bad. Oh, nope.
Hey
We'll
guys,
get to that.
just hanging out outside. I just kind of woke up. It's been a long day getting the new video up. Charlie, your cock's a saddle, and I'm a fucking cowboy, bro. I'm about ready to go to town. Like I said, we made it in like 4 days. It was very quick. My team, so beautiful. I love you guys. Check the link for all the description. I put their links in every description of every video they work on, but just to give them some love, here are the list of artists on screen. I love you guys very much. I love you very much. We just busted this out really quickly, and it's just something stupid and silly. Like, I know that Sneeko said that, like, Sneeko is a cuck. He said that he had this experience and that everybody should try it once. He said his favorite movie's Cuties. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, obviously he's probably joking. If the cuck thing isn't a joke, then I don't know, man. That's a fucking rough pumpkin. I don't know how to harvest that crop. But just little things like being over masculine and, you know, and everyone's a pussy besides me. Kind of, it's just that kind of vibe, and I just wanted to, I don't know, demasculate him a bit. It's just funny. It's just fun. Just comes off like a douchebag. It's easy. I mean, I don't know what I'm supposed to tell you. You can be a fan of him or not. Even if he watches this video or the cartoon, I hope that in some resemblance you can laugh at yourself and have fun laughing at yourself. I guess the biggest thing I'm seeing is people are saying that, like, oh, the video's woke. Oh, Hunter's going woke. Hunter's a libtard now. And it's like
I don't know, like, what to tell you, man. Like, it's not, dude. It's just funny, dude. He's not woke. He's not like a libtard, whatever the fuck you want to call it, dude. It's just like good videos. Like, look at the history of like his videos on like the main channel. It's fucking. I don't know, like, I don't know how to dissuade you. Like, you just have to look at the stuff too. He's just going with the trends. He's just making like funny shit, dude. He probably discussed it or probably mentioned it here and there on this channel, his political views, or like talked about it. But like, it's just funny shit, man.
Political messaging is there in this content. The whole idea of even going woke, who gives a shit? Like, people who make those kind of comments, or people who aggressively say either side that things are woke or they're alt-right or people are fucking Nazis, it's insane. It's like such a fucking weird divide as a content creator, where if you make a video, it has to be a political identity, or it has to be something that, like, you have to hold your values close to your chest so people know exactly which side you're on. Bro, I'm on no fucking side. Both sides are fucking stupid, and it's like, why the fuck would you even care? Which, I mean, I make cartoons. I'm a fat son of a bitch who makes stupid fucking cartoons online, and I talk about horror movies, and I joke around sometimes. If you're looking to me for advice for political stuff, or wondering what side of the fucking line is he on, guess what, dude? I'm not even near the line. I'm in a McDonald's down the street eating single cheeseburgers from McDonald's, because that's the true way. Anybody who gets McDoubles, you're fucking up. The single cheeseburgers, that's where it's at, dude. I'm telling you. Where am I even going with this? I don't know. So he pretty much starts Sneeko off in his room, and it's just
He's
like
he's
any
not
kind of
wrong about
suburban
that too.
house.
Get the
Maybe,
singles.
let's just do research where he lives and shit. I don't have time. The whole idea of the video is just Charlie breaking in from the Ring camera. I know a lot of people are saying that the video gives them Return the Slab vibes from Courage the Cowardly Dog. I love that reference. I also love that episode. Courage is the best. But the main focus of the video is trying to make, like, how do you make your main antagonist, like your monster, the likable character? And I thought that was kind of an interesting challenge because everybody loves Charlie. I mean, like, he's, you know, he is an internet hero. I mean, not everybody. Obviously, there's people who don't like him, but I think making him like just this voiceless, emotionless man is just kind of funny in terms of like being threatening. I kept looking at Ring doorbell cam footage of just like creepy shit, and I thought it'd be funny if he just showed up and it notified Sneeko's phone and he's just there. I thought that was pretty funny. But then the whole idea too of like Charlie standing in the hallway is like that great visual from Hereditary when that naked dude is standing in the closet. I think that's really, really funny. And yeah, him attacking him, it's not like I'm like, I hope Sneeko dies. It's not definitely that. And obviously, I mean, like, duh. Like, you guys aren't stupid. The whole thing is just taking a metaphor and making it literal. And also, I just got done watching Hellraiser, and I was super stoked on that. And that movie has my favorite line delivery of all time. Jesus wept. I just thought it'd be funny if you said Andrew Tate instead. I mean, it's very on the nose and stupid, but you know, I just pictured making a shirt of that, and I was like, that'd be a fucking like super fucking metal shirt to make, man. That'd be tight. Andrew Tate wept. And instead of the chains from Hellraiser, it's fucking Charlie's long ass hair. Yeah, just funny. I don't know, just amplifying this whole situation. And do I hate Sneeko? No, I don't know him really. I know him from the context of this situation. It's fucking stupid. He seems like a dumb person. I bet he's. If I hung out with him, I'd love to drink with him. I bet he would be a fantastic person to drink with. That's the problem with all these people, though, isn't it? I feel like every time I see a terrible person online, I'm like, God, that person looks horrible. Wouldn't mind grabbing a cocktail with him, though. Wouldn't mind it. Guess what I mean is that, like, it's not like I'm critiquing Sneeko or anything. I'm not trying to, there's no message in the video. I know people are saying, like, oh, the video's woke. Oh, this or that. It's like, sometimes people look way too much into this shit. It's just supposed to be a fun thing. I hope I mean, you know, granted, if Sneeko watches this and he's just like, fuck that fat fuck, listen, hey, I feel ya.
The dog confirms it.
So it's not supposed to be a critique, really, in that fact of the matter. I mean, like, you know, there is commentary there, but I don't hate Sneeko. I'm not on any particular side. The only side I'm on is that I'm Charlie's friend. I thought this video was funny. I like Charlie. This whole situation is just so fucking absurd and stupid that I just felt like making a quick video.
It just looked like a fun, good time, man.
I just thought it was interesting. All the different comments and people reacting, like Kai Cenat reacted to it.
Who is that supposed to be in the fucking bed?
He's a good boy. Hassan.
Another Meat Canyon banger, dude. Holy shit.
It is.
Oh my God, I'm taking a political side. Hassan reacted to it. Hassan watches Meat Canyon, therefore he's woke. It's cool seeing people react to my stuff, and I don't really watch a lot because it's like jacking off in a mirror, but with certain things, it's kind of fun with just like the little bit of conversation that it has. If you liked the video, thank you. If you didn't like it, hey, thank you for watching it for at least a second, but all in all, I just thought it was a funny video. If you haven't seen it yet, it's on the main channel. It's called Sneeko Meets Charlie. It was doing pretty well on TikTok, and they got fucking banned for nudity. They got me another community. My fucking TikTok, I think, is gonna get banned again. So, which first time listen with the Tom Brady thing, they said I uploaded child porn, and yes, it's Tom Brady kissing his son and all that stuff. You know, I can't fault him for the first one, I guess, but this one I'm like, come on, dude, come on. So, also Sneeko.
What nudity?
Hope you like it. Thank you guys for watching, man. And also, here's another thing I just wanted to say. I made this post the other day. I was feeling like I make all these cartoons and they take so long and it's so much fucking work, and I love that people react to it and can vibe with it, but at the same time, I just appreciate you guys for watching this channel. It's like an escape in a way. It's a lot. It's a very big like stress reliever, and it's really fun. For everybody showing up and watching even this channel, I just appreciate you. But yeah, feel free to watch the cartoon or don't. I don't really give a shit. Do what you want. Have a fantastic rest of your day. Be good to each other. Take care. Get a McDonald's cheeseburger. Oh, it's bad. Fucking one cheeseburger, dude. Really? Come on.
Yeah, that's fine. It's gonna be a little soy, but it's I like the McChicken better. I think McChicken is, well, next to, it's probably one of the better like fast food chicken sandwiches next to Popeyes. That thing is the best, especially the spicy chicken. Chick-fil-A's up there. And then the Checkers one. It's been a while since I've had Checkers. Checkers is up there too. Checkers I put number 2 next past the Popeyes chicken sandwich. Dun dun dun dun. Such an ominous opening too. Okay, I literally have to like play video games now. So we're gonna let this video play, and then we're going to play some video games. So let me put this in this mode here. Where is? Then we're just gonna let the rest of these videos play. That's all we're gonna do. Display. Now where's window capture? It's my webcam. Oh, do I really not have that? I thought I had window and window mode here. Game capture webcam. All right, so let me just get another one here. Sorry. Let me get window capture.
Hello, Dan?
Yo. How's it go? Oh, wait, hold on one second.
By the way, I'm live.
Can you hear me? Oh, yeah, here we go. So what's the latest? Can I ask you real quick on the Mr. Girl stuff?
Sure.
Oh.
As long as let's keep the Dan part out of the YouTube video. Nope. It'll just be our little conversation. There's not gonna be... How did I felt I've never talked to that President Sunday guy, but I felt like he did it. I felt as he was asking questions, I almost felt like I would be asking some of those questions a little bit. Like I feel like he did a really good job.
So look at my chats like over here.
Did you get permission from all parties to publish private messages?
No comment. I don't want to hear your criticisms. If you mention the citations again, I'm going to leave. What do you think I should do?
Burn the article.
Burn the article?
Delete it. Just get rid of it. Get rid of the whole Substack. Just delete the whole goddamn thing.
I was surprised because I thought he would be on his side, and I don't know. I feel
Let
like
me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Have you heard of the term weaponized autism before?
I have heard that over the years.
That's President Sunday defined. That is what President Sunday is. He's a weapon of autism. If you point him in the right direction, it's going to cause a lot of damage, right? But it needs to be guided and pointed in the right direction, and then it's going to work a lot better. So, obviously I've got my issues with him. I'm sure you know about President Sunday shit with Destiny.
I don't know. Actually, gonna be honest with you. I think I know Destiny doesn't like him. I'm pretty sure about that, and I know that he obviously hates Erudite because fake psychologist shit or whatever, right?
Of course.
So why does Destiny hate him?
Well, my understanding. What has been okay? My understanding is that President Sunday and Destiny interacted a few times around some certain topics. The topic of wokeness in universities came up. They had a backwards and forwards about it. There was a plan to debate again on that topic. The President Sunday side is that Destiny realized he was wrong and didn't want to debate further. The kind of Destiny side is that President Sunday was very obsessive in the way he went about it, and it kind of put Destiny off interacting with him because he didn't want another fucking autist to deal with. That is basically the.
Let's go get both sides. Go and get trials rank.
So. Okay. And why do you hate him? Or whatever.
He took a drama that happened in my Discord a month prior, came to the conclusion that DK needed to be fired, and badgered me when I was on holiday with my kids to do something about it, and publicly made videos denouncing or criticizing me when I wasn't in a position to respond.
Oh. Okay. Well.
Yeah, the usual.
I thought he did a good job here. Did you watch it yet, or were you in the process of watching it? Do you pre-watch?
No, I don't tend to pre-watch. I watched it live, and yeah, I was kind of praising his approach throughout. I don't think there's really much I could fault him on unless I was being nitpicky. There are pretty valid questions to ask about Mr. Girl's approach, and he didn't really seem to have adequate answers for anything, refused to answer, and then just got mad about being asked about his article.
I feel... So I read through the stuff. As one of the abusees or abusers, I'm not sure. I think I'm supposed to be a victim because I'm an orbiter, but I'm also a perpetrator of abuse because I'm the number one henchman or something.
But also, if you remember that photo
Yes,
of the
Dan,
dogs
you
that Shaylin
monster.
drew, the positioning is all
You
wrong,
are a
because
monster,
if I'm
Dan.
the biggest, strongest doggy, it means I should be at the front leading the pack. But instead, I'm like the worst dog because I'm at the back, right?
Oh, you're the cut dog.
Exactly. I have to smell all the other dog assholes, right? And I feel like that is really like a overview of this
It's a
whole
good-
article. Is like the,
good way of putting it, Dan.
So many inconsistencies and you know, mistakes throughout the article, that, you know, it just yeah, that's one thing. But I will say one thing I think that stood out to me a lot is, and it's something that Sunday complained about, which is the lack of like, why type out manuscripts, or not manuscripts? Why type out like annotations of everything people said? Why not just abridge it and then show the clip? And I realized why, and Steven said part of this as well, is that it's because he's trying to frame people, like unironically. Like when I say shit that's so obviously a joke, sometimes if you just put that in text, it's not going to seem like a joke, right? Like
Exactly, you lose the content.
Me, or if Steven,
The inflection in the voice, etc.
And he does that shit a lot, where he'll just like be super ultra sarcastic. Like that's literally what like Steven is known for, is like omega. No, I'm actually saying this. I actually want you to go and, you know, do. It's like everyone knows listening to this that this is like, this is a meme. But when you put it on paper with no sources, it's like, oh, holy shit. He said he wanted you to die in a hospital. Okay, that's pretty crazy. You don't show what came before. You don't show what came after. You just have that quote, and the whole thing was very frustrating. I feel like.
Okay, I just need to play devil's advocate. Okay, otherwise it'll be a circle jerk, and no one wants to see that. Let's be real.
No, they do. You're wrong, but that's fine.
Okay, I mean, yeah, maybe they do. So the response to that would be, well, humor is often used to obfuscate true statements. So you, I believe, made a joke about DGG coming after someone. Although it was presented as a joke, it was said to threaten the person in a jokey way to obfuscate the fact it's truly a threat.
200 years old?
Yeah, so I think the problem with doing that is if everything is like that, it loses its meaning. And pretty much everything is like that. And you have to look at like real. I don't know if there's ever been a case where something like that has happened. It's like, oh, let me send DGG at someone or something like that. And it's just it's kind of a little bit mental to play that as like the defense of that, because I don't think you can give examples of that happening where it's like, oh, everyone assumes he's joking around, but he was serious and he did send DGG or something. I just don't think that's gonna be the case. Unless you have examples, but I sure as shit don't know of any.
Is there anything in the article that you think functions as a valid criticism of Destiny or any truth in anything?
I mean,
this is actually like pretty.
I'm very good friends with Steven, so I don't want to.
Pretty funny.
Have this be. I don't want to be the new Chud Logic where he hates me for something I say. I've been very critical of the Anna thing since the start. I can't, like, man, like I wish Steven maybe cared more about his image. Just the image alone. Why sexed with this girl? Like,
wait, hang on, you don't understand, mate. It was a defensive sexting because he tried everything else.
Yeah, but I don't even think he would say that if you asked him about it right now. Yeah, my view of this is, yeah, I don't know how defensible it is. So I mean, there's that. I think that's unexcusable shit. But I don't know if any of this is like, this is the Weinstein moment. Like, they were sexting. They're adults. Like, you know, I think she's insane, but I don't have any proof of it. Like, that's like the most
Let's do this, baby.
Insane thing in here. Platforming people, or you know, telling the DDoS kid he was going to kill him or something. Like, I don't know. It all just seems like so weak sauce to me. Like, I thought I was gonna, like, I've seen quit longers that are way crazier, like real shit. You know, that's the real shit I wanted to see out of this. Like, I wanted to say, damn, Steve, you were at a party with XYZ and she was drunk and you her. That's fucked up, bro. You need to go to jail. That's what I want. But instead, I just got, well, nothing. I don't think anything new came out from any of this.
I'm also a critic of the Anna sexting thing. However, Destiny's community were often very defensive about happening. Why do you think that is?
Well, I think there's probably a certain amount of defense for Steve, no matter probably what he does, right? To a certain extent.
That's a lot of like the big content creators.
And there's gonna be a lot of defense, but regardless, at the end of the day, I don't know if it was a huge deal. It just makes him look pathetic.
Do you think he could rape someone and people would still defend him?
No, I think there would still be people. I don't think it would be a majority of people. There'd obviously still be some, right? I mean, because there's always a portion, but I think the vast majority would certainly turn against him if he did something like that. Absolutely.
Okay, let me ask you this as well. If there was a video and he was nicely full on raping someone and it was clear what was going on, what percentage of the audience would you stick by him?
1%? I don't know.
Yeah, maybe people with DGG in their username.
Yeah, like those types of people, like like the truly insane ones. Shout out to those truly insane ones in chat. I don't know who you are right now.
Like call out certain people that are going to make do a certain thing or betray him or something like that. Do you think Steve was shot?
No. But I will also recall that I said that you were going to be big before you were big. Do you remember that? I said, I'm seeing big things coming from you. I didn't say I think you're going to backstab Steven, right? So not only am I calling out the bad things to come, I'm calling out the good things to come as well. So I give Indictment.
This isn't too bad. This is just like on Legendary. So, but they do hit a little bit harder though.
I think all this came from the Reddit shit. That's it. I thought, you know what I always felt about Max? I felt he was trying to speedrun being like, I don't want to say lovers because that's ridiculous and he wasn't trying to do that. He was trying to speedrun being like best man for Steve. That's what this felt like for me. And it's not. No, because I don't feel jealousy for Moon. I don't feel jealousy for Gabe or anyone else there. There's lots of people who are friends, but like it felt like he was like, no, I need to be.
Yeah, this feels good.
Best friend, and I'm trying to speedrun that, and it felt like that pretty aggressively whenever early on, I think when I saw them on stream, I felt like. You don't want to spend the hours, you don't want to spend the time, you just want to get in here and be like, wow, we're best friends. How did that happen? And it's like, okay, it's a little weird. And I felt that when Steve was Steve and was like, I'm not going to moderate my subreddit, that it was such, I feel that probably hurt and stung so much that there had to be, it couldn't just be that he didn't care about Max that much, it had to be that he had a psychological issue. Because if it was just like, oh no, Max, he just didn't care enough about you to make that change. That would mean there was a problem with him. I feel like it had to be there was some like overarching thing that is like this is an abuser that needs to be stopped. But and that was
this is like shredding, baby.
That's my take. I think it all stems from the Reddit shit and probably immense hurt that what happened to Max because
you gotta play it just like a tad bit slower. It's the only thing.
Yeah, there was this kind of like rocketing closeness that they developed very quickly.
Yeah, and like the ultra cringe, not saying anything for a minute thing. God, that was the most cringe shit ever. And everyone, the thing I don't like, everyone's like,
he has like these weird pauses too. But it's like a forced pause.
To say anything, or even if just one of them does it, like you ask a question to Steve or to Max, and he just says nothing, and he stares and waits 30 seconds while he thinks. I'm not impressed. Think faster. I don't do that when you ask me a question, unless it's like truly deep, and then I'm taking maybe 5 to 10 seconds. What the f you need 30 seconds to a minute for? this mother running on a 486 processor in his brain? Get that shit going. Come on. Anyways, that was never impressive to me. It was just more so annoying, and it was like trying, like this is 12 and I'm beat type of thing. It never worked on me, and it really bothered me that everyone else felt that either of them were being so unique and cool. It was the most cringe shit ever when Steve started doing it too. When they were both being silent, talking to each other, I felt like I wanted to kill myself right then and there.
Shit, who is shooting? Taking torch hammer.
I was just
dude.
you know, I just kind of
Go ahead.
agreeing with you, just
Get
the article.
get the hunters to revive.
A couple of things in there that I think criticised for, but excessively long and a lot of it is drama discussed.
No, I think it was the most disgusting thing I've seen happen to anyone in a while. To have someone go, you know, the funniest part from President Sunday's thing, he asked him a question, Max, like, you know, what are your sources, or did you get permission? And he says, no comment, sorry, I can't do that. I made, you know, I'm a journalist, and I made a promise that I would, you know, not reveal this.
I think he thinks he's a journalist.
This is the most weak sauce shit I've ever seen in my life, and you've broken like every
Whoa, what
rule
the
in
fuck?
rule book reading up to this. The only reason you're saying no comment now is because it's convenient to you.
Did you ever consent to publish the stuff that was specifically?
No comment.
Where were you a journalist when you were going out and giving takes of it? Where were you a journalist when you allowed the source to comment on what's going on? Where were you a journalist when you asked for just like a million other things and he didn't do it? You, bro. You don't get to say no comment when you're calling everyone, asking her for advice on people. It's just so colossally f***ed up to like sit back and, you know, Steven's well positioned, I think, to source a lot of this, or not source, but to handle a lot of this stuff because his whole life has been online, right? From the beginning. His whole life has been online from the beginning. And I think he handled it well. But in the end, when like people are calling, you know, not people, he's calling everyone in your life, you know, you want to have good relationships with. Like, it's like, if I call your parents or your friends from real life, I'm like, hey, you know, I'm doing a story on Chud Logic and how his best friend is an attempted murderer and, you know, possibly a sex pest. Do you have any comment? It's like, that could be true, but the question itself is so unbelievably f***ed up and frames that entire relationship moving forward that it's just gonna fuck everything. You don't. That's why a real journalist doesn't do that. They say, hey, I'm doing a story on Chud Logic. Would you be willing to talk to me? I have a bunch of questions. And then you talk with them and you find the good and the bad. But instead, he wasn't concerned about that. He just wanted to fucking hurt Steven as much as he could. And this is the one way that he could. And it really made me upset because there's no defense to this type of stuff.
Yeah, I guess fucking Destiny gave him the rub, man.
There's nothing you can do. Like, he's contacting every woman Steven's ever met. And it's like, hey, you know, I was by Steven, you know, with a knife and a gun. And he's written about 20 other women as well. We're all coming forward. I'm just curious, did he ever by chance, you or anyone else, you ever have any, and it's like, holy shit, wait, what is going on? So, I was upset for him that he had that situation happen. Really upset. I think it's... And then this comes out, the article comes out. And when I say no one cares, because everyone knew this all before, and none of it was that big of a deal before. You thought it was a big deal. No one else did. No one thinks it's a big deal. You got the opposite of it. No one else thinks it's a big deal. When I say big in the permanent scope, I think it's, as I said, pathetic and sad that he kept sexting Anna. But is this the type of thing on call contacting the police? No. The thing that DDoS did, are you kidding me? Who the thought that he was going to go and actually kill this dude?
Give me that Firewalker, baby.
The way Steven does performance shit is like, by being very serious. Like, you thought for a second, because Steven couldn't make as much money as he could, that he was going to just go to jail. That's the leap that we're going to make. So I'm going to, because I can't make $5,000 a month, I can only make $3,000 because I can only stream so much. I'm going to kill this person. And I'm going to go to jail. And then I'll make no money. Like, that's the jump that we're making in taking this as real.
But the thing is, isn't the problem with that though, like you said, you would justify it, still argue that he would justify to do that.
Ooh, I made sure to pick him back up. Chain revive.
I don't think he actually is doing this besides out of, you know, philosophical experience. But I would say probably the biggest one is the jail and the lack of streaming in jail. would be the number one. But there is other.
Oh,
fuck.
I mean, he's going to struggle to find mentally a woman to sex with whilst he's dead, isn't he?
Well, the problem, he might like this, but the problem is that they listen to your phone calls. So.
Okay, yeah. I mean, sure. For me, I think there probably was some reasonable investigation he could do into Destiny and whatnot. But obviously, when he's reaching out to him the way he was, when he's digging as deep as he was, I think he contacted someone that didn't even stream, I believe, and was reaching back years to try and...
No, he was trying to hurt Steven. I mean, that's it. Like, that is the answer.
Holy shit,
upset,
dude.
And he was deeply hurt by the way that Steven treated him.
Fuck those snipers, dude.
And that has to mean that Steven is...
I don't have any
'cause you
fucking...
can't just not like Max. Max exposed so much of himself to him. He opened his soul to Steven. And the fact that Steven said, nah, I'm good, and didn't do him a favor, well, that's something. Something's wrong with Steven. He's just a lot of people don't like him. That can't just be that you weren't enough, because that would hurt too much. So I think it's that, and then... Yeah, I don't know.
Do you think he believes he was abused, Max?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you could say a lot about Max. I don't think you would say that he's well, actually, I would say he was disingenuous. I could. Well, I don't know. Here's where. Let me give you an example here. I feel like he did a talk with someone in 5 years ago, and he said that, what was it exactly?
Dude.
So I will defend my actions, Savannah, because, and I would do things differently knowing what I know today. But at the time, what I knew is that I'm just gonna present it what I knew at the time. Crazy lady harassing my friend. Obviously
Fuck me,
crazy,
dude.
Obviously in the wrong. Looks like a lunatic.
Dude, they just like fucking hit like a...
in a funny way. And I'm gonna go with the data that I have. And I think that he chose to believe that I knew, even though I obviously didn't. And in the interview when it was, I think Lab asked him about it. It's like, oh, Dan is the guy that you stick on the orbiter when you want Steve or something. And just like the most unbelievable, uncharitable, obviously false take in the entire world. I'm friends with Steve, but I also have made him look very stupid in the past. And he's made me look very stupid as well. So to act like I won't say something because it's going to affect our relationship, one, is silly. I don't stream, so I have no... my income is not affected if I do or don't do something. I'm only friends with him, that's it. And he chose to... Even the logs he put in this article, it makes me look as bad as possible.
Dude, this is crazy, man.
And it really, it goes to show that, I was going to say, oh, I don't think he's dishonest. No, actually, you know what? I do think he's dishonest. I think that if there's a way, a lie of omission is a lie. You heard that before?
Yeah. I need to...
a lot of that in this
fuck.
It's like, I'm not going to include this clip where Dan's laughing like a hyena 2 seconds later and that says, yeah, you know what? Let's get her. Let's sick DGG on her. Let's not include that. Instead, let's just include the I'm going to get DGG instead. It's...
Well, I mean, reading through it, knowing your character, I'm seeing it and I'm like, yeah, Dan's just farming. He's farming chat, Giga Chad, or he's farming drama, or farming something. There's not like a malicious...
Dude, this is like fucking nuts, man.
I was playing my soundboard for shit there. It was the funniest shit in the entire world. You had to be there for it. There were some premium moments during that. I was doing Bane clips, a few other things. It was probably the funniest stream in the world. But that doesn't come through here. It doesn't come through as like I'm a friend just, making fun of someone that's giving my friend a lot of shit. No, it's I'm a sick'em dog that's trying to make Anna
he's got like
or some crazy shit. It's just I don't know.
If you can survive for like 20 seconds.
Yeah, of course, yeah. I mean, you got it worse than I did. He must
All right. 10 seconds.
Yeah, he does, yeah. I mean, I think way I can see it is embarrass me for being, a bit vulnerable with him in DMs about certain ways I was feeling about stuff. Then he was some sort of passive wife. When the reality was that I was freaking out about the Nick Fuentes stuff, but then watching the content and Destiny's elaborations on it, I was like, this seems fine, and I can't think of any logical harm that's going to be caused by it. And then Max's perspective is, well, I feel that it's bad, so therefore it's bad.
Yeah, there's no. I feel like that instinct is probably lost on him. It's like if everyone in the world says X, is it X? He's like, well, no. Right, and that happened with Dr. K. And I'm a great person to talk about Dr. K because if you remember, me and you, or Max, were the only people on the anti-Dr. K hate train from day one. You were too, right? I think you were, right? The two of us?
Yeah.
We were the only ones there, and we talked to him about it. But no one else was. I was like, oh, I think it's wrong, but I must be wrong. And I stopped going over it. I still think it's stuff, but I let it go. This guy, he still goes. He's like, no, contact the ethics board. And if they decline to review, then I'm
dude,
doing
this is
appeal.
like
And
crazy.
it's just-
I have like no like shields in this.
What did you say? Weaponized autism? Something like that? Like if everyone's
Dude,
wrong, I
this
have
is
to
like
move
nuts,
them
man.
My way type of thing.
I have
don't know,
to
it's just-
switch out the.
Yeah.
I can't switch it out now,
I mean,
but I need the big shield.
The thing is I obviously my Dr. K.
Luckily, there's no like
stuff,
revive
my
counter.
stuff, which I thought was giga cringe bullshit. But even like I never thought you should go past the ethics board. Like if the ethics board say it's okay, well then they're there to decide that. That's their role in all of this. So it's very self-centered and very kind of like grandiose to think, well I know better than the ethics board.
Who has received positively this manifesto so far? Anyone? Because I know even
Mr. Girlfriends, that's it.
Who are the Mr. Girlfriends that have received it?
Probably like the fans of Mr. Girl, and like that's about it.
Well, I don't know. I've seen his fans talk about it in subreddit constantly. I've seen Smith has printed it out, but he's not commented on it, I don't think.
I thought didn't he comment on it? Or was he commenting on his interviews and how
he was criticizing his interviews afterwards.
I do feel bad for him, I think. Because I feel like he got hurt. It was fucked up what Steve did, not... But then again, I don't know what he wanted to happen. Like, the thing is, he didn't know Steve long enough to understand about the...
All right, I'm about to fucking die.
It hurt him a lot, and now I think this was like his story, right, about his view. And I think it probably hurts that everyone's like laughing at it and saying that it's poorly done, that he's a bad writer, that this wasn't abuse.
Holy shit,
and I think it
dude.
hurts double that people that hate Steven are also saying it. Like, if the only people that are even saying anything remotely positive are like psychopathic fans, but anyone unbiased is saying this is garbage.
I'm getting told in chat there's one person. I mean, I believe they're not like a big Destiny fan in the first place, so I don't know what biases are in place.
GG, man. God damn.
I can think of that isn't like a sycophantic Mr. Gold fan that's been positive about it.
Yeah.
Do not fear for young Ido, Ms.
You know what? If I was gonna do it,
our guidance,
I would have focused only on a few
she
things.
will always be welcome among
Only
us,
on the Anna thing.
should she desire it.
Only
That's
on,
actually good.
Like, basically, you have to choose a few things, and then be very targeted. But I feel like he was trying to do it. I don't know, but that's optics. I think he doesn't care about it. I remember having the argument with him, like, hey, listen, if you did the X, you would be so much more effective. I think when he was like trying to talk with someone, and I was like, oh, this guy doesn't believe in dinosaurs, just or I don't even know who it was, but it was someone on it, and I was like some bullshit like that. I was like, hey, just
Nah, this isn't that great.
Thing. And then all of a sudden, his audience, when he answers no, they're gonna be X, Y. And he's like, no, I don't want to do that. It's like, why? He's like, oh, because I want them to see my way only, with no subtle marketing or advertising. And it's like, okay, that seems really stupid, You understand what I'm saying? Like, if I was having an argument with you, just say you understand what I'm saying, so I don't have to like rephrase it.
Yes, I understand what you're saying. Yes.
Yeah, he's not willing to do any marketing or dress up or putting packaging on no lipstick on a pig when trying to sell what he views as a very true thing. He's just give it here, and if you make your thing, that's right, and if you don't, you're wrong. And that
Forcing
seems to
Chud
me
Logic to
crazy.
acquiesce.
And that
But
was
no,
his
he's
article
right though. He's right on the money.
Honestly. I think that's it. What can I ask you? What's next for the Mac stuff now?
I mean, I think he's probably going to continue to do some interviews, and drama's going to peter out over the next week. I'm sure people will be interested if he speaks about it publicly. And then I think he's probably going to try and move on. He's probably going to realize that the Anthony Destiny hate jerk stuff is what gets him viewers, even hate viewers. And he's probably going to dip into that every so often as he tries desperately to do other content. That's my guess.
I think he'll keep going.
In what respect?
I think he won't move on. I think he'll keep going with this because I imagine it's going to keep giving him a good amount of attention.
Caretaker ranking tour.
I think he'll keep going until he finds, like, think about Dr. K, right? Dr. K was numero uno bad guy. All the attention was focused on that. When was the last time he ever spoke about him? Did we know what happened with the ethics board? Has he followed up on that? You know,
nope.
Seems like he has a villain for as long as he needs to until he's got the next villain to.
You're the next villain, Chud, just so you know. I can see it. It's written in the stars.
That's what he made content about. But in the streaming space, it's people that he tends to go after and latch into as a villain character. So I think once he finds someone else to villainize, that will probably be who he moves on to. But for now, you're probably right. Destiny is probably going to continue to be the villain of his life.
Well, alrighty. Okay. Have a good stream.
Thanks. Have a good one, and we'll speak again soon, I'm sure.
Yeah, good luck with your PC. Keep an eye on your temps, alright?
Thanks, we'll do.
Bye.
Bye.
I actually got everything. Okay. There was collected progress. Okay.
Today I'm starting with stunning new leaked emails, internal Fox News emails that show that executives knew when we fact check Trump's election lies, it's bad for business. If you are like the last remaining person on earth who doubts whether Fox News is news or overt profit-driven propaganda, we can now put that uncertainty to rest. Fox News CEO Suzanne Scott, in a panic in the aftermath of the 2020 election, saying,
I don't think focus
we've got to
each of the-
stop these fact checks. Telling the truth, fact-checking Trump is really bad for business. There are any number of write-ups about this. CNN has one article by Oliver Darcy and Marshall Cohen from yesterday, updated this, actually from this morning, called Fox News CEO said correspondents' fact check of Trump's election lies was, quote, bad for business, new emails show. We're going to look at the emails in a moment. The article describes or characterizes Suzanne Scott as sounding the alarm about the financial fallout that they would suffer if they keep fact-checking Donald Trump's lies. Telling the truth isn't very profitable when the monster you have created over the last 30 years, doesn't actually want the truth. They want to be spoon-fed the lies that their dear orange leader is perpetuating. Let's take a look at a couple of these emails. In this first one, this is Fox CEO Suzanne Scott responding to a segment in which Fox News' on-air talent, Eric Shawn, fact-checked a Trump falsehood. And Suzanne Scott, the CEO, writes, "This has to stop now. This is bad business, and there clearly is a lack of understanding what is happening in these shows.
I don't really care
the
about
audience is furious, and we are just feeding them material bad for business. She's talking about the fact checks. The fact checks are bad for business. Are we news where we prioritize the truth, or are we propaganda where we prioritize whatever lie is most profitable? Well, we know the answer. Here's another email. This one is from Maria Bartiromo, one of the greatest Trump brown-nosers on that network, from November 7th, where she says they need war. They need war. We have to go to a full-on war. They have used all systems to defraud. Hammer or voting zinc the IB side in the vote total. It's crazy. Jared says he doesn't want to hear about any conspiracy theory. Everyone, us excluding me from meetings. We have to file federal suits in every state. The campaign is not doing S. They want to file lawsuits in a couple places. That's not going to solve the problem. This is Maria Bartiromo, seemingly a true believer, falling for all of it. She writes, the country needs to survive. We have to keep this president. No one thinks anyway that people voted for Biden. He lost. And we've seen text messages from Maria and Steve Bannon.
They always
the
knew.
Show.
It's all
they
bullshit.
They seem to be true believers. They don't seem to actually just be telling what they know to be lies. Maria seems to genuinely think that Trump won, and it's bonkers. Another email. Kevin McCarthy notes. Kevin McCarthy notes. This is a pre-interview email about Kevin McCarthy. And this is from Maria Bartiromo, I guess, to her team, where she says, you believe Biden won fair? There are a few issues, but I don't believe there is a mass cheat. Oh, wait a second. So she doesn't believe it. In another one, I've not seen any proof so far of the ballot fraud. Well, so maybe Maria Bartiromo believes they need to do whatever lie they need to tell to keep
my
Trump,
goodness.
but doesn't actually believe that there was the fraud that Trump is alleging. And then Suzanne Scott on November 19th, 2020, saying, I can't keep defending these reporters who don't understand our viewers. This is like the epitome of she gets what's going on.
Yes.
She says,
it's very clear.
Major incoming on her editorializing at the top of Dana's show and her dismissive tone and indifference to the audience. She means not just playing up the lies. We need to manage this. I saw she just did a hit in Cavuto. I hope she didn't double down. I can't keep defending these reporters who don't understand our viewers and how to handle stories. The audience feels like we crapped on and we have damaged their trust and belief in us. Think about that. Fact checking makes their audience not trust them. She goes on to say, we lost 25,000 subscriptions from Fox Nation. We can fix this, but we cannot smirk at our viewers any longer. She is saying our audience doesn't want truth. Our audience wants us to keep fueling the lies.
That's
that
right,
Trump
baby.
Actually won. And this is what Fox News thinks of their audience. They know our audience
They
wants
love the lies,
They don't
man.
want fact checks.
They love
don't
the
want
lies.
truth. And it really distills the entire operation of Fox News into its immoral and dishonest essence. Stunning, stunning revelations in these emails. Now, we go back to the question that after the Fox News...
I really wondered, like, they're not really worried about the Dominion case. But, like, there's also reporting, too, that, like, Fox viewers, they're actually paying attention to what's going on with the Dominion case, and they're actually watching, like, other networks and going online and seeing, like, what's being revealed, too. And, like, they're distrusting, like, Fox News more and more, too. Because Fox News is doing exactly what they accuse, like, other networks and, like, Democrats are doing too. So it's like a death by 1,000 cuts. That's what I'm looking for. It's death by 1,000 cuts. And it's like, it's happening to Fox. It's happening to the Republican Party. And it's like, you're seeing not the last gaps of conservatism in this country, but like the early stages of the death of the Republican Party and this whole conservative movement in this country. And I'm worried about, like, what would happen too. like if the establishment Republicans like fall to the wayside and it's like the MAGA crowd, because they're very comfortable using like rhetoric of like they won't call for direct action to violence, but they're more willing to more willing to use violence, but say it in an indirect way and then claim afterwards, hey, we're not going to, we didn't say anything directly, we were joking, whatever, the stuff they say. I never call for direct action of violence, something like that along those lines. So I just find stuff like that like funny, but I feel like it's with the beginning. I don't think I'm going to see it in my lifetime, whatever time I have left on this earth. But like, I think like maybe my kids, my grandkids will see like the end of the Republican Party. And I think that's actually good overall for the party. Not just because like I'm partisan. I am very much partisan. I'll admit that every day long. But it's just like, I just don't see how that can survive in today's like culture. There's no solutions. There's no plans. I'm still waiting for the healthcare plan from Donald Trump and Republicans. They apparently have it. They just haven't revealed it yet. I'm waiting for their answer to gun reform and to gun violence in this country. Their answer to healthcare, gun violence, the answer to the border. They always complain about the border, but I've never seen them propose anything about the border. Let's, outside build a wall, okay? And what? People still want to come in the country. It's just, I just find it funny too. They get into office, and again, Jon Stewart mentioned it in that interview with Fareed Zakaria on CNN, one of the first clips that we watched today on the stream. They talk about all these problems, and then they get into Congress, and they get into office. They don't solve these problems, but what they do is they continue the problems by not doing anything, and actually like defund the government in some way, defund like a federal program, defund like a department, and the problem then persists and festers. So then they can run on this same problem over and over again, so they can get reelected. But then they only really answer to the money interests, the lobbyists, the corporations, and it's been proven time and time again. But they keep getting reelected, but they always give you a bone, right? They'll propose anti-trans legislation. They'll say we'll ban same-sex marriage, we'll get rid of contraceptives, we'll go ahead, we put enough justices on the Supreme Court, Roe's gone now, so Republican-controlled states now are have like near abortion bans now. They'll criminalize people from leaving the state to get an abortion now. See the legislation that's coming out of Idaho. So they talk about all the problems, but they never provide any solutions. Funny, don't you think?
Text message leaks, we asked. After it was leaked that Tucker was saying he hates Trump passionately, is this going to make Fox's audience turn on them? I don't think it will. And when we spoke to Matt Gertz from Media Matters, he also more or less seemed to say the people who need to hear about this stuff won't ever know about it. Or if they come across it, they'll dismiss the reporting as fake news. They'll say, oh, David, those email screenshots are obviously doctored. We can't believe that. Those aren't
How
real.
are they doctored then?
No. Fox tells the truth, and the truth is Trump won. Now, Fox mostly knows that they're lying, and they know that the lies are the best thing possible for business. This is where we are today. It's tragic. It's sad. I don't know how we deprogram these people. I've not found a way. But we at least now have it in black and white and highlighted in yellow, as you saw in those emails. Fox knows they're lying, and they know the lies are what's most profitable for them.
Yeah, this one, listen, I ain't gonna lie to y'all, yo. Like, Just Pearly Things, man, is a non-problematic white woman, man.
Is she seeing anybody?
And she said that she would want to go out on a date with Nick Fuentes and during the Adam interview. So
I'm trying to fuck
her.
Yeah.
Well, like, and she stated that she only dates black guys. So
word.
Or she has only dated black guys.
Yeah, bring that Gwyneth Paltrow pussy on.
Yeah, Josh. Yeah. Just like
you have a gaming channel?
Me?
Yeah.
I never use it though.
I'm about to DM this bitch.
We sort of lost the culture. Yeah, because the lesson of World War II based on the horrors of the Holocaust is like, this is what happens when nationalism goes awry. This is what happens when nationalism goes
But
too
your
far.
argument was the Holocaust was not special and all countries have done that.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
so you're
shit.
saying, why is the Holocaust
These guys got to turn up the volume on their end.
Basically.
Were you on the switcher when that interview went down?
No, wait,
You want me to keep going?
Yeah.
What do you mean, basically?
It's a watch.
Well, yeah, I mean, because
It's about slavery, not the
we're getting
Holocaust.
into the details of it, but yeah, that's the gist.
Yo, Josh.
But you kind of
Think
deny
this
it
will work?
happened.
Yeah, I denied some of the parts of
You
it.
deny parts of it don't seem realistic to you. You
Right.
think they were embellished.
What'd you
upon.
say?
I think they're
So it was
embellished.
good,
The
shorty.
same way. This sounds,
Push send, fool.
this sounds similar to the slavery stuff too, because that's literally
Let's go,
the founder or the guy
shorty.
who made Roots said I wanted a myth for my people to live by. So they often, but that's what they do is the cult.
Whoa.
Now,
she's cute.
You missed the point, Josh. Right? So, like, before, like, Josh turned it off, and she stated,
Culture. We sort of lost the culture.
Yeah, because
yeah. Stop.
How
right?
do we get from LeBron to this? I feel like I zoned out or something.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. So, okay, so
Damn, this bitch is tall.
yeah, she's like 6'1", I think. Or 6'2".
Damn, man. Actually, wow, really?
Or 6'3", right? Like, cause like when she stood like next to Adam, and she was like just as tall.
Look at this bitch, bro.
Yeah, bro. She's 6'1".
You like her?
I like her.
Pearly.
Yeah, man.
So what's the point you're trying to make, Flacco, by bringing her up?
Sure. So now she's public enemy number one. She's being canceled on Twitter, on YouTube by other content creators. And she stated that
I love how he says it too.
has been embellished and made worse than what it really was. Right? And that's why, like,
That's a hot take.
yeah. Now
the race play is going to be real easy for you then.
yeah, right. So now, based on those comments, what's your take on those comments? And then, her as a content creator should like she be canceled? Should her?
I'll forgive her.
Oh, okay. All right. Icon.
I don't really have an opinion on this really, because that's some definitely out of pocket shit. Would you agree that that's out of pocket to say some crazy wild shit? Like, everyone's entitled to their opinion. I know. But
No. Right here. So look. So like,
I laugh at a lot of stupid shit all the
Yeah.
time, right? But that shit's kind of crazy.
yeah. Nah. Listen. It's definitely wild. Right now, where I guess I have a side eye, right? Is like people was already like trying to cancel her for having Nick Fuentes on, right? And I kind of feel like, would people care if she was saying, like, let's say like these movies embellish and made slavery worse than what it was? If she, let's say, was talking to Josh and not Nick Fuentes.
Do you think that she is genuine in these comments, or do you think she's maybe trying to match Nick Fuentes' energy when talking to him?
Oh,
because my opinion is what she said there is just as bad as his view on what he said about the Holocaust.
Yeah, of course.
Like, you're gonna completely downplay like the horrific things that happened for a long period of time that are facts that we have recorded history of.
Yeah.
And you're gonna try to have this revisionist history that to say that the people who are talking about it are making it worse than it actually was is a wild take.
Yeah,
that
right.
I can't get behind.
Yeah, man. Like, cause how do you really make slavery worse than what it was? Like
revisionist,
right? Fam, bro. Like, I've never seen any movie depict exactly how horrible slavery was. Right?
I wasn't there.
Well, true, right? But if you like take, like, for example, right? Like, if
I'm actually kind of surprised, like, he's going this way
regarded-
with the way like he talked to Nick Fuentes. Like, he was kind of like sucking him off.
as 3/5 as livestock, it really doesn't get much traumatizing and inhumane than that, right? So like, I like haven't really seen anybody depict that, as accurately as it should. and nonetheless say, yo, they embellished it and made it look worse than what it really was. To me, that's the wild take. Now, folks are saying that she don't deserve to ever, like have a platform and to work with black creators in the Red Pill community no more. So do y'all think that because of those comments, she should get canceled? Now, Pearl did apologize.
I don't mean.
Wouldn't you think? Would you agree or disagree though that the majority of black dudes in the Red Pill space would agree with her and disagree with her?
I disagree, right? Because I think like Red Pill don't equate to cooning. Now, trust me, like Justin Lee Peterson, Obsidian, like niggas be cooning. But like in terms of truly believing that slavery ain't as bad as the movies like made it out to be, it takes a special type of nigga, man. Right? Again, somebody say that I may share those thoughts. I don't share those thoughts. You feel me? Right? But
the things you say publicly and the things that you choose to talk about would definitely make people believe that you thought those thoughts.
I feel like she don't believe
That's
in none of
fair.
the shit she be saying. I feel like
Exactly.
she knows that she
She be pandering?
occupies a space within that space, so she's gonna speak about whatever is gonna get her, more cemented in that space. With that being said, I still want to lick her pearly thing. It's just she's an asshole.
Well, hold on, you would
which I would also lick.
You would fuck a chick who has this views on slavery?
He already said that he's into race play. Like, what?
Yeah.
I feel like in race playing with a chick who was genuinely just a good chick, right? A good white
The
chick.
idea behind race play, though, he said yesterday, was to hate fuck.
Oh,
if it's
okay.
genuine
Not only that-
hate, that doesn't change anything.
That's it's gonna be a genuine fuck. Plus, I'm gonna fuck Pearly things until she comes into this bitch wearing the dashiki.
Oh my god.
You're too down.
I think she's already like wearing like dashikis.
No,
Like,
I'm talking Rachel Dolezal. This bitch gonna be in here with the SPF and all that shit. Yeah.
yo, speaking of Dolezal, yo, her OnlyFans is fire.
Yeah.
What?
She has ass. Like she has ass.
I don't know.
And
how-
you're subscribed?
I don't know how she made her areolas that
Yeah.
color, but her shit is nice.
Rum.
I ain't subscribed, but she got ass though.
What is the solution here, though? What's in the future for Froggy Fresh? Like, how do you? I mean, because like, dude, think about it. If you really haven't done anything that wrong, like, don't you feel like you're kind of being dragged by them? Like, they keep saying your behavior, and that you broke conduct policy and your behavior was bad and just shit like that. I feel like you're being.
Can't believe like
dragged
people
by
like
them.
recorded this shit. It's hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I got to address everything back. So honestly, like, you can drag me, but like, I literally refuted everything they've said so far publicly with like a complete response. So like, it's stressful, but at the same time, I mean, all I can do is address the shit.
Are you mad at Harley? Because Harley's like is going hard at you, like more hard than they are.
I mean, what's that gonna do for me to sit around and be mad at Harley? Like, I'm like trying to chill tonight and go to like eat some good food, go to sleep and shit.
That's a good answer. That's a good answer. Well, guys, I think we covered everything we could cover on this new saga of Creator Clash. Allegedly threatening to sue Froggy Fresh. I can't wait for more updates of this story. And I'm really curious to figure out what's going to happen with the Creator Clash. Will it be this great success, or has this controversy tainted the entire event?
You know what, man? I really hope the event is a great success. I don't want to see anything fail in the community, but like, god damn, dude, the way to shit the bed in the last few days over
Oh
this
shit,
is just
Sneako's in
insane.
there.
Like, it could have all, dude, the night it happened, it could have all been resolved had like cooler heads prevailed, and they would have been like, all right, we made a fucking emotional response, let's walk it back. No one would have given a shit. No one would care.
I think the issue is if the event is wildly successful, then it's going to justify their actions, which I think their actions are wrong. That's the problem.
Also, don't forget,
then no matter how much you want to say that Anissa's like helping run the event, whatever, at the end of the day, iDubbbz is the one who actually like has his finger on the button. Like he's the one that's really controlling shit behind the scenes, I think. So if he wants to change it, like it's up to him. You know what I mean? Like that's what I was thinking too. Like we should put some.
I feel like people, if you're slighted by this event at Froggy, you should absolutely refund your ticket. Just give that money to charity.
Yeah.
I agree.
Any final statements from the panel?
Yeah, I think the takeaway here is I'm kind of tired of getting on panels talking about how shitty iDubbbz has become. I think it's like time to either start putting your money where your mouth is, or just stop watching him in general if you don't like him. Because I don't know, how long can we sit here and just be like, damn, this is so disappointing, before it really starts to get old?
Well, the problem is he's doing a community event and he's involving people that we're fans of, like Froggy Fresh. That's the issue. That's why I don't watch iDubbbz anymore. There's nothing to watch, you know?
Like how, like right
God
now,
damn.
this moment, like swear to God, say I'm lying. Swear to God, right now. If literally everybody manned up and was like, all right, fuck this bullshit, they let me fight my fight now with all the hype around this fucking fight. If Gideon gives a fuck, what the fuck? So it's like, all the hype around this fight right now, they let me fight my fight. They let Sam hide in the building. That motherfucking pay-per-view sales are gonna go through the fucking ceiling.
Imagine a moment like at the end of the fight where Sam Hyde and iDubbbz shake hands and make peace. Like that would go.
I'm
that would
down.
trend
I'm
worldwide.
100% down.
That would be like that would be great. It'd be great for the event. It'd be great for charity. That's a win-win-win-win-win. Like nobody loses in that scenario at all.
Yeah. Well,
but everybody has to run in their parasocial cliques, so you can't have that. That's not allowed.
And like Froggy
you can't have Sam Hyde there because apparently he's a brand risk, I guess.
And like Froggy said too, remember it's important. Like Froggy said that iDubbbz like kind of, or I don't know if it was Froggy, but iDubbbz like looked at his fans who they were, and he was kind of like, I don't want to associate with this. I don't want to be like this. But he has to remember at the end of the day, those fans are the ones that are buying the tickets to Creator Clash. Those fans are the ones that he's setting this whole thing up for. That's the audience. No matter how much
I try to make peace with my enemies. I try to make peace with my enemies like all the time. At one point, me and Nicholas Durio hated each other, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like
1, 2, 3 times. We
4 times. My point is this, right? There's just a certain type of person that can never bury the hatchet, that can never make peace. There's like these certain type of people out there, and they want to just keep it going forever. And it's like, bro, that is not healthy for you, for the other person, for anyone. Like, at the end of the day,
some people just get off to conflict, okay? That's all that there is. Some people just get off to that.
I get off at conflict too. Like that's my.
You're not a fucking high schooler, is the thing, okay? You're not a fucking bitch made about it, okay? There's a key difference.
But at the end of the day, battles have to happen in our space. They have to happen. But they can end. Wars need to end. There's no point of fucking endless war. No one wins an endless war.
And I agree. And the other thing too is I want to say this. This is what the most fucked up thing is too. Is I was like, when it felt like Ian was trying to scare me out of doing Sam, I was like, damn. It's almost like Ian don't like people going to give Sam a good rap, dude. It's almost like because Ian knows if people go work with Sam, they're gonna be like, damn, this dude's dope as fuck, bro. So it's almost like that's the vibe I got. Like, cause damn, Harley went out there and Sam was cool as fuck. And I was like, shit, I'm gonna go out there and Sam will be cool as fuck. And I was like, oh shit, Ian don't want me to go out and work with Sam because he's gonna be like, oh shit, Sam is cool as fuck. And it's almost like, again, another situation when it's like instead of like giving Sam a stage, or it's like he wants to again blindfold the audience. It's like he always
can somebody like fill me in on like why Sam is so hated on these, or like why there's such a rift?
Can I tell you?
I'll tell you this much. I didn't know anything about Sam Hyde until like the iDubbbz video. Like when iDubbbz went out to talk to Sam or whatever, right? Like I knew about Sam's name because he would always be on like those 4chan posts or whatever with like the AK-47, but I didn't really know anything. So like, why is there all this?
This guy committed every single mass shooting known to man, and
let me explain it. This is the way I understand it, right? Sam Hyde had a very popular show and a very influential show, right? He was a groundbreaking comedian with a brand new style. A bunch of YouTubers imitated that style and that aspect and even copied some of the goddamn jokes, all right? And then when they got popular on the internet, they tried to banish him, right? Oh, bad guy. Oh, horrible guy, horrible guy. They tried to erase Sam Hyde from history, and that's what this all stems from.
All right, easy there, champ.
That's 100% correct. It's insecure comedians who are literally inspired. Sam Hyde's the first one who did it. Start doing it before anyone, and everyone you like fucking everyone you like in the era, not even name names, is inspired by Sam. So then it's like they come up, they take his style, but they're not as fucking good at it, and they water it down.
I got one more point on this. All right. But when I started talking to Sam Hyde to do this boxing stuff, I didn't really know the history. I had to educate myself and go and like learn all the lore and like understand everything. And once you get it, once you realize what these guys did for years, I'm talking like 2015, 2016, like in those years where they tried to hide Sam Hyde and disappear this guy from the record because they were taking his style, right? Once you actually get it, now it makes sense.
What?
Right? Wants to put this behind him. He's sick of being accused of copying Sam Hyde. So he goes to do a documentary.
I just like don't know enough to be able to like competently like talk about this.
It doesn't go the way he wants to go. So he plans on never releasing it. Like he planned on never releasing it. It was never going to see the light of day. So Sam Hyde got frustrated after months and months and months, and he releases his version, right? Like that alone, once you understand that aspect, then you can go back and look at the lore and see how these guys tried to erase him from history because they wanted credit for groundbreaking this whole movement with this comedy stuff.
Yeah, these guys, and I'm not at all the type to get defensive and protective over my work. I'm not the type of guy. We all stand on the shoulders of giants. We all like are influenced by somebody. The only way to hide your influence is to have so many influences that they merge together. That's the only way to be truly original, is to have so many influences that you can't tell anymore. So I'm not the type to ever be like, yo, this guy's jacking my flag, I'm the real one. But like H3H3 did a video that was a verbatim direct ripoff, like line by line, joke by joke ripoff of one of my videos. And none of these guys ever gave me any kind of credit or anything. And then iDub...
What video? Sorry, I'm learning about all this right now.
And then iDub goes and he pulls the ladder up behind him so that nobody else can go get to that position. That's what, to me, that's what the language policing and the irony policing and all the stuff that iDub is about now. To me, that's
this I just don't know.
Pulling the ladder up so that nobody else can do the style of humor and make these jokes and get popular. And then
that's one of the points that, you know, when I was like, he's 27, 28, he's already old enough. It's like, you can grow up, but it's like, at that point, you're already old enough to know. So I kind of do side with what Sam's saying, that it's like, you know, you're kind of like kicking the ladder down or pulling up, sorry.
It's more of a tactical move than a real change. It's more just to make it so that nobody else can come with that edgy, like, that type of 2012 humor and get up now. And then what he did, which was really nuts, he came out here to do a documentary about how I'm washed up and how my life sucks and all these other types of things. And when he came out here, he was saying like weird. He didn't say that was the point. He said he wanted to get a perspective on what my life was like. But he came out here and he was saying weird shit like I'm usually the puppet master in situations like this, and usually I'm able to manipulate. Like he was talking to my crew and saying all kinds of suspect shit. And because in the documentary he wasn't able to make me look like an ass. When he came out here, he just didn't release the footage. So he was sitting on the footage for almost a year or 9 months. The documentary that he shot. Finally, I had to edit together a version of it and it wasn't like a version that portrayed him in a negative light. It was just a version that was what we had with our cell phones rolling at the time. But yeah, man, he came out here to try to punk me, and now he's mad he wasn't able to.
Nothing.
And all that is happened. I just want to say one thing. My experience with Sam is completely opposite of whatever Ian claims to experience. I went out there, Sam had already people lined up, paying them on right there on the spot, without not trying to be upfront about it. I could just see he was paying people to come in and out to train me. He was paying the gym. He come into the gym he's got so many responsibilities in the middle of shooting, trying to get his brand off the ground that was unjustly taken from him because of jealous comedians, bro. Sam's whole fucking story basically built around jealous comedians. But the point is, Sam was 100% cool to me. So, I don't know, that's the problem is I think people don't want to have to go have that experience. Oh, fuck.
I was able to call Sam Hyde and be like, hey, look, tone it down, bro. And he did. You know what I mean? It's like the whole concept of this is an unhinged person that's lost his mind and he's gonna go kill someone someday.
Yeah, it's almost like he's a schizophrenic murderous Nazi because Hassan said it in the stream and cried about all that.
Yeah, it's just not true.
Yeah, no, that was completely off base.
The reason why we need people
Wait, why do they call Sam a Nazi? Dude, they call everyone a Nazi now. What the fuck? Why?
Yeah, this goes back to what I was saying yesterday, overusing that fucking term too. Just going back to the iDubbbz thing. I watched the iDubbbz thing. I felt like he was busy editing too. The biggest thing was while he was filming and following Sam, he didn't know what was true and what was untrue, and he was trying to discern that too. I thought he did a good job with the documentary. I don't think he ever tried to mislead him. It just felt throughout the documentary, I don't know, Sam was trying to I don't know, present something or do his meta humor, his ultra irony or whatever it was, something like Destiny. I was watching coverage of Destiny was covering it too, and it was you from everything I know about Sam Hyde, you just don't know. You just don't know about him. That's the only thing. You don't know where he's coming from. And iDubbbz was trying to get to know him. And I think there was an issue too, some time ago too. I think Sam did a copyright claim of one of iDubbbz's early videos too, and Sam came back and he said that he was just kind of doing it to stir the pot or whatever.
Are they acting under orders? To obey an order.
And iDubbbz kind of asked him about it. He was a little bit cagey about it. And now you have this conversation, and you're having this conversation, and it's just you're accusing him of joke theft and everything too, and I'm just okay, where's all this coming from now? I'm just so confused. Is this? No, this has to be, fuck me, dude. Yeah, revive. Yeah, no, I have, yeah, I got chill clip. I have chill clip. If I can survive. Holy shit, I need to put the bigger barrier down. Yeah. the fucking.
Guardian down.
If you guys can like take care of the fucking like.
Guardian down. Guardian down.
Holy shit. Holy shit, dude. Yeah, my fucking shields are low. God damn. These things. I have to, like, just one thing at a time. This is, like, so fucking nuts, man. I have, like, choke clip on this.
Guardian down.
Yeah. Yeah, this room sucks because of all the openness, too.
The Shadow Legion cannot resist the power of the Guardian and the Awoken.
That's fine.
With a coalition like ours, there's no fortress we can't break. As long as we stick together, we'll be unstoppable.
Unfortunately, this may also be true for the witness.
Yeah.
No doubt, it relies on its disciples, just as the Traveler relies on its guardians.
But I don't know, like, what to tell you, dude. Like. Yeah, I'm gonna force the first encounter to like happen. Oh, dude, I wish you didn't fucking. This one actually requires just like a little bit more like communication. That second point kind of sucks, but.
Guardian down.
4-second point. Fuck. Yeah, just like corner revive me.
Guardian down.
Oh, fuck me, dude. Oh. Dude, where's the fuck me. Dude, come on, man. It's so ridiculous. Just survive 20 seconds. Up there too. It doesn't work. I might have to switch out of this build. It's just not. The build is there too. I'm wondering if it's like something else too. You get really restricted around like the weapons and the mods. This is just so ridiculous. Fuck me. I'm like... Dude, somebody help me out here. You guys have to like, I don't know, distract him or something. Somebody has to like maintain aggro on the boss. I know what to do. This is, of all these, this room kind of like sucks. Like the build, like I can easily build super. I can easily build like these things.
They say you tell the best stories. I have a new one. It's about a great golden eagle who saves the forest from a fire god by offering it.
What are these like stats? This is so silly, dude. Dude, this is so silly. Is this like a farm?
Didn't you donate to some charity?
Just a little bit though. I didn't say that much racist shit. Don't worry.
I have never done such a thing. Go ahead, Peter. What were you saying?
No, I was just saying, why do they call him a Nazi? And yeah, I know another person. I know another person who said racist shit too. Like what, the NF slur? But that was a long time ago, dude.
It's just a way to defame anybody who's like vague, even a little bit right wing, even a little bit of a Trump supporter. It's just the catch-all term that you use to slander anybody who's not a, fucking rainbow flag waving guy.
You know, Hassan Piker seems like the type that would be like promoting punch a Nazi, but he won't fight you. But he'll.
I'm begging him to punch a Nazi. I'm begging him to put me out of my misery. He's such an alpha male, Keem. He's such a tough guy. He's
All right, I gotta do these two.
The biggest man in Japan. He's got such broad shoulders. Keem, I'm not I'm not that good at boxing. I'm slow. I'm almost 40 years old.
Yeah.
I put up 2 million. I told what's his name? Hassan. I told him I would put up $2 million of Bitcoin if from a mystery donor. But we have a real Bitcoin address with $2 million, at least when it was $60,000 of Bitcoin. We had $2 million in there. We put up $2 million for this clown to fight me. He's he could punch a Nazi. He could be a fucking hero. He could be the hero of Twitter, of Tumblr forever.
Hassan's just not a fighter, man. He's not going to do it.
Well, at the end of the day, we do have to recognize that Hassan Piker did give you respect, though. Like, remember when he first reacted, he said, Sam Hyde would kill me. Like, I'm not fighting him. I would get destroyed. Like, so he did give you some respect at the beginning. I remember that.
He's a wise man. I would put him through the ropes. I would redefine violence. I would cheat. I would step on his feet. I'd be grabbing the back of his head. I'd try to poke him in the eyes. I'd fucking knee him in the balls. I'd be, oh my God,
being resurrected in the light. Even if she was, she would
Dude, I'm about to get off right now, dude. What the fuck? Dude's about to nut.
I think Hassan Piker made the right decision.
But we cannot change the past.
Dude,
we can only honor her
if I got the word that I was going to fight Hassan Piker, first of all, I'd be doing cardio. And you know I don't do cardio. I would be running 8 miles a day. I'd be on what's the EPO, whatever that thing is, that blood doping thing. I would be doing I'd have fucking adamantium injected into my knuckles. I'd have lead weights in my elbows, swinging elbows. Oh my God, man, I could fight that guy.
Sam, let me try to help you out. Hassan Piker, I know you're probably on your live stream reacting to this instead of producing your own content. I will personally vote for AOC or any extreme lefty person for the rest of my life if you fight Sam Hyde.
I have agreed to quit social media and quit comedy forever if I lose to Hassan Piker. And I also called out Nathan Burnett's dad. I said I would lose 70 pounds. Now, Keem, I don't. When I make a threat like this, I'm not the type of guy.
Like, ad clear right now is like the big thing. I've noticed that too. Like, it's just they've been pumping out like a ton of ads now.
That's an insane thing to say. I lose 70 pounds. Can you imagine any other athlete anywhere saying they would lose 70? I would be emaciated. I would have a heart palpitation. I'd be in the hospital. I'd be on a.
For people that don't know Sam Hyde, I think he actually would.
He would. He would do it.
I swear to God,
he would 100% do it.
I swear to God, I would lose 70 pounds to fight Nathan Burnett.
You were spending what, $500,000 as well? So
yeah, I would put up 250 cash, and I'd put up my car, and I would, and also if Nathan Burnett beat me, I would leave social media comedy forever. You'd never hear a beat from me again. Gone.
You know what the sad thing is? I hope creator class isn't turning like political, right? And isn't like going to become like a lefty thing or whatever? Because
what are you talking about?
Like, dude, no, like
he's just being like salacious for like his Keemstar, so he's gonna be salacious. Oh my God, I hate this shit, dude. Like this is like definitely like an optical L. This is social media, so like you have to maintain like a certain types of optics, right? But like he has to like explain like what happened here, and if it really was like, hey, like it was like the comments he made about like my wife, like that too, then he has to say. He can't like leave it out there too. Like, people might not like it too, but it's like, dude, like, you don't get to like insult my wife like that and think you can get on the card. But expect like criticism too, because it's iDubbbz, and I used to watch iDubbbz like back in the day, and he said some like raunchy shit, and he's like done some raunchy shit too. And if he wants to like take that back, says, hey, like I was wrong to do a lot of that stuff too, I understand. Like I don't think you should do that stuff anymore, like the stuff I did, because I feel uncomfortable about it. It's okay, you can like change your mind and grow from it, that's fine, but accept that like people are going to like criticize you for it. And this too, So like there's like fair criticism too, but some of the stuff that like Sam Hyde says, the people don't know if he's like being serious or not, and I think that's like an issue with people. Like with something where like you're gonna be inflicting violence on another person too, like some of the comments like he says, people don't know. Like these guys say it too, but guys like Hassan, they don't know. They might have like a certain relationship with like Sam, where he's like, yeah, I'm not gonna like Sam's not gonna do this stuff, but Hassan doesn't have that too. I also just think Hassan he's not a fighter. Like Hassan is just like not a fighter, and he doesn't have it in him to fight. Like it's an aesthetic for him. He doesn't want to fight, which is fine. That's his prerogative. I'm not gonna force a guy. Honestly, like if this guy doesn't have like, oh my god, what the fuck hit me? If this guy doesn't have like the will to fight, then he shouldn't fight. You know what I mean? Like. Oh my god, this is like so it is. These guys are like sniping too. This is like so ridiculous. This is like so stupid, man. I'm like so sick and tired of this crap. Oh my god, I'm just gonna fucking. Yeah, ideally I'm supposed to be like going into these sunspots and everything too, because it keeps me up. Yeah. Oh, it's like this lefty thing. It's a fucking boxing match. Are you kidding me? Most lefties like fucking hate like boxing and like sports. Like I hate the narrative too. Like the left just like comes off as a bunch of like pussies. What the fuck? Alright, this guy has to like catch up, man. They're definitely like hitting like way harder. Oh fuck, the fucking hammer just like went flying. Let me get rid of these fucking yellow bars.
I sense a thinning in the barrier between worlds. Your re-entry point lies just ahead. As your intuition sharpens, such opportunities will become apparent. Continue to master my power, and you will reach the ascendant plane at will.
Like someone has to like take care of like the fucking. Oh my god, stop it with this shit, dude. Yeah, I can't, I'm not gonna like come and pick you guys up. I'm sorry. I'll wait for you guys like back here. Take out like somebody has to like, if you got like a ranged weapon, take out the snipers. They're the ones that are like doing all the damage. It's not this guy here. He's a fucking nobody. Hey, help like take out like the snipers up top. Hey, in this room, take out the snipers. Oh my god, fuck, dude. Jesus Christ. Hey, it's help take out like help. Yeah, we definitely need to Yeah. Bro, they're the ones like that are killing you guys. Oh my god. Jesus. No, they don't, dude. I'm not gonna like res you. It's like a waste too. Dude, you guys are fucking ridiculous, dude. Oh my god, guys, stop it. Holy shit, dude. That's it. You have to like just take out like the snipers up top. If I had like it throws like the build like so off.
With a coalition like ours, there's no
just like you guys don't like see like the snipers up top.
Together, we'll be unstoppable.
Unfortunately,
That's what that's what's killing you. It's not the unstoppable champion. 2 hits with like the fucking fusion rifle with the riptide like fucking stun them. Jesus Christ. Let's hurry up. My fucking weapon boost is like low. Ads. This whole game now is like ad clear central. My god. Fucking watch like these fucking corners, dude. This is like so frustrating, man. Like you guys like don't see this, and then I'm gonna pop this fucking super and waste it now. Help, DPS them down, DPS them down, get to that first bar. Like this isn't. They do like way more damage now. Like whether you like it or not, they do like way more damage. Take.
Guardian down.
Oh, fuck. He was like... Dude, this is like so frustrating. Clear ads, man. Clear ads. Like, I don't understand, like, why... Like, that's like such like a fucking... Like, problem. Just keep clearing ads until the spawns happen. One of the big issues I have with this game is like all the fucking visual clutter that is in this game. Dude, what the fuck, dude? Okay, I have to like fucking... You bring it? Are you actually like have like a Saitan's Rampart and like PvE activities? Oh, why'd you put the bubble right over this thing? Oh my god. Ooh. Just help with the ads, man. That's it. I think they're really trying to push like more like teamwork and like, I'm sorry, people do not clan up in this game at all. Apparently my clan broke up or like fucking I got booted out. But like I got a better version. Shoot to loot. It's not bad. All right, back to this.
To like do stuff together. We can't just separate the fucking country into two sections. Like that's so stupid. And I really hope that
like, no offense, I agree with that I actually agree with that sentiment. Like, I actually do. But the other side of the aisle is fucking nutso. I'm sorry. They won't even meet with people on the left in the middle on anything. There's like things like we actually would agree on, like actual like gun reform, or like at least with red flag laws. There's actually a lot of Republicans who would actually vote for that. And like we can get that passed like tomorrow, but like they're so entrenched with the NRA and moneyed interests, and like their base just thinks like if you work with Democrats, they're gonna kidnap and like fucking take all your kids away. You know, they really think that. Like they won't like work with any Democrats. Like there are people like on the right, not really the politicians, but the but the people who work like behind the scenes, like the actual agents and stuff, like John Stewart says, who would actually like work with us too, but they can't because their bosses won't allow them to. Some of them are crazy, don't get me wrong, but not really all of them. I wish these, God, no, I need like 20s, man. It's not spiky enough.
that is not part of this either, right? Where they're looking at Sam and they're calling him like a conservative or something.
I'm gonna tell you what it is, though. I'm gonna tell you what it is. they have it separated like this. So like they are separating it like left and right. And I'm telling you, over there like over there, Creator Clash is like the Patty Cake Boys, and they let me in, and like I'm a big hitter. They let me in the Patty Cake Boy club. I'm telling you, over there at Misfits, where you and Sam swing, it's the hitter club, bro. And I'm telling you, that's why they're trying to keep that shit separated, because they let a mid, like I'm a mid hitter. They let a mid hitter in the Patty Cake club, and that shit needs to be separated, team. There needs to be separation, actually. So I feel you wrong on that. But y'all are in the hitter club.
Yeah, I was just talking about politics. I hope they're not introducing politics to their event.
For the record, I'm not even political. I hate Hassan because he wears like puka shell necklaces and shit. Like that's literally the basis for why I hate that guy, because his swag makes me sick. It has nothing to do with politics.
I misunderstood team. Yeah, I agree. Don't keep things separate politically.
I'll get along with everything. That guy in particular is like fucking Pac Sun Zoomy swag is why I want to kill him.
Dude, I never got along with Hassan Piker. I would disagree with one of his points and be like, well, you're wrong because of this, and I'd tweet at him, and he'd respond with no counterpoint. He'd just be like, ratio. I'm like, what the fuck is this? I thought this was the political debate guy on Twitch.
You guys are fucking dipshit.
Not really.
Word I can't say on Twitter Spaces.
All right, guys, is that it? Have we exhausted everything here?
Yeah, I think we got away from the main point there a lot. I just want to point out, like, it would just be cool if they put Froggy back on the card. I don't know, man. All the Sam Hyde stuff.
It would be nice if they could let me know what they're doing if they're gonna put that guy, because like I kind of want to be like, okay, I'm training for a boxing event that I might be in, depending on whether or not Ian is still upset about a joke.
Froggy, imagine if this was set up, right? Because obviously, you know, they love Chris Ray Gun, right? So what if, well, she loves Chris Ray Gun. What if it was set up where, like, 2 days before the event, they announced that you're back on?
Right, dude, and I'm up at like 146 pounds from Chick-fil-A, and I have to like dehydrate myself. Not like Sam's got me cooking in some type of device that him is fucking jet built, and I'm like barely make weight down to fucking 130, and they gotta pump me with some fucking water to get into the fucking ring. And they just fucking push me at Chris Raygun, who's obviously gonna be fighting for Anissa on April 15th. Because this ain't no fight for Chris Raygun. For other people in the fight, it is about Terry. I'm not gonna lie, they're down for Terry. For Chris Raygun, there's a lot more on the line. For Chris, it's charity and love.
If IDub, and I fully believe it,
all right,
IDub's gonna need to upload a YouTube video to explain their point of view, I feel like they would eventually come to the conclusion we need to put you back on, right? But because they're not addressing you know, the fair market of ideas, the internet, right, and getting that feedback and coming to the best decision in the situation is why you're still off the card. Wait, Brandon wants to talk real quick. We've got to get Brandon Buckingham up here. And at the end of the day, like, I really want to hear from them directly their point of view. Maybe there's something that they could tell us that we don't know, you know? Go ahead, Brandon.
I was just saying, why was Sam banned from the first Critter Clash? Like, what exactly did he do to be banned from that?
The galaxy too have these myths, but they are only
they said something along the lines, if I remember correctly, that no reputable organization would be involved with working with Sam Hyde, and that's what pissed me off, and that's why I was like, okay.
I think it was like this. I think I could be rephrased to that documentary that I just tried to come with Sam didn't work out the way he thought. So when he Sam made them uncomfortable.
The documentary was fine.
Yeah, we were told that even wearing Sam's merch at the event last time would get you banned from it.
And it all could just be squash, like literally just text, like, hey, that shit hurt my feelings, like, that shit hurt my feelings. Sam will stop, then what? Then it could all be over.
What's up with like the yellow bars that like are going invisible like that? Why are you like doing that for like a red bar?
Behind the scenes that the internet doesn't know.
Well, that's a bad joke. The real thing is that years ago, he made a video doing commentary on one of my videos, and I did a copyright claim on it,
and he emailed me asking me to take the copy to reverse the copyright claim. This was in like 2010 or something. He emailed me asking to reverse it, and I wrote back to him saying, I'll reverse it if you can squat 225 below parallel. And to send me a video of you doing it. And I forgot that was the case, but years later, 2021 or whenever this documentary was made, it comes out, and after he had been with us for 6 or 7 days, chilling, recording footage, he gets me in the interview part where he's like sitting down doing a sit-down interview, and he's like, he says, "Do you remember our first email? Do you remember when I emailed you back in 2010 or whatever?" And I said, "No." And then he springs it on me that I copyright striked his video and told him to lift weights. And I asked him if I made an enemy doing that, and he said he jokingly sort of smirked and said, "Yeah, you kind of did." So all along his plan was to come out here and do this documentary, make me look like an asshole. And he said it would be easy.
He's editorializing a little bit.
It would be easy to make me look like an asshole because I am an asshole. And that's his motivation for doing the documentary. And even after that, I was still thankful. I was still like, bro, you got more subscribers than me. Thank you for making this documentary. Like, I'm excited. I think it's cool. I'm glad we got to hang out or whatever. Like, I wasn't put off by his the sort of like negative inception of this document. I don't give a shit if it turns out to be some cool project that we make together. Then I'm cool with it. But he just has had it out for me ever since that day. He's got that tiny. I think it's like a tiny. It's just a small soul and a small heart. He's got a tiny little heart that like doesn't have a lot of room for mercy. It doesn't have a lot of room for forgiveness or something like that. And, he's one of those hold a grudge for eternity type dudes. And to be honest with you, I think what I would like to happen, I'm not one to make predictions. I told him after he lost to Dr. Mike in the embarrassing fashion, I told him, come fucking back to Rhode Island. I will train you to beat Dr. Mike. Like, I'm not, and I don't even want clout from this. I don't want him to do a documentary about me training him to beat Dr. Mike. I don't care if he ever tweets about it. Like, I would fucking have him out here. I'd have him putting on pounds. I would teach him to hit the heavy bag with power. I would teach him to fucking stop doing that fancy.
I would do that just to squash the static.
I wouldn't even, not even to squash the static, but just to help a man when he's down. Like that loss to Dr. Mike was so fucking embarrassing.
Right, but it would be two birds with one stone. Because I know you do that. I just did it for me, not to squash that. But if you did it for him, it would do two birds with one stone.
It would, and I would help him just even the same way that you help a homeless person. His training with his fake coach Michael Briggs, when he's doing this like head movement shit and not hitting with power and doing these combinations that are like low to medium power, it doesn't make sense. How you need to learn to damage another human being. You need to learn how to boxing is about hurting people. You need to learn how to hurt somebody. So
well, it's not that. It's just like two different styles. Wasn't he training? Correct me if I'm wrong. Like iDubbbz is not like a thick guy. So he's banking on like his speed and agility over Dr. Mike. Dr. Mike, if you don't know Dr. Mike, Google him and like check out like his YouTube. Like he's a thick guy. He's also like fought before too. He's not like new to the game. So like I feel like he really is like editorializing at this point. Like, there's some things in there too. Like, if you go, I don't know if like the video's still up too. I think it's still up on iDubbbz's channel or one of his other channels. Like, go ahead and like watch it, because I feel like Sam Hyde is like editorializing a little bit too to fit a narrative. I don't blame Hassan too to fight. One, Hassan's not a fighter. You can look at him. He'll train and he'll look good. He's essentially like a model. Like most models that like I've ever met and known, like especially male models, those guys are like not fighters. They're pretty boys, right? Like that's like that's what people call them. Like, you know, they'll look good and they'll look tough, but they're not tough like whatsoever. You know what I mean? Like those guys are not. This guy's like consistently getting his fucking super good. I think he's Starfire Protocol. One of you guys have to get it, which is probably not him. Oh, fuck. Don't pick me up. Don't. I thought he was gonna like die too. Let me get that ammo brick. Alright, we gotta take care of that champion. Okay. Yeah, this is taking too long. I'm wondering.
Stop moving his. Stop doing the trying to roll and weave punches. He's white. He's not a 130-pound Puerto Rican kid. He's not going to weave or roll under any punches. That's not going to happen. But I would get him good, and I think my prediction was if he loses to Alex Wasabi, that offer is still extended. I'll train him. I'll get him big. I'll get him. He needs to put on like 20 pounds of lean mass. And he needs to learn how to hit with power. That's his main thing. Because his coach Michael Briggs is this fake ass Los Angeles fitness boxing coach that does the pity patter pad work that all these other creator clash people do, where they're just like tapping pads and not knowing how to hit the heavy bag. It's ridiculous. But that offer still stands if he loses to Alex Wasabi. I would train him. I wouldn't even want clout. I wouldn't want any public acknowledgement of it. I would just like to help this fucking guy, fix his character arc, because that's what he needs. He needs to fix his character arc, because right now it's in the trash.
Yeah, they need to just actually be inclusive. I keep seeing these like.
What is he talking
how
about?
Creator Clash is inclusive. How? That doesn't make sense. Like, I'm confused by that. Like, what? It's not.
They're acting like Sam is such a bad guy. At the Creator Clash 1, I wanted to like go and clown on iDubbbz, and Sam and them specifically told me not to. And even after they banned Sam last minute, Sam was literally telling me still not to be like overly negative about Creator Clash.
I 100% believe that, dude, because Sam didn't say nothing about Ian and Issa the whole fucking time. Like, Sam don't want to be stressing about fucking drama with people. That's why they should just squash it.
Yeah, and they thought he was going to cause a scene and like ruin the event. There was never any discussion of that. They're completely delusional about the entire thing.
Yeah. I got to bring up this point. They lied. They flat out lied. They said that Dr. Mike would never do the fight if Sam Hyde was at the event or something like that. And then Brandon interviewed Dr. Mike, and Dr. Mike said the exact opposite.
Did he?
Yeah, he said, "Who's Sam Hyde?"
Like, so they lied.
He said, "Shout out to Sam Hyde at home." Like, the clip is literally on my channel.
They lied. Yeah.
They're just trying to demon.
Well, hold on. If that's true, then that actually changes up like a lot of perceptions too. I don't remember that. I thought it was like more than like I remember them saying like there was someone who said that too. That said like Dr. Mike was like uncomfortable, and like it was other creators too. If they lied about that, that actually changes a lot too. I wonder if shit. So that actually just I wonder now if that's true, then I wonder if Sam Hyde would have done something. I don't know. Maybe like iDubbbz was like I mean, like very charitable to iDubbbz right now. I understand that. I wonder if iDubbbz was like mind fucking himself a little bit with this. You know what I mean? Like he really in his mind believed like Sam was gonna do something, and maybe like Sam, maybe because like I'm thinking about Mr. Girl this entire time and how Mr. Girl like mind fucks people and like tries to manipulate people. I wonder if he wasn't filming something for content, Sam's just like he's just sitting back like smoking a blunt and like drinking a brew, and that's about it, you know? Drinking a beer, and like he just like, and that's all he does, and he just like trains and he just watches TV and just tries to think of like ideas for content. I don't know. And that part too, like when you're like a creator, you don't know how like somebody's gonna act too. I understand from iDubbbz's perspective, like that could be like you don't know like what Sam Hyde's gonna do. But if all this is true, then maybe iDubbbz kind of like mind fucked himself a little bit.
Demonize Sam and blacklist him, and it's complete bullshit, and it's not fair. And it's annoying that I even have to keep harping on being like, "Oh, Sam's a good guy. Sam's a good guy."
Well, it's not working because every time they keep fucking trying to blacklist him, like even like I said in the beginning, I had no fucking idea who Sam Hyde was, but ever since all of this, I'm more Team Sam than anything.
Yeah, it's insane. Like, I mean, oh, what? So Ian said the N-word a few years ago. Is he all of a sudden some horrible guy? Should he be banned from things? It's, I mean, you know, whatever.
Well, that's the thing. It's like if you want to get like if you want to be like, hey, I was bad like years ago and now I'm reformed. Well, can't you apply the same to Sam as well? Like, is it only for like them that they can be like reformed and nobody else, or like nobody else can grow? I guess like,
yeah,
it's so fucking stupid.
It's the Streisand effect too, because every commentary channel is going to be making a video shitting on them. Now they're in terrible light.
Exactly, that's what I was thinking the whole time. Brandon is exactly right, 1000%. Because I was thinking, okay, look it. If you're upset about the OnlyFans joke, whatever. Like, if this wasn't addressed, if they didn't even address it and just say, man, that's fucked up, whatever, it's no big deal. Dude, nobody would even be talking about this. Now every night I'm on here with Sam Hyde and Keemstar trying to discuss this OnlyFans joke. It's literally like, what were they thinking?
Well, I want to talk about the lawsuit aspect of this, right? So if they are threatening a lawsuit...
That's such a bitch-made thing to do, suing fucking creators. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude.
Yeah, but listen to this. Actually think about this, right?
What would they sue him for? I didn't really understand the lawsuit either. For what? What would they sue him for? Like, a violation of, like, a contract that he signed with them or something? Like... that maybe they'll talk about a little bit more too. Oh shit, I actually got a lot of shit, but all right, I guess Keemstar's gonna talk about. I just like there's like so much like unknown. I feel like there's a lot of missing information that's out there, or maybe like I'm mind fucking myself now, but like I feel like there's a lot of missing information out there that like would simply explain everything. That's the only thing. Like it's in the back of my mind. I can't get it out.
Dude, he's not going to be sued from iDubbbz or Anissa. He's going to be sued from Creator Clash. Well, where does Creator Clash get its money to sue somebody? Because lawsuits cost a lot of money. From fan donations, right? That's where the money's coming from. So you have fans buying a boxing match that are...
Dude, this is one of the most
funding
literally YouTube is I wanted to be a YouTuber. You guys told me fast forward 10 years, YouTube's gonna be crowdsourcing a lawsuit against you via Creator Clash too.
Dude, think about how fucked up that is if they actually sue him, though. It's like fans' donations are going to be funding the lawsuit against him.
Instead of helping kids with cancer, we're literally suing each other.
They said all of the proceeds will go to the charities.
Okay, that's Bo Blacks.
Are they even legally allowed to use the money for anything else when it's like promised like that? Like, I'm not too familiar with the law at all.
They can't say all the proceeds, right? Because like they have to pay for.
You have to pay for overhead expenses and administration fees.
Oh yeah, so they're paying the probably like some legal loophole or whatever, but still, all the fans will think it's going to charity and like the expenses for the event. When it's really going to refund your money, actually, you take it away from the legal.
You made an OnlyFans joke, you know? Y'all gotta make a Froggy Fresh Goes to Prison 2023 YouTube creator video.
No, you gotta make
Dude, if you get sued, I'm down to pay for your legal fees. I don't give a fuck. This shit is cringe as hell.
Damn, bro, I appreciate
Damn, I'm tweeting that right now.
To be honest with you, bro, the support from the internet has been crazy, unreal. Because when I first got this letter, I was like, what the fuck? Dog, I got a fucking mortgage and shit. Like, I'm gonna be fucked. And then all of a sudden, fucking...
That's even more fucked. It's
I'm the type of person who I probably would just sign the shit because I know what the fuck. But my wife was like, hell no, fuck that. And then she told Keem, and Keem was like, dude, that's like a death sentence. So I was like, what the fuck is this?
They're suing you to recoup the training costs they gave you? Like,
they said if I shut up and pay back the 15 grand for the 5 months of training, if I shut up and pay that back, they won't sue me for damages. But if I don't shut up and pay that back, they could potentially sue me for damages.
They're that petty? What have you done to warrant that? That doesn't even make any sense.
The only thing I can guess, as far as the internet is guessing, is it's either the Anissa OnlyFans joke, which again blows my mind because we have iDubbbz on the internet saying, hey, the OnlyFans shit doesn't bother me. Okay, so I make a Chris Ray Gun Anissa OnlyFans joke. Okay, then I'm kicked out of the event, or is it me going to train with Sam Hyde? It can only be one of two things.
Neither one seems like they even remotely warrant going to get a lawyer and fucking pressing charges and banning you. It's just, this is insane.
I think they just did this specifically to scare him into shutting up. I don't think they actually expected to pursue legal action.
The thing about these fucking lawsuits that piss me off is like you usually have like the fucking Goliath suing like somebody like Froggy Fresh. Now I don't know your financial situation, but it's like you seem like you're in the middle class area, right? So it's like you get it with a lawsuit. That shit's devastating.
I got a
that shit's devastating, right? But like.
Yeah, I have a mortgage, so it's like, yeah, I got a mortgage, so it's like,
So it's like they're out there trying to give you a lawsuit threat. Fuck them, okay? We'll cover the fucking. I'm down to fucking pay for the lawsuit. Like I don't give a shit. Like this is so fucking stupid. It's like you're literally threatening somebody's entire existence and livelihood because you think you fucking can. Fuck that bullshit. It's so fucking. It's just insane, dude.
Yeah, what violations were broken in the contract, like explicitly? I'd like to see the contract and what the Anissa OnlyFans comment violated. Right? If that's if they're trying to sue you.
I thought Harley was on here like a day ago saying they only did like some fucking basic boxing contract. Where did the social media policy come from? Was that like a different contract or was he lying?
Dude, I'm going to be honest. Harley has been like really hard to communicate with in these spaces, like very, very hard to communicate with. It's kind of hard to understand him and where he's coming from. He just says a lot of shit and then like dips. Remember the first space, like we thought maybe Harley was like high or something?
Yeah, I don't want to shit on Harley, but it's been hard to listen to. I like Harley, but man, I don't know what he's talking about exactly.
It's kind of like a shame that he has to be like the PR guy for this.
I don't think Harley's bullshitting. I think he like believes what he says or whatever, but maybe he's just hearing like one point of view more than the other. I don't know. He has his own opinion. He knows things that we don't as well. But I don't know. I just have to disagree with a lot of what he says based on what I know.
I just think Harley has a very, very good relationship with iDubbbz and Anissa.
No, but somebody needs to make this point. I'm sorry. Like I'm gonna do it for Kanye. I'm gonna shut up for a second.
Okay, so I just think that he has a really good relationship with iDubbbz and Anissa, and that he loves Creator Clash, and he loves the fact that money's going to charity. And that this situation is fucking it all up, and now that Creator Clash is getting hate, he feels like he needs to like go in and defend it. Like that's the situation.
Yeah, I agree. I would agree with that for sure. And I mean,
there's an emotional component. Yeah, you can't fucking deny.
This is the point I keep thinking. This is the point I keep thinking of. Do you guys think this is weird? Do you think it's weird that like fucking so Sam and iDubbbz had the beef, right? Do you think it's weird that Harley can be completely friends with iDubbbz, hang out with him, go to his event, and Sam doesn't? It doesn't affect Sam at all. Like Harley could go chill with Sam any day, anytime, anyways. But on the other hand, if Harley does some shit with Sam, then Ian won't be friends with Harley. So don't you think that's a little fucking weird? Like, doesn't that go to show you like who's the fucking weirdo?
It's like a fucking weird ass rivalry you have with your little cousin. It's like one side.
If you're friend, it's like Ian saying, okay, if you're friends with him, then we can't be friends. But Sam's not fucking doing that. Sam's like, yeah, I mean, what the fuck I care if you're friends with Ian?
Sam,
I don't think about Ian.
Sam Hyde, me and you, we need to make a community boxing event that raises money for charity, like fast.
Let's go. I'm down to join in on that. It seems like the only way to counter this bullshit is to make something fucking equivalent. That's just
make something that's actually inclusive that involves everybody.
Dust bangers.
So now you're competing with a charity, Kim.
Yeah, now I would be a competitor. Now I would be a competitor. But no, seriously, because dude, Creator Clash is such a good event. It really is. Like it's the concept.
Or the whole thing could be patched literally with Ian and Anissa coming to me and Sam and just being like, "Hey, fuck this. Let's do it for charity." And with this much hype, that bitch would sell the fuck out, and then everything could be fixed. What the fuck?
Look, I have all different types of issues with many different people, but I never let it get involved. Like I never let it fuck up business, right? So
exactly. That was one of the last texts I sent Ian. I was like, dude, it really sounds to me like your personal shit is fucking up your business.
Def Noodles is currently suing me now. If he came to me with a brilliant idea, I would go into business with him because nothing gets in the way of business. Like, it just doesn't.
Even during your lawsuit, that'd be fucking wild. That'd be tough to manage.
In regards to the lawsuit towards Froggy Fresh, I wonder in the contract if there's a clause that if you speak on Anissa's OnlyFans, you'll be pulled from the event. Do you think there's an OnlyFans clause in the contract?
No, there's not an OnlyFans clause. There ain't no OnlyFans clause.
I think the OnlyFans clause is if you subscribe to her OnlyFans and you don't shoot a load so hard that your eyes roll into the back of your head. She owes me $19.95.
Yeah, I looked up some pictures. She has one with the banana. It's really nice. But I'm gonna hop out and go to bed, you guys. Peace out. Thanks for having me in here.
Yeah, we tried to end this like 5 times. Guys, I put out a tweet. I just want to recognize Mutahar for fucking offering the legal fees. I still think Froggy Fresh, you should do like some type of fundraiser or something on April 15th so we can give some love to your charities. A lot of people are on your side with this. Like, again, not to bring up Duff Noodles again, but I seen his coverage. It seemed fair and balanced. I seen Philly D's. It seemed fair and balanced. I haven't seen anybody report this story where they were like wildly incorrect and wrong. Right. And it's like, it feels like that you getting kicked off this like really brought the community together. This is one of those issues where we seen an injustice and we want justice, you know?
Right, I appreciate that. To be honest with you guys, like when I first went public with the shit, I did not think the internet was gonna be riding for me, but at the same time, I was not about to just sit there and shut the fuck up.
I'm actually glad I listened like to the whole thing and like really like paid attention, because this is like, but like they have to like explain it though. That's the only thing. Like they kick the guy off as like there's so many like unknowns. And my earlier analysis on like Chris Rega, this kind of puts him in a like tough spot too, because he's like training to fight this guy, and like it's kind of unfair too, because he kind of got involved. I wonder like if he knows like what's going on too. But you know, you got relationships like with these people, like these are business relationships. I want to be clear too. There's like social media, especially when you're making money on these platforms, there's like this weird thing between like business relationships and like personal friendships too, and a lot of times they don't mix. And people feelings get hurt, people feel a certain way. That's just how it is, man. You know what I mean? That's just how it is, and like it gets messy.
I really hope you start making music videos again and start making content again, and just, you know.
Yeah, and lastly, I also don't want to. I need to shut the fuck up about that, because I'm not even trying to make it about myself. Literally, whatever the fuck you guys, the internet wants, I will shut the fuck up and never talk about this shit again. Y'all can have me fight. I'll do a concert. Like, literally, whatever fucking creates peace about the situation, makes the internet happy, like, I fuck with 100%.
At the end of the day, it's a pile of lemons, so you might as well make lemonade. Any final thoughts on stage? Thank you guys for all coming out. Go to my Twitter, retweet that tweet, and if there's more updates to the story, we will do another space. See you guys.
Yeah, so it's basically, it's going to be like the same amount, right? Like if I do 77.
It needed to really come into fruition. Like, this was the same time Game of Thrones was airing, and obviously that show was notable for its budget. So Once Upon a Time is left with having to use an overwhelming...
Sorry, let me go ahead. That was like just like a random video too. I remember when Once Upon a Time like came out, and it was just like one of the most like absurdist things I've ever seen in my entire life. You know what I mean? It was just like absolutely nuts. I think this is, yeah, I put 4 on this. But I actually think like this is better, to be honest with you. Flinch.
Guardians nearby. Local energy fields are spiking like mad.
Taken.
Creatures. Push them back.
I forgot how to. Get those gunsmith ranks up.
We beat them. Of course you did. Never had any doubts.
Still don't know. And we're going to do this. Almost there. Then we can move on to the sidearm. I want to experiment a little bit with this. I actually like it. Might have to just like reduce the sound just like a little bit. We'll go ahead.
For those who don't know, Pearly Things is a Hawaii content creator. She was born in the States, but then is now based over the pond over in London, and she makes some relationship style video. In this type of style format that she makes, a majority of the people that are employed by her and have the conversation are black people, in particular a lot of Africans, because they migrated over to where she lives. The reason why all this is important is because it seems like she's making a pivot in her content, being more political based and ideology based, regardless if it's right or left. And her first guest that she decided to bring on was Nick Fuentes.
Oh, I'm not racist.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are, Nick.
Yeah, I am a little bit racist. But listen, but it's not because I hate people. I love people. It's just race is real. Bring me some brajol. There's some Italian.
No, but I will make my black boyfriend some of that.
Ugh, wow. You don't know any better.
She had him on the podcast. It was very clear that she was unaware of the conversation that was being had. She was not properly informed, something that she openly admitted as well.
Everything
everything that happens in life, as I say to the girls on my show, is my own fault. The fact that people are making these videos is my own fault. And the situation that I'm in is my own fault. Now, I'm going to give you guys an explanation and give you guys context for some of the conversations that were had. Just know it's not an excuse. It's my own fault. I take full accountability for everything that happened.
And while doing so, said a bunch of things that were very problematic. First thing she brought up was immigration, right? They were talking about immigration. Nick Fuentes being a purist, he believes that the border should be locked down. Nobody should be able to come in. But how Pearly thinks, she believes no, it needs to be opened up. It needs to be more broad and more robust in terms of allowing more people to come in. So much so that she used the phrase that she wants to bring her Africans over to America.
She wants to bring all her Africans or just some?
All are Africans.
Got it.
And during this conversation, we were talking about immigration, and I said, I'm trying to get my Africans to America.
Of course, not the greatest phrasing, right? Especially when you're dealing with somebody who was a known racist. Another comment that she made about was CP time. You know, people don't know that is color people time. It's an ongoing joke amongst black people who are always late.
I told you I'm on my way because I thought I was already 10 minutes late.
Kamala bringing in a fortified mining planet.
Okay, blessing was
I believe this means a resource grab.
See that black person right there? See that African right there? My employee, they're always late too, man. Don't worry about it. And also at the end of the conversation, one of her other employees who also was Italian, and said that she denounced Nick Fuentes, and all the Italians announced her. Hey, and Nick Fuentes' response was,
and the Italians, we do not claim you.
Hey, the Italians don't claim you. You're the one dating a black guy. The Italians don't claim me. They don't claim you.
Oh no, they claim me. They claim me.
I don't think so.
They do.
Italian guys, yeah.
Italian.
Tell an Italian guy about your affinity for black guys. That'll go over real well.
Good one, Nick.
I'm going to be as optimistic as possible and say that the reason why there wasn't a pushback or any type of ongoing conversation with some of those comments is that, maybe, just telling the truth, maybe a couple of bad jokes here and there, But the thing that really pushed it over the edge is that Pearl was claiming that she agreed with Nick Fuentes that some of the atrocities over human history are embellished to control the narrative. And for whatever reason, Pearly Things thought it was relatable to say that slavery in America is also embellished.
This sounds similar to the slavery stuff too, because that's literally the founder or the guy who made Roots said I wanted a myth for my people to live by. So they often, but that's what they do is they embellish, and I'm not trying to say it
that cut right there.
Right, but they want to make it like more horrible so that they can control people.
Like, how do you embellish murder of like hundreds of thousands, millions of people, regardless of the tragedy? Like, how could you not talk about that now? If that's in your history, like, you have ancestors that went through that, talking about it, talking about how brutal it was and embellishing it. That was like reality.
The crazy
that's
part
so rich coming from somebody who hasn't seen, who will never see that part. Super rich.
What's even crazier is that she said that and used a reference point that is like a blimp in human history. She referenced it. If you think that you never heard of it, you definitely understand the context of that's where that character came from, and the whole scene of like your name is Toby and all. That's where that's from. Right? That series was shown on TV throughout the 70s or 80s, if I'm not mistaken. It was shown on network TV in America. And trust me when I say, even though some of what was being told in there is a bit of a myth, because apparently it's supposed to be some type of story depicted from somebody's lineage. However, the depiction of slavery in Roots is so far from embellishing what actually happened that you calling that an embellishment is a gross, and I do mean a very gross and irresponsible take on what Roots was, especially since there literally cannot be anything that is shown on network TV that would even come close to giving an accurate depiction of what slavery actually was, because you can't show that type of stuff on TV anyway. So the idea that was an embellishment, when the reality is that most media around slavery in the States has been utterly whitewashed, has been toned down, has been suppressed in so many ways, to come up with with the take that it's been embellished when it's been the opposite. Again, very irresponsible. Same thing with Adam 22, where it seems like there's a bunch of white creators, of people who are creators, who infiltrate themselves in communities that they're not that familiar with, that they do not know much about, but they see the opportunity. When it comes to Adam 22, it was hip hop, and to validate himself in that space, he surrounded himself with a bunch of black people. However, he's so insensitive about the community and gave so little of a fuck about it. When given the opportunity, because he wanted to make the pivot, he brought in an own Ross's into the studio, interviewed him, and then told his black and brown employees, his employees of color, hey, y'all don't worry about who I got around here. Y'all just need to edit and upload these videos, get these clips out. Let's get it going now. And the same thing with Pearl. You are so insensitive to what's actually going on that you are participating in a conversation that, quite frankly, you do not belong in. But to validate who you are in the space of the black manosphere or just relationship dealing with black people, you surrounded yourself with a bunch of black people, regardless if it's African Americans or Africans or someone with some form of descent through Africa. You surrounded yourself around those people to validate yourself, put yourself in conversations that you do not belong in, and when it's time to make the pivot, because the money's drying up, because there's so many times you can get off.
I found that my parents' relationship is easier because they've only dated each other and they've only had kids with each other.
There's so many times that you can get off.
If you're a virgin on your wedding night, you have an 80% chance of a happy marriage, but it drops to a 25% chance after like 5 to 7 partners.
I've heard her say this before. I just like.
Y'all don't know no better, man. Y'all all, you say you were 10, huh? Y'all not 10. Well, what's your dress size? How tall are you? So many times you can get that off. Now it's time to make the pivot, and you give so little of a fuck about the people that you surrounded yourself with, who helped you build the platform, who you participate in the community with, that when you got the opportunity to bring on some more content, potentially your real color showed, and you brought in somebody with the rosters, but didn't surround yourself with the people, the same people that you surrounded yourself with the entire time. None of them were part of the dialogue. None of them were part of the conversation. You didn't inform yourself to actually give pushback. When it comes to those black women, though, you real quick with them. You quick with those comebacks, but when it came to Nick Fuentes, for whatever reason, you thought it was acceptable. You just sit down with somebody.
I've actually noticed, like, when she's like talking like to men, she's very like subservient, like to them too. Especially like with Destiny, like she would give like a little pushback, and Destiny would like counter, but then he would like. He's conscious of, like, look at like the conversation they had, like, you could see it like rolling in his head. Is like, she could just gonna let me like talk with like little pushback, but he would purposely have to stop himself after that first conversation he had with her, because she would like let him like talk. It's like a thing with her too, and it's not just like with Fuentes, to be fair, but like, you know, the fellas here are right about that too. You're like, you're letting like Fuentes like talk a lot about like these things too. He's saying like a lot of out of pocket things, but like he's consistently said these things, and he does believe these things. He unironically is a Nazi. I don't like how. Like, I don't care if like people like use that term over and over again, but if you're trying to be taken seriously, especially like online, you keep saying it over again, people are just gonna look at you sideways, especially like normies. So Vosh can get away with it too, because he can do the same thing with the trans genocide thing, and actually with the trans genocide, I actually kind of like agree with them, like on that too.
Shut them down.
But I can't get away with that too, especially with the people that like I normally talk to. Like, it just like it goes over their head. Like, it just they just can't like get on board with that. You know what I mean?
To another site.
So it's not just with Fuentes, it's with like a lot of men. Except when she's doing street interviews. I've seen her like give like pushback with stuff like that, but she's very like, she lets like men talk quite a bit. Oh, let me go back and play the video.
That conversation is much more serious and much more severe than the fucking quirky, oh man, what do you look for in a man? But you still sat down, and once it was all done, you said, all right, let's get this going. Chop this up, send this out, edit it, thumbnail, title it, make sure we get it live. And you're telling this to black people. Do you not understand how crazy that's like?
It's not even like as much as like, surprisingly, I think it's more of like a 1 into 16 by any means. Because for sure, she's seen all these people getting the same problem for having the same guy on their fucking network, not knowing what they're talking about, letting him get his talking points off, and having nothing to rebut him with. Literally, we talked about it a fucking week ago, but even before that, I seen him in conversations with people just on regular live streams as well. I don't hear from this nigga when he's by himself. Niggas is deciding to give him a platform. If you're gonna give him a platform, at least have a conversation what's happening on the forum. So I think it's just like when you're incentivized to want to say and do extreme things all the time, those are the type of guests you want. Because you're not even thinking about like having a productive conversation as much as you want. You know he's gonna say something wild, you know you're gonna have a headline, and you're probably not gonna be the one to catch some flight for it. So, but when people see you back, they're like, oh, look, you know, so it's actually in her interest. She is fully incentivized to want to bring people on that are egregious like him, have takes that are very extreme, because it's gonna give her content to work with. That's gonna be a clip she can get up on YouTube. That's gonna be the, I'm telling you, bro, I'm telling you how it works. And we never really did that with our pod. We didn't even really look for people back when we did
the opposite.
We just like if
No,
you had a good story.
But we had somebody on the pod who was saying very extreme things. The gentleman.
Oh, we never uploaded.
And we never uploaded it.
Yeah, I remember.
And so there is a level of responsibility that you should have as a content creator, especially in having a conversation to that level of severity. But and I agree with you. It is a lot of someone just seeing the opportunity to pivot. What I'm saying, what's still happening, what's crazy, is that I think that there are people who are being propped up in the black community, ongoing dialogue with fear and this ongoing traditional woman. The conversation that we've been having for the last few months has been, let's keep it a bean, on social media has been popular because of black creators. Not saying there aren't other creators doing it, but the ones who have made it popular the most, I think Early Things saw an opportunity, infiltrated into the conversation to validate herself in that convo, surrounding herself with a bunch of black people. The reason why I say it is because when you listen to her talk even about the relationship shit, bro, she just says things, bro. It sounds like she's pandering to people. She sounds like, as they call it, a pick-me. It doesn't sound like she has any actual intellectual thoughts, nothing really contextualized. It just sounds like she's regurgitating the same talking points that she's heard from someone else, and she just wants to be even more extreme about it. I.e., oh,
I don't think women should know. I don't think women should know.
Lord Jesus, keep on going.
Because there's freedom without responsibility. I believe in consequences for your decision. So the men know if they vote someone batshit crazy into power, you guys get drafted. We don't.
Come on. Come on.
That's a fucking incredible quote.
Come on. Women shouldn't vote because they don't want to have the responsibility of going to war.
That's what I'm saying.
That's such a crazy take to have.
I think social media incentivizes people to want to be more. We talked about that with Logan Paul when he went to the forest. I think that was the first time we seen an incident where everybody agreed like that was too far, and you're.
Yeah, I remember that very distinctly too. I'm thinking, because I've heard of that forest before, and I remember actually like literally like maybe like a week or so before he uploaded that video, there was like I found like this Vice like short video about the forest, and they followed this forest ranger that's there, and he actually worked for like whatever Forest Service, the Japanese government employees, and he was talking to the Vice reporter about it. He's like, it's actually very sad. Like I see it too, and I see people here come in here, and the thing is, you can't tell them like not to like camp because they're there legally to camp and whatnot too, just to hang out. And they legally can be there, but like he knows like why they're there too. And he just has like he says you develop like certain they train you develop certain skills, and he kind of sees it like when he's conversing with them too. You know, he tells them like, hey, you know, like my station's over there, I'm patrolling, like me and this other guy are gonna be here too. If you need any help or anything, you just want to chit chat with us. Like, he would say it too. He developed like a skill set to talk to these people, and literally during the interview, they discovered someone there. And you can see him like go through his process. And I was like, holy shit. And he straight up like told the reporter he knows for a fact that guy's there to like end his life. You know, like he knew for a fact that guy was there too. It's on Vice. It's on one of their, they got like several channels. I forget what it's like. I think Vice Asia, I think it was. But like it was like very telling. And then the Logan Paul thing about the forest comes out. I was like, okay, what is he? okay, let's see what Logan Paul's gonna do. And I remember that video came out and I was like, what, dude, I do not think you should be joking about this. This is actually like pretty serious. Like, what happens if you like, there's like discarded tents, there's like items everywhere too, because people legitimately like took their own lives in that forest. And they go in there to like take their own lives, and it's just like, it's very dark. And it's just like, I do not think like being there and like trying to like do like a comedy skit there is like, there's like a line. You know, I do not think that we're their site where it's okay to cross that line and like talk about something and be in that place, because there's legitimately like probably people there that have like taken their own life, like maybe the day of or the day before. He shot that video, and it was just like, nah, dude, like I think you crossed the line, my guy. You know what I mean? It's just like that was nuts. I guess we're loading.
Pursuit of more had gotten you in trouble, but now we're seeing it in all these small ways ever since that forest incident, and they'll never get in as much like flack as Logan did, because what Logan did was crazy, but also he was at the top of the YouTube game back then. But I guarantee you, if this was like the biggest podcast ever, like if this was Joe Rogan's podcast and he did that, niggas being torn up for that. And Joe Rogan has in the past went into conversations and not knowing what he's talking about. There's no way to be an expert about anything, and you can't always guide the conversation, but in this specific instance, you went out your way to find somebody else going to say something extreme, rather than Joe, who just has interesting philosophical, sometimes or otherwise just dumb conversations with people who sometimes can be smart or sometimes can be dumb. But like,
he had a 6-hour conversation with Post Malone. They were smoking throughout too, but it's probably like one of the most interesting conversations you could ever have. I've ever listened to. I was like, oh my god, like there's something like, it's just two guys that are pretty high, and I'm probably like coping right now about it, but like it was actually a good conversation. It was just like about like everything, to be honest with you.
You kind of have a responsibility to know what you're talking about, and you give off the guys, at least to the people that watch you, that you have a level of expertise when it comes to the relationship thing. But I think that just about anybody who watched that specific video will know that unfortunately you don't have no expertise when it comes to any of the conversation you was having with Nick Fuentes. You're not there yet, and just inform yourself, and that's like that's a process. Literally it. It's just a process. But nowadays niggas just trying to think about how you can make revenue off it. And low-key I understand at the same time, because you have people that you have hired that you disrespected on set, but you have people that you need to pay. There's bills that's gonna be, you get hit every month regardless. So if your revenue falls off the map, that could be your business going under. That's the reality. In America and in most capitalist societies, bro, business is supposed to survive by any means necessary. So if there's something a business can do to survive and it hasn't explored it, usually you have to explore it. You have to explore it. Like, businesses don't have morals, they don't have ethics, and even though they probably should, it's why it's so ruthless. Niggas don't care about you. It's why your contracts have to be ironclad, because otherwise it just leaves room for someone to interpret it incorrectly and fuck you over in court. That's the reality of it. So I understand her trying to keep her business alive, doing a pivot into a different style of content, but you can ease your way into it. Use your brain. You can have more easy conversations with people about other life-related things without going to such a crazy extreme. If you're gonna do it, just be ready for the conversation. Inform yourself on what the fuck you think he's gonna talk about, or just guide the convo better. Tell him this, and this is gonna be the topics. We don't want to deviate from those topics. If it's your fucking show, you make the rules. So you create the rules, and if he's not playing in the framework, pack him up. In reality, man, you let him get his talking points off like this, and then
you agreed upon it as well. It's just insane. Before I get into my personal opinion about everything, I just want to be clear again. Even in the most optimistic lens looking at it, I don't, and also in the general sense, I don't think Pearly is a Ross or anything like that. I just think in the most optimistic lens, it seems like somebody who's trying to pivot into another form of content, who's very uninformed, but doing it just to capitalize off of the momentum, and I think that's very irresponsible. My personal feelings behind it is I think, Pearly, you are a grifter. I think you are somebody who just panders. I think you're someone who says things that just needs to be said to keep the conversation going, because even by your own rhetoric and your beliefs in terms of relationship, you don't abide by that either. Like, the things that you criticize the women for, you don't abide by it. You are someone who is in their 20s, a woman who's in their 20s, who's extremely opinionated, career-oriented and focused, which is something that you do not suggest for other people as well. And when anybody actually intelligent gives you pushback, and then you bring on other people who aren't prepared for the conversations a lot of times, just so you and the same concept that many other people do, so you can dunk on them. But then when you get some form of pushback, you can clearly see that you're just not as informed, even when it comes to the relationship situation, as much as you would like to be. And so when it comes across,
I agree. Actually, I very much agree with this.
Somewhere else, and you brought in an extremist and you pander to him. That's what it comes across as. But yo, let us know your thoughts in the comment section below. Hit the subscribe button, notification bell, and until next time.
All right, let me go ahead and share this video real quick. I actually I really want to look at like some like Solar Titan builds. I'm trying to like find like I like the one that I had there, Solar Titan build. Yeah, too. Everything has like new time. This is from Divide. Solar Titan Perfected. Kodiak. This is a data guy's 1,000. Enraged Cinema. Fusion grenades. I think, is this the one with tractor cannon? Oh. Let's go, Kodiak.
Hey guys, welcome back to another Destiny 2 video. Today's video is a Solar Titan build. It's one I'm very excited to share with you because I personally put this build on the same level as Bonk Titan. It's one that features a base 68% damage boost to any solar gun in the game. On top of that, we have constant cure and restoration effects, contributing to some great survivability on this build, even if we don't have the highest base damage resistance. Keep in mind that all the gameplay and background footage you're seeing today is solo play, and this build gets even better with the fire team. So without any delay, let's get right into it. Be sure to like and subscribe if you like any of the content you see here today, and let me know what you want to see next down below. Starting off in the subclass, you can really use either super you want. Either Burning Maul or Hammer of Soul works perfectly great with this build. It's totally down to personal preference. For abilities, I'm going with Throwing Hammer. Now the main reason we're using this is just because it's a pseudo infinite melee. It also has a lower cooldown compared to Hammer Strike. On top of that, the Throwing Hammer is basically an infinite source of cure as well. So it just works a lot better with various aspects of this build, considering the fact that you can't technically have it forever. And on top of that, we're also using a Firebolt grenade. Not only is this one of the fastest base cooldowns of any grenade in the entire game, but it has a lot more potential focused with it because of seasonal mods that we'll get into later. The first aspect we're using is Soul Invictus, and this is the one I absolutely recommend using for this build no matter what combination you go with. Basically, anytime you have a solar ability Final Blow, a Hammer of Soul Impact, or defeat a scorched enemy, it'll create a sunspot. These sunspots not only deal an AoE scorching damage to enemies that enter it, but when you enter it, you get a slight boost to your ability regen, and then you also have restoration effects applied to you. For those who don't know, restoration is one of the best effects in the entire game, and it's basically just a constant healing buff that'll even heal as you take damage. For the other aspect, you can use Consecration or Roaring Flames. Roaring Flames will be better for a more ability focused build, and since this is deviating away from your typical Hammer Bonk ability spam that's found on Solar 3.0 Titan, I decided to go with Consecration just so we have a nice burst DPS option, and with the ability regen that this build already has built into it, it's really easy for us to get our melee back after we use it with Consecration, meaning that even though we are giving up our Throwing Hammer, we can get it back almost instantaneously. For our fragments, I'm going with Ember of Resolve. Basically, anytime you get a Final Blow with your grenade, it'll grant cure, and again, this stacks on top of all the other cure effects that we can.
Okay, so okay, as Ember, literally the second fragment.
This build. I'm also using Ember of Char, which any ignition that we create spreads scorch stacks to nearby targets. Ember of Empyrean, which any solar weapon or solar ability Final Blow extends the restoration and radi effects that we have applied to us. This means that we can basically always have restoration up as long as we're getting kills. And then we're also using Ember of Searing, and anytime you defeat a scorch target, it grants you melee energy back and also creates a fire sprite. And fire sprites are just basically a new version of solar elemental wells, and they also have a few other effects that we'll get into later thanks to the seasonal artifact. I do want to note that if you're in higher difficulty content, it is worth swapping out Ember of Resolve for Ember of Torches. Although we won't really be needing the Radiant weapon buff, having that Radiant effect is also really good at just dealing with barrier champions if you don't have a weapon that already can. But just keep that in mind, you can swap either of these out based on whatever content or playstyle you go with. Onto the armor and the mods then. For our helmet, the first thing we're using is Harmonic Siphon, and this allows any rapid solar weapon Final Blow that we do to generate an orb of power. I'm also using a stack of heavy ammo and special ammo finder. If you want to swap this around because you're playing with a fire team, or if you want to rock a scout or just dual specific kinds of finders, you can based on your playstyle and your weapon choice. For our gauntlets, I'm using impact induction. This allows any damage that we cause with our melee attack to reduce our grenade cooldown, and this can work both with our throwing hammer and our concentration melee ability, and this is a great way to contribute to the overall grenade regen that this build already has naturally built into it. On top of this, I'm using momentum transfer, which allows any damage that our grenade does to in turn regen our melee, allowing for a regen chain across both of our abilities. Keep in mind, we also have something like Ember of Searing, where anytime we defeat a scorched target, it grants us melee energy and generates a fire sprite, and that fire sprite, which we can then generate through multiple sources, also allows us to have grenade energy whenever we pick it up. This means that across both with very little investment, we can basically have a constant grenade and melee regen across the board, contributing to the ignition and scorching effect that this build thrives off of. I'm also using a solar loader to benefit our solar weapons with this build. If you want to swap this out for another stack of impact induction or momentum transfer, you can. For a chest piece, I'm using charged up. This allows you to carry an additional stack of armor charge up to 4 from the 3 base stacks. I'm also using solar reserves just to benefit our heavy weapon as well as our special weapon, and then any kind of resistance mod based on the activity you're in works perfectly fine. If you wanted to, though, you could double down on charged up and rock 2, even 3 stacks depending on what level of content you're in. Onto our exotic, and our legs for today are the Path of Burning Steps. These exotic allow any solar final blows, whether that's from a weapon or an ability, to grant you an escalating bonus to weapon damage specifically. And in just some specific aspects, you're harder to slow or freeze with stasis, and when you break out, you take no damage from yourself, and you create a small burst of solar energy. While that second portion is mainly relevant to PvP, the main thing we're focusing on are the stacks of Firewalker that you get from periodic solar final blows. Now, Firewalker actually replaces your empowering buff, which is why I wouldn't typically recommend using something like Radiant with this build, and because it takes the place of your empowering buff, it means it doesn't work with things like Well of Radiance or Weapons of Light. However, the damage bonus that you get at ×4 stacks is a 40% damage buff to your solar weapons. This is far more than Radiant, and this is far more than Weapons of Light. In fact, it's the exact same buff that you get from Banner Shield, meaning it's one of the highest empowering buffs in the entire game, and the only thing you need to do to keep it up is just to keep getting solar kills. So as long as there are enemies to kill, you can basically have this buff indefinitely. And we're going to make this buff even more potent by stacking on top 2 stacks of solar weapon surge. You can do 3 if you want to. I would recommend having the third either be something like stacks on stacks, which grant you an additional stack of armor charge for every overpower you pick up, and that also works with something like solar surge, or in my case, I'm using a solar scavenger just to benefit our heavy and special weapon. With 2 stacks of solar weapon surge, we get an additional 15% damage bonus, and with these 2 stacks alone plus ×4 Firewalker, it allows any solar weapon in the entire game to have a base 68% damage buff applied to it.
Ooh.
I say a base buff because depending on what you choose with different weapon perks or different abilities, it may allow that buff to go even further, and I'll showcase how I actually do that later on. But this means things like Lament will do at base 68% more damage. It means things like Parasite, which is actually the exotic I went with for today, will do at base 68% more damage. Any solar weapon, legendary or exotic, is going to hit way harder with this build. And then finally onto our mark, the first 2 mods are time dilation, and with these stacks, it'll bring the surge effect that we can experience through our solar weapon surge mods to 18 seconds instead of 10. And then for the final mod, you can use whatever you want. You can use a 3rd stack of time dilation if you want to. I'm personally using special finisher just to have a constant supply of special ammo for us and our fire team, and even though it takes 3 stacks of armor charge, we can hold up to 4. We have tons of orbs of power, and then also fire sprite generation with this build, meaning that we have constant supplies of armor charge whenever we need them. Onto the seasonal mods, the first one we're using is solar surge. Anytime they pick up a fire sprite, it acts like an orb of power and grants you 1 stack of armor charge. This is a fantastic mod because fireball grenades are already really spammable with their lower tier cooldown, and with this, not only does it help with the grenade energy regen by picking up that fire sprite, but it also grants you a stack of armor charge. The next one is flare up, and this allows your fireball grenade to apply more scorch stacks on hit, and anytime that you damage a combatant with a fireball grenade, a fire sprite spawns on them, and we already went over how good those can be on their own. You also have Rain of Firebolts, which anytime you equip a fireball grenade, you get a 2nd grenade charge, just simply doubling our grenades for free. You also have Prismatic Transfer, which whenever you cast your super, each member of your fire team with a subclass different than yours, so this includes Arc, Void, Strand, and Stasis, they get a bonus to weapon damage. Now, the weapon damage bonus from this is 20%, and it will take up your empowering buff, so this means that it won't stack with things like Well or Radiant or Bubble, for example, and it's only really there to kind of serve as a bonus for us when we play with a fire team. It's not necessary for this build, so if you want to rock something else instead, go for that. Onto the weapons with this build, your primary weapon really doesn't matter. In fact, if you wanted to, you could rock double specials like I am, but really any primary weapon that you like using, especially if it's a solar primary or an exotic solar primary like Sunshot, for example, it'll work fantastic with this build. For your special weapon, I have a few specific recommendations. The first is Retrace Path. This is craftable from Dares of Eternity, and there are a number of roles you can actually go with on this weapon to make it extremely good with this build. For my role, I crafted Enhanced Subsistence and Enhanced Golden Tricorn. For Enhanced Subsistence, it just allows us to get a little bit of ammo back every time we get a kill with this weapon, and the enhanced version just simply grants us more ammo. With Enhanced Golden Tricorn, anytime that we get a final blow with this weapon, it'll increase the damage it does by 15% for 7 seconds. This honestly isn't the greatest damage buff out of all the ones we could get with this weapon, but the reason we're doing it is anytime that you get a matching grenade or powered melee kill, so using our firebolt grenade or using our throwing hammer or our concentration melee ability, it'll turn this 15% buff into a 50% buff. Now this 50% buff can't be refreshed on getting a kill with the weapon, but it can be refreshed by getting a kill with an ability. Again, our firebolt grenade, throwing hammer melee, or concentration melee. And because this build already has a lot of natural ability synergy built into it, this means that we can effectively have this up constantly. On top of this, I'm stacking on top a minor spec just to help with the ad clear potential of this weapon, and this means that with this entire build, this weapon has an almost 170% damage buff active at all times. This is being boosted by our exotic, which grants a 40% buff. This is being boosted by golden tricorn, which grants a 15 and then 50% buff. This is being enhanced by 2 stacks of solar surge, which are a 15% buff, and a minor spec, which is a 7% buff. And on top of this, if you didn't want to go with golden tricorn, there are other great options as well in this column. You can also do something like incandescent, and just playing off of the scorch benefits this build already has. You can do something like frenzy, which is a 15% constant buff as long as you're in combat, and you could even equip demolitionist if you want to go fully into the grenade regen this build has to offer. But again guys, literally any solar weapon works fantastic. Something like the Aquilos shotgun with trench barrel absolutely shreds with this build. The Callus mini tool is a fantastic option as well. For other exotics, I'd also recommend using Lord of Wolves and Teraba absolutely shred in PvE content. Prometheus Lens is a solar exotic trace rifle that I also highly recommend. Plus, while you deal consistent damage with this weapon, it also applies scorch stacks, meaning that it has ability synergy already built into it. And then finally, for your power weapon, there are really a lot of options you could do with this build. You could always go with something like Galahorn, for example, which is one of the best heavy weapons in the entire game. Cataclysmic, which is something that's been in the meta for a long time, gets even crazier with this build. Again, I mentioned Lament earlier, which is an absolute DPS monster with this build. The main one I want to focus on is Parasite. Now the reason for this is Parasite is already a grenade launcher that specializes in dealing high damage in a single shot. As you can imagine, pairing a 68% buff with this weapon makes it absolutely disgusting. After getting 20 kills while this weapon is stowed, swapping to it will grant the next shot an immense damage boost. So whenever we combine Worm's Hunger with our Solar Weapon Surge as well as our Firewalker stacks, this thing can push well over 1,000,000 damage in a single shot depending on your activity. And again, if Solar Surge is a modifier in your activity, this weapon will then deal an additional 25% on top of that. So with the right week and the right activity, this weapon is an absolute monster, and I cannot recommend it enough. And if you wanted to, we also have Worm Byproduct, which anytime you take damage with this weapon, you actually empower your weapons for a short time. This empowerment buff is less than our Firewalker buff, and so it will be overpowered eventually, but it's a nice way to get the build going if you don't have any other stacks or stacks of armor charge to go off of. Anyway guys, that's the build. Like I said earlier, it's something I've been wanting to do for a long time and just haven't been able to do it because there weren't really any good seasonal mods that made a build like this truly shine. But with this season and the just overall abundance and potency of firebolt grenades and the new fire sprite reworks, I figured it's a great time to showcase this build and all the crazy potential it already has. Like I mentioned earlier, this entire build was made and showcased around solo gameplay. So if you're playing with a fire team, the build gets even better because not only can you have a lot more support with your fire team and a lot more orb gems to support your own build, but if someone's rocking, say, Tether, for example, all of the damage that I'm showcasing you is increased by 30%, meaning that Parasite gets even stronger, if that was even possible. All in all, thank you guys so much for watching the build. I greatly appreciate the continued support on these videos. Let me know down in the comments what you thought of it down below, as well as any recommendations for future build guides. Thank you guys so much for watching. I greatly appreciate the continued support, and have a great day.
Okay. That actually looks... like really, really good. Very much like, go ahead, like and support that. That actually looks like really good. Oh, Angry Joe! He approves of... there was something about that movie that I knew that I was gonna like. And I think, like, I think Alex is gonna, like, hate that, too. Ain Ross, like, calls out Jake Lucky. Okay. Okay, save the watch later. Save to watch later. Dark and Darker admin just scammed everybody. Okay, we'll put this in there. Into the watch later queue. We'll throw in a little Hassan in there too, and then watch like my fucking recommended page get like fucking dominated with like Hassan videos. Yeah, we'll put in the Amazing Atheist video in there too. We saw that clip from the Jon Stewart interview in the Fareed Zalkari show. A panel on modern feminism. I respect it. Well, not the panel in and of itself, just like Wick exploiting everybody on the panel and admitting it in the title. Exploiting women for my own gain in panel on modern feminism. Wick, I respected Wick. Mr. Girl Burns won the last bridges. I'm glad like Not So Advertised like doing well too. Look at this thumbnail. The thumbnail game is strong. I respect it. Damn, I gotta ask. I gotta go hit them up on the Discord and ask them. I really like these thumbnails. Like, what are they using for like editing their thumbnails? I'm literally just using Paint, and it's nothing special too. Destiny attempts to explain simple concept to Timcast IRL. Wasn't I just using this? The most expensive. Oh, is it Nightshade? Yeah. Overcoming the nerfs. Let us X-Men Apocalypse was fucking horrible, man. That killed that franchise right there. Oh yeah, the Zen moment buff too. I'm not good with like precision weapons outside of like PvP. Like I got no problem using like scout rifles. I'm just like horrible with pulse rifles. I love auto rifles. With the when the boost comes in, I think there's gonna be a huge auto rifle meta, especially in PvP. Pulse rifles are, I think, great. If I'm still trying to figure out how to two-tap with hand cannons, I just have to get like a good roll and craft it. I'm gonna try to grab that round robin like this weekend. I think I'm like maybe like 2 more. Yeah, like 2 or maybe like 1 more away from like fully crafting that. But yeah, I think I'll keep that there. Keep the trace rifle there. I got this. Unfortunately, Radiant. Yeah, I got a barrier. Yeah, I can switch out the rolls too. Store this too. I'm not gonna use that tarnished metal like too much. I prefer like using like an SMG or this, to be honest with you. My 2 favorite arc weapons. Let me keep. There's some weapons you just want to keep on you because they're so good. The Lament. I got back Salvation's grip. Oh shit! I got 2 of them. Everyone thought like the big GLs are gonna be end up being meta. No, that was not the case. Let's see here. Ikelos rapid fire frame. I really think like the Ikelos. Oh man, 65, 45. I got my Wastelander though. What is the god roll on the Wastelander? While that's going on, let's go ahead and like play these videos here while I take a look at that. Oh, wait. I saw something with Hassan. His reaction to Andrew Tate getting release. Hold on. I see son. We'll get this first one here too. Save the watch later. All right, let's go ahead. Let's start the video, folks. Let's get some nightfalls in.
What? Andrew Tate is released from prison, by the way. I know, for the 7 millionth people that will say this. Indictment Friday, Andrew Tate released from prison. We're doing Hogwatch. I mean, for people saying like, no, bro, listen, I'm no big city lawyer, okay? And I'm not exactly a fan of Andrew Tate, but like, come on, dog. At a certain point, they gotta continue the investigation, you know, come to a conclusion, right? Like, Jesus Christ. I am not a fan of Andrew Tate. You guys know this. He's on house arrest right now. Hopefully he doesn't escape, because I could totally see him running away now. But like, it's crazy to just like keep detaining him indefinitely as the investigation continues to go. Like, just do the investigation, brother. What's happening? Like, no matter how big of a douchebag someone is, no matter how big of a criminal someone is, it is totally understandable that they still have like some semblance of rights, or should have some semblance of right. You know what I mean? Let's take a look.
Let's take you to Bucharest. Andrew Tate and his brother released from prison to house arrest. Let's listen in.
Vorbiți mai tare. În continuu am așteptat și ne-am rugat pentru această decizie. Se pare o decizie legală, temenică și corectă. Cam atât avem de spus la acest moment. What are your plans for tonight? Exact ce au băieți, ce au voie să facă băieți în perioada asta. Deocamdată ca interdicție să fie adevărat celelalte părți din dosar, martorii din dosar.
Talked about this like briefly yesterday too. They eventually have to release him. I still think they had like 180 days, but they probably just like released it. Probably like they probably got a signal from the judge. You can't keep like asking to do this. Like there's even a limit to how much the judge can like re-up that.
I'm saying mashallah.
So Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan have left prison in Bucharest. They have...
There ain't no way that Andrew Tate dick riders are so wild that they went to his prison release, bro. That is insane to me, okay? But at this point, it's like, it's expected. These guys are so crazy. I mean, it's literally a Nexium sex cult.
Been moved to house arrest this evening after a Romanian court overturned prosecutors' request to keep them in police custody.
Aiden is fake, by the way.
April. Let's just keep listening to see if they say anything in English.
Aiden is fake. Aiden Ross is a fake friend. Why isn't he there? Why is Aiden Ross not in Romania to see the Tates get out of prison? To be released into house arrest, by the way. That motherfucker definitely has hair plugs coming out. No, it's lighting and camera angles. Like, he's bald as a motherfucker. Look at this shit, bro. Y'all are so funny.
Plece în arestul lor la domiciliu. Bun, să nu am fost. În voluntar. La casa lor. La domiciliu declarat în fața instanței.
Yeah. $35, $77, $74.
So Andrew Tate, the social media influencer, and his brother really saying very little to the press, leaving it to a translator and a legal representative to speak in Romanian to the awaiting press. Andrew Tate, his brother Tristan, and two Romanian female suspects have been under police detention now since December the 29th as prosecutors investigate them for suspected human trafficking, rape, and forming a criminal gang in order to sexually exploit women. They have denied all the accusations. The judges from the appeal court in Bucharest admitted their appeal and rejected the proposal of the prosecutors to extend the warrant and change the measure instead to home arrest for all of the defendants. That's according to Andrew Tate's lawyer. So as you can see, Andrew Tate, the social media influencer, and his brother now in that vehicle. They have been...
How does it feel to see someone you debated walking out of jail? I mean, to be fair, like, I said this already way back when, other than like the jokes about him like not being able to shave is a human rights violation or whatever, he should actually get a fucking trial at a certain point, right? Like, I don't really understand how you can keep someone in indefinite detention. So, like, I hope that they don't let him get away. I hope that they are not, you know, seeing this. I hope he's not like an actual fucking flight risk, which he kind of is. But it always, like, after the first month, it was wild for me that like they kept doing the investigation while holding them.
I mean, you can simply say it's like just like Romanian law.
Staying in jail for months until trial is not abnormal in the U.S. Yes, I know, but that is something that I'm extremely critical of for the United States of America as well. Just because it happens in the U.S. all the time, and it is a genuine fucking problem, doesn't mean that I think it's like valid. It is wild to me that they did that. Like, I would have hoped that they could have just fucking launched the court case immediately. You know what I mean? That is all I will say on that part. He tweeted Aiden's theory. Welcome home, brothers. Cobra Tate the Talisman. It must be a coincidence you guys get out on the release date of The Matrix. Bro.
Oh my God.
The Matrix was made by two trans women, dude. What the fuck do you mean? If this guy understood anything about Matrix or trans people, he would not be posting that.
Released from prison.
That's actually pretty like. That's actually like pretty funny, actually, if you think about it too. With the Wachowskis, they transitioned like a couple of years ago too. It's been like a couple of years now, which is kind of. I don't know, man. Like, if you think about it, at the time, I think I forget which Wachowski it was, because one Wachowski brother transitioned first, and the other one soon thereafter, I believe. If I'm wrong about that, you can say it in chat. But it's just kind of funny, like, for the red pill manosphere guys, like, they talk about like the red pill and like the Matrix, like they appropriate that, but it's just funny that it's two. It was developed by now like two like trans individuals. It's just, I don't know, man. I just find that funny.
Okay, we'll keep across that developing story.
I don't know what's going to happen. I do feel like he's going to try to run away, right? I mean, how do you not?
This is Carrie Lake. She ran for governor in Arizona. She lost. She has not accepted defeat. She's taken a page out of the Trump playbook of like, nuh-uh. And here's her saying some crazy stuff.
We're going to win this, guys.
No, you're not, because you already lost this. You're not going to win this. You've already lost. You can try again, but you already lost.
We're going to find out what everyone's made of in our state.
I'm going to say flesh, blood, some bones, sinews, you know, things like that.
You know, the usual.
We're going to find out who the corrupt ones are.
You. It's you. Surprise, it's me.
Good guys are.
Not you. There are no good guys, unfortunately. I wish there were good guys. You know, unfortunately, in this system, with these capitalistic incentives being omnipresent, unfortunately, it doesn't pay to not be corrupt. So pretty much any politician, whether they represent the Republican Party or the Democrat Party, are all corrupt. Now, that's not to say that both sides are perfectly equal. I don't believe that. I think people who say that really are undermining the truth, which is that, yeah, they're not, because now, if you say both political parties are exactly the same, then all someone has to do to totally dismiss you is find one thing that they're different on. One little thing, and it's like, no, oh, look at this. Which is why I like the more precise language of saying they are not meaningfully distinctive on the vast majority of important issues. That's not to say there are not some issues where one side says this, one side says that, and they actually back it up with some legislation and stuff. But you know what it is? It's all the social issues. Now, the social issues can be tremendously consequential for us, for you, and for me, and for anybody watching this. But you know who they're not tremendously consequential for is the billionaire class or the military-industrial complex. Doesn't matter to them at all. All of that stuff. When it comes to what corporate America wants and what the military-industrial complex wants, it seems like the two political parties that we have a choice between, it seems like they are virtually goddamn identical. But then you have these social issues where they really try to make a distinction between themselves, where, you know, you have all of this, you know, you have Republicans passing child labor laws. You have Republicans passing laws against transgender athletes and trans people using the bathroom they want, and banning books from schools, and banning discussions of America's fraught racial history from schools, and things of that nature. And you know, these social issues, tremendously consequential to everyday people in this country, but not at all consequential to billionaires. Not at all consequential to Wall Street. Not at all consequential to the Dow Jones. Not at all consequential to the military or any of the entrenched foreign powers that have their spindly little fingers in America's treasure chest. So basically, this is a divide and conquer strategy that's been employed against us.
Who cares deeply and believes in God, and I have complete faith in that. And I'm not going to stop fighting. I'm not going to stop fighting. So I want you to know.
Good. Yeah, you're not going to stop fighting for yourself and your own career, and for your, you know, for the day that you can join the vaunted insider class. I will not stop fighting to entrench my own power. I will not stop fighting until I too have joined the elite club. Because she can't be in the elite club. She's on the periphery of it. But if she actually becomes a governor, then she's in. And she's letting you know, I'm not going to stop fighting till I'm in. But she's got to make it seem like a noble pursuit. She's got to convince all these chuckle in her audience that, like, oh, wow, yeah, she's fighting for me. No, she's not. She's a politician. She don't give a rat's ass about you. She's fighting for her. That's who she's fighting for.
That's true.
So please continue to pray.
And wasn't she like a Democrat until like 5 minutes ago? When did she become a conservative again? Didn't she do this whole like lame, like, I left the left thing?
She was, too. That was the thing,
like,
too.
I'm the purest of pure believers.
Not just for a victory here, a court ruling here, you know, a positive outcome there. Pray for the bigger prayer.
The way she's holding that Bible. If you're going to hold the Bible as a prop, which every politician at some point or another has pretty much done, hold it with some oomph. At one point, she was literally holding it like between two fingers. She was holding it like the way that a vampire that's slightly hurt by it would hold it. You know what I mean? Like she's like...
Sorry about all the yawning, folks.
Right here.
Yeah, we'll do like, we'll run double specials.
Why are you holding it like that then? Hold it with a solid, firm grip like, the Bible. Come on.
An end to corruption, a restoration of God's glory, and a restoration of our God-given rights.
Uh-huh. So I don't know, that was basically just a bunch of Republican gobbledygook bullshit. I mean, I managed to have a good rant in it, but the rant was almost unrelated to it, just prompted by it. Nonetheless, when this comes out as a clip, I'm sure it will be titled something like Carrie Lake inspires insane rant, or Carrier Lake's insane rant inspires my insane rant. I don't know. Something along those lines. I don't know if they ever had a major disagreement outside of TJ voted and Paul doesn't. TJ never fundamentally disagreed with Paul on that. Yeah, I think that's the thing, is like, I don't know that Paul ever understood my reasons for voting, but or maybe he did. I don't know. He tried to persuade me that it was pointless to vote, but I mean, I feel like it's also pointless to not vote. I feel like, as far as that's concerned, my point of view is that both parties are virtually identical, and that they use social wedge issues to divide us. But I also think that they're willing to drive, you know, someone off a cliff. They're willing to drive you off a cliff. Like, if you're a trans person and you think that, like, it's all a bunch of idle threats about your, like, rights and humanity, it's not. They are willing to make you suffer to maintain their power. That is not, that's not, I mean, so I'm not going to knowingly, like, if I'm going to look at a situation of, like, here's the social issues represented by this party and here's the social issues represented by this party, I'm going to choose the one, like, the Democrats really aren't doing much to help trans people because they're useless, but they're not actively pushing that envelope forward, right? Because Republicans,
there you go. I appreciate that. Amazing, Kirk, TJ. I appreciate that at least. Godspeed, man.
In their states,
listen, he's not saying don't vote for Democrats. Vote for them, but do it with, like, begrudgingly.
I guess maybe like one or two have done some stuff to safeguard trans rights, but not much. So it's you know, it's basically a choice between, like, we are actively pursuing an agenda of evil, or, like, we're not, but, you know, at least not on that front. But, like, you know, it still makes a difference, at least in that one limited way. Whereas, you know, on most of the issues, there's no difference. And so that's like, you know, well, if you vote for Biden, you're supporting the war machine. It's like, yeah, well, you're supporting it anyway. Because either way, your tax dollars are going to fund the war machine. And the Republicans ain't going to stop the war machine, and the Democrats ain't going to stop the war machine. The war machine is going to rage on until we destroy the duopoly and destroy the forces of capitalistic incentive that created it in the first place. That's how you stop it. And how you do that? I mean, leave it up to your imagination, I guess.
You know what's not underwhelming? Elon Musk's Twitter. That's right. Elon Musk, as of tomorrow, and this is not an April Fool's Day prank, as far as we understand, Elon Musk's Twitter blue verified checkmark is going out as of tomorrow. That's right. There will no longer be a you know, legacy verified.
Oh my
Twitter
God! I cannot.
In play on the platform. My check mark is going away. There have been some people
Elon Musk taking the blue check marks from the working stiff on Twitter.
Basically destroys the entire reason for why someone would actually fucking buy the check mark to begin with.
Don't buy the check mark, people.
Responded to this, he said, "Well, guess my blue check will be gone soon, because if you know me, I ain't paying the $5." That's right. He's the GOAT. So, what's funny about this is that the only reason why someone would ever go so far as to buy a blue checkmark is so that they can fool people into thinking that they are actually verified, like a notable figure or something like that. Okay? That was the real reason why people were buying checkmarks. Now, even then, a lot of people still didn't buy it. Will we see another wave of fake accounts? Oh, for sure. They open source the Twitter algorithm. There are lines of code in the user's political standing. Oh my God, I swear to you, this is real. The algorithm source code literally has a carve out just for Elon's posts. Yeah. Yeah, makes sense. Anyway, this was what Megaphonics had sent earlier and got timed out for, but we're still going to keep that. Some artists who make a living on commissions, etc., were concerned about visibility / algorithm. We're buying it too. Yeah, ultimately, though, the main reason why you do it is because you think that you're going to have a leg up. You think that people are going to think that you are, like, maybe accidentally in the brief moment in time. Oh, thank you, Murat. Murat brought my chicken for me. Goated. Didn't even ask for it.
Oh, fuck. Shit.
Ne aldın yemek? Barbekü mü? İnşallah harbi yok ama. Okay, good. What's that? Brawl's brother brought my sandwich, which I didn't ask for. Yeah. All right, let's watch this.
Starting tomorrow, Twitter's famous checkmark will come with a price tag. That's according to Elon Musk. The blue tick has been a long-time social media status symbol and a way to verify the identity of celebrity users. As part of Musk's new service called Twitter Blue, users will have to purchase a subscription to receive a check. The move comes as Musk tries to boost revenues. The new checks will cost around $8.
Elon Musk, under Elon Musk, Twitter has been devalued by close to $1 billion.
Elizabeth, you must know why Clovis built the portal.
The Twitter blue checkmark has brought in, I believe, what, like
the list is long.
A couple million.
You asked him, he would have told you he was.
Oh, close to 20 billion. Oh, I was wrong. Sorry.
The radiolarium fluid from the Vex that came through was
Really?
the prime purpose. I wanted it shut down. Clovis wouldn't have it.
Wait.
Once again, he flew too close to the sun, and once again, the rest of us paid.
You on Etsy again?
Bastard.
Because of the Spotify list, I looked up a song on Etsy as a new addition. Cute. I love that. That is very cute. Okay. He makes about... Fuck. We need the actual numbers. He lost a shitload of revenue, and he lost a shitload of the valuation. Okay, and he also made very, very, very little. He generated very little revenue from the. Wait, what the fuck? BuzzFeed got hacked. Nice. Hello there, baby. Hope you're having a good day. Would you like to have a sugar daddy? Wait, what? Oh, never mind. It's not hacked. Which of these illustrious millionaires is your sugar daddy? Thought it was hacked. Okay. Anyway, you got debated, and so did I for a brief moment. Okay, so here. Let's look at some of the numbers. In the 5 months since Elon Musk overpaid for a relatively small microblogging platform called Twitter, it's been 5 months since that happened. The platform had punched above its weight in pure user numbers thanks to an unrivaled ability to both distribute real-time information and make it.
I just don't like. I'm not gonna lie to you. I just like don't like fucking.
The usual spam and BS, and it could feel like the one place online that really mattered. A lot of people in media are also on Twitter. That's why it's like important to the media. It's very good at disseminating information. Okay. There was an alluring, sometimes bruising, rawness to the medium. Yes, you could get the thrill of almost unvarnished opinions from celebrities on Twitter, at least compared to the curated social media feeds like Instagram. Elon was forced to take over, and he basically fucked it all up. Okay, if he wanted to purposely tank this fucking platform, the steps that he would have to take would be almost identical. Okay. The only time when usership or daily active users went up was to basically say goodbye to the platform itself and watch it absolutely get fucking eviscerated. People were on the platform, which by the way, Elon famously used, implied that he was doing something good. Okay? spent $20 billion to avoid paying a $1 billion fine for not purchasing Twitter. But of course, he didn't even need to pay a $1 billion fine if he had never said he's going to purchase Twitter. But he leaned into the memes, and then a commerce court in Delaware forced his ass to buy Twitter. But fear not. He unbanned all the Nazis. So many actual leftist accounts that were banned also were able to get unbanned in the process by claiming, literally in one line, pretty much every single person that was banned in the former Twitter was able to now get unbanned by just saying, I was banned because I have right-wing opinions. I'm not even kidding. Literally, so many people, if you're banned on Twitter and you want to get unbanned, just write reason for your request for unban. Write that you were banned for right-wing opinions, and they will unban you. Okay? Huh. Turned the verification into a pay-to-play megaphone and literally started banning journalists. Remember that one? That was really awesome. Musk has applied his vast wealth to destroying business as much as the information network's value as possible in a short period of time. Almost admirable, really. If you were like any other social media platform, looking at this, you'd be like, wow, like I haven't seen some fuck up like this since Mark Zuckerberg and his Meta play, which was also disastrous. His VR play with Meta. Anyway, so what ended up happening? As far as I understand, what ended up happening is that the platform's valuation tanked. Okay, and more importantly, the money maker for Elon Musk, Twitter Blue, actually fucking brought in 11 million in subscription revenue since relaunching Twitter Blue 3 months ago. 11 million. That is a laughable amount. Okay?
I don't know if like
That's
these guys are like paying attention or not.
Trainwrecks could gamble in one stream. If the only amount of revenue that you've brought in is the amount of revenue that Trainwrecks will lose in one fucking stream of like spinning and trying to get the book, that's not enough revenue. Especially not enough for a company that is already not profitable, that took $20 billion out of your pocket and then some out of the pockets of other kind of scary men and women that you went to. Okay? If Elon Musk's absolute fucking failure of Twitter,
I forgot I could do that.
Proof enough for you to understand that billionaires are kind of just lucky and are not really working harder than you, and in most circumstances, like in Elon Musk's, are just beneficiaries of intergenerational wealth more than anything else. I don't know what to tell you. Twitter Blue is also the reason why advertisers fled the platform, because there was so much commotion. People were basically utilizing Twitter Blue to make incredible memes that actually unironically ended up hurting big pharma, memes that played a role in
that's disputable.
Prices stock prices going down, specifically the one about insulin, where a Hasanabi head made a fake, was it Eli Lilly? Made a fake Eli Lilly account.
It was Eli Lilly.
Insulin was going to be free, which led to people asking the question, why isn't that already the case? Which led to a gigantic tanking of the Eli Lilly and other insulin developer stock. That's right. Now that wasn't enough for Elon Musk. A major reason for why Twitter Blue was even a thing that people would want to purchase, okay, was because you could accidentally fool people into thinking that you were a verified account because you had a legacy blue check mark. Elon Musk decided that that also shouldn't be the case. He basically diminished
not
that he
the
was selling with respect
not
to
the
Twitter
biggest
Blue.
fan of this
So
so
then when
far.
everybody said, well, why the fuck
I
would
feel like
anybody
the
buy a blue
other
check
build
mark
I
now,
had was a
idiot?
lot better.
He turned around and said, well, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna suppress anyone who doesn't buy Twitter Blue on the For You tab. But what he failed to recognize was that the For You tab was already dog shit. It is filled with everything that you don't want to see, and also fight videos. Just, you know, boxer beats the shit out of woman, equal rights and equal lefts. Like that's everyone's For You page is just like the most dog shit. Like I never want to see any of that stuff. But remember, exactly, this motherfucker started all virtual public square, and now he's hiding everyone's shit. I thought this was about free speech, but guess what? Of course it was never about free speech. Elon Musk thinks free speech is who can line up his pockets, okay? That's it. Elon Musk was never an advocate for free speech. I mean, he quite literally was not an advocate for free speech ever. Openly, okay? But this is just more proof that he was never interested in any of that shit regardless. No one really is.
Me, dude.
Does that actually deter his dick-riding bootlickers from continuously defending him? Of course not. So when he realized that his new scheme was also going to be a failure, he has now decided that Twitter's For You page will only recommend Twitter Blue verified accounts. So, good luck to Twitter on this latest endeavor. It seems to me like it's going to fail even further. He's just absolutely lighting it on fire. Now, fear not. There is one thing that's very good. This also tanks Tesla stocks, because Elon Musk is the key man for Tesla. That is the reason why Tesla's valuation has been incredibly, astronomically, way too fucking high. That's not my assessment. That's the assessment of like actual finance people who understand the stock market. Tesla benefits from being considered a tech company and not a car company, which is why when 98% of its vehicles are recalled for a backup camera failure, 98% of all vehicles sold in NA are recalled, Tesla doesn't take that ginormous of a stock hit. If a similar thing were to happen to Volkswagen perhaps would never be able to fucking recover.
Yeah, this fucking build is poop, man. And I got no...
Elon Musk has made incredible promises time and time again that he has never actually fulfilled, but he has enjoyed the many benefits of said promises, boosting his stock price. Where's your car right now? Well, it's in the auto shop. My car has had a fuckload of recalls too. It's bullshit. Elon Musk's fraudulent behavior and his
Have you seen the Dark and Darker Discord? Some of the main admins just scammed us for $44,000. Why do you think it's a scam? The admin account was potentially hacked. Dark and Darker GoFundMe, mod says could be compromised. What the fuck? We aren't a big ass studio and we don't have an infinite supply of money like Nexon. They have no real case that will hold up in court, but they pray that we fold. So I'm coming to you guys for help and support to get us through this bullshit. They can mock us, but they aren't going to take Dark and Darker away from you guys. I've set up a GoFundMe that you guys can donate to here to support us in our battle. Any donation that will be used to fund our legal battle against Nexon and fund our development team to continue working on our game. Do not donate. Lucy's account could be compromised. So people have already donated like $40,000. Is that right? You guys are suffering from a situation that's totally unfair. And you can see how many of these people are just, Nexon can blow me. Nexon will not win.
Sorry, I'm better like pay attention to this game.
I don't like Nexon. This game ruined me. Usually avoiding fundraisers, but making an exception for you. Together strong. Nexon can eat my ass.
If you can like sink and survive for like a little bit, like 5 seconds, man.
Trying to steal money because all they got going for them is Maple Story. Screw those bastards. Let's get this game made. Fuck Nexon. Fuck Nexon. They're cringe. All posts currently restricted. Bear with us. Okay, yep, here we go. That makes sense. This is a bad look for Iron Maze. I have bad feelings about this. I think I'm never going to play Dark and Darker again. So I can't believe Nexon paid off Discord mods to sabotage this.
Guys, Streamer TV, and first up in the news, we have Aiden Ross. Yesterday, Aiden called out Jake Lucky on Twitter because Jake was only posting negative things about Aiden and never shares anything good. In Aiden's response tweet, he also shared a clip where he gave a fan 5,000 and promoted his kick. And if you guys missed out on my second YouTube channel, Streamer Clips, you can find a clip there. The link is in the
he has a second YouTube channel?
Okay. On this, let me know in the comment section below and enjoy the highlights. Tramix TV responds to Aiden's threatening comments and says people calling for him to be banned are pushing their own agenda.
Rights, right? Even my edgiest. But what I feel like is happening, and this is anecdotal, obviously, this is through my own experience. I don't want to accidentally gaslight anybody. But what I feel like is happening are the people are using, right? The people who are outraged and pushing for a permanent ban and a deplatforming are using the platform for transgender individuals, perverting it, manipulating it to push their own agendas. That's what's happened time and time and time again, not only for transgender individuals, but also for women's rights, also for Black Lives Matter, right? That's what they do, right? And if you want to understand what I mean by that, right? Look at the gambling stuff that I did. Let's fucking revert back to that as an example, right?
Okay.
Ginny has trouble sending a picture.
See? Explicit content cannot be sent to the desired recipient. I try to send this.
Bare thumbs and all. How dare you? I'm not really feeling this. Maybe it's the... I feel like it's the exact same build I have here. You know? But this just seems like a...
Sisters discuss an important dilemma.
So much better.
So, so look, this butt cheek here, is bigger than this one. Look, this one is bigger than this one.
I think mine is this
It's
one.
very little, but yeah, this one is bigger.
I think this one is not, but this one, yeah. I don't know. I think it's the same, but this
No,
one...
Alan, they look the same to me. Oh, Okay, hold on, stand still.
I think it's better this one because I see in
I
photos.
think your left one is bigger.
This one.
Yeah. Okay, look at mine. Which one do you think is bigger?
This one, maybe.
The left one?
Yeah.
Okay, I think my right one is the biggest one.
I think it's the other one. I mean, I think this one is more small and this one is like more big. I don't know. So
I feel like my right butt is also bigger.
I think it's the other one.
And the other one?
I think.
Really?
I don't know. It's weird. I think it's.
Okay.
Ref checks his PayPal.
Trophies.
I mean, I'll tell you what, this is one of them things that back whenever I was playing, in my playing days, we didn't have this. Look at that horse right there.
Was that referee interference?
That was, he was participating in a way that shouldn't be illegal, or shouldn't be legal. You know how I feel about illegal, okay? We don't want things being illegal here. We follow the law, okay? And that was not lawful. That's what I want to see from both these teams. I want to see passion, okay? I want to see passion. I want to see
show a little love to Streamer TV.
And I want to see a belief, and I want to see a confidence, okay? Trust the process. Confidence, belief, faith that the process will lead to results. And that's the biggest thing. Absolutely, Wake Wilder. Absolutely. Can we get a thank God for Wake Wilder, please? Please, can we get a thank God for Wake Wilder? I love it. I love it.
Austin show, because I think he's going to make us a lot more richer in experience, a lot more a good
I see
feeling.
why I don't
And
like
then that,
trace
you know,
rifles, or at
people
least
that
this one.
Extra Emily passes 3 other racers in an inline turn in Mario Kart. Snake in the hen house steals an egg.
Oh, there's a snake in here.
Oh shit.
Well, you want to see a snake eating an egg? That's what they look like. Snakes like eggs. That egg seems pretty large for this snake, to be honest. But I don't know, I guess when you're a wild one, you gotta do what you gotta do. Hey, I know it's like really bad timing for you, but you can't be in here. The weird thing about this is like, if this was an ambassador, like I would not, you should be very careful after they eat.
Emily and Caroline shotgun in a beer.
I'm not gonna lie, that's actually very impressive. I'm impressed. Will, you got a good one.
Okay, so I pop it. You didn't even pop the tab. I no, but you gotta put your mouth on it, lift it up, and pop, and then yeah, pop. Lift it up and pop the tab. Thank you. I'll do it. Okay, ready? All right. Go. Pop it. Chug. Chug. Chug. Chug. Keep the beer can lifted. Keep it lifted. Keep it lifted. Okay.
This is why streamer awards don't matter.
And I'm sitting here on my ass and I'm communicating with an alien, okay? What do you want me to ask him? What do you want me to ask him? I don't know what to ask him. Top 3 variety streamers.
Let's see, loadouts.
Dude. Oh my god.
Emily doing the extra.
Whew, we did a lot. Guys, I slept for 3 hours last night. Because we had to get up early and we had to get up early and fly to Austin so I could be here.
If you guys enjoyed this video, feel free to drop a like, and if you want to keep up with the latest news and clips, be sure to subscribe and turn notifications on, and I'll see you guys.
Yeah, I'll just get rid of this.
Chinese girl gets jumped by a monkey.
Welcome back to Insightful Gaming. Today, we are going to go over a mind-bending, unbelievably powerful, and arguably the pinnacle of a Titan build. Imagine having an unlimited amount of ability regeneration, a never-ending cascade of orbs of power and fire sprites coupled with jaw-dropping damage and healing potential. He'll transform into an unstoppable, hammer-hurling or hammer-slam Titan. Make sure to hold onto your helmets because this build packs even more punch. Effortlessly conquer the toughest challenges and shrug off damage as if it were a mere annoyance, all thanks to the crown jewel of our loadout, the Halbfire Heart Exotic. With this exotic, when your super is fully charged, you'll feel invincible as you decimate enemies with a merciless barrage of grenades and hammers. The cherry on top is that our build is expertly crafted to turbocharge your super in record time. It's all about lightning fast super generation. Once it's ready, unleash a continuous blitz of abilities without ever deploying your super. Should you need to access your super in a pinch, don't worry, you'll replenish it in no time and resume the cataclysmic cycle. If you love this build and find it useful, please remember to like the video, drop a comment below, and subscribe to our channel for more thrilling builds and gaming content. Now, let's dive headfirst into the action. Let's break down this exceptional build for you. The entire focus of this build is centered around our exotic, with the primary aim being to charge your super and use it only when absolutely necessary. To expedite super generation, we're making use of armor mods on our helmet. Now let's delve into the execution of the build. Start by using your Firebolt grenade, which is made even more potent with a rain of firebolts and flare-up seasonal mod, providing an additional grenade charge and additional scorch stacks.
I feel like I've heard this voice before. I think I've actually heard this voice before. Let's see. Pip catcher. There we go.
Fragments we're using, your grenades apply even more scorch stacks and damage, swiftly eliminating weaker foes and scorching the rest. Defeating scorch targets generates melee energy and spawns fire sprites thanks to our Ember of Searing Fragment. With our thoughtfully chosen mods and fragments, your melee and ability energies are perpetually replenished. Release your throwing hammer, further restoring your grenade and class ability energy. You can also use the Consecration Aspects Slam to do the same thing. Solar abilities and weapon kills spawn powerful sunspots on the ground, which not only recharge your abilities faster, but also reduce super energy drain. Sunspots also scorch additional targets, and standing on them heals you through restoration. With our exotic Hallowfire Heart, your charged super dramatically accelerates your abilities regeneration. Understanding the inner mechanics of this build is essential to master it with ease and efficiency. So gear up and get ready to dominate the competition with this unbeatable build. Let's take a closer look at the weapons and gear loadout for this epic build. The BXR-55 Battler is the weapon of choice, with its solar nature blending seamlessly with the rest of the build. The Incandescent perk proves useful for dealing damage to clusters of enemies, while the Demolitionist perk lets you unleash grenades more frequently, resulting in even more destruction. Any other weapon boasting these two perks should be considered as well. Another exceptional weapon to pair with this build is Sunshot. This weapon has always been a top contender for solar buffs, with explosions that provide clear sightlines and scorching nearby enemies upon killing. Its exotic perk, Sunburn, fires explosive rounds and highlights targets that take damage from Sunshot. When it comes to your heavy weapon, feel free to choose based on personal preference, but consider Avoid Heavy to take advantage of our seasonal mod's steady supply of heavy ammo. Now let's delve into the stats you'll want to prioritize for this astonishing build. First and foremost, Resilience empowers you to withstand the most grueling content, ensuring you can take a hit and keep fighting like a true champion.
Okay, give me like 1 second here. I wish I can give these things like custom names. Raid dungeon. We'll just do beta. Yeah, we'll just do that. Okay. Sorry about that.
Next, zero in on Discipline for more frequent and powerful grenade throws. While not the top priority, Recovery is a significant asset as it enables swifter barricade usage. Strength isn't as critical since our build provides infinite melee, making melee energy generation a walk in the park. So prioritize the first two stats and regard Recovery as a valuable bonus. Moving on to abilities, our ultimate weapon is the awe-inspiring Hammer of Soul, summoning Scorching Hammer that obliterates everything in its path. Perfect for vanquishing hordes of enemies or dishing out colossal boss damage. It also spawns sunspots on impact for endless ability regeneration and healing. If you are using the Consecration aspect, I recommend using Burning Maul. For our grenade ability, we handpicked the Firebolt grenade, dishing out solar damage and annihilating clusters of foes. Seasonal mods harmonize seamlessly with this grenade. Flare Up intensifies Scorch stacks attack.
We're gonna need bricks from beyond too. I'm not too worried about that. That's actually so fucking useful. I can see where this is like incredibly useful too. Yes, I mean, you can reset this artifact like infinitely from what I understand. It used to have a cost. Now you just, as long as you have like the points, you can like reset it. Yeah, this works with like, I'm not doing anything void, so we'll just switch off to this. Okay.
Attached to firebolt grenades and rain of firebolts bestows an extra grenade charge, making it a true force to be reckoned with. Our class ability, Towering Barricade, proves indispensable in desperate situations, offering cover and protection. With speed recharge, courtesy of stats and mods, you'll employ this ability frequently. As for movement ability, we have a soft spot for Catapult Lift, but this is subjective, so feel free to choose your favorite. Personally, I relish the burst of initial momentum that Catapult Lift provides while jumping, making navigation in uncertain areas a breeze. Finally, for our solar melee, we're wielding the unstoppable throwing hammers. This ability allows you to hurl hammers, dealing solar damage, ideal for dispatching distant adversaries. Again, if you are using Consecration Aspect, you will also be able to reset your slam every time you pick up that hammer. It is really strong. You should definitely try it out. It meshes flawlessly with our build by generating class ability and melee energy with each throw. Aim your hammers with precision for effortless retrieval, but don't worry if you miss, you'll still passively generate melee energy at a breakneck pace. Let's delve into the incandescent duo of aspects that ignite our Solar Titan build into a blazing inferno. The Roaring Flames aspect is an absolute must-have, adding extra firepower and a scorching effect to your solar abilities. This combination swiftly takes down even the most resilient foes in challenging content. But the real star of the show is the Soul Invictus aspect. It creates sunspots whenever you defeat enemies with solar abilities, hammer soul impacts, or by taking out scorched enemies. These sunspots not only increase your ability regeneration, but also mitigate super drain while standing within a fiery embrace. Sunspots also apply scorch and damage nearby enemies, and entering a sunspot grants restoration. The Roaring Flames aspect stacks up to 3 times, amplifying the damage of your solar abilities upon landing final blows with solar abilities or ignitions. This creates a stunning chain of explosions and chaos, spawning sunspots in abundance. These aspects are critical for dealing colossal damage and maintaining vitality, particularly in high-level content. With Solar Ignition, you can channel energy into a weapon or ability to boost its potency. This creates a massive solar explosion that wreaks havoc on the surrounding area when activated by applying Scorch to a target. Scorch damage escalates as more Scorch stacks accumulate, igniting the target in a blaze of fury. There's another way to play this build that involves replacing one aspect with another. In this case, you can replace your Roaring Flames aspect with Consecration aspect. This new skill allows you to do a powerful move while sliding, which sends a wave of fiery energy in front of you, damaging anything in its path. Then you can jump into the air and slam down, creating an even bigger wave of fire that scorches enemies. If the fire hits an enemy that's already scorched, they catch on fire and take extra damage. It's really fun to play with, so you should give it a try. Let's now explore the powerful fragments we're including in our Solar Titan build. First up is Ember of Eruption, which boosts the area of effect of your solar ignitions. Pair it with Ember of Char for maximum effect, allowing your solar ignitions to spread scorch to nearby targets, particularly useful in higher level content. But that's
Let's see, Ember of Eruption. Okay, Ember of Char.
It's not all. Ember of Ashes is an absolute must-have for Solar Titans, as it allows your solar abilities and weapons to inflict extra scorch stacks on enemies, dealing damage over time. The damage increases as the number of scorch stacks accumulates, eventually igniting the target and stunning unstoppable champions. This fragment is essential for swiftly taking down even the toughest foes, making it a vital component of our build. One last thing, if you are running the consecration aspect, you won't need to make any changes to these fragments. Finally, we have Ember of Searing, which grants melee energy when defeating scorched targets and spawns a fire sprite, which helps to regenerate your grenade energy. Let's jump into our next section of the video and go over the breakdown of the armor mods for this incredible build. We'll start with the helmet, where our priority is super generation speed. Ashes to assets and hands asterisk on will give you bonus super energy on grenade and melee kills, while Harmonic Siphon spawns orbs of power with rapid solar weapon final blows. And let's not forget the heavy ammo finder, unless you prefer the seasonal artifacts Void Heavy Finder. Moving on to the gauntlets, where we're all about boosting melee energy. Heavy Handed will spawn orbs of power with powered melee final blows. We are also using one grenade kickstart mod, giving us...
Okay, give me one second. Let me go back to that, because I can't actually see what he's like. Let's go back to the top of the video. I actually kind of like this. I feel like this is actually... Solar radiant effect. I'm not radiant though. It's the only thing. Have increased area of effect. Scorch stacks. So probably this would probably be best during the content, because then I can do
energy. Let's jump into our next section of the video and go over the breakdown of the armor mods for this
Okay.
incredible build. We'll start with the helmet, where our priority is super generation speed.
Okay, so we're going for super generation here. Harmonics. So ashes. And, well, I'm not using any special ammo. So then I can do this. So it's going to look like this. Okay.
Ashes to assets and hands asterisk on will give you bonus super energy on grenade and melee kills, while Harmonic Siphon spawns orbs of power with rapid solar weapon final blows. And let's not forget the heavy ammo finder, unless you prefer the seasonal artifacts Void Heavy Finder. Moving on to the gauntlets, where we're all about boosting melee energy. Heavy Handed will spawn orbs of power with powered melee final blows. We are also using one grenade kickstart mod, giving us grenade energy back when it is fully expended. Next, we are running melee.
Okay. Create orbs of power. So probably that. And then I can do this. You gain melee energy. Okay. So because because all these cost like 1. I think 4 here. If I go down to like 2, I could probably afford it by get my recovery as high as possible. Okay.
Melee Kickstarter mod that will give us the melee energy back quickly when fully expended. These will be useful with Slam build also. Now, let's talk about the chest, where mods perfectly synergize with our exotic. With 2 charged up mods, your ability regeneration is enhanced when your super is fully charged, allowing you to carry 2 additional armor charges for the kickstart mods. For the legs, we're all about improving grenade energy recovery.
Okay, the dim is actually in the description. It's alright. I like looking at the video. So 2 stacks of charged up. Oh my god, this is like fucking nuts, dude. And then or weapons. Honestly, I'd rather just fill it up here at being almost 95.
Mods reduce grenade cooldown each time you pick up an orb of power, while 1 stacks on stacks armor mod gives you an extra armor charge when you pick up orbs. Finally, the Titan mark is where we select mods that elevate the build's overall strategy. 2 bomber mods reduce grenade cooldown when using your class ability, and the Reaper mod spawns an orb of power after a weapon final blow following class ability use. Let's dive into our...
Okay, so then you have the legs. So then it's stacks on stacks. That makes sense. And then two innervations. When we each up, so I should have that. The uptime on my grenade should be consistent. Man, if like 5 points here, 2 here, 3 here, go here, you know, be great. Okay, so legs are good, chest is good. Oh man, it would be nice too. Like you put a little bit more into recovery there too. So. All right. So then what am I doing here? So I'm doing a Reaper mod. So you can drop your class ability.
Our seasonal mods now. In the first row, it's all about customizing your select. And the Reaper mod spawns an orb of power after a weapon final blow following class ability use. Let's dive into our seasonal mods now. In the first row, it's all about customizing your selection to your preferred weapon type. Submachine gun enthusiasts can rejoice with the Submachine Overload mod, while those who prefer scout rifles will love the Unstoppable Scout Rifle mod. For bow wielders, the Overlord mod is a perfect fit. And for taking down barrier champions, the Anti-Barrier Pulse Rifle and Sidearm mod is the way to go. But your subclass can also give you the power to defeat champions. With the Arc subclass, use the blind or blinding aspects to stun unstoppable champions. With Solar subclass, ignition damage will do the trick. With Stasis subclass, shatter damage stops them in their tracks. And with the Strand subclass, the Suspend aspect suspends unstoppable champions, stunning them in the process. And the best part, these mods are passive and don't require any slotting. As we move on to the second row of seasonal mods, check out the Multi-Siphon mod, which combines the effects of the Strand, Solar, and Void Siphon mods in your helmet. This is particularly useful if you use different energy weapons and want to generate orbs with both types of weapons. The next 4 mods reduce the energy costs of your armor mods that affect your Solar, Strand, Void weapons, and grenades. In the third row, the Solar Surge mod is a must-have, as collecting fire sprites grants you armor charge. To move to the next tier, choose 2 more perks, such as Shatter Orbs, which creates an orb of power upon breaking a shield with matching damage type. And for high-level PvE content, Flare Up is a formidable choice for fireable grenade users, granting more scorch stacks and spawning a fire sprite near damaged enemies. In the fourth row, the must-have mod is Bricks from Beyond, which eliminates the need for heavy ammo finder mods by granting heavy ammo for you and your allies upon defeating powerful combatants with a void weapon. And in the fifth row, Rain of Firebolts is a top choice, providing an additional charge of Firebolt grenade. Finally, if you are using a Void weapon, don't forget about the indispensable Void Weapon Channeling mod, which provides a temporary boost to Void weapon damage after defeating a target with a fully charged Void ability. And if you want to help your fire team, the Prismatic Transfer mod is a great choice, granting a bonus to weapon damage for each member of your fire team with a different subclass damage type when you cast your super. In conclusion, this solar build is a force to be reckoned with, which is perfect for any activity in Destiny. Our selected abilities, aspects, fragments, and armor mods work seamlessly together to create a devastating combination that will leave enemies in its wake. If you enjoyed this build and found it helpful, please don't forget to like the video, leave a comment below, and subscribe to our channel for more exciting builds and gaming content. Thank you for watching, and have a great rest of your week.
I've heard this voice before. It's an AI voice for like unironically for like movie channels, for like movie recap channels. Yeah. Oh shit.
Kai's going to kick. How do you know that? You're not doing anything. Kai's Twitter account. Let me see if I can find this. There it is. Last day on Twitch. April Fools? It's not April 1st. Do you have a calendar? It is? Kai doesn't live in Europe. Like where he lives, it's not April 1st. I think that if Twitch doesn't want to give him an exclusive contract, I think he probably should. I mean, the truth is, like, it's obvious that, you know, he has a big community here on Twitch, but I mean, it's not because of Twitch, it's because of other platforms. So all he really needs to do is tell them to go to another website and they'll just go to the other website. I think that people like Bruce, Kai, like all of those guys, I think they should move over probably to Kick. It just seems like a better idea. They have a younger, more edgy audience. They can do crazier stuff on Kick. They don't have to worry about getting suspended. They can make more money with it.
That's actually true.
There's no downside to going to Kick for them. Think about it, right? They're getting paid more money, and they're also don't have to worry about losing their account.
That is actually like very, very true. You know, it probably is like a prank, to be honest with you. We'll see what happens. Aiden Ross, Tate is free. I wish I can like stream it, but I'm streaming on Twitch right now and on YouTube. YouTube would be fine. I would have to end the YouTube stream, but at this point though, like, you know, I'm starting my streaming career, so it's better for me to dual stream right now. Let's see. What's IRI doing? IRI saying 4 days until Trump's mugshot. Moving day streams to YouTube as a test. Okay. No. He's probably right on the money with that. Probably help him out. Sweatsticles online. Miras is online. It's probably okay, I'm gonna play this and
we're reinventing our network
with smarter, more efficient routes, so you can deliver more value to your customers.
Fast.
this video is just funny.
Perfectly orchestrated. The United States Postal Service.
Proud thing that all these women have going on. I mean, I don't knock women for feeling proud and for wanting to have, you know, that girl power and holding things over him, but no,
that's fair.
Gotta give it up, ladies. I please my man in every way, all the ways. Wake him up, he gets to nut. Before he leaves out the door, he's leaving empty nuts. At work, I am calling him like, come outside, it's your lunch break, it's time for you to get your nut off. When he's home, he's getting fed, he is getting...
Bro, wait. The audio doesn't come from the mic yet. Wait, listen to the audio.
Another nut and one before bed, or two if he's lucky. That's it, that's a secret. I make sure that my man nuts at least 6 or 7 times a day. Proud thing that
fuck off.
I don't know.
Okay,
get out of here, bro. What?
To have, you know, that girl power.
That is like a capping machine. No shots.
Bro, that dude would be bone dry. He would be dehydrated. He would be dead by now. I'm sorry.
Bro, I see them all the time, dude. There's like a billion of them. Is there not? Scroll down. Guys, come on, man. Okay, dude. Because I'm scared of looking at the replies.
Yo, Felix. I hope the day is going great.
This is fucking hilarious, dude. So apparently the grifter accusations. We can watch like this Sam Cedar video. I think I will watch the Sam Cedar video.
On Twitter.
Here, give you guys a little bit too. That thing is huge. We enlarged it for Asmongold. We stand Asmongold here on this channel too. Neckbeard gaming at its finest too. I don't really have a neck. I gotta trim this again a little bit too. I trimmed it myself a little bit too. I gotta take a little bit off too, and I gotta put a little stuff in here too, just to even it out too. I think I am actually going to grow it out a little bit more. I need it to thicken out. You know what I mean? Especially like in the mustache area. Like this has to get a little bit thicker. I'm not real happy with this right here. All right, let me just go get some more coffee, ladies and germs. We're gonna be back playing a little bit more Destiny. We're not doing anything seriously. We're not doing any So, why is like TikTok like fucking? Let me check on the Mets game real quick. Yeah, Mets lost 2-1. 1 walk, 3 at bats, 2 hits from Marte, 2 walks from Lindor. Alonso had a run and a hit. Cannon not doing much. McNeil did nothing. Escobar didn't have anything. Pham starting over at left. Guillermo was there. He was pinch hitting. Nito, Vogelback, Lacosto. It's all right. Let's see. Knicks up by 2 over the Cavs. Sabres and the Rangers are tied 2-2 right now. What is this? Apparently, who is Vegas Ruck? I don't know who this is. Is this like did I fall? Las Vegas Red Umbrella Collective, a grassroots network led by and for sex workers in Las Vegas, offering support through mutual aid, community events. Okay. So what's going on here? Instagram. Let me read the actual post. According to Vegas Ruck, Instagram is reportedly launching a new blue check verification system, but in doing so, you will have to submit your government ID. That's never going to happen. Some are reporting no. When I say it's never going to happen, I believe that like that could happen on the social media platforms. I'm never going to do it. You kidding me? And I'm going to recommend to all of you, like, you might say, well, what about the government? Bro, the minute you are born, the government has your information. You are assigned a social security number. If you're born in this country, you are assigned a social security number at birth. Okay? And even when you come into the country, you're given a temporary, I forget what it's called, like a temporary number, but then you apply to get your citizenship and you're given a social security number. Okay? If I'm wrong about that, tell me, but I'm pretty sure that's how it is. But the government has your information. All right, you giving the government information to verify your ID is fine because they have that information. That they're just verifying it. But you giving information, your government ID, to a third party that is not the government, where you know that they sell your information to other parties. That's how you get all these like ads. Google's an ad company. That's how you get these very. I get caught up in it too. I might look at Fanatics on Monday to see if there's any like new spring training gear for the Mets. Then all of a sudden I start seeing like tailored ads about like the Mets and the Jets, and I'm just like, oh crap. And then I remember I was looking for, I forgot, like a brand new cooler, and they know I like Yeti, and I purchased Yeti products, right? And then all of a sudden I'm getting like recommended like brand new Yeti products that they just rolled out with like these new colors. I'm like, ooh, I'm looking like that cool. It's a little pricey, but you know what I mean? Like it even gets me sometimes. Like, don't give them your ID. Okay, back to this. Some are reporting this and will change your username to your government name, putting SWers at risk of, sex workers at risk of being doxxed by Instagram. Do not give a vehemently anti-sex work company your ID no matter what sector the industry you're in. It is not safe. Just like, even if you're like not a sex worker, don't give them like your ID, especially if you're a content creator. Like, if you can like be anonymous and like, I got my face out here too. You don't know who I am. I don't want you to know who I am. I don't want you to know where I work. I don't want you to know my first and last name and where I live. Like, get out of here. Don't give them that information. Like, what if like they get hacked, which is possible, and has happened before, and then they leak all your information out there. You know what I mean? So, it is what it is. But definitely don't do that. Let's see. Yeah, more Donald Trump stuff. No, from Rotten Tomatoes, rest in peace, Lance Reddick. Damn, man, I'll give that a like. Oh, from SNY, good, man. Give this guy some love. The guy who's playing that, playing all those instruments for opening day for the Mets. Very cool. Got some love from SNY, man. Yeah. Tough loss today, but it's okay. It's a long season. Damn, I cannot believe we lost to the Marlins. All right, it's a long ass season. Frankie Muniz is like a race car driver? I did not know that. That is actually really cool. Good for him, man. I actually enjoyed Malcolm in the Middle. Malcolm in the Middle was actually really good. Let me move that along.
Transmission logs from
We're not doing too much right now. The Expedia changed like the app icon? Yeah, it did. Okay. What happened? Opera GX. Yes, I'm still here. Sorry, Destiny. Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. No. Oh, the guy who was Is this like real? Is this the guy? He got the letter today? This can't be real. I think this is the guy who operates the Opera GX. This can't be real. From Opera GX. They had to have taken this. They had to have taken this down. I'm gonna save this. This is hilarious. Let me just like and like retweet this just now. Let me go ahead and bookmark this too. All right. He obviously blocked out the information, his personal information on there too. But I don't even know like this is real. I don't know like the official head or anything like that too. But it looks like a human hand that's holding it too. We regret to inform you that your employment with Opera GX is being. I feel like he's pranking us. It's what, 3:31 right now? Yeah, he's pranking. This is a prank. All right, I'm not gonna even read this. Oh my god. $3.31. He like, legitimately. You know what the thing is too. You know why that got me initially too? Because Opera GX, like whoever operates like that Twitter account, he doesn't like do spicy things, but he always has like something like topical to say. Like with the Andrew Tate stuff, he's in everybody's replies, man. He's in everybody's replies. Like he's just on here looking for the replies for all the big streamers and everything. Like I always see it too. And I'm just like, hey, that's a good tweet, man. So I would believe like it's a bit of a revenge. He would like do something like that too. But let me go ahead and look for it too. Let's see what everyone else is saying. Let's see, Opera. And Discord. Yeah, Discord got me. It's fake. Voice mod. Dude, this is like legitimately. These people like all know each other probably. Voice mod. YouTube's. Oh, that's promoted. Let's do it. Cole Pixel. Oh. This is good. Mudahar fucking Some Ordinary Gamers got him. Good for him. He's got the Australian. Oh my god. These guys, this is great, man. I love it. This is good. This is probably like the most wholesome like internet like nonsense like you'll see on like Twitter, to be honest with you. Good stuff. Okay, let's see, Yellow Jackets. Never heard of that. Let's see. This guy, insert username, is an actual Tennessee House State Rep who recently said there's no such thing as gun violence. Now he's saying this clownish garbage because the truth doesn't matter to him. Here's what really happened. Oh, yeah. This is the guy who was saying that like, they were like communists attacking the Tennessee State Capitol. So stupid, man. It was just protest. They were taking it so out of context. I just don't understand how they could so blatantly lie like this and they get away with it. And people do call them out on this too. But it's just like people like still believe it too. But like when like someone on the left, like especially like a politician like an AOC, Ilhan Omar, you know, like a Bernie Sanders like says something, they call him out for lying too. Remember, I think it was like during the help committee too, somebody was calling out Bernie Sanders' wealth, and he said like and it's right. People like dug into it, looked into it. It's like it was completely fabricated. There was like sensible like explanations about the house, about the money and everything too. Like it's just like I don't know. He's not like a multi-millionaire billionaire. He makes a lot of money, don't get me wrong. That's from like all the books he's written. That's from his salary as like a senator, which has always gone up a little bit. You know, every single time too, you know, it's just, you know, Bill Clinton gets paid for like doing speeches and shit like that. Them Republicans do it too. They come out with books, they go on podcasts, they get paid like and they're never criticized for this stuff too, but they always criticize people on our side doing it too. Like, get the fuck out of here, man. Cat Abu is streaming, apparently? Is she streaming now? She should, man. LeBron says he won't be paying for Twitter Blue. Listen, if the NBA decides to pay for it, he'll probably take it. He'll probably be okay with it. Okay. Didn't I say I was gonna get like some? I had some food downstairs for me too. All right, yeah. Let me go ahead and do that now. I'm like just scrolling through Twitter right now. Shuds at TikTok. I should have got more coverage from like Fox News, but even I have like, you know, limits to like how much I'm willing to watch of like the news. Like MSNBC, MSN, no problem there too. Every once in a while I get annoyed from some of the people they have on there but it's never it's not like Fox. Like Fox, like I don't know how your brain doesn't get melted when you're like as like knowledgeable as like I am too. I'm not even like that super knowledgeable, but I've watched enough and like follow enough like content creators like Destiny and Vosh where I see how they break down the arguments, and other people like Chris Hayes, Mehdi Hassan, and like they point out all the lies, and then I look at the statistics, I look at the facts, I look at the data, I'm like, yeah, it's all bullshit. And like I do that on my own. I really want an explanation from people like when they watch Fox News, like why do you believe them? Have you like actually looked into this stuff? Like have you like what was your process? Can you like walk me through it? When you were presented with like the different opinion or like countervailing facts, like did you actually look into it? Yeah, that's the real questions. All right, let me be right back. We're going to get that and continue with some Destiny and watch some Sam Cedar, and then we'll just watch a whole host of other videos.
little unintoxicated. I got a legend on the way. I'm falling for you, baby. What can I do to make you stay? The bassline's taking over. We've come too far to turn around. So turn the music louder and let my feet not touch the ground. Cause I'm in a daze and you're driving me crazy. Please can you stay even just for the night? I'm losing my way, but don't try to contain me. Cause I'm still running out. Cause I'm in a daze and you're driving me crazy. Please can you stay even just for the night? I'm losing my way, but don't try to contain me. Cause I'm still running wild. Running wild. Oh yeah. Running wild. Oh yeah. Running wild. Oh yeah. Running wild. Oh yeah. Running wild. Running wild. Oh yeah. Running wild. Running wild. Oh yeah. You're making me bolder. You make me wanna settle down, down. Get married and have a daughter, and live forever sweet and sound. But if I'm moving too fast for you, tell me honestly, what should I do? And if we're grooving too soon, let the playlist make the move. Cause I'm in a daze and you're driving me crazy. Please can you stay even just for the night? I'm losing my way, but don't try to contain me. Cause I'm still running out. Cause I'm in a daze and you're driving me crazy. Please can you stay even just for the night? I'm losing my way, but don't try to contain me. Cause I'm still running wild. Running wild. Oh yeah. Wild. Oh yeah. Running wild. Running wild. Oh yeah. Running wild. Running wild. Oh yeah.
Tico.
Hands on your head, baby. Hands on your head, baby. Hands on your head, baby. Hands over your head, baby. Silence fills this empty space, and I can't get out the stain you left on everything. Yeah, you're all over me, but I'm not over you. Time hasn't healed, 'cause I still feel the bruise. I don't wanna do this anymore. If I'm better off without you, then why don't I feel any better? Sticks and stones can't break my bones, but then I can put them back together. Why do I try when I won't change my mind? If I'm better off without you, then why don't I feel any better? Paper cuts don't hurt like this, and I'm so nervous I keep biting my lip. I've been checking my phone, but there's nobody there, 'cause everyone knows that I can't even care unless I'm hearing back from you. If I'm better off without you, then why don't I feel any better? Sticks and stones can't break my bones, but then I can put them back together. Why do I try when I won't change my mind? If I'm better off without you, then why don't I feel any better? Why don't I feel any better? Any better? Gotta get back. Gotta get back.
We go out like a flame in the lights. Feel the heat from the fire inside. We go out and take over the night. Keep it burning. We've come so far to be standing where we are. It feels so close, like we're reaching for the stars. a flame in the lights. Feel the heat from the fire inside. We go out and take over the nights. Keep it burning. We've come so far to be standing where we are. Feel so close. I can reach you for the stars.
All right, people, I'm back. So what we're gonna do is, I got some food with me too. Ate a little bit too, but I brought it up with me. More in the mood to watch some like videos, so we'll just go through, watch some of these videos, and we'll start off from there. Let's see, browser, Twitch. Window capture here. There you go, Sam Cedar.
Twitter last night, and then people started saying to me that Destiny was on Tim Pool, and I thought nothing of that because I wasn't terribly interested in that anymore than I would be interested in any other like two people. But everyone knows how much I love it when Tim Pool name checks me, and apparently Tim Pool is very mad at everybody here.
Yeah. Because this is in reference to something that we did on Thursday.
Yeah, so it's... Oh, is this... oh, you did this on Thursday?
Yeah, you weren't here.
Yeah, so... Oh, that's why he's so mad. I was wondering why he's talking about it. What did you do on Thursday?
We made fun of his terrible music.
But this was a Thursday from like August of last year. This was not...
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, no, I remember when you guys did that, but I thought like you did it like yesterday.
No. Oh, no.
No, it was like... It was...
So this was like a
7 months ago, 8 months, almost 8 months ago.
Yeah, he's holding on.
I remember.
To this.
Okay. I remember when he put out an album or a music video or whatever it was, and I was like, "Why is this coming up today?" And I thought you guys had talked about him yesterday.
So either he's perusing our channel for videos about him because this is old, or he's just been carrying this with him for a long time.
And this is from a super chat he gets. He gets one I think every few episodes where someone says, "Why won't you debate Sam?" And so he's
this is the problem that Tim has because he sells off. He basically chooses money to be the way in which he addresses any type of criticism. Some people could stand up and pay for it. Right. Like, what we do is like we just take phone calls and short of like your area code, we don't screen.
Right.
Sometimes I'm like, I want this region of the country. No, I don't.
Yeah,
but we took that guy because he sent me his tweeted me his area code. But Tim, because he pays, this happened to Dave Rubin a lot too, where you get paid to answer questions, and he got upset about it. Let's hear this. I haven't heard all of it because someone just. All right.
So this is with Destiny. Oh,
Ricky Gervais, Armageddon.
Oh,
I fell back in love with stand-up on my last tour, Humanity. I played arenas around the world. Netflix bought it for a record amount. It was the most watched special of the year. I thought, everyone loves me now. Then I got this tweet. Call yourself a comedian? He knows I do. Literally says the word in my Twitter bio. Ricky Gervais, live on tour in 2023.
Oh my goodness.
Now at livenation.com.
When you're already a great nurse, but you're called to do more, you belong at Chamberlain University, where our community empowers you with the skills you need to become the nursing leader you were meant to be. Chamberlain University, belong to something greater.
Tim, Sam Cedar seems to think you are afraid to debate him, claiming that you asked him to come on the show during COVID as his excuse for not coming on. Would you publicly ask him to come on the show? So the issue with Sam is, I've known him for a really long time, and I made a tweet where I was like, we typically invite people on the left to come on the show, and then they just never do. They never respond, or they respond once and they don't get back to us. And then Hassan and Sam both said, I'll totally do it. And so I privately messaged both of them and said, awesome, would be excited excited to have you, especially Sam, because Sam was the first guy to ever give me a shout out in media ever. He said,
I mean, this was like during COVID too, and it was so strange too, because I remember when like Sam was like when Sam Cedar was like talking about it, and it was and you know, it was the middle of COVID and he didn't want to like get COVID. So I think like even like the vaccines weren't out yet or anything like that. And he just didn't want to get COVID, and he didn't understand like why Sam didn't want to like, and I think Tim might have like known like Sam didn't want to catch COVID. So he was trying to like make it look as if Sam was too chicken to come out there too. It was just like Sam just didn't want to get COVID. Right? And it didn't make any sense too, because of this. Like look, if you're watching this stream and you're seeing me watch this clip, like it doesn't make any sense. Like Sam can just get in front of a screen and like talk to Tim. Sam did that with Destiny. They had the debate on like Kyle Rittenhouse like some time ago. And it just it doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Like why Tim wanted him there. Maybe he just wanted to like have some influence or power. Like he doesn't want to like leave his studio. Like I just don't understand that too. And I think it's because like Tim wants people to come to his studio, you know, so he can monopolize on the fact that this guy's like coming to his studio too. He has all the resources there. He has his crew there too, you know. And I just don't think like he has backup. Like you seen it like when he was talking to Vosh. I want to go see like the talk he had with like Destiny too. But like he has a crew there that backs him up whenever he gets into like a tough spot, right? I remember he took a lot of shit too when he had Vosh on there too, and they were like, and people were arguing with him and saying, "Hey, you're making Vosh look good. He sounds so reasonable." It was literally what Vosh wanted. He wanted to come into that audience. He wanted to come into the audience. He wanted to like engage with that audience, and he came off as like very reasonable, very compelling. He was very calm. He wasn't like yelling or going crazy or anything like that too. It was a good talk too. And I remember the next time he went on, there was with Charlie Kirk. Like he just emaciated Kirk like in front of like everybody. He came off as very calm, very, very likable, very reasonable, you know. And it's just like, you know, and I think Kirk took like some shit too from his fans. Like, hey, why'd you platform this guy? Why don't you like go for the dunks and like take him out? Like he came off as like too reasonable. So Tim just wants everyone to see it so he can monopolize on the content, have complete control over everything, you know.
Said like, oh, look at these guys, Occupy Wall Street, fantastic work. And I was like, we'll cover the cost of everything, we'll fly you out. And then Sam basically was just like, I'm not going on your show, and then tweeted accusing.
Yeah, no. He's editorializing there. He's editorializing. That's not what happened.
Me of like, you know, making it up or something.
Oh, it might have been a COVID thing because he just went on Patrick Bet-David's show.
He tweeted at me that he was going to come on the show, and then privately was like, "Oh, I'm not coming out there." And then I'm like, "Okay, whatever." Like you said you would. You actually set a date and everything. I told you the date. I told you the time. You said yes. You agreed. And now when I'm setting this up, you're like flaking out behind the scenes and then putting me on the spot.
If Sam wanted to, would you host a debate with him on your show?
No. And Hassan, yes. Hassan politely messaged me and said, "Hey, look, man. I know I said I would. I feel kind of." He said something like, "I feel pretty bad, but like I'm not comfortable flying right now with COVID." And I was like, "Totally understand, dude. No problem." Later on, when I asked him again, he's like, "Bro, I host my own show." And I said, "You are totally correct." Like the idea that I'm going to ask someone who hosts their own show to cancel their show to come on my show, I just totally get it. So if I like Kyle Kalinske, for instance, has talked about coming on the show before, but I'm like, whenever you can, because I know you do your own show. Like I'm not, you know, if people want to come on the show, it's like doing me a favor. But the issue with Sam is that I believe he is like he's a grifter. Right?
You don't think he believes what he says?
I think maybe half of it. I think he doesn't know about a lot of issues, and he says things just for the sake of shock value. He makes a bunch of videos.
Hold on for 1 second. Before we get to that, I'm going to read now our exchange. I just found it. Okay. And the weird thing
I know Sam has the receipts.
Is
where he says you bailed.
Well, I did bail. I mean, part of what he's saying is true, but part of what he's saying is complete lie. And the weird thing is the timing thing is also really different. Okay, all right, here it is. So he goes on. He says that on Twitter, and I say I'll do it, and he goes, here it is. Okay, so and people can go back and find the public version of this. It's back in October of 2020. Now, I don't know if people remember, there was a pandemic going on, and okay, here it is. So, we went on for a long time to talk about this. Okay, all right, so October 10th.
2020?
Yes, 2020. And
no one's vaccinated yet.
Understand, there's no vaccination.
Okay.
I had done an interview with Tim Pool via Zoom or whatever it was from his show. I said I would do it. He had asked me a long time. And so I write October 10th, 2020 at 1:41 p.m. I don't know when the public tweet was, but that's on DM. So what's the details? He writes, I can have Lydia arrange everything for you. Show is 8 p.m. live in studio, D.C. area. We can fly you out and get you a motel nearby. We hang out for 2 hours and talk about current events. I can do a group chat to connect you. If you want, you can just send me your email and we can set it up. And I write, I can't fly down to D.C. I do a 3-hour daily show. You don't do any remotes? And he goes, we set the show back up in January for in-person only. We don't have a way to connect everyone on a Skype call or display it. We've rejected some centrist right-wing people, blah, blah, blah. But I get it.
That was it right there, too. Like, we don't know how to connect, like, several people on a Skype call. And I'm just like, wait, you can't do that? I'm not that familiar with Skype. I'm a gamer. I do a lot of gaming, so I use Discord. And it's just like, you guys can just it's so easy on Discord. Just like everyone gets on Discord, creates an account, and then you just create it like a server, make sure it's private, and then just put everyone just gets in there too. Microsoft Teams, you just create a room, give everybody the code, and then you just go in there. It's so simple, you know. I just don't understand that too. And with a studio, from what I understand, with the way Voss talked about it, it's like a compound, it's huge too. And I think he recently moved too, but he's I just don't believe that with all the money and money that maybe Destiny will come back and he'll talk about his experience in the studio and everything.
It's one of the challenges of getting guests. You and Hassan host your own content, so it's probably harder for you, but I appreciate the enthusiasm. And I write back, COVID hasn't affected your bringing people into the studio? And he goes, no one. We actually stopped guests for a while over it. Rogan never did. Then we started up again in the past month or so again. And I wrote, Trump never did either. And I did the shrug because Trump had just gotten COVID. I guess you roll the dice and hope you don't pull a 7. And I wrote, maybe if I have a day off. And that was October 10th, 2020. And then on October 13th, he wrote something publicly. That was the end of our conversation. I should just release all this. I don't know why you suddenly took offense to the above reply. Care to elaborate? I wrote him at 5:34. And he goes, you agreed to an in-studio interview for publicity. You lied. And I wrote, I had absolutely no idea you only did in-studio interviews and had no idea you weren't in New Jersey anymore. The last one we did was on Skype. And he goes, you just wanted to rile up your followers. The tweet said in studio, we covered travel. You dragged me to rile up your followers. That's a complete tone, right? Change. And I think something happened there in those 2 days. And I think it had to do with either Crowder or Rubin or one of those things. Right. And because that's when he said, I was blacklisted. And he goes, you dragged me to rile up and you're full of shit. And I said, I didn't see any travel tweet. Dude, how in the world would I have accepted tonight as a date if I thought I had to travel from upstate New York starting at 3 p.m. after my show and get back here by 8:30 to prep for tomorrow's show? That makes no sense. Bullshit. You did a segment pulling clips from my studio show. Not to mention I had to do a pre-record. And A, as far as I remember, it wasn't an interview. And B, just because you do one interview in studio, how could I possibly assume that you only do them in studio? The entire channel you pulled from is from a live studio show. And I said, you have 10 channels. No offense, but I don't follow what shows you have. And he goes on. He just goes on and on. But we can see that exchange there. All right. Go ahead.
Yeah, but you should just take those screenshots and put them on Twitter.
Just do it.
Just do it today.
I will do it.
Someone in YouTube chat just said this is the Tim files.
That's good. I'll give it a like just for that. That was good. The Tim
But
files.
something changed in
All
there,
right.
and folks can go sleuth around and figure out what was happening during those days. But something happened.
But say now that you're vaccinated, I mean.
Oh, I've told him. I'll
go.
Oh, I think I said that.
Oh, There you go.
I mean, let's see. And then, and really, he was mad because of all these things that we commented on his video that I made, that he said he's talking about. You dragged me for not talking about this. And I am like, I don't know what you're referring to.
And hey, if he thinks you're a grifter or he thinks you don't have a good knowledge base, which like,
okay,
there are
people
things
can make that decision.
There are things that people could say about you, but I don't think like
still going back and forth. Live studio. I didn't realize. What are you talking about? The tweet said open the 13th, and then I printed our exchange, and that you claim I'm lying is okay. And then he said like he did write live 8 p.m. in studio. The show is live 8 p.m. in studio, but live doesn't mean in person.
Yeah.
We do a live show every day, and almost none of our guests are in person.
Exactly.
And he said, I assumed I could do remote, Tim. I'm hours from an airport here. This is when I was living upstate during parts of the... You claim I'm lying. It's hard to believe. Like, what's the lie? And I mentioned concern about COVID, and then we keep going on and on. And then... he goes, you shouldn't publicly try to drag me unless you know what you're talking about. And I go, if I want to drag you about how irresponsible that is, I would have dragged you for it. And then he's claiming that people weren't dying, that COVID wasn't resurging. This is in 2020 still. And he's like, I'm really trying to sort of understand. Look, and then the last one was, I guess, October 13th. I am not and have not knocked your format. If that's your format, I can respect it. I was expressing the reasons that made it too heavy a lift for me. Happy to have you on my show if that's good faith, no travel involved. That last part, a friendly joke, but also true. We could do over Zoom, and that was the last I heard of him. Okay, sorry. So this is, I just want to make the point that Tim is lying here, and he knows it. And he's upset. Because apparently, you guys a year ago mocked his music.
Think he believes what he says?
I think maybe half of it. I think he doesn't know about a lot of issues, and he says things just for the sake of shock value. He makes a bunch of videos. Like another thing is like all he would do is rag on Dave Rubin. He's like one of those guys who makes a bunch of videos just talking about drama and people that I'm really not interested. And then the publicly agreeing to come on the show.
What? Bro, Sam is like old school. Basically, it's like news for like, no offense, Sam, like he's like news for like older people. The demographic for his show is like older people. I say like maybe a couple years younger than me, but like it's clearly like in the 20s. Like especially the callers that come in, they're generally like older people, like professionals or like people who are breaking into like the professional life. Or like he'll have like very like in tune like college students who are very interested in politics and want to get involved in politics and love like the Majority Report and are fans of Sam and Emma, that entire crew. I just don't understand. I just don't understand that.
Like when I made a good faith offer and then privately backtracking and then putting it on me and now claiming I'm scared. Like the whole thing's a bit. Tim's scared to debate me. No, dude, he's just a low-brow grifter. Bro, I'll have you on anytime you want to come on. Like here you are, and I think you're like substantially more intelligent and capable of debate than Sam Cedar is.
I mean, obviously that's true. No, I'm just kidding. I think Sam's a really smart guy. I mean, I can't speak to your private messages, but yeah, I would hope. So. I don't know. I don't view him as a grifter. I feel like Sam is pretty he's pretty smart compared to most of the people. If I was scared of anybody in the left to debate, I think it would generally be Sam Cedar,
I'll tell you one of the personal negative experiences.
Okay.
But like still when you have him on the show was when I tried to explain to him deontological versus utilitarian moral philosophy.
I watched this.
And he didn't understand it. And so how do you convey an idea to someone who doesn't understand these concepts? Well, I went for pop culture. And instead it was a bunch of
I remember because you said the villain is usually the utilitarian guy. I remember I watched this clip. I remember I watched.
And so I said I think we were talking about universal healthcare, and I said it's utilitarian versus deontological morality or ethics, right? Deontological ethics is basically stating that you cannot.
There's fucking music in the background too. I don't know if I would agree that like generally like the villain would always be like the utilitarian, like in those circumstances. Maybe someone like Thanos. But did he have to like wipe out like half of everything in the universe to like get what he wanted? Is that like was his method like the most like utilitarian way of doing it? You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to like turn into like a theory like theory thing too. It's just like It's a snooze fest for people too. It's just, I'm just wondering. Tasty salad. I recommend like poppy seed dressing. It is delicious.
Against an individual, which is unethical, is justified if it benefits the greater. And Sam was like, I don't know what that means. And I'm like, okay, how do I debate a guy who doesn't understand these concepts? Well, me thinking like I'm here to convey ideas in good faith.
Pause it for 1 second. Incidentally, I'm quite sure I said I don't care.
Yeah, you didn't.
You said I don't care.
Yeah, you didn't.
I'm quite sure I said I don't care about these philosophical differences, and then he wanted to say like, and to make it you feel bad about it. Zeus from the Marvel show or whatever it is. Thanos is you know is a utilitarian. And because he's willing to let half the planet die or whatever, all the planets die to save half the other planet.
Yeah.
And I just.
Tim, if you're watching this stream or you get a clip of this stream, I would have gotten the reference. I don't remember that clip. I don't think I remember like watching that. I would have gotten the reference, Tim. Just want you to know. And I completely agree with like Sam Cedar's like viewpoints, generally speaking. But I would have gotten the view. I would have been like, yeah, no, I get you, man. I get you, man.
I didn't care about that. That's not relevant to me and to the argument I was making. But he's really upset about that. I feel like I must have hurt Tim's personal feelings, and I can understand that. But there's still more, right? He's upset. Go ahead. He's really
we still
really
got
carrying a
into
grudge.
the music thing.
I should say to Tim, honestly, it's one thing for you not to have me on your show. That's fine. It's your show. But to carry around this type of hurt and this type of anger and resent, it's not healthy for you.
Yeah.
It's not healthy. I mean, yeah, okay, you're showing me, you're not going to let me on your show. That's fine, I get it. But this is tearing you up inside.
I know.
And I worry about that. And I know people are going to say, you're just saying that to be shocking. Go ahead.
Well, we also should add that he has no idea what this show is. We do a whole hour every day interviewing historians, interviewing experts in fields, union organizers.
It hurts that he doesn't really watch the show. I mean, listen, here's the thing.
It's okay that he doesn't watch the show, but he shouldn't make claims about the show if he doesn't really know.
You know, and it's Friday, so we're doing a lot of these, have fun segments and this and that. But he should understand that, like, the Tim himself is like, it's like going out for dinner, like at a nice restaurant, and you've eaten the appetizer and the main course, and maybe you have a dessert, and maybe you get a bottle of wine, and then you're leaving, and as you leave, they got a bowl of those like white mints. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And you take one, and well, I'll take like 2 or 3. And I'll eat one, and then I'll put a couple in my pocket. I'm like, oh, for later. But then you don't find that for like 2 weeks later until you're on the subway, and you're like, I'm going to eat this. That's when we get to the Tim section of the show. That's what it is. He's missed the entire dinner. He doesn't watch that part. He just watches us eating the mint. But let's go.
Oh my God. Okay. These fucking ads.
To get to 62, you got to go back to 61. 1961, 161st Street. Game 161. 61 degrees. Number 9 hits 61. 61 years later, in game 161, number 99 hits 62. The night the Yankees go 99, and yeah, 62.
Go here and listen. Most of those videos are on this list too. Okay.
understand these concepts. Well, me thinking like I'm here to convey ideas in good faith said, think about Thanos versus like Captain America. Thanos wants to wipe out, and then his response was to make a video.
I'll make sure I share the video.
Mocking me.
Make sure to give Majority Report a like on this video and subscribe to him too. I love their work. Sam is fucking hilarious. Sam is just like, don't give a fuck, dude. I love that attitude. He just don't give a fuck. He'll talk to anybody too, especially now. Now I think as long as he's able to still do his show, he'll come out and like talk to you.
About Marvel, but here's a better one. When we released our first song, he ran it through an audio filter to make it sound bad, and then played it on his show, calling it garbage and lying about it. I just like the dude is just the lowest of low tier grift.
Now go back to Destiny. He's looking at it. He's like, "What, bro? Sam Cedar would not do that. Come on, come on. I have to
understand these concepts. Well, me thinking like I'm here to convey ideas in good faith said, think about Thanos versus like Captain America.
Okay, hold on.
Thanos wants to wipe out, and then his response was to make a video and all of his fans mocking me for talking about Marvel. But here's a better one. When we released our first song, he ran it through an audio filter to make it sound bad, and then played it on his show, calling it garbage and lying about it. I just like that.
Look at Destiny's like, bro, you are Sam and that crew are not gonna do that, man. They definitely made fun of the song and you, because they definitely made fun of the song and you. I believe that. It's just like they ran it through an audio filter to make it sound worse than it actually was. He's looking at it just like, man, that really got to you, man. That really got to you. Look at that. I'm sorry. This is the clip right here. This is the clip right here. If you're gonna clip this, hold on. Let me see if I can get a better frame.
And then played it on his show, calling it garbage and lying about it. I just like dead.
Right here. Hold on. Let me get the snipping tool out. Let's see. Destiny knows. And I'll just say that in my meme folder. Just look at Destiny, dude.
The dude is just the lowest of low.
He's just like, all right.
Did he? I feel like I saw them. I watched
he
them.
ran my song through an audio filter.
Was he on that episode? Because it was the girl and the other guy.
The girl and the other guy.
I don't remember if he was on the show. But
Did you run his song? If we did that without telling people, I would have a problem with it unless it was obvious.
Let's just be clear. And this was August of last year. I don't have the audio capabilities or like the wherewithal to. I was running the board.
You were?
I was running the computer here. I put it up. We just played the YouTube video. So if he thinks the song sounded bad, it just sounded bad because.
I mean,
sounded
Bradley's inability to run anything in terms of audio is brilliant. And now,
able to filter it.
And that was a year ago. And that was a year ago. That was a year ago.
Like, I'm much more equipped now, and I still don't think I would have been able to run it through an audio filter to do it myself.
I wish Tim could see our board and structure here and see how little of a capacity that we have.
Yeah,
to run an audio
when I went into like the PDB studios, the PBD studios, I was like, oh Jesus. This is a serious operation. This is like, if people can imagine, like, like a guy's house who spends all his time at Radio Shack back in the day.
Yeah.
That's what this.
He's actually not wrong too. If you watch like Emma's Emma sports show, that she runs it in the studio too. Like there's shots of like her and Bradley, like from the studio view, like from like the outside, and you can see the soundboard and it's like minimal. It's almost like the setup. I probably have an even more minimal setup. I can probably run like as long as I have like the audio equipment there, I can probably run like the audio and like the video with the setup I have here for streaming, to be honest with you too. I may have to just beef up my computer just like a tiny bit, but like I can probably run what they have too. I've seen it. Like you can see it on like Emma's like show like when they do like that studio shot with both Emma and Bradley, like you can see it. It's not like anything like crazy special. It's a little bit better than what I have too, but as long as I have like the equipment, I can definitely run it here, like in my office here that I have. My office / like stream room.
Looks like there are cables everywhere. Everything is hodgepodge. Nobody knows how to, like, we've got to hum. Just jiggle everything, and that's it. But go ahead.
M. Cedar's show played the song we put out and put it through this weird filter to make it sound like garbage. Okay. And that song actually did really well. It's the best song we've had so far. Charted on Billboard in a bunch of different categories. And then they're just like, oh, it's so bad. Oh man, it sounds like Nickelback. And I'm like, if anything, it sounds like emo, not Nickelback.
You know, I'll point something out about Sam.
Yeah, it's all fake grifting.
Sam went on Patrick Bet-David's Valuetainment podcast. I thought it was very cool. I didn't see the whole thing, but they talked about Medicare. They talked about finances. And then Sam, you put up a video on your channel that says, it's a picture of you and Pat, and it says, Sam Cedar debates rich guy who hates taxes. Like, you didn't even use his name. That's dirty, dude.
It's all grifting. It's all fake garbage.
Like, he's a huge podcaster. You should make a big deal out of that.
He's grifting.
All right. Now, I should say, I don't ever do the titling on this program. I don't go back and review the videos. It is the way that we pay for the show, or at least part of it. And to be honest, I had never heard of Patrick Bet-David before he contacted us. So I'm just not aware of him. He may be big in that circle, but I don't know if our audience was terribly aware of him either. And
no, his audience won't have been big.
The guy is the first line of his bio. Go to his bio page. The first line of his bio is he made over $200 million in some insurance thing. So what do you want me to tell you? The operating fact is that he is a rich guy.
Yeah. Also, the girl and the other guy, I'm just going to return to that.
Well, I mean,
Matt Binder was on his show.
Was on Destiny's show?
No, he did Tim's
He
show.
did Tim's show. Yeah, he was there in the studio.
Can I just say too, it's rich, and this is obviously, honestly, of both of them, of course, Destiny, as much as Sam has had tips with Destiny on his show, Destiny, I think, has a lot of respect for you, Sam, and I think that was very clear.
He actually does. He actually does respect Sam a lot. He actually respects. He might not agree with Sam on all the things too. They're actually more aligned than either one of them would probably admit to each other. But like, he respects Anna a lot because Anna's willing to debate people. He respects Sam because Sam just like, he'll fucking like debate like whoever too, as long as it like fits his schedule. And listen, he's got a life outside the show too. He's got kids too. So like, he's got those responsibilities. So it's just
but Destiny's entire channel does the similar thing with the SEO algorithm-based titling, where you just say leftist host melts down so and so. Like, you don't make it as specific, because if people don't know who Patrick Bet-David is, they're not going to click on it.
Yeah.
If they see
I figured that out like a while ago too, with like titling for like my streams and like for like for the videos I'm planning to like to put out too. You don't want, it depends. If you put in like Donald Trump or like Joe Biden, generally people know who those people are. You know what I mean? Like, you usually put like very generic titles in there too that kind of capture like the algorithm, so they get pushed into, especially for my TikTok videos too, like little clips I do. Like, I'm very specific with like the titles and like the hashtags, and you get to see, like, at least that they show you like specifically when people like look at it and they search for those like specific hashtags too. It's useful like on like TikTok and like YouTube Shorts too. So like Elon Musk, everyone like knows Elon Musk, right? Like, so there's ways to like, you want to game the algorithm, so so your video gets pushed to as many people as possible.
If they see Sam is debating a rich guy, it could have been a phone call and they'd want to watch that.
Yeah,
it's kind of, I think it's a frivolous argument, and it belies like either a willful or a non-willful lack of understanding about how we make clips and what does well and what doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna complain about titling, it seems like quite a shallow argument, and you just need to watch the video and judge for yourself.
And of course, it's coming from Ian. Kanye is going to be seen as the savior of the Jews, Crossland over here. here.
But Ian said some nice stuff about the show in the past, so it's just I find that to be a weird argument. But anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think. I mean, when Patrick they put up clips of the interview, and I don't think they use my name, and why would they?
Right.
It should be like, whatever, weird leftist or tax-loving guy calls for more taxes.
Yeah,
or,
right.
It's, I mean, I'm not going to take offense to that. That's the thing, is that, like, so much of this for a lot of people in this business
seems like very petty.
Really about, like, celebrity, and it is about, like, there's a lot of personal things in here, and I want to make this clear to Tim.
It really is. Like, you can tell, like, some people, like, take this, like, very personally. They don't want, there's an issue where, like, I've noticed a lot with, like, content creators, they just want to be liked, and they don't want to be, like, criticized. Bro, you're a public figure, my guy. Like, people are going to criticize you left, right, and center. Like, I can't stand, like, the hug boxes. I don't mind, like, being mean to people. Like, I was mean to, like, that fucking, like, the random guy who popped in. Like, they came in, like, very early in the stream, because there's, like, I know. And the account, and at the time, the account was created 2-3 hours at the time I started the stream, too, so it was immediate red flags. Like, as a streamer, I can tell you right now, it's okay to be mean to people, like, online. When I say that, too, like, there's certain things that, like, can happen during the stream or in chat, or when you look at somebody's profile, like, in your OBS, or if you have, like, the dashboard up for, like, either YouTube or Twitch up, and, like, it's okay to be mean to people too, and it's easily, like, it's good content as well. It depends on the situation. You don't want to be mean all the time, but, like, be cynical. That's what I'm really trying to say. Just be cynical when you're streaming.
And Ian and all of them, I don't harbor any personal feelings towards them at all. I am just aware there's a lot of young people who go and watch your show, or maybe middle-aged people who watch your show. They get bad ideas based upon bad information, bad senses about politics, and to the extent that I, mock you or mock your music or call you a rich guy or whatever, I am doing it because I want to diminish you as a messenger for that bad information. I'm trying to be honest here. I am mocking you, not because I have a problem with you as a person. There are some people out there I think are really atrocious. But the reason why I show up and do that here every day is not because of what, I can do that at home. The reason why I show up and do that every day here, and I think we all sort of like feel this way, is because I want to interfere with your ability to spread bad ideas based upon my definition of what good ideas. I want society the outcomes of society to be better for the most amount of people. That involves things like redistribution, certain amount of egalitarianism, equality, communalism. There's a host of other things. And because of the medium, this is the medium. So don't take so much offense. It's okay, Tim, if Emma doesn't like your music.
Yeah.
I'm sure I don't like it, but I've never heard it. And Bradley doesn't like your music. And if we're going to mock it by changing, auto-tuning it or whatever it is that we do, we will cop to that and do it on purpose. I mean, if it was up to me, I'd play your music and just keep hitting fart noises on my board.
Yeah.
But, I missed that day at work.
No. Right. We'll be upfront about it if we do it, Tim. But you don't have to worry about that for now. It just sounded it sounded like what it sounded like.
Yeah, there you go. Really Cool says, agree, some of the clips are badly titled. Tell whoever's doing that we're not MR, we're MR, not TMR. Kind of my little pet peeve. Sure, there's different there's different arguments about it, but basically I am not a business guy. I am not a manager. I mean, I try.
Well,
but I'm a little bit loose.
Hey, I mean, I'm not complaining.
Emma's given her a raise every year since she joined the Majority Report.
To micromanage or mostly manage what anybody does on the show. It's like, show up, make sure things work, and then I'm happy. And everything else is like, will fall into place. I'm sorry. If Tim wants to pay for someone to come and title the shows differently, or Ian wants to do this in his spare time,
Godspeed.
More power to you.
Godspeed, buddies.
I'm definitely interested in this. God damn, this man is constantly making like fucking videos, dude. Oh my god, I've seen like a new video, like 3-4 new videos already. Yeah,
Since
we'll go
last
right
year,
here.
I've been in 24-hour lockdown, no yard time, pacing a 3-meter cell with 0 electronics or outside contact. Absolute clarity of mind, real thoughts, real plans. Vivid pain. 1 hour home, and I can't stand my phone. Is this really going to be the whole video? I think it's smart for him to grow his beard out, by the way. You know, because everybody was making fun of his chin. And, like, if you grow your beard out, nobody gets to know what your chin looks like. Problem solved. I'm not a big fan of keeping people in jail for an indefinite period of time, especially whenever it's been months at this point, without a trial. I think that's ridiculous. I understand that they're flight risks and they think that they can run away or something like that. I get that, but at the same time, I think that this...
And the judge technically agreed with them too, because I was actually getting kind of concerned too about that. I'm not the biggest fan of that either too, but like I'm coming in from like the American system here in the good old US of A. So because it's prone to abuse, and frankly like it has been abused. And like regular, like average, like Dicks and Janes, you know, they fucking get kind of like they're in jail and they don't have the resources like the Tate brothers here have, or the money, you know. So I'm not a big fan of that too, but I'm coming in from the American system. So, but that's just, you know, that's just me too. I would have to think they have something on these two guys, and they're going to move forward with the prosecution. And probably the judge was like, I'm not going to hold these guys for like the full 180 days. That's kind of crazy. So he put them under house arrest. So, you know, we'll see what happens.
This is just a bad situation. And I just hope that, you know, after all of this, the Romanian government will have an actual case against them. Like, I don't want to see Andrew Tate go to jail. I don't want to see him not go to jail either. It's like, if he's guilty, he should go to jail. If he's not guilty, he shouldn't go to jail. I don't give a fuck. Human trafficking, slavery is the highest crime. Yeah. It is really bad, but we need to make sure that we stay objective whenever we look at things like this, and you don't just automatically take what you're told. You don't just be like, hey, you know, well, they said this is what's going to happen, so it, like, I think there's a lot of people that want him to be guilty. I don't want him to be guilty. I just want him to get a fair trial. Do you mean like the proof in the text of him saying that he raped someone? Yeah, I think that's really bad. But there's also proof of these girls that said that he was holding them against their will, saying that they were going to fabricate a story too. I read about that. It's very complex. There's a lot of people involved with this. And if I had to guess, I think that he's guilty. I think that more than not, he is guilty. Now, I'm not 100%, but that's kind of the side that I'm falling off on. You know, I wouldn't put anybody in jail over my opinion, though, so keep that in mind. And I'm not saying that he's guilty of human trafficking, but I think that he's guilty of something. I just don't know what it is yet. It seems like it's probably money laundering, because he literally admitted to money laundering. It's like you have a lifestyle where there are so many variables that it's like you could be guilty of 5 bad crimes. Let's say it's only one of them.
Those like texts are like very like damning, to like be honest with you. Those texts are like very, very damning. So, you know, we'll see what happens like moving forward too. But I tend to believe like they have something there. You know what I mean? If they don't, that's a big one too. It's the same thing with Alvin Bragg. He wouldn't move forward with this unless he was confident there was like a felony conviction like in the works for him. But once you get in front of a jury, you know, anything is possible. But I really feel like he has something.
Bias is showing? No, I think that what you're used to is other people with the opposite bias, and now you're getting somebody who's objective, and it's upsetting for you. Yes, I understand this is upsetting. This is an upsetting time for you. You're gonna get through it. Yeah, it's gonna be all right. Obviously, there it is. Remains from remaining in prison. Looks like content's back on the menu, boys. That's what I said. And 3 months successfully appealing his detention. Yeah. Order from the appeals. Proposal to extend the duration of preventative arrest measure. Replaced. Okay, so now he's back into... and again, he's not free. He's just on house arrest. Keep that in mind. He's just on house arrest. And I also saw something pretty interesting coincidence here. Luckily, we have Aiden Ross able to see it. Welcome home, brothers. Andrew Tate, Tristan Tate. It must be a coincidence that you guys get out on the release date of The Matrix. Bro, they're doing it right in front of us.
I'm sorry. It's actually like really funny.
Right in front of us. And they think we can't see it. Stay woke, brothers. It's Illuminati. Yeah, you think that shit's fake? Look on the back of your dollar bill. How can you say he's guilty of something, but I don't know what, and then claim to being objective? The reason why is that I think that he's engaging in a lifestyle that indulges in a number of things that are borderline illegal. There's also actual, like, text messages that he had himself with other people talking about, like, you know, the more you don't want it, the more I do want it, and like a lot of like rape tendency type stuff. And then also there was the fact that he was removed from the Big Brother show in the UK originally, and they never showed why that happened at the time. But now, ever since
I wonder if that's going to come up.
Another rape charge.
I wonder if that's going to come up. That's actually very interesting. Like it was never like explained to me, and I remember looking for that too, believe it or not, and that's never been explained to me, like why he got removed for like the Big Brother stuff in the UK. Like it's never been explained, so I wonder if that's gonna like come up.
Then also there were 7 different witnesses saying bad stuff about them. Apparently 2 or 3 of them are compromised, but that doesn't mean that all of them are. So you have that. Also, you have a text message of him saying that's how he launders his money. He literally said this in plain English. So like there's like 4 right there, right? So like where do you think the odds are that like all 4 of those aren't going to stick at all? I think it's pretty good. Yeah, I mean, seems like an evidence-rich environment. Yeah, it sure does. So that's why I say he's probably guilty of something. Yeah. No, I'm not saying that because I disagree with him. Don't be silly. He cares about money laundering? I don't care what happens in Romania at all. I don't live there. I'm just saying that he's guilty of a crime. I'm just making it... This isn't like my judgment on if money laundering is good or not. Yeah, but you agreed on his videos? Yeah, I've agreed on some of the things he said, absolutely. Yeah, I think Andrew Tate's the kind of guy that, you know, a good amount of things that he says, I agree with. I think they're good things to say. It's disappointing that it kind of gets fucked up with the other parts because it's like you have very good advice and then you also have very bad advice. I think that in general, like whenever you're talking about like Andrew Tate as a individual talking about how to live his life outside of the context of other people, just how to live your life, I think that his advice is very good. I do, however, think that almost all of his advice regarding women is bad. I think it's harmful. I don't like it. There are quite a few people who give good advice on some things but are wildly wrong on other things. That is so fucking true. Absolutely. There's a movie trailer of Andrew Tate. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? No.
His fans are hardcore, man. I'll give him that.
I'm not gonna watch this is way too long. Like, this is an 8-minute video. I'm not gonna watch an 8-minute fucking video. Get out of here. There's no way. It's not even real. It's just, bro, how is it that, like, I don't understand how just watch 1 minute? No. I don't understand how Andrew Tate fans can do this, but somehow whenever K-pop fans do, by the way, the exact same thing, oh, now they're crazy. What's the difference between this and K-pop fan cams? Just because you're standing Tate and not Luna, I don't think that makes that big of a difference. Seems like a lot of the fucking same, man. Some real simp shit. You're wrong? Yeah, I don't think I am. Do you think his first podcast will break the internet? Absolutely. The thing is that if Andrew Tate gets away with this, this will prove the Matrix is real. It will prove that it was all a big ploy to hold him back. Like, it is unironically the Obi-Wan Kenobi, if you strike me down, I'll be more powerful than you can ever imagine. I actually think that's what's gonna happen. So if they don't get him, this guy is gonna, yeah, he's not free? No, you're right, he's not free. But he's also not guilty. Wouldn't it prove the Matrix wrong, because the Matrix should be all powerful to take down someone like Tate? Well, eventually somebody breaks the conditioning, right? I mean, that's what happened. I mean, Neo broke out of the Matrix.
That's actually true, believe it or not. That was a good message from that chat.
And you know that that's how people are going to think about it. Yeah, you know, and I'm not saying this is what happened. I'm just saying this is how people are going to see it. Tate might be Trump's spirit. I think it's the same thing with Trump. I do. I think that this is my paranoid conspiracy Andy opinion about Trump getting arrested, okay? I think that they're trying to indict Trump to make him a martyr, to split the Republican Party between him and DeSantis. Because right now, Trump looks like a clown. But if you make Trump a victim and a martyr, everybody is going to side with him, and he's easier to beat than DeSantis. And I think they're doing it intentionally. If I was a Democrat, it would be in my best interest to do this. Everybody loves a martyr. That's what I think. Tinfoil hat theory? It's definitely a tinfoil hat theory. Absolutely. But I think it will work in their favor. Because it'll split the vote. No, he would have won 2024 elections? No, I don't think Trump has any chance of winning. I really don't. I don't think he has any chance of winning the actual general election. No, Biden has zero chance? Nah, I totally disagree. I think people will vote for Biden again instantaneously. Think about it like this, okay? And I understand you're not gonna like to hear this. Nope, I'm gonna just lay it out, and you can disagree if you want. I think that people vote based off of how things are versus how they were whenever the president took office. I actually think that it's that simple-minded. And the truth is that since Biden took over, COVID went away. People are going to think that Biden solved COVID. So guess what that means?
You're not that far off.
That means they're going to vote for Biden again. That's what I think. Inflation, though, people are too stupid to understand inflation. Inflation affects people on such an abstract level that they can't understand inflation in a short term in the same way that they can understand having to wear a mask. Hard to disagree? Okay. All right. All right. Kai's going to kick. How do you know that?
No, we saw this clip already.
That's pessimistic. Go outside, please. I would urge you to do the same. Go outside and have a conversation with somebody for just a little while. And you will learn how fucking dumb people are. I agree with your takes. The price of gas, rent, and food, pretty easy for people to understand. People are feeling it. I do think that if the price of things gets really, really high, I don't think it's high enough now for people to complain about it and not vote for the president again, though. I don't think so. I think it's getting there, but it's not there yet. They already are? No, it's not. It would have to get worse. It's high as fuck. It is. Absolutely. Would it be okay to do a poll to test your theory? Do you think chat's a different sample than the general election? I think the general election is completely different. I love how, like, people think that I'm wrong about this. How can you possibly think that I'm wrong after you watch the TikTok hearings? Do you really think that we don't have the capacity to elect morons? That seems like the only thing that we're able to do. So all
watch the Jon Stewart clip on CNN.
I presented a matrix that people use to vote for morons. And guess what? It's a stupid matrix. Why? Because the people that are using it are stupid. I don't know what to.
I hate saying that about my fellow Americans too, but like, let me tell you something, man. Like, when you talk to people, you really see how uninformed they are about like things. How like they like just like they got their blinders on, and it's just like whoop. Everything else, you will be surprised. People have their blinders on because they have so many other things going on in their lives. They just need things to work. So those of us who have the knowledge and who have the will need to ensure that certain people get into office so that we can get the things that we want, that we know is best for the country, as those progressives, liberals, Democrats, like what have you. We amass power and the country just functions, and everyone sees, well, the country's doing really well because Democrats are in power, so I might as well just keep voting for Democrats. But when the country goes like south, then I'll vote for, like, you know, whatever other party is like left, you know? That's what I want. I think that's the strategy to win. You get enough Democrats in the power, you start passing a whole bunch of bills that are going to make the country, nice and sustainable, smooth. There's very little problems. There's always going to be problems, but the problems are minimal, and that we start solving those problems a little bit at a time, right? And then eventually, people are like, yeah, you know, we just vote and say, hey, listen, life's pretty good right now, right? Well, guess what? You need to vote for the people who have a D next to your name.
Say. Again, like, everybody thinks that, like, oh, well, you know, people are going to be able to think past this. No, they're not. No, they're not. Absolutely not.
I love when Asmiel like talks politics. We can watch that video too, because I am actually very interested in seeing what Moudon has to say about that. What are these? What are these like thumbnails? He wasn't even wearing this like today. Well, because we saw like the video of him like going over this too. Oh my god, this is hilarious. Well, the thing is, this is on YouTube. Yeah, like he's in the stream. I played a little bit close. I immediately deleted the VOD on Twitch. So, besides, I saw this anyway too. It's funny. It kind of ramps up like toward the end. You can see like slowly like ramping up, but then at the end is like woof, goes completely off the rails. Okay, let's see. Oh no! I didn't see the last episode of The Mandalorian. That's from 9 days ago. Let's see. A little more Meat Canyon. Ooh. The Return of the Kings. Padilla. Oh, goddamn. That was like a year ago. Violet Ken versus Evil Ryu. Tasso. Let's see. Look at Mehdi Hassan coming on the Majority Report. My man. 4 weeks ago. Let's see.
We used to run trains on white girls. We used to do it without permission. So it's not like she came over and said, "Hey, I want to sleep with all you guys." Yeah. We said, "Hey, man, that white girl like you. Get her over here." And then we put. Oh shit. Yeah. We just come in with dicks out.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
We might have to go on Twitch. Yeah. Okay, Twitch.
Oh my God.
We might have to go off Twitch to discuss this gnarly topic. I want to keep discussing it.
Yeah, well, not.
We can't do this on Twitch, though.
I really and truly, I as a man of a high value man, I probably should step in and intercept this conversation the direction it's going in. But no. We just need to take it off another platform.
Yeah,
That's all we need to do.
Yeah. I'm not even gonna stop him from talking.
No, for sure, it's his truth.
Yeah, I'm just gonna laugh about it.
I'm not gonna say anything about.
I'm not even technically, I actually am monetized on like Twitch right now. That's like the only thing. Well, we'll see how it goes. Hold on.
What he's doing and stuff like that. But no, what he's doing, like, we should just continue to.
Because that's high value. Not asking for permission.
Of course. You didn't know that, right?
Of course.
That's all a part of the.
High value.
Yo, this is like some wild shit, man. Like this is like, just so you know, like this is the stuff like they normalize over like in the manosphere too. They're trying to normalize this stuff. Like stuff like this isn't like funny because people like in their audience like think it's like this is okay. I want you to know if you do shit like that, you're gonna get fucking arrested for sexual assault, if not for like the R word. You know? This is like some serious shit. Like, ugh. And they're not like joking about this shit too. Like they say that like they're joking about it. I'm talking about like not the playback guys, but like Fresh and Fit and like their host there too. Like they talk about it, like seriously, like they're being serious about it. It was one of the times Destiny was on Fresh and Fit. He was talking about them about like love and relationships, and I think it was like one of his like post-mortem when he came back to his place, and he was like, he doesn't think like they believe in love, and like that really made me think. And like I've come to the conclusion, I don't think those guys like believe in love. Like they like love is like that concept is like so foreign to them. It's like a very transactional relationship, and it's like, but the transaction goes one way. They take, and they never give. And the woman in that relationship is supposed to like accept it because you're there for him, and that's it. And he's like allowing you to be with him, and that's good enough. He doesn't have to give you any time, attention, or like emotion or anything like that. You know what I mean?
He's joking, but he's not though.
Yeah, that's exactly.
That's just like an insane thing to lie about.
I verbally abuse women. You got it, I'm mentally abusive, and I do some psychological abuse. It all warrants what the do. I'm a man that's
Dude,
strong to
what is
believe
with
that
this like fucking 720? It's only in 720. Okay.
women need their ass whooping, they pussy too. So I advocate rape too for some people.
Man, I ain't gonna hold y'all playback. This video is not the direction I thought it was going to go in, and somehow it gets worse.
Yeah, we might have to go off Twitch. Yeah.
God damn, man, like it's fucking like wild, dude.
Hold on, homie, you gotta think about it. We're kids, right? We're kids.
Yeah.
Because not only
it was a different era, it was a different time. Yeah, that was a culture back then, unfortunately.
Like, no offense, it might have been a different era, but it's still like, you know, essaying the R word. You know what I mean? It's a different era, guys. So like committing crime. By the way, that era too, it was still a crime. you know, those concepts were still crimes. All right, those even weren't concepts. Like, those were crimes, even back in the day.
There was never a time. I just want y'all to know, there was never a time where we were growing up where like that was viewed as acceptable. Never. There was never a time. There's never a time. I'm sorry to tell you, it was just never a time. I don't understand like how we get to this point where like you're laughing with somebody who's talking and who's openly.
You know what it feels like?
About that.
It feels like they're afraid to say anything in opposition to him.
But I've been saying it about the red pill, or at least some people in the manosphere for the last year now, where like for whatever reason, it's almost as if like somehow, some way they just don't like conflict amongst other men, and like this is like such a layup of like hey, we should probably not talk about stuff like that.
Fuck that. Just correct him. Like no, nigga,
that wasn't cool. But instead, you're like, oh my god, choo choo, oh my goodness, choo choo.
Because that was back in the day.
Back in the day when we
that was back in the day, man.
They
Yeah.
laughed about it crazy. They find a way to justify it crazy.
Trying to take it off one platform so we can continue to talk about it because this is a great topic. Crazy, like no pushback at all. I just don't understand the concept of no pushback. And the problem is that Fresh and Fit and many people like in the manosphere, they're constantly like advocating around this idea that like when it comes to women in these type of situations, they for whatever reason just like oh no, it's not as bad as y'all make it out to be. It's actually your fault. You need to be surrounded with some men who can protect you. Like you can actually avoid this whole concept. But then like you have a man who is openly telling you like this is what we used to do back in the day. We used to just convince women to come in here and you know they thought they were fucking one guy, and then all of a sudden we just have 7 other niggas in there, dicks just hanging out, ready to go. And now all of a sudden, because the woman didn't say no to that, realistically speaking, now, oh, it's really your fault. You should have just said no. Like, come on, nigga, stop. People, for whatever reason, on social media get captivated by Charleston White because they're like, hey, man, he may say crazy things, but you really start listening to him. Hey, man, he's making a lot of sense, This is like one of the situations where it's like, I don't know how to even like, I really and truly just don't understand like how anybody could justify anything that this man is saying. And it's so interesting that nobody really even talks about this either.
These niggas start telling in school. They the niggas who raise their hand and say, teacher, can I take names and tell you who talking when you leave the class? They the ones in the hallway writing down names in middle school, dropping notes to the principal, to the kids with the bloodshot red eyes that look like they on pills. So they can be law-abiding citizens and great neighborhood watch crime people.
And so, yeah, he'll say stuff like this where he's like trying to big up this idea of like starting a youth snitch coalition where he can have like law-abiding kids in these schools and so they don't get caught up in like bad behavior. But then like openly admits when he was young and growing up, which, you know, I don't know how old is young and growing up. When he was young and growing up, he's talking about taking women and like doing these egregiously bad things to women when he was growing up. Like, I just don't understand this concept at all.
Forcibly ran train. We forcibly used to white girls.
Are we like sure he's not like, I don't like joking about it, like, is he like mentally ill or something like that? Like, this is like crazy. You know what I mean?
And we used to sneak crack in the white girls' cigarettes to fuck them. We didn't sneak nothing in they drink. You lying.
Yo, this is not. I definitely cannot like continue to play this on like Twitch. Like, this is like some wild shit, man. I definitely cannot like play this on Twitch. Luckily, like, I delete the VODs afterwards. You know what I mean? But like, I think for now, like, this is like fine because I'm like a like small streamer. So I'll just delete the VOD like right after the stream ends.
We didn't do the black girl like that. Only white girl, white boy. Now get mad now. I'm kidding. So listen, it was one time we was going to go get this white girl.
What does the comment say?
My nigga Montoya, my nigga Bone, and another.
No way, nigga telling names, bro.
Bone, and another nigga named Cedric, and my name now wasn't Cedric. It was
bro, you dropping names now? God damn, man.
Nigga said the nigga's full name. That nigga Cedric was like, Cedric is like, boy, I didn't beat a bullet, boy. That right. Cedric was us. He's like, I wasn't there, nigga. Oh, okay.
Nah,
Jason Anderson.
First name only's cool because that's another Justin. I don't know who that is, but first and last name.
Oh, I know exactly who that nigga Justin Anderson is. Oh yeah, I know exactly who this nigga Justin Anderson.
On a more serious note, that's one of the most nasty things I've heard in a while.
Yes,
that's insane.
Insane. And specifically was saying we only did it to white women as if like that was like a better thing. Also, bro, like I'm so confused about his timeline because he's saying things that I'm assuming had to happen when he was an adult, or at least like a teenager, an older teen, young 20s. No, like the nigga wasn't 12 doing that, was he? I don't know, bro. I don't know. This is like just very, very weird behavior. I don't know, bro. All of it is very weird. I'm gonna say this, bro. Man, just get consent, bro. Get consent, bro. Stop playing around with these games, bro. Niggas going around putting crack in cigarettes. Come on, dog. Come on. And Charleston White, you have to stop acting like you're the hood savior, dog. Because you're not, bro. You're a menace. You've been a menace. You look like you're an adult still talking this way, talking about you believe that some women deserve to be taken. It's just, it's ridiculous, bro. It's ridiculous. And
Some wild nonsense, dude. Like,
a couple of Charleston Whites be hanging around, lurking around the corners, man. They be lurking, man. I couldn't be a woman going out in the club, bro. I don't know how they do it, bro. I'll be in the house all damn day. Also, like, the idea of, like, believing that some women deserve to be taken, like, that's absurd.
On a more serious note, I think it's interesting that you invite someone like that onto your podcast. Maybe they didn't know, give him the benefit of the doubt that he said and did a lot of those things. But, then when he says them on the podcast, you kind of, it's not like a difficult thing to
push back on.
It's very easy. It's a layup of a fucking rebuttal, being like, whoa, you didn't ask for this woman's consent? Like, are you taking pride in that? Like, he was saying it really confidently. Those are easy things to push back on, and that's just because morally, that's really fucking wrong, and everybody in the planet can agree on that. Probably even the people committing those fucking acts. They're just doing it regardless. It's almost as if, like, in the videos, he gets, like, a kick out of explaining what he used to do. He takes pride in believing that he's reformed, and maybe he is, maybe he's not. I don't pay attention enough to this guy to know what he does on a day-to-day. I'm not in his life. I'm not in his personal life. All I know is I see clips of this nigga all the time on TikTok and on Twitter saying and doing the craziest things. And in 2023, it's like super refreshing to see that. So I think a lot of people.
I'm about to say I do believe him.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are tired of this censored PC, and so they're almost like inviting any veil of like honesty. I think Trump was an example. Trump lied many times, but it sure fucking looked like he was willing to just say whatever was on his mind. And so a lot of people really appreciated that. And so in the same way, regardless of how many things he does wrong, I bet there's gonna be like a core group of people that just appreciate he says whatever's on his mind whenever. But there's lines to be drawn. And in all reality, we all have things that we wouldn't want the world to know. And I would hope they're not this fucking bad. When this nigga's saying this live on your podcast, your reaction can't fucking be, oh shit,
Yeah,
we
might as go on Twitch.
Okay, Twitch. Bro, it's almost your responsibility to either interrogate the nigga or just rebuttal the guy. You don't let him get his points off the way you did, because now it almost feels like you're in support of what he did, and I can't imagine they are. And if they are, I'm surprised you haven't said none of this stuff on your podcast. You said a lot of other crazy things, but I've never heard them in support of
they clearly aren't, because if they're pushing back the idea of like even to an extent with women need to be held responsible, they clearly aren't.
The thing was wrong. Like I just didn't want to go back. You were basically saying like a woman should just say no right then and there and leave. Not all girls can do that though.
Okay, but that's what they should do. That doesn't mean
that's what they should do, but not all girls are able to.
Whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? Yeah.
I'm guessing us women, right? I'm not.
I just don't understand.
Needs to,
that's what I'm saying.
Any encounter, bro, sexual or not, you should make your consent clear.
No. But
and
what
we all understand the scenarios why sometimes that's difficult to do.
Yes.
And so you want.
I think we're literally like getting to the point where like, you know, with like everything that's going on, I think you're probably better. As cringe as this sounds, like you're probably better off like, we about to like have sex right now? Like, is that a yes or a no? You know what I mean? Like, it's literally maybe at this point, like I feel like it has to get as blatant as that. You know, like you need like a yes or no.
Not a robot. You're a human being. You could tell nuance, especially if this is another American. If it's someone from a completely different culture across the world, maybe there's some differences there that is difficult to get. But when y'all from the same fucking country, it should be a lot easier for you to make that determination. Point I'm trying to make is this is a pathetic display, a very pathetic conversation where honestly you did a horrible job representing your community, and not everybody that supports that podcast looks bad because it looks like not a host supports something as egregious as great.
Yeah, and I don't think they do, but it's just like, come on, bro. Like, have some little pushback and don't accept the idea that, we were just kids back then. It was part of the culture, because, again, that kind of, like, defeats a lot of the purpose that you all talk about on the podcast. Because if you believe that it was a part of the culture at some point in a timeline, which, and I don't know, maybe I was just a different part of the culture, because for me, it wasn't part of that culture. But if you think that that was a part of the culture at a certain point in timeline, then you would have to also admit that, like, maybe some of the dynamics in the culture has been been a bit unkind to women, even if they say no. So
there's been a lot of instances just before we finished of like podcast hosts bringing on guests and being completely unprepared to have that conversation. But we've seen it with the Pearly things. We're seeing it again right now. What was that other
Adam
situation?
22.
Adam 22. Bro, it's like not, and it all happened in this span of 1 month.
But that's everybody's trying to pivot right now. That's what they're doing.
To like more lifestyle,
political, like extreme takes one way or another, and that's what they have trying to have on their podcast.
And I'm here to tell you, yo, bro, if that's not your area of expertise, you need to learn fast. But while you're learning, don't bring on niggas you're not prepared to have conversations with. I keep it a buck, bro. I'm not an all-time debater. There's some people that even if I believe I'm right, I'm not ready to be in a conversation with them because this is what they do. In the same way where even if they think they're ready for it, there's some things that they can't beat me in a game of basketball where I have a good shot. They can't like beat me in a game of Call of Duty. I have good aim. But they should come into the game knowing that. Bro, you need to be way more prepared, especially when this is your full-time fucking job. It doesn't mean you can't make errors, but it's hard for me to believe that you just pushing back on Grape is an error.
On that note, please let us know your thoughts in the comment section below. Hit the subscribe button, notification bell, and until next time, we'll see you all later. Peace.
Let's see what else we got here too. Let's see what else are we having here. Oh, this is Diablo Immortals, like curse gear. I don't remember seeing any curse gear. And I think that's about it. Yeah, I'm kind of tired too. I'm like completely like over it. Like right now. We're ending on a positive note, folks.
Oh my goodness, you're so sweet. You're so sweet.
What is it, Life with Labradors? I love stuff like this.
Oh my goodness. I'm sorry I ever stopped. I'm so sorry. Well, I guess it's time to give some other people some belly rubs. Whoa! We're up and walking around. Like it's nothing. What changed? That's right, you guys grow big and strong every single day. Hi, cutie. You want to say hello? Oh, my goodness gracious. You guys are literally the cutest things of all time.
Oh, look at this guy.
What should we do today, huh? I think you got a little fuzzy there. Oh, that's just your little beard.
Got a little gray there, too.
Hi. Oh my goodness, you're so cute. And yes, you too. Well, not the best start. Oh. It just took a little getting used to there on our backs for a second, you little squirmer. Did you want a belly rub? All right, good job, buddy. This is our blue collar here. Very good job. Oh, you're nervous for your belly rubs, huh? You're okay. Look, just like that, and that's a belly rub. You're okay. But I promise you're gonna like it. I promise.
I do not consent to this belly rub.
There we go.
Oh. All dogs love belly rubs.
You want to always do with a puppy as they're growing up, especially at a young age like this. Just helps them be all around better doggos. Ain't that right? Oh, it's so easy. It feels great. Ready? Flip you over. It's safe. And then we can kind of progressively, hey, why are you biting him, huh? Are you gonna be a little troublemakers? Some action. Belly rub. Now we're beating the blanket.
Maybe like one more video. Always a big fan of the cat. What the fuck is this? Oh my god. Sometimes I get like recommended like some weird like videos. Oh, I didn't see. I just saw that too. No, they got spoiled for me. Okay. I'm not gonna show this video like on stream. That'll be like a whatchamacallit. We can watch that later. Wait, Nick Offerman was in Will and Grace? Really? Okay. Okay. I'm not like a huge Teenage Ninja Turtles like fan. I think the concept is cool. I don't care the fact that like they like made her black. If you go back to like the original like creators of the actual like comic book, like she was meant to be like purposely ambiguous. Like you can think that she was Asian, mixed, or like white. I don't really care. That's fine too. I'm not a big fan of the design though. I don't know why like they made her like look that way, but it is what it is, you know. I honestly just don't care. My issue with like race swapping is that you're not like creating like any new characters. You're just saying it's like you're saying you're not good enough to get your own like original character, you know, black person, Asian person, Hispanic person, like what have you. So we're just gonna like take a character for like the longest time in this media form has been perceived as white and change them into like it was a white woman, now it's a black woman. It was a white superhero, well now he's a black superhero. You know, we're not good enough to like get our own like unique character. We have to basically get race swapped for like an established character, and I just like don't. I feel like that's what's the term? That's the meaning at the end of the day too. I know a lot of times, but I also see the argument too. You're not going to get like any new characters because like people in Hollywood and in the media, like they're very like risk like neutral. They don't want to take like huge risks unless they can see a perceived payoff, you know. But I just feel like you should push for that. You should push for like newer like mediums so you can create like new characters that are like originally historically black, historically Hispanic, you know. And if there are characters that are like that too, you should find those characters and push those characters because they are out there too. But you have to create their mythos and build them up too. But all right, folks, I think I'm done. Great time playing some video games. We got a little angry at a chatter. That's always like good content. I'll see you guys like tomorrow, Saturday. I hope you're having a great Friday night. If you're not out and about, I appreciate you joining me for the stream. And as always, stay frosty, touch grass, and God speed. See you guys next time.